This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Host name, Shinqua. Age, 23 years old. Remaining restart cards, 0. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Task reward, random scratch card X1. Note 1. My Doomsday Camp is a simulation infrastructure game. All tasks are aimed at player survival in the end times, and will not endanger players' lives. If a player dies in the game, he can only restart the game, but cannot be resurrected. Note 2. Because the main program of the game is damaged, the player can exit the game only after completing the main task. On October 12, 2135, at the gate of Xingxing Community in Songyun City, Shinqua looked at the interface in front of him in a complicated way. Shinqua is not a native of this world, but a crosser into this world. Shinqua is 23 years old this year, and graduated from Inlan Economic University. 1 hour ago, he was invited by a friend to play a holographic game at his home. During our 4 years in college, you usually read books all the time, and your life was so boring. Now that you have finally graduated, you can enjoy yourself for 2 days first. The friend pulled him and bewitched him. Shinqua's parents died early, and he was used to doing everything step by step after living alone. So he rarely participated in entertainment activities during college. Now that he has graduated, he has successfully won the offer of his favorite company. He calculated his recent arrangements and agreed to the other party's invitation after thinking about it. The friend recommended a fairy tale game. The two had already discussed the game's apprenticeship. But who knew that when he entered, he found that it was a modern world. There is no exit button in this world. After he operated it, he found that his neuron consciousness was stuck in the game. There was news about players' consciousness being stuck in the game. This is a major game accident, and the recovery rate of players is only 0.02%. Now there are only 2 ways to leave. 1. Wait for outside rescue. 2. Use system tasks to exit the game. Shinqua recognized the current situation and decisively chose the second one. From the game preface, it can be concluded that the background of this game is Hyun Star, which has 320 countries, and his country is Longu country. 10 years ago, a serious nuclear pollution leak occurred in the country of Alaya. This pollution caused damage to 70% of the world's oceans, and a large number of animals and plants died. 2 years later, animals began to mutate in order to survive. The natural world has undergone earth-shaking changes. But humans, as the top of the food chain, have not changed at all. As the crisis worsens and the global situation becomes tense, a bigger crisis is about to come. Shinqua restarted his 3 lives in this world. In the first life, he entered the game and could not figure out the situation, so he could only activate the system according to the system prompts. Then he explored the world tentatively. Before he could explore it all, a month later, he was bitten on the neck by a hideous-looking human. He then understood that the crisis in the game preface refers to zombie mutation. He had 2 restart cards at the beginning of the game. In the second life, he immediately sold his assets after entering the game and found a deep mountain forest to build a base. Based on his observation, he found that the heart of the camp is a camp infrastructure system. For example, in the first life, he bound the heart of the camp to his unit, and the first task was to reinforce the house. In his first life, he purchased some bulletproof doors and alloy door valves to reinforce them. The decoration took some time, and he was bitten to death by zombies before the decoration was completed. In fact, if he was a game veteran, he could directly judge the background of zombies through system tasks. But he had too little game experience, so he died inexplicably. Binding requirements for the heart of the camp, the player's legal assets. In his second life, he learned from experience. First searched for information online, then bought a house in the deep mountains and forests, began to stockpile supplies, dug a basement, and built a zombie fortress. He rarely contacts the outside world. Through online news, the trajectory of the second life zombie virus is the same as the first life, and it was first announced on November 15th. The newly spread zombie virus is called the first-generation virus. This virus can be transmitted through droplets. After the outbreak of the virus, the world quickly fell, and humans entered the zombie era. In the second year of the zombie outbreak, the first-generation virus evolved into the second-generation virus. The second-generation virus is zoonotic and has a shorter incubation period after infection. The camp system is an infrastructure system. He can obtain some vegetable seeds, freshwater purifiers, and other props through system tasks. Therefore, after he built the base, he lived in the deep mountains and forests, and his knowledge of the outside world was limited to the internet and signal broadcasts. In the first year in the deep mountains and forests, he obtained vegetable seeds, and the mission progress was 7%. In the second year, the signal tower near the deep mountains was damaged, and his knowledge of the outside world was limited to radio broadcasts. In the third year, global infrastructure was damaged on a large scale, and human life became more difficult. In the fourth year, the deep mountain base was indestructible, and the materials for planting were very rich, but the mission progress was only 12%. In the fifth year, the zombie virus was about to spread through the air. It was also this year that he left the deep mountain base, and then was infected with the third-generation virus and died. Alas, at this time, people were coming and going at the entrance of the community, and Shinqua sighed as he looked at the system interface. He felt that he was a failure as a player, because until he left the base, his mission progress was still 12%. Shinqua calmed down and did not need the guidance of a novice, and went back home directly according to his memory. This is a high-rise residential complex with a 12-year-old building. 3 minutes later, Shinqua stood in front of the wash mirror. Holographic games can scan the player's body and face through the game cabin. There are 2 ways to play, real face and DIY face. Shinqua encountered a game bug as soon as he entered the game, so he passively used the real face. During the game, the player's character will change with the game environment. For example, if the player often basks in the sun in the game, the skin color in the game will gradually become darker. Shinqua lived in the mountains for 5 years in his second life. He did a lot of infrastructure by himself. He was already very dark 3 years ago. Now, the figure in the mirror is very white, with a kind of freshness between his eyebrows and eyes. Shinqua looked at it for a long time before he remembered that this was how he looked when he first entered the game. Shinqua washed his face vigorously and looked at the surrounding environment. This is a simple 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment with only some basic furniture and a somewhat monotonous layout. Shinqua came to the coffee table and picked up the ID card on it. Name, Shinqua. Date of birth, September 12, 2112. Household address, room 2502. Building 25. Xingxing Community. Songyun City. Rongyang Province. Longgu Country. Shinqua used his real name to log into the game. After the bug, he was also called Shinqua in the game. Shinqua graduated from Rongyang Normal University. His parents died when he was a child. He has lived alone since high school. He has no friends and a monotonous life without any social connections. He stayed at home after graduation and has been at home for 2 years now. Shinqua read through Shinqua's life story like watching a slideshow. He had read it twice before. This is an ordinary life trajectory. At 7 p.m., Shinqua sorted out the current situation. 1. He was with his friends before the accident. He didn't know the ratio of time spent in the game and in the real world, but he could still think, which meant that his real body was fine for the time being. 2. The camp system is planned according to the player's binding content. For example, the unit room he bound in his first life was planned around the unit room, and the second life was a deep mountain base. 3. The camp system calculation is complicated, and even if a fully defensive base is built, the task may not be completed. 4. This is his last chance. Shinqua had mixed feelings when he wrote the last time. He inherited a considerable inheritance in reality, had just graduated, and had a bright future in the interstellar world. But now he was stuck in the game, with an uncertain future. Life was miserable like this. Shinqua was not a self-pitying person, and after analyzing the current situation, he turned on the TV. Information from Longdu Agricultural College, this morning. My country has successfully developed Xianglong No. 3 seeds, which is the 3rd mutant rice seed independently developed by my country, with a maximum yield of 500 kilograms per mu. Humans call the year of nuclear pollution leakage the first year of the Great Disaster. After the Great Disaster, many lands were not suitable for planting, and there was a 3-year famine period in the world. Later, countries improved plant seeds for mutant land. These seeds can survive in the mutant soil, but the plants grown are sour and unpalatable. Many magazines have published related reports such as the harmfulness of mutant seeds and cancer rate of mutant seeds. Residents also know that these seeds are unsafe, But the conditions are here. Now only 12 mutant plants have been developed in the world. And the residents' diet structure is very simple. While listening, Xinque went to the refrigerator to get a bag of quick frozen dumplings. This bag of dumplings is made of mutant cabbage and an edible mutant pork, both of which taste very bitter. After the disaster, food additives were rampant. Long-term consumption of these additives can cause chronic poisoning. So many residents do not like to eat food with mutant additives. The current environment and air quality are dangerous enough, and everyone cherishes their lives. After cooking the dumplings, Xinque continued to sit in front of the TV. This bag of dumplings is a system gift in the character background. In addition to dumplings and a unit, he also has a deposit of 100,000 yuan. In the previous 2 lives, he used this 100,000 yuan as the initial startup capital. Xinque was thinking about all sorts of things while eating. He just took a bite and felt like vomiting reflexively. It was too disgusting. He had eaten this bag of dumplings in his previous 2 lives, and even swallowed worse food. It was just that after building his own base and obtaining the system seeds, he hadn't eaten anything so disgusting for 3 years. Xinque took a long time to relax, and could only continue to swallow for the sake of his body function. Ministry of Agriculture spokesman Chang Qingyuan said, Xianglong No. 3 will be planted on a pilot basis in March next year, and is expected to be promoted nationwide in July. At this time, the news continued to broadcast agricultural reports. Xianglong No. 3. Xinque fell into memories. In his previous life, he had seen news about Xianglong No. 3. At that time, the country's edible staple food was very scarce, and residents across the country were waiting for Xianglong No. 3 to be put on the market. However, before the pilot planting, the zombie crisis broke out, and the world was covered by a more terrifying disaster. In a trance, Xinque thought of the news he saw when he was in the deep mountain base. On November 15th, Sanka country first discovered the zombie virus, and the zombie virus spread rapidly. On November 17th, the first case of zombie disease appeared in Longgu. On December 3rd, the zombie virus swept the world, and social order gradually collapsed. In July of the following year, Longgu Academy of Biological Sciences developed zombie antibodies, and the zombie virus was no longer transmitted through droplets, but only through blood. Xinque remembered the last broadcast he heard before leaving the base. In the 5th year of zombies, the 2nd generation virus was zoonotic and could continue to evolve through airborne transmission. At that time, the global zombie infection rate had reached 75%. The top 39 biological workers in Longgu wanted to completely conquer the virus, but they were all infected during the research process. After infection, the 39 people were injected with the euphoria drug prepared in advance. We have been fighting this virus for 5 years, and many comrades and mentors have left during this period. We knew this day would come, and we always hoped that it would come later. But in the end, we still died in this battle. We don't regret our choice, but it's a pity that the zombie virus has not been conquered yet. We hope that this research will continue until this disaster is completely stopped. A young person in charge said calmly 1 second before the injection of the drug. There was no fear of death in his tone, only regret for the unfinished business. Xinque listened to this broadcast repeatedly for a whole night. This world is too real. While he was building the base, many game natives were resisting hard. These people seemed to be no longer simple NPCs, but became flesh and blood. Xinque listened and thought for a whole night, and packed up his equipment and left the base early the next morning. He wanted to see the outside world. The outside world was more tragic than imagined. The survivors were struggling to survive, and the world was shrouded in despair. That night, Xinque was infected with the 3rd generation virus, and the world restarted. Chapter 2. Is anyone home? Community property management. Do a head count. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Xinque was just about to go out when the doorbell rang. Xinque opened the door. A middle-aged woman with a red armband stood at the door. The woman was holding a pen and paper, looking at the house number and making a note. Xinque had an impression of this incident. At present, the world is short of supplies. Although Longgu has implemented a market economy, some commodities such as rice and sweet potatoes are often out of stock. Therefore, many communities cooperate with distributors, so that the goods are delivered directly to the residents, and the relationship between the residents and the property management is more harmonious. In the first life, Xinque ordered 50 kilograms of rice, but it was gone before he finished eating it. In the second life, Shinqui did not order it, but went directly to the market to buy it at a high price. And then he took it to the deep mountains and old forests after purchasing. Now it is the third life. Shinqui thought for a while. Order 50 kilograms. After he said that, he opened his mobile phone. Mobile transfer? Longqing code and Longbao code are both okay. The property management ordered Xianglong number 1 rice. The current market price is 4.5 yuan per gene. And the community purchase price is 4.3 yuan per gene. Shinqui scanned 215 yuan. After receiving the account, the property management said, there are 2,200 households in our community. It is inconvenient to notify every household. Let's add Longqing and contact us at any time if there is anything in the future. Shinqui did not add it in the previous 2 lives. Maybe he was in a different mood this time. He opened the Longqing interface. I scan you. Alright. The 2 added friends. And the other party's ID was a Xingxing property Zhaojia. Are you going out? Sister Zhao saw Shinqui wearing a jacket and carrying a backpack, looking like he was going on a long journey. I'm going to visit Jingyun. Travel there? I want to see the flag-raising ceremony. Shinqui answered casually, and after thinking for a while, he asked, if a plague is about to happen in our country, and you are the first to know about it, what will you do? What kind of plague? It's highly contagious and can kill people. Call the police. Notify the police station and the CDC first. And then talk about it in the community group. It's best to store more supplies. After the disaster, the municipal government often popularized health knowledge. And she was very clear about this process. Why are you asking this? Sister Zhao was a little curious. Just chatting. Shinqui smiled. An hour later, Shinqui arrived at Sanyan High-Speed Railway Station. After watching the news yesterday, he had been thinking about how to carry out the mission in this life. Now there are 2 choices. First, build a base like in the previous life. Second, change a way, such as cooperating with the government here. Shinqui is an outsider in this world, and has never thought about connecting with this world before. But the scene before his death made him understand that even if he stayed at home, he might be game over because of the 3rd-generation virus. If he wanted to survive, he had to control the evolution of the virus. Before the mission is completed, he and the world will suffer together. Shinqui thought about it for a night, and decided to cooperate with the government here. Jingyun is the political center of this country. Although he has the idea of cooperation, how to cooperate, and how to ensure safety are all things that must be considered. 3 hours later, Shinqui arrived at Jingyun Station. He first went to the electronics market, and then went directly to the Jingyun Biomedical Research Institute. Jingyun Biology is affiliated to Longgu Academy of Sciences, and is one of the most authoritative biological research institutions in Longgu. After the zombie virus broke out in the previous life, Longgu immediately established a zombie research base, and set up multiple research departments such as biology, agriculture, and physics. These departments brought together the country's top scientific research talents. The first person in charge of the biology group was Cheng Yuqing, who was an outstanding academician of bioengineering in Longgu. In the 2nd year of the zombie outbreak, she led the team members to develop droplet virus antibodies to stop the droplet transmission of the zombie virus. It was just a pity that in the 3rd year of the virus outbreak, she was unfortunately infected and died during a blood analysis. The second person in charge of the biology group is Su Qiuxing, a nationally renowned biophysical expert. At the age of 22, he entered Jingyun Biomedicine as an exception and studied under Cheng Yuqing. He was considered by many to be the successor of Longgu Biology. After taking office, Su Qiuxing focused on the zombie virus. During this period, he also developed a large number of drugs for complications of mutant environments, making outstanding contributions to the global medical cause. In the 5th year of the zombie outbreak, Su Qiuxing was infected with the zombie virus. He was one of the 39 researchers infected with the virus, and was also the radio spokesperson that Shinqui heard before his death. Now the time goes back to 5 years ago. Shinqui's purpose of coming here is simple: to contact Su Qiuxing, and to contact the government through Su Qiuxing. As for why he chose the other party, it was probably because of the radio broadcast before his death. Jingyun Biology is located in the southern suburbs of Jingyun. It was built 70 years ago. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary old-fashioned community. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinqui came to the door of Jingyun Biology. He walked around the door, and then knocked on the window of the gate room. What's the matter? The guard Lao Zhou asked doubtfully. Jingyan Biology is a semi-closed unit. People are brought in and out by the base personnel. Few strangers knock on the window directly at the door. I want to find someone. Xinque explained his purpose. Who are you looking for? Su Qiuxing. Do you know him? Professor Su. What do you want to see him for? Su Qiuxing is a familiar face in the research institute, and he often meets him when registering. Is he at the base? Tell me what you want first. Lao Zhou must not reveal the whereabouts of the researchers. I am Professor Su's student. I have studied the secondary evolution of mutant plants and animals with him before. I have a new discovery here. I couldn't get through to Professor Su on the phone before. Please pass the message to him. I will wait for him at the coffee shop on Ningde Road. As Xinque spoke, he wrote down the words mutated plants and animals secondary evolution and his contact information below. After Xinque finished writing, he handed the note to the guard solemnly. This discovery is very important. It is related to the mutation research of nuclear pollution. Please give it to Professor Su. Why don't you call him again? Lao Zhou was confused. Professor Su may be doing research. I can't get through. Okay. Lao Zhou didn't want to take the responsibility, but Xinque's expression was too serious, and it was just a note. So he agreed after hesitation. After Lao Zhou put away the note, he said, Do you want to wait somewhere else? I don't know when I can meet someone. It's okay. I'll be in the coffee shop these days. He saw the Ningde Road coffee shop when he passed by just now, and it was also the closest coffee shop to here. After Xinque left, Lao Zhou looked at the note worriedly. He had just met Professor Su this morning, but the researchers in the institute work day and night, and he was not sure when the other party would get off work. As for making an internal call, the difference in work level between him and Professor Su was too big. If he disturbed the other party's work, he would be criticized. Lao Zhou thought about it again and again, and finally put the note away, thinking that he would give it to someone when he met him. This meeting happened 3 days later. Someone is looking for me. Su Qiuxing was 28 years old at that time, and had just left work with his colleagues. He was a little surprised when Lao Zhou called him. He said he was your student, and had an important research to tell you. Lao Zhou handed over the note. Su Qiuxing became serious when he saw the words mutated plants and animals second evolution. Mutated plants and animals second evolution was a project they had just confirmed last month, although it was not a confidential project. How did the other party know about it? He is my student? Su Qiuxing asked. He said he was your student, and had studied with you before. Where is he now? He left his contact information, and said he would wait for you at the coffee shop on Ningde Road in the next few days. Su Qiuxing asked about the other party's appearance. He was an honorary professor of Jingyan University, but his main focus was scientific research. He thought about the other party's description, and didn't remember having this student. I know. Su Qiuxing put away the note. This place was not far from Ningde Road, so he decided to go over and take a look. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in Ningde coffee shop, Xinque was writing and drawing on his tablet. He had been staying in the coffee shop from 8 in the morning to 10 in the evening these days. In addition to waiting for Su Qiuxing, he was also sorting out the different directions after cooperating with the government. The most ideal direction: the government prepares and prevents in advance. Maybe it can control the zombie virus and avoid air transmission in 5 years. He could also plan the task calmly without worrying about the zombie virus. The most important thing about this direction is mutual trust. In the previous life, the Longa government did not give up the residents until the end, and Xinque had a good impression of this government. But he is cautious by nature. Now the two sides have not yet contacted each other, and his trust in this government is only 20%. The second direction, after he chooses to cooperate, the government will study him in a small dark room. Although the probability is small, it is not impossible. If it really comes to this, it will be game over. Xinque's mood is not as calm as expected. But air transmission 5 years later is like a sword of Damocles. He can only have a greater chance of completing the task if he avoids the spread of the virus. At 5:20, the wind chime in the coffee shop rang. Xinque looked up. At this time, a young man walked in from the door. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a crisp gray coat, thin but not weak, with very white skin, a straight back, and a scholarly air from the inside out. When Xinque saw the other person for the first time, he intuitively knew that this was Su Qiuxing, and the other person was younger than he had imagined. At the door of the coffee shop, Su Qiuxing glanced inside the room. and his eyes paused for 2 seconds when he looked at Shinque. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Shinque's phone rang, and he waved to Su Qiuxing. Su Qiuxing hung up the phone and walked over. "Hello, Professor Su. I'm Shinque." Shinque stood up first and extended his hand. "Hello. Are you looking for me?" Su Qiuxing looked at Shinque. The young man opposite was about 20 years old, just as the guard described, with delicate and handsome features, and looked like an ordinary college student. "Are you my student?" Su Qiuxing sat opposite and asked. "No." "Students from other colleges?" "No." Shinque asked about his taste and ordered a glass of sparkling water for him. "Mr. Shin, I saw the note you left. Have you made new discoveries in the secondary evolution of mutant plants and animals?" "No." Su Qiuxing was sure that the other party's student identity and project research were fake. "What do you want to talk to me about?" he asked with a frown. "My identity is fake. But what I'm going to say next is true." Shinque took out a recorder. "Professor Su, humans are about to encounter a mutant virus that will sweep the world. This virus has a wide range of transmission and will turn the infected into zombies. The first news will be on the 15th of next month." Su Qiuxing? He felt that he was wasting time. Chapter 3. "You don't believe me?" Shinque noticed the other party's expression and asked. "Are you recording?" Shinque did not answer, but continued. "The virus-infected person will first have a high fever and weakness in the limbs, then red eyes, thirst, chills, tremors, intermittent excitement. The incubation period of the first generation of the virus is 7 to 10 days. This virus will be transmitted through droplets. After 10 days, the patient's body is stiff and his will is blurred. He can only bite people and drink blood by instinct. It can be regarded as an enhanced version of rabies. Unlike rabies, zombie patients cannot feel their body functions. As long as their brains are alive, they will continue to go crazy even if their hands and legs are broken. Enough." Su Qiuxing rarely gets angry, but at this moment he feels fooled. "Professor Su." Shinque had anticipated the other party's reaction. He picked up the recorder. "Today is Friday, October 16th, at 7 hours 23 minutes and 32 seconds tomorrow morning. A volcanic eruption will occur on Marha Island in the Central Pacific Ocean. This is an uninhabited island. There will be no casualties, but Marha Island will be completely submerged. This recorder is for you. I will wait for you here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." After Shinque handed over the recorder, he left without looking back. He hadn't rested well these 2 days because of the mission, and now he urgently needed to go back to the hotel to catch up on sleep. Su Qiuxing stood there, frowning with the recorder in his hand. He felt that today's events were too strange. At this time, the phone rang. "Professor Su, are you okay?" A colleague's voice came from the phone. Su Qiuxing had been in charge of a medical research project before. This research had just reached a cooperation with a domestic medical enterprise, and the project team received a considerable amount of funding. They originally planned to have a dinner tonight to celebrate, but he received a note when he got off work, so he rushed over directly. "Not bad." Su Qiuxing calmed down and said, "We are at the restaurant. We have reserved a seat for you. When will you come?" the colleague asked casually. Su Qiuxing looked at the time. "I have something to do here. I won't come today. You guys eat and drink well." On the one hand, he was running out of time, but more importantly, he was not in the mood for a dinner party. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Qiuxing returned home. This is a simple 3-bedroom and 1 living room house. When he got home, he first turned on the kettle and then went to the bedroom to change clothes. When he took off his coat, he touched the recorder and the note in his pocket. Mutated plants and animals evolved again. And there is a discovery. Shinque, XXXX. The handwriting on the note was neat and tidy, and it didn't look like a malicious prank. Su Qiuxing frowned and put the 2 on the bedside table. At night, he washed up and prepared to go to bed, and thought of the scene in the cafe again. Zombie virus. Infected people. Droplet transmission. The other party said it like a zombie script. But what was the purpose? How did he know about the research project? I couldn't figure out these 2 points. Su Qiuxing thought again and remembered the scene when they parted. 7 hours 23 minutes and 32 seconds. The Marha Island volcano erupted. It's now 10:30, and there are still 9 hours before the volcanic eruption mentioned by the other party. Su Qiuxing hesitated for a moment and set the alarm for 7:30 tomorrow morning. whether the other party is really a prank or serious. He will be able to verify it tomorrow morning. A dreamless night. The next morning, before the alarm went off, Su Qiuxing was awakened by a rapid ringing of the mobile phone. What happened? Su Qiuxing asked in a daze. The call was from a colleague. Look at the news. A volcanic explosion occurred on Marha Island in the Pacific Ocean. It was like a red mushroom cloud. It was so shocking. Where did you say? Su Qiuxing woke up immediately. Marha Island in the Pacific Ocean. What time did the explosion happen? 7:23 minutes and 32 seconds. It was just 7:30 now. The alarm clock on the bedside rang. Su Qiuxing was shocked. Mr. Shen, this is your breakfast voucher. Are you staying here again today? No. At 8:50, Shen Kui finished his breakfast and left the hotel. This hotel is located near Ningda Coffee Shop. He has made up his mind that if Su Qiuxing doesn't show up, he will find a new way to hand it in, such as contacting the military region and the state affairs department here. He knows too little about the political environment here and doesn't want to go through so much trouble unless it is necessary. At 9 o'clock, Shen Kui walked into the coffee shop on time. Mr. Shen. At this time, Su Qiuxing had arrived on time, and his face was complicated when he saw Shen Kui. The two looked at each other. Shen Kui knew that the other party had seen the news this morning. 5 minutes later, the two ordered a cup of coffee and sat down face to face. How did you know? Su Qiuxing stared at Shen Kui and asked. It was a bit rude to stare at someone like this, but his heart was far less calm than on the surface. This morning, he turned on the news immediately after hanging up the phone. At 7 hours 23 minutes and 32 seconds Jingyan time, a volcanic eruption occurred on the Pacific Ocean's Marha Island. The eruption was so strong that dozens of countries including Longu, Song, and Melt temporarily canceled flights over the Pacific Ocean. The news played the footage of the volcanic eruption in a loop. Because it was a sudden eruption, the ocean near Marha was dyed red. Su Qiuxing watched it 3 times and turned on the recorder. Tomorrow morning at 7 hours 23 minutes and 32 seconds. A volcanic eruption will occur on Marha Island in the Central Pacific Ocean. There is a real volcanic eruption. The other party predicted it a day in advance. Su Qiuxing was shocked, then put on his coat and came here immediately. He had too many questions in his mind, and even worried that the other party would not show up. Fortunately, the other party was punctual and arrived as promised. Chapter 4. Su Qiuxing had too many doubts in his mind, but he calmed down and took out a new recorder. Do you mind recording? No. How did you know? Su Qiuxing got straight to the point. The two did not say it explicitly, but they all knew it was about the Mara volcano. You can think of it as a kind of predictive ability. Of course, it can't predict everything. Only some specific things. Tell me more about the zombie virus. On November 15th, the Song Congress took the lead in publishing the footage of zombies biting people. This is the beginning of the zombie era. Many people believe that there were zombies infected before this, and these people had been in the incubation period before. Shen Kui described the zombies, but he didn't tell everything, mainly about some zombie viruses and possible evolution in the later period. Su Qiuxing studied biology himself, and the more he listened, the more serious he became. If this is true, it will be a disaster for all mankind. Why do you tell me? Half an hour later, Su Qiuxing asked after listening. The zombie virus can be spread through droplets and may be transmitted to humans and animals. This is the strongest plague in human history. I hope you can inform the government and take some precautions before the zombies spread. Shen Kui said sincerely. Su Qiuxing stirred the coffee spoon. Even if Shen Kui didn't say it, he would report the matter of the Mara volcano to the government. Now the matter of Mara has been confirmed. As for the zombie virus, the whole thing is too bizarre. He only believes half of it. Why me? Su Qiuxing continued to ask. The two parties had never met before. What he meant was that there were so many scientific researchers in the country. Why did the other party choose him? Why? Because I listened to your broadcast before I died, and I felt that you were not a bad person. I only know you in this world. This is the reason why Shen Kui contacted the other party. Of course, this matter cannot be said openly. He thought about it. I checked the list of medical awards before and saw your name. I felt that we were compatible, so I contacted him randomly. Su Qiuxing. How did you know about the secondary evolution project of plants and animals? Just a random guess. Su Qiuxing had a hunch that the other party was lying, and it was a lie full of loopholes and undisguised. But compared with the prophecy, these lies are not worth mentioning for the time being. Su Qiusheng asked some more details about the virus, and then asked, "Why are you so sure that I would appear yesterday?" If he had worked overtime yesterday, there would be no volcano prophecy a day in advance. And there would be no conversation today. Whether you came yesterday or not, as long as we meet, we will meet again. Xinqua's meaning is very simple. Even if there is no volcano prophecy, he will have a new prophecy. Do you have any other purpose? Su Qiusheng carefully observed Xinqua's changes. He felt that the other party tried every means to contact him. Not just to remind the government. Maybe. Xinqua's face was calm, and people could not see his emotions. I will report this matter step by step. During this time, I hope you can stay in Jingyuan, Su Qiusheng said in a complicated tone. I will. 10 minutes later, Su Qiusheng left. Xinqua stirred his coffee and looked out the window. When communicating just now, he had implicitly expressed that he hoped the other party could report to the government in the safest way. In short, he was worried about his own safety and did not want to become a political sacrifice. Don't worry. I will try my best to contact the highest level personnel. Su Qiusheng made a promise. If what the other party said was true, it would already be related to the safety of all mankind. After Su Qiusheng left, the number of customers in the coffee shop gradually increased. Xinqua recalled the conversation just now. How did you know about the animal secondary evolution project? Just a random guess. He didn't just guess. And the broadcast before his death in his previous life was not the first time he heard the other party's voice. The first time should be the 3rd year of the Second Life restart. Academician Cheng Yuqing is a great biologist and educator. She has participated in 322 medical patent research in her life, and is a great medical treasure of our country. On behalf of all the researchers of Longgu Academy of Sciences, I offer my deepest condolences for the passing of Academician Cheng Yuqing. Although Academician Cheng Yuqing has passed away, her career is still going on. We will do everything we can to conquer the zombie virus. At that time, Academician Cheng Yuqing had accumulated a lot of prestige in China for leading the team to conquer droplet transmission. Her sudden death caused panic in the whole country. At that time, Su Qiusheng attended the memorial service for Academician Cheng Yuqing and solemnly promised in front of the people of the whole country that the Longgu research team would do its best to conquer the virus. At that time, there was no internet in the deep mountain base. Only a radio that could receive information from the outside world. Xinqua learned about the outside world through this radio. In the next 2 years, the other party has been committed to virus research. He led the team to develop a lot of post-disaster medicines, and was also interviewed by the media. He mentioned the secondary evolution of plants and animals in an interview. He listened to the broadcast related to the other party 5 times. The last time was that all 39 scientific researchers were killed. Xinqua stayed in the cafe until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, then returned to the hotel and renewed his room. Is Dean Cheng here? I have an important matter to discuss with her, and this matter requires an in-person interview. At the same time, in the Jingyan Biological Institute, Su Qiusheng called the Lonka Institute. Lonka Institute is the highest academic institution in Longgu, and is directly under the jurisdiction of Longgu Institute. Cheng Yuqing is the current dean of Lonka Institute, and has a high status in the academic world. Su Qiusheng studied under Cheng Yuqing. After he sorted out the information, he also had the most accurate submission plan, which was to contact teacher Cheng and ask him to contact the highest level of Longgu. Chapter 5. The number of leukemia patients this year is 1.7 times that of the year before last. The number of esophageal cancer and respiratory cancer is also increasing. The sequelae of the nuclear pollution leak are too serious. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Cheng Yuqing, Chong Qingyuan, and others walked out of the government office. In recent years, environmental pollution has been serious, and the number of terminally ill patients has also been increasing. Cheng Yuqing is a biological academician, and can clearly feel that the work has become more and more severe in recent years. You can just take your time here. Agriculture is really difficult to do. Chong Qingyuan is the head of the Ministry of Agriculture. There are only 12 mutant seeds in the country now. This does not mean that the old seeds cannot be used, but that the land does not support them. Common crops such as peanuts and sorghum can only be cultivated in specific soils. They are also worried about how to cultivate nutritious and efficient crops. Alas, Cheng Yuqing sighed. The two chatted for a while, and Chang Qishan asked, "Do you go home or go to the courtyard now?" They are both of the Qing generation. and they are college alumni. The relationship between the two has been good over the years. Let's go to the hospital. Chung Yuqing still had some work to do, so she planned to go back and catch up. At 10:20, Chung Yuqing returned to Lonka Institute. Now the hospital was quiet, with only some windows with white lights on. Chung Yuqing returned to the office, and was stunned when he passed by the outer room. Why are you here? At this time, a young man was sitting on the sofa in the outer room. He might have been waiting for a while, so he dozed off. Teacher Chung. Su Qiuxing woke up immediately after hearing the voice. The assistant told him that Teacher Chung was in a meeting at the government, and because he had something on his mind, he came directly to wait for someone, and didn't want to fall asleep. Why did you think of visiting me? Chung Yuqing chatted while taking off her coat. Su Qiuxing was her most valued student, and could come and go freely in the outer office. Su Qiuxing did not greet her. I have a very important matter to discuss with you. What is it? I met a strange person. Su Qiuxing took out the recorder from the coffee shop. You mean, this person predicted the Marha volcano yesterday? Half an hour later, Chung Yuqing looked at the recorder seriously. She heard about the Marha volcano this morning. The volcano time was 7 hours 23 minutes and 32 seconds. And the time of the first recorder was 6 p.m. yesterday. Yes, he was very confident when he said this. He also predicted the zombie virus? Yes. Life is not a science fiction movie. Chung Yuqing feels that the zombie virus and people biting people are too unbelievable. But it is difficult to predict the volcano in advance and accurately to every minute and every second. Where is he now? Chung Yuqing thought about it, and wanted to ask again. He should still be in Jingyan City. I want to see him. Su Qiuxing immediately called Shenque. This was the first phone call after the two exchanged numbers. He asked the other party's address and wishes, and went directly with the driver of the institute to pick him up. An hour later, Shenque, accompanied by Su Qiuxing and security personnel, came to the office of Lonka Institute. This is an office specially for visitors. Chung Yuqing has changed his clothes and is waiting inside. Dean Chung. Shenque was the first to extend his hand when he saw the other party. He had only heard the name Chung Yuqing on the radio before, and this was the first time he saw him in person. Chung Yuqing was about 60 years old, with a full forehead and round cheeks. Although he had short white curly hair, he was energetic and looked very energetic. Mr. Shen. Chung Yuqing shook hands. Shenque was just as Su Qiuxing described. Very young, like an ordinary college student. After the two shook hands, Chung Yuqing asked directly, do you really have the ability to predict the future? It's not premonition, but I know something about what's going to happen. Is the zombie virus thing true? Yes. Chung Yuqing already knew the details of the conversation from the recorder. She met with him mainly to judge the other party's purpose. Shenque is very young, very calm when communicating with her, and very sure when talking about the zombie virus. Thank you very much for telling us about the virus. But you have to understand that if this is a prank, the consequences will be very serious. In short, this consequence is not something Shenque can bear. I know. Shenque nodded. I will report it to the government. But before that, some special procedures will be used to check your personal information. Okay. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Shenque left Lonka's office. Because this matter is serious, he will live in Lonka Academy during this period. If he wants to go to other places, he needs a special application. I will also live here in the next few days. If there is anything, contact me directly. Su Qiuxing came out with Shenque and said a little tiredly. He has been focusing on prophecy all day today, and now his body can't stand it. Professor Su, you can go and rest first. I will go to the dormitory with Assistant Chen and the others. Assistant Chen is Chung Yuqing's work assistant, responsible for Shenque's accommodation arrangements. It's okay. Su Qiuxing helped to arrange the dormitory, and then left tiredly. Su Qiuxing didn't talk much, but he was very considerate in some details of dealing with people. After the other party left, Shenque looked out the window. The moonlight outside was bright. Today was the 5th day of rebirth. The next morning, Chung Yuqing applied to retrieve Shenque's information. Shenque, 23 years old, graduated from Rongyang Normal University. Currently lives in Xingxing Community, Songyun City, Rongyang Province. Shenque's resume is simple. Nothing special. What's wrong? The head of the household registration department in charge of reception asked curiously. Nothing. Chung Yuqing calmed down. She had confirmed through technical means last night that the recording pin was recorded before the volcanic eruption. And there was no trace of tampering. Volcano. Zombie virus. Second-generation virus. Chung Yuqing took Xinqua's information and the recording pin and went directly to Longgu 1. Longgu Academy is the political center of Longgu country. Even though she is the dean of Longka Academy, she cannot directly contact the top leaders unless she uses the emergency passage. This emergency passage must be related to national affairs, and she has never used it. Now, she is going to exercise this right. Longka Academy is the highest academic institution in Longgu. Although Chung Yuqing did not remind him, Xinque was very tactful and stayed in the dormitory without wandering around, eating, sleeping, sorting out information. In the next day, Xinque lived a very monotonous life. One day later, the dormitory door rang. Hello. I am Zhao Dong, Secretary of the 335th Military Region. Commander Tan invites you to come over. A tall young soldier saluted, followed by 2 guards. Okay. Judging from the situation, Chung Yuqing should have contacted the top leaders of Longgu. As for the identities of these people, the other party can enter Longka Academy without obstruction, which means that their identities are formal. Xinque figured out the key point without hesitation and followed the other party to leave. The low-key military vehicles continued to move forward. 2 hours later, everyone came to a heavily guarded military region. And then after layers of inspections, they finally arrived at a meeting room. At this time, Chung Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others were in the conference room. In addition, there were some soldiers in uniform with strong aura. The leading soldier was about 50 years old, with a square face and stern eyes. Hello. I am Tan Mingzheng, the general manager of the zombie virus. The man introduced himself. Hello. I am Xinque. Yes. Tan Mingzheng gestured to Xinque to sit in the empty seat in the conference room, and then said, We have seen the documents submitted by Dean Chung. Thank you for trusting the government. It's just that the zombie virus is too involved. If it is deployed in advance, it will definitely affect all walks of life in the country. So, do you have any other evidence to prove the zombie virus? Tan Mingzheng's meaning was very simple. A single volcanic eruption was not enough for them to issue an order concerning the livelihood of the whole nation. Yes. Xinque had been prepared for this trend. He sorted out his thoughts. On October 20th, a girl with the ID Baozhu will jump off a cliff and commit suicide at Zuyanfeng. On October 22nd, an 8.2 magnitude submarine earthquake will occur in the Central Pacific Ocean. On October 23rd, Jicheng County will experience a heavy rainstorm. 3 villages will be flooded, and 23 people will die. This is what will happen in the near future. Of course, provided that there is no interference. Xinque only said these 3 things. Everyone in the meeting looked at each other. Today is October 19th. If what the other party said is true, the first prophecy will happen tomorrow. Chapter 6. In the next 3 hours, everyone held an analysis meeting on the zombie virus. Xinque had a special status, and would temporarily live in the military area during this period. He had no objection to this arrangement. General Tan. After the meeting, Xinque slowed down a few steps. He learned during the meeting just now that Tan Mingzheng was in charge of Longgu's military security before, and was a powerful figure at the national level. This time, he would represent the Longgu government in charge of the virus project. What's wrong? Tan Mingzheng saw that he had something to say. Will you go to Zuyanfeng? Xinque considered his words. In fact, when he proposed the 3 predictions, it would be more convincing to say some natural disasters and international unrest. But he thought of Baozhu when he spoke. Baozhu's real name is Li Yaxin, an abandoned baby, who was raised by a disabled old man who picked him up. The old man had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and the relationship between the 2 parties had always been bad. So Li Yaxin had always depended on the old man. Li Yaxin was well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. When she was 12 years old, the old man was paralyzed, and she took care of him for 8 years. After the old man passed away, Li Yaxin wanted to find her biological parents. At that time, the internet media was developed. She posted a message for help. After DNA comparison and media operations, she quickly found her parents. Her mother was the old man's youngest daughter, and her father was the owner of a brick factory in the same village. Both knew about Li Yaxin's existence. Too bloody. Netizens were shocked by the development of this matter. After in-depth digging by the media, it was found that Li Yaxin's parents tasted the forbidden fruit during adolescence, and later became pregnant, but had to give birth because the pregnancy was too long. After the birth, the two wanted to throw the child into the mountains. But a disabled old man felt sorry for the child and offered to adopt him. 18 years passed like this. The child is already an adult. We have no obligation to raise him anymore. You should tell me that my child was lost. And you didn't know it was mine. Are you annoying? At this time, Li Yaxin's parents had remarried, and neither of them wanted their lives to be disturbed. So they refused to recognize their relatives. Here is 100,000 yuan. Buy some food and drinks you want. We all have to live our own lives. Li Yaxin's father has a good family background and wants to buy off the relationship with money. We all have our own lives. And some things should be put aside. Li Yaxin's mother doesn't want to pay, so she can only keep playing the emotional card. And her children's schooling and going home have been affected. What did you think when I called you aunt before? Li Yaxin gradually collapsed. She felt that she was living in a huge lie. And even the grandmother, who raised her since she was a child, was a lie. I have always been your aunt. Li's mother avoided talking about other things, her expression full of regret for not throwing her away in the mountains. Li Yaxin completely collapsed, ran to Zhu Yifeng and jumped down. Her body was found 5 days later, with a suicide note in her pocket. I hope that in the next life, I can become a precious pearl. Xingque first knew about this in his first life. At that time, he went to the decoration market to order tempered doors according to the system requirements. The store owner was eating noodles while watching the news on his mobile phone. This girl is too miserable. Only 19 years old. And her life is too desperate. Xingque asked about what happened but didn't care. This was just a game background that had nothing to do with the main plot. In his second life, he ran to the mountain base at the beginning and usually paid attention to some online news. At that time, Baozhu's body had just been found, and the whole network was in an uproar. Everyone felt that the whole thing was too bloody and too tragic. In addition to the post summarizing the incident, there were also photos of Baozhu on the internet. Xingque accidentally clicked on the photo. In the photo, Baozhu was wearing a gray and white down jacket and standing in front of the camera with dark skin. She was dressed in a rustic way, but her eyes were bright. Her teeth were white, and she smiled shyly. This was taken before she went looking for her parents. At that time, she still had a longing for her biological parents. This was the last posthumous photo in her mobile phone. Xingque shouldn't remember these things, but when he talked about the prophecy just now, the other party's slightly shy smile seemed to be vivid. He told himself that this was just a game script. But, at the age of 19, it was really a pity. At the age of 19, it was still easy to be impulsive and get stuck in a dead end. Everyone is a gem. What everyone should do is to cherish themselves first. If someone can help you when you are desperate, maybe you will have another life. The government will handle this matter properly, and will not let the other party have any accidents. At this time, Xingque asked, and Tan Mingzhang said without thinking, yes. Xingque breathed a sigh of relief. His current status was awkward, so it was inconvenient to ask more questions. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xingque came to the dormitory. This was a clean and tidy temporary dormitory with soldiers guarding the door. He could move freely within the dormitory, but he needed to apply to his superiors for other places. Now the internet is talking about recognizing your relatives. It's not that your mother doesn't want to recognize you. Zhuozhua and Xiao Xiao are already 12 years old. They can't accept that they have a sister. You have to give us some time. Just as Xingque was recalling the details of the virus, Zhang Lifang complained with her mobile phone in a high-end residential building in Shanhu County. The news of Baozhu's search for her relatives has been a hot topic these days. People she knows and people she doesn't know have called her to harass her. She regrets it now. If she had known earlier, she would not have let the old woman adopt the child, and would have thrown the child directly into the mountains. While feeling regretful, Li Yaxin also felt some resentment. He had just turned 19 the day before yesterday. Why is he still looking for relatives at such an old age? Can't he just live his own life? Zhang Lifen's heart was in turmoil, and she felt that her peaceful life was completely messed up. On the other side, Li Yaxin asked after hearing what Zhang Lifen said, Zhuozhua and Xiao Xiao accepted me. Can you accept me too? Zhuozhua and Xiao Xiao are her half-brothers and sisters. Yeah. Zhang Lifen comforted impatiently. Li Yaxin hung up the phone, and there was a text message from her father on her phone. Did you return the money? Your aunt has been suffering from neurasthenia recently. Don't let the media and netizens come over. Please. Li Yaxin just typed I didn't. Thought about it and deleted it. She was 19 years old and could clearly feel the attitude of her biological parents. She felt that her life was a farce. Her biological parents had always known her, but abandoned her. And even her grandmother was lying to her. Li Yaxin held the last glimmer of hope in her heart and went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of toys. She thought that maybe Zhang Lifan loved her. But she was too young when she gave birth to her. And now she has a new family. As long as her younger brothers and sisters like her, maybe they can ease the relationship. The next morning, Li Yaxin waited downstairs for more than 2 hours and finally saw Zhang Lifan. Are we really going to Happy World? Zhuozhua asked with a smile while holding Zhang Lifan's hand. Well, it's a bit chaotic these 2 days. Let's go and play for a few days first. Do we not have to go to school? Do you want to go to school? No. But many people ask me about Li Yaxin. I am so annoyed. Li Yaxin is also annoying. Mom, will you recognize her and like her? No. Really? Mom only has you 2 children. Stay away from her in the future. She is like a dogskin plaster. Too dirty. The footsteps of the 3 people are getting closer and closer. And Li Yaxin is stunned. What are you doing here? Haven't we been hurt enough? Get out of here. At this time, Zhang Lifan saw Li Yaxin. And after being stunned, she picked up the child. She felt that Li Yaxin was an antisocial personality and came here to hurt them. I didn't. Li Yaxin wanted to explain. But only 2 words remained in his mind, dogskin plaster and too dirty. So this is how they see him. Why don't you die? If you die, all of us will be relieved. We don't want to have you at all. Why don't you die? Zhang Lifan cursed out her true feelings. Li Yaxin looked at the hysterical woman, as if struck by lightning. Die? She was not pretty, had no money, no friends, no education, and was not likable because of her inferiority complex. No one liked her. She was a superfluous person. If she died, it seemed that everyone would be relieved. This sentence was like a curse. She left the community in a daze, and finally came to Zhu Yufeng. Zhu Yufeng is located in the eastern part of Shanhu County. The geographical location here is rugged. When she was a child, she often picked mountain chives with her grandmother here. It is a place full of memories. If she died here, it would not affect others. Li Yaxin wrote his suicide note and climbed to the top of the mountain. Then, Comrade Li Yaxin? A row of soldiers had already stood on the top of the mountain. These soldiers were heroic, with the rising sun behind them, and the 2 sides formed a shocking picture. Li Yaxin? Hu finally caught up. At this time, 3 footsteps came from behind. Li Yaxin turned around. These were also 3 soldiers. After hearing the suicide prophecy yesterday, the military region directly investigated the identity of Bao Tu and sent soldiers to provide first-level protection for Li Yaxin. These were all special forces with rich combat experience. During the tracking process, they learned all of Li Yaxin's experiences and even heard the conversation at the gate of the community. Everyone was in a complicated mood. But in order to verify the prophecy, they did not act rashly. They followed Li Yaxin to Zhuyan Peak. Although they knew the location where Li Yaxin jumped off the cliff, they still made comprehensive deployment on the mountain just in case. Now, let alone suicide, even if he fell off the mountain, they could rescue him. Now the soldiers arrived at the top of the mountain in advance. Li Yaxin had not had time to commit suicide. A female soldier walked up to Li Yaxin and hugged her with heartache. Everything will pass. Li Yaxin burst into tears. She didn't know why these soldiers appeared. But like a rope for a desperate person on a cliff, she was pulled back. She didn't want to die. At this time, the sun was rising higher and higher, like a sunny day after a rainstorm. On October 20th, Li Yaxin committed suicide and was rescued by the soldiers. On October 22nd, an 8.2 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Central Pacific Ocean, and the time and place were exactly the same as those provided by Shenhua. On October 23rd, a heavy rainstorm hit Jicheng County, flooding 3 villages, but due to early evacuation, no casualties. When verifying the prophecy, the military district also specially investigated the relationship between Shenhua and Li Yaxin, and the 2 had no relationship. These 3 prophecies came true one by one, especially the last 2, which were accurate to the time point, which could not be guessed by fraud. These 3 prophecies plus the Mara volcano can prove that what Shenhua said is true. Today is October 23rd. And the world is likely to have a zombie crisis next month. Chapter 7. This is a mathematical model created by science and technology. According to the infectious symptoms mentioned by Mr. Shen, as long as the virus appears in Lungu, it can spread across the country in as little as a week. The infection rate can reach 32% after a month, which means that 3 out of 10 people are infected with the virus. And the mortality rate is 100%. At 7 o'clock in the evening on the 23rd, Hu Maoyuan said with the latest mathematical report. Hu Maoyuan is the director of the Lungu Disease Control Center and has been attending meetings in the military region these days. At first, he thought that the zombie virus was just nonsense. But as the 3 predictions were confirmed one by one, he also changed from being confused at the beginning to being shocked. If this virus is true, the consequences will be disastrous. What should we do now? Hu Maoyuan asked after he finished speaking. Tan Ningxiang knocked on the table without saying anything. They now have 3 choices. First, carry out small-scale prevention and implement strong and effective policies after the virus breaks out. Second, mobilize the whole nation to prepare for possible crisis. Third, think that this is a prank and wait until the zombies break out before making preparations. Based on the accuracy of the 4 predictions, Tan Ningxiang passed the third point. He thought and wanted to ask, what is the accuracy of this model? The error should be within 5%. 32% is only the infection rate in the first month. If the virus spreads, it may be higher. Tan Ningxiang thought again and again, and finally put on his hat solemnly. I will go to Longguiwan. For individuals, the safest way is to prevent on a small scale and implement strong policies after the virus breaks out. But he is in a high position and can't risk the lives of the people across the country. He decided to follow his heart. The night is deep. The Institute of Biology, the Institute of Agriculture, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The people who participated in the virus discussion tonight did not fall asleep. Everyone was looking at the mathematical model of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. They knew that Tan Ningxiang went to Longguiwan and were waiting for tomorrow's choice. The next morning, Tan Ningxiang came back with bloodshot eyes. And at the same time, he brought back the decision of Lungu Academy, starting from October 27th. Lungu will implement the first-level combat readiness for virus prevention and control. Warfare range, nationwide. Academician Chung and Academician Chong went to Lungu Academy. And the leaders of various provinces also went. Everyone should stay in the academy during this period. On October 24th, Su Qiuxing got a portion of rice and sat in front of Shenque to chat. In the past few days, an emergency notice has been issued within Lungu Academy. The 335th military region is far away from Lungu Academy, but the tense atmosphere can still be felt. Su Qiuxing originally worked at the Institute of Biology. Because the zombie virus involves biological research, he was transferred to the military region to study the virus at any time. Yeah, Shenque has been dragged to talk these days. And now he has 2 dark circles under his eyes and is a little tired. Are you worried? Su Qiuxing asked. He and Shenque are not very familiar with each other, but Shenque is his contact. After he was transferred to the military region, the superiors asked him to contact Shenque more, which is also a fair way to find out some prophecy information. No, I just didn't rest well. Shenque exhaled. He really didn't get enough rest these days. He was asked to talk to various departments of the military region. More importantly, the system interface has been updated. Host name, Shenque. Age, 23 years old. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Task reward, random scratch card X1. Remaining time, 50 days. Note, if it is not activated within the task period, it means that the camp task is automatically abandoned. In his previous 2 lives, he activated it directly after entering the game. In view of the failure experience in his previous life, he wanted to sort out the tasks after the virus was controlled this time. Unexpectedly, the task has been updated with a time limit, which completely disrupted his rhythm. Now the country has intervened. If there is really a virus, the country will handle it properly. Su Qiuxing is not good at comforting people, and just thinks that Shenque is distracted by the prophecy. Shenque has always been mysterious, but now he is in a daze, and he feels a little more alive. After Su Qiuxing finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and took out an A4 paper from his bag. This is Baoju's thank you letter to you. Bao? Shenque was stunned. Yes. 3 days ago, Li Yaxing was rescued from Zhu Yifeng by soldiers and placed in a mental hospital. She was a little confused. How did you find me? In her opinion, it was so fantastic that she ran to Zhu Yifeng to commit suicide. And the soldiers were waiting on the mountain in advance. We have a comrade who often goes online. After he found that you were not in a good state, he reminded us to pay special attention. The soldiers said with the words they had prepared long ago. That's amazing. Li Yaxing was very shocked. She didn't expect that someone cared about her in an unknown place. She was shocked and deeply moved. Can I thank him in person? He is carrying out a special mission, and it is not convenient for the time being. Then can I write a thank you letter? Yes. In this way, Li Yaxing solemnly wrote a thank you letter, and then asked other staff to pass it to Xinque. Xinque didn't expect that he would receive a thank you letter. He held the A4 paper in his hand and asked after silence, Is she in a mental health care center? Yes. She was diagnosed with severe depression by a psychologist on the day she was rescued. How is her mood now? She is actively cooperating with the treatment. Li Yaxing has been in severe depression for a while. After dying once, she has let go of many things and wants to live seriously. That's good. Xinque breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Su Qiuxing said very seriously. Thank you for what? Thank you for saving a life. And for what happened before. I'm very sorry. Su Qiuxing was talking about the first time they met. And his attitude at the time was not very good. The virus is not confirmed yet. I may be lying to you. You don't need to apologize in advance. Xinque was happy. He had met Su Qiuxing several times. This person looked calm and sophisticated. But in fact, he was very principled. Anyway, you saved a life. And 3 villages in Jichang County. These 2 things need to be thanked. Well, you're welcome. After this interruption, Xinque's mood was slightly brighter. There were still 50 days left for the mission. He planned to observe the government policy first, and then consider the matter of the heart of the camp. This is a very serious matter that concerns the 1.5 billion people in Longgu. Longgu Academy hopes that all provinces will take a strong attitude and must nip the high-risk transmission that may occur in the bud. At the same time, after the last meeting of Longgu Academy, the heads of the 36 provinces across the country returned to their respective provinces. Governor Lin. What infectious virus is mentioned above? On the military plane from Jingyuan to Chunshan province. Xiao Zhou looked at the document in his hand in confusion. Xiao Zhou is Lin Tanchuan's personal secretary. 2 days ago, the national government suddenly announced that the provincial leaders were required to go to Jingyuan for a meeting. Because the incident happened suddenly, the provincial governments could call for special helicopters. In short, they must ensure timeliness and arrive on time. Summit-level meetings like this usually require 3 months or even 6 months in advance. Now with a temporary notice and a requirement to arrive within 2 days. Everyone smelled something unusual about this matter. They immediately focused their attention on the international situation. Although there are frictions between countries at present, it is not worth mobilizing so many troops. And there is even less trouble in the country. Everyone came to Jingyuan with doubts. And then Longguiwan announced the infectious virus. Longguiwan did not reveal the 4 prophecies and the zombie virus. It only said that Lonka Academy discovered a new virus, which is highly contagious and has a 100% mortality rate. The country decided to enter the first level of virus response. This is the second response of the country after the disaster. There is no transition in the middle. Just like a sudden response. Is it too sudden? If the judgment is wrong, it may cause more than 100 billion in property losses. Is the detection inaccurate? Or not that dangerous? Although Longguiwan discovered an infectious virus, it did not disclose the specific virus or biological data. They felt that this decision was too aggressive. But Longguiwan was firm, and everyone finally agreed to this decision. Should we execute it? Xiao Zhou continued to ask after he finished speaking. Let's do it. Lin Tanchun rubbed her brows. Should we just pretend or implement it in depth? Chunshan is a moderate person. If it were in the past, he would definitely pretend and then follow the steps of other provinces. However, at this meeting, Longguiwan emphasized that the first-level combat readiness should be implemented in practice. So it would be inappropriate for them to pretend. Let's do it. Lin Tanchun gave the order. Do we really want to activate the first-level combat readiness? Is it too exaggerated? At the same time, other provinces were looking at the documents in their hands with a headache. Execute it. This war preparation came too unexpectedly. Don't execute it. Longgu Academy has repeatedly issued orders, and they can't go against it. Observe the documents of other provinces first. Some provinces are worried that they can't do well, and they are ready to copy the homework after observation. Execute it. Some provinces decided to follow the policy, and the top leaders of provinces across the country were in a state of impending storm. In the early morning of October 25th, the official website of Longgu Academy released news on October 20th. Longgu Academy discovered a highly contagious virus in experimental research. This virus is widely spread and has a high mortality rate. The central government of Longgu Academy decided, for the safety of all residents, on October 27th, the country will enter the first level of combat readiness for virus prevention and control. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. Starting from October 27th, Longgu international flights will implement a landing temperature check policy, and passengers with high fever will be isolated for 10 days of observation, and can only move normally after the isolation period. After November 5th, passengers with high fever are prohibited from taking Longgu flights. 2. Starting from October 27th, major shopping malls, scenic spots and other business places will implement temperature checks for entry. And after November 5th, non-essential business places will be prohibited from operating. 3. Each hospital will set up a fever area to focus on observing and tracking the high fever population. If the fever lasts for 5 days, unified isolation will be implemented. 4. From October 27th to November 15th, communities, shopping malls, scenic spots and other places with concentrated traffic will be disinfected twice a day. 5. Starting from October 27th, the country will focus on checking community fire passages, shopping mall escape passages, and other places to eliminate any fire/escape hazards. There are 12 specific requirements for prevention and control. This is just an initial template, and will be changed later according to the national situation. After the release of the Longgu Level 1 Warfare Readiness document, the national official media uniformly forwarded it, and some provinces held meetings overnight to prepare to immediately implement the Level 1 Warfare Readiness policy. Level 1 Warfare Readiness is mainly divided into 2 time points. 10.27 to 11.5. The whole country will begin to implement it, but there will be no large-scale restrictions on personal freedom. After 11.5, the whole country will enter a super high standard of house arrest. October 27th to November 5th is a buffer. Level 1 Warfare Readiness nationwide. What kind of virus is this? I've never heard of it. Nor have I seen it before. After the release of the 12 Articles of War Preparedness, all major portals across the country exploded instantly. This is different from some TV entertainment and celebrity gossip. It is related to personal interests. Now the sudden release of the 12 articles is like a thunderclap in the plain. Netizens were confused, and many even clicked on the official website of Longgu 1. It was issued by the official. It was even more confusing. Chapter 8. From October 27th, all major shopping malls, scenic spots and other business places will implement temperature checks before entering. Water. Did your supermarket say that they have temperature checks? In the early morning of October 25th, Su Jifeng was reading the news before bed as usual. When he saw the first level combat readiness, he was stunned at first, and then asked loudly towards the bathroom. What temperature check? Lu Wan came out wiping her hair. Lu Wan is 36 years old this year, and works as a stock clerk in Chanfeng Supermarket. This is a chain supermarket in a prefecture-level city. It implements a 9 to 10 system. She usually works 1 day and rests 1 day. She gets off work at 1 or 2 o'clock every day. The country just issued a document saying that we will implement a first-level virus preparedness. Su Jifeng sat up from the bed and handed over the mobile phone news. I haven't heard about it. Lu Wan looked carefully and asked, has your unit notified you? Su Jifeng is a grassroots firefighter. The news said that the whole country is required to investigate fire/escape safety hazards. No. Su Jifeng shook his head. What virus is it talking about? Lu Wan was curious. I don't know. It just said that Longka Institute has found an infectious virus and requires the whole country to investigate and prevent. After analyzing it, both of them felt that the news was too abrupt. During the chat, Lu Wan's phone rang. The supermarket just sent a notice requiring all employees to have a meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm off tomorrow. Lu Wan was stunned. The leaders require everyone to be there, and overtime pay should be calculated. Just as Lu Wan finished speaking, Su Jifeng's phone rang. The team just sent a notice requiring all firefighters to attend a meeting in the team. In addition to the meeting notice, the fire brigade also had a document in the group titled Important Notice on Level 1 Warfare Readiness on October 27, 2035. After reading it, the two looked at each other, both confused. Why are you holding a meeting so late at night? I saw on the internet that it was a contagious virus. It should be quite serious. I don't know what the situation is. At the same time, health bureaus, fire bureaus, disease control centers, and industrial and commercial administration bureaus across the country held emergency meetings, which seemed like a storm was coming. Why are you holding a meeting suddenly? I was in the county yesterday, and I shared a car today to rush here. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 25th, Luwan arrived at the meeting site on time. They were in Linan City, Chunshan Province, a third-tier city. Chongfeng is the leading enterprise in the city, with 37 large supermarkets. They held meetings in different areas. When Luwan arrived, the meeting room was already half full. Aren't you off today? The dinner partner was a little surprised when he saw Luwan. Sister Chen called yesterday and asked me to be here this morning. Luwan had some complaints, but seeing so many people coming specially, her complaints disappeared by a large margin. The city just issued a notice that during the war preparation period, all employees must wear masks and people entering and leaving the supermarket must undergo temperature checks. We will select some people to take turns during this period, and those who want to guard the door can sign up directly. 3 minutes later, the district manager directly talked about the supermarket arrangements. He had just finished a meeting in the city, and now the whole city is talking about the first-level war preparation. And even some city executives have gone to the province to inquire about the news. Manager Chen, what virus is it talking about? An employee asked curiously. He just heard about the virus in the morning, but he didn't expect it to spread across the country now. I don't know. It may be the same as hepatitis B and hepatitis C. We are guarding the door. What if a customer with a fever insists on entering? Don't let him in for now, and see what the city will do later. On the morning of the third day, signs sang responding to the first-level war preparedness, preventing virus transmission. High fever is prohibited from entering were placed at the doors of various places in Linan. My temperature is 36.2 degrees. Can I enter? I'm 36. I'm 36.9. Residents lined up at the gates of various places, treating it as a national game of house. Residents were surprised, and some temperature checkers were doing this kind of work for the first time, and they were also very surprised. But 2 days later, no one was surprised anymore. I just have a common cold. Why can't you let me in? I have to go to the company for a meeting this afternoon, and I'm not sick. Why do you isolate me? You are crazy. You are restricting my personal freedom. Under the government's mandatory control, residents' shopping and travel have been affected a lot, especially some international flight passengers. Although they have read Longu's first-level war preparedness documents in advance, they have always thought that the government is just pretending, but they didn't expect it to be so strict. As long as they are detected with abnormal body temperature, they will be immediately taken away for isolation. This is an uncivilized and barbaric act, and a regression of global democracy. Wells is a columnist for the International Times. His monthly job is to fly around the world to interview some current affairs news. This month, he originally planned to write a report on Longu workers after the disaster, which mainly depicts the poor life of Longu workers after the disaster. He even thought about the international reaction after this news report. But who knew that he couldn't even leave the airport now? Let alone the news report. Mr. Wells, according to the Longu document, your body temperature is abnormal, and you are not allowed to leave the airport. Fan Wenlu is the airport duty manager, keeping a distance of 1 meter from Wells, wearing a mask. I want to contact the embassy. Wells was angry. Okay. Fan Wenlu told him to contact them at will. But leaving the airport was impossible. Wells was a citizen of the country of Milk. Half an hour later, the staff of the Milk embassy came out to negotiate, but Wells was still forbidden to leave the airport. In the end, Wells had 2 choices. 1. Take Longu's international plane to leave. But because he was a person with a high fever, he needed to take a special isolation seat. 2. Take the Milk international plane to leave. I will leave on the Milk plane, and I will also expose Longu's tyranny to the public, so that you will be judged by international public opinion. Wells sneered. We are just following Longu's system. Fan Wenlu was neither humble nor arrogant. Humph! Wells left angrily. Will we be in trouble if we do this? A staff member asked nervously. This matter has alarmed the Lungu government and the Milk Embassy in Lungu. If someone with ulterior motives leads the rhythm, it may cause some bad international impact. It's okay. This is Jingyan Airport. She had consulted with the top management about the way she handled it just now. This is Lungu's way of caring for people with high temperature. And it may be the gentlest way of handling it in the future. Lungu. Barbarism and Despotism in the 22nd Century. On November 3rd, a news article titled Lungu. Barbarism. Despotism appeared in the International Times. The International Times is one of the top 3 international newspapers in the world in terms of circulation. Lungu. Barbarism. Despotism is on the front page of the newspaper. Once this news was released, it was directly forwarded by media around the world. On October 25th, the Lungu Institute of Science and Technology announced a new virus. But as of now, there is no data on this virus. This is an authoritarian act that infringes on the rights and interests of 1.5 billion residents. Under such compulsory control, the Lungu residents have become obedient and have lost any spirit of resistance. The global media paid attention to Lungu's first-level combat readiness as early as the 25th. At that time, there were some sarcastic voices on the international internet. After the publication of the International Times this time, the sarcasm was pushed to the top. Lungu did not say much about the international disturbance, but published an article titled High-Risk Mutant Viruses and Their Impact on Human Survival Under the Great Disaster. In 2125, after the global catastrophe, humans faced various crises such as food, environment, and green survival. In order to survive, animals and plants began to mutate, and some bacteria and fungi also underwent earth-shaking changes. While we are vigilant against mutated animals, we must also be vigilant against the mutation of pathogens. Lungu analyzed the possibility of the virus from an objective perspective and called on the world to pay attention to virus mutation. Fever is the most common infectious virus. Humans have a perfect immune system in the past 3,000 years. Even if there is a second virus mutation, it can be perfectly solved with current technology. And there will be no large-scale plague. An authoritative medical journal refuted it. The Lungu government did not argue, but implemented the first-level war preparedness policy in an orderly manner. Starting from November 5th, the war preparedness was upgraded. Residents can only take high-speed trains/planes and other means of transportation if they have a temperature pass code within 24 hours. Residents who have a high fever for 3 consecutive days and are shivering need to be quarantined. During this week, major quarantine points have been established across the country. These quarantine points are for single-person quarantine. In addition, some scenic supermarkets, internet cafes, and amusement parks have been forced to close. Residents can purchase supplies online, and government personnel will deliver them uniformly. I'm counting on this month's salary to pay the rent. Now it's stopped. Give me money. Our community has been completely sealed off, and only those with a passcode can enter and exit. Every day they talk about highly contagious viruses. But it's been 10 days, and we haven't even seen the virus. After seeing Lungu's attitude, the provincial governments directly implemented the highest level of control. Under such mandatory control, not only the international community, but also domestically, aroused a lot of resistance. Lungu's direct losses during this period have reached 30 billion, and it has suffered unprecedented pressure from both home and abroad. The Ministry of Health has submitted the third infectious virus forecast to the WHO, but it was suppressed by the WHO. They accused Lungu of spreading plague anxiety around the world. On November 10th, in a coastal fishing village in the east of Kwangnan province, Su Qiuxing was walking and chatting with Xinque about the latest international developments. Lungu has been under a lot of pressure from both home and abroad during this period, but has not changed its virus strategy. On the contrary, it has been more strict in some implementation and handling. Since the formulation of the policy, Lungu has submitted some infectious virus forecasts to the WHO and called for global prevention. But due to some international reasons, these forecasts have not been taken seriously. The scope of this virus is too wide. Even if everyone takes precautions, they may still be infected. Xinque chatted. At least it can reduce some casualties. Su Qiuxing smiled. Maybe because they were of the same age. The two of them got along quite well during this period. The two walked forward a few steps and came to a beach. At this time, a fishing boat was parked on the beach. Zheng Yuqing and some biological personnel were collecting marine fish samples, according to the timeline of the previous life. On November 15th, Sanka country first discovered the zombie virus. On November 17th, the first case of zombie disease appeared in Lungu. The first case of zombie disease in Lungu appeared in Lingxi village, Guangnan province, a seaside fishing village. The cause of infection should be related to contaminated marine fish. In fact, in the previous life, the world was discussing the cause of the emergence of the zombie virus. Some people believe that it was marine fish, and others believe that it was mutated mammals. Zombie viruses were detected in both groups. But no matter where the original virus came from, the starting point of this crisis was the nuclear pollution leaked 10 years ago. After Lungu issued the first level warfare, it increased the supervision of seafood and wild markets across the country. Although it cannot completely eliminate the zombie virus, it can minimize the spread of the virus. Shen Kui did not hide it, and predicted the infection cases in Lingxi village according to his memory. They arrived in Lingxi village last week, and have been here for a week. They have established a temporary biological laboratory. Chapter 9. Teacher Cheng. Shen Kui and Su Qiuxing walked onto the fishing boat, and put on protective clothing and gas masks very skillfully. You are here? Cheng Yuqing was recording the data of marine fish, and greeted them when he saw them. I just looked over in the East District. Is there anything I can do here? Su Qiuxing asked after putting on gloves. Take pictures of these marine fish, and put numbers on them. Su Qiuxing picked up the camera from the shelf next to him, and looked at Shen Kui as he was about to take a picture. You guys are busy. Don't worry about me. Shen Kui has a special identity, so he shouldn't come here. But he has predicted everything he should have predicted. And he also wants to see if the zombie's trajectory will be the same as in his previous life. So he followed the biology team to Lingxi village. In the next half an hour, Su Qiuxing and other biology personnel extracted marine fish samples, while Shen Kui sat at the stern and carefully looked at the marine fish in the fish barrel. These marine fish include salmon, tuna, hairtail pomfret and other species, which were caught by the biology team at the request of the local seafood department. Affected by marine pollution, these fish have undergone some degree of mutation. For example, the eyeballs of the hairtail in the bucket are bulging, and there is a hard black dorsal fin on its back. These are mild mutations. And the marine life in the deep sea is even more exaggerated. Shen Kui stared at the hairtail in the bucket seriously. What are you looking at? At this time, Su Qiuxing took a short break and came over to ask. Looking at fish, Shen Kui said. What's so good about fish? Do you feel that these fish look different? Even if the appearance is the same. The scale pattern, eye size, length and width of each fish are different. Isn't this normal? There are no two leaves in the world that are exactly the same. And of course, there are no sea fish that are exactly the same. Really, if it were a normal world, this would not be a big problem. But the premise is a normal world. After the game was restarted this time, Shen Kui deliberately observed the people and things around him. He rarely plays holographic games, but he studied interstellar economics during college and studied the development process of interstellar games. Holographic games are called the second world, and the environment, background, and character logic are all extended by AI. But no matter how AI imitates human emotions, the underlying logic is still cold. He has systematically studied the differences between human thinking and AI thinking and can quickly judge machine AI. Based on this feature, he has been observing the logical thinking of game characters. He found that the NPCs here are very smart. For example, Su Qiuxing and others are doing biological research. They have very rich biological knowledge, and some of their views are even ahead of StarCraft. He studied the economics of this world, and the economic situation in this world is very perfect, without any bugs. He couldn't find any traces of AI, and because of this, he was a little confused during this period. The characters here are too emotional. There are 6 billion people here, just like 6 billion independent lives. What are you thinking about? Su Qiuxing was very keen to notice that Shen Kui was in a bad mood. I had a dream 2 days ago. Shen Kui considered the language. In the dream, Haiyun Star is a sandbox box, and everyone is a toy of God. This is a false world. The scene in the dream is quite clear, so I have been a little confused these days, thinking that the world is fake, and there is always a feeling of seeing flowers in the fog. Shen Kui did not mention the game data, but used the metaphor of the God toy. In what aspects do you think the world is fake? Su Qiuxing felt that Shen Kui's dream was too strange. Feeling? Shen Kui said ambiguously. Su Qiuxing stretched out his palm, and at this time a wisp of sea breeze passed through his fingertips. Look, this is the wind. Although I can't see it, I can touch and feel it. He pointed at the fish. This is a sea fish. Knocked on the deck. This is the deck. Sea breeze. Sea fish. Deck. These are all real. Su Qiuxing thought for a moment, and poked Shenqua's arm again. Do you feel it? You are real too. These are all things we can see and touch. In addition to these, clouds, the sun, the universe. These are all real to us. I have also thought about the question of real or fake world before. Later, I thought, no matter whether it is real or fake, as long as we can feel and touch it, then it is real. Feel the present moment seriously. The present moment is real. So the world is real. The present moment is real. And the world is real. Although Shenqua can endure loneliness, he lived alone for 5 years in his previous life, living in the mountains like a primitive man. This time the game was restarted, and the future was unknown, and the loneliness of 5 years was not completely eliminated. Therefore, he felt like a spring that was constantly pressed hard, and might fall apart in the next second. He was just venting his emotions, and didn't expect the other party to answer. Unexpectedly, the other party not only answered, but also seriously expressed his worldview. Don't have too much pressure, Su Qiuxing said worriedly after finishing speaking. What pressure? Shenqua didn't react. The country has implemented the most stringent control policy. Even if there is a zombie virus, it will not spread so quickly. Su Qiuxing thought that Shenqua was worried about the zombie virus and had been in a trance these days. I know. Shenqua smiled without much explanation. Su Qiuxing observed Shenqua and was relieved after confirming that he was not abnormal. In fact, sometimes, he felt that Shenqua was quite mysterious. This kind of mystery was not a prophecy. But the other party often gave him a feeling of being out of the world, like a spectator of this world. Of course, this feeling was somewhat subjective, and he did not tell anyone about it. Where is Zhou Yang? After the two chatted for a while, Shenqua changed the subject and asked. Zhou Yang was one of the researchers who came with the group. He had a round face and a very warm and likable personality. He had been flying around the ship like a bee these days, but he hadn't seen anyone since this day. I went to hold a meeting with the villagers, Su Qiuxing said. According to Shenqua's prediction, on November 17th, the first zombie patient appeared in Lingqi village. Due to the weak awareness of residents, people biting each other soon appeared in the village, and then spread to the whole town. When the government received the news, Qingyun town where Lingqi village is located was already a high-risk area for the zombie virus. On November 18th, there were 327 known zombie patients, and this number is still increasing. Shenqua had just finished the protection mission at the base when he saw the news about Lingqi village. He was not clear about the details of the news, and only knew the key words 11.17, Lingqi village, and high-risk area. As for who was the first villager to be infected and why he was infected, he had no idea. After the Longu government learned about Shenqua's prediction, it made strict deployments in Qingyun town. Since the 7th, the villagers in the town have been prohibited from entering/leaving unless there are special circumstances. Every villager has his temperature checked every day. If he shows symptoms of fever, he will be directly taken to the isolation point in Qingyun town for isolation. If there is a zombie virus, controlling Qingyun town cannot prevent the virus, but it can reduce the casualties of villagers in the town. This is also the most appropriate way for the government to deal with it under the current conditions. Now the group prohibits researchers from leaving the village. If there is a shortage of supplies, you can contact the staff to buy them for you. Su Qiuxing continued. This time, 32 researchers came to the institute, especially Cheng Yuqing, a national-level researcher. Everyone is in a certain danger here, but no one wants to back down. If Lingqi village really has the first zombie patient, they want to understand the source of the virus as soon as possible, so that they can develop antibodies more confidently. Shenqua did not reveal that Long Gu had developed droplet antibodies. Droplet antibodies will appear 8 months later. If he predicts now, he doesn't know if it will change the direction of the antibodies. It's like a butterfly wing. Since the day he cooperated with Long Gu, many predictions will be different from the previous life. As for what is different, he is not sure. Senior brother Su. Mr. Shen. At this time, a cheerful voice came from behind. The two turned their heads. The man had a round face, wore a bulky protective suit, and held a stack of documents in his hand. He was Su Qiuxing's junior brother Zhou Yang. They both worked at the Jingyun Institute of Biology before. Have you finished the meeting? Su Qiuxing asked with a smile. It's finished. If the control outside is 1.0, Qingyun Town is 2.0 enhanced version. Qingyun Town has 30,000 residents. Now all highways, provincial roads, and rural roads are completely blocked. Some villagers stayed at home to express their understanding, while some had strong resistance, which has seriously affected their normal lives. Zhou Yang just told the villagers about some viral transmission and treatment methods after discovering high fever. He didn't know if the villagers listened, but he spoke very seriously, and his mouth was dry. Thank you for your hard work. Su Qiuxing handed him an unopened bottle of mineral water. After these 2 months, I must apply for a bonus from the hospital. Zhou Yang took a big sip and joked. 10 minutes later, the two continued to work on the marine fish samples. Xingque felt much better after listening to Su Qiuxing's now theory. Anyway, to prevent the emergence of the third-generation virus, and to complete the system task. These are his 2 current goals. Meetings. Meetings. Every day is a meeting. What kind of meeting is it when you can't even leave the village? Just as the biological team was taking samples, Qian Dong, who was in number 6, row 7, Lingqi village, went home in a thick cotton jacket with an impatient look on his face. What's wrong? Wang Mei was teaching her daughter to learn pinyin, and asked after hearing the noise. Nothing. There was just a meeting in the village, which lasted for 2 hours. Lingqi village has 220 households. According to the requirements of the village committee, each household must send a representative to attend the meeting. Qian Dong's mother is old, and Wang Mei has to take care of the children, so he can only go to the village committee meeting as a family representative. The higher-ups said that there may be a high-risk virus in our town, and the higher-ups also value us. Wang Mei comforted her with a good temper. It's been half a month, and I haven't seen what the virus looks like. Qian Dong muttered to himself, and then someone knocked quietly at the door. What's wrong? Qian Dong opened the door. At the door were his friends, Wang Peng and Zhao Si. Do you want to go fishing? Zhao Si asked in a low voice. Lingqi village lives by the sea, and everyone is a master at fishing. They used to sell the fish they caught to the town. But after the disaster, the sea fish mutated, and their income was greatly affected. However, they have been dealing with fish for many years. And even if these fish have mutated, they know what they can eat and what they can't eat. When they have nothing to do, they often go to the sea to catch fish for a snack. Don't the higher-ups forbid people from fishing in the sea without permission? Qian Dong asked. His mind moved. This notice was issued last month, strictly prohibiting the villagers of Qingyun Town from fishing in the sea without permission. And the town's seafood market is also strictly regulated. The ocean currents these days. It's a pity not to go into the water. I know a place where the higher-ups don't care. We can just catch some for ourselves and not sell it. Zhao Si has been craving for fish for half a month, and now he really wants to eat fish. The village committee really can't control it? That place is more secretive. There are a lot of fish. They can't control it. Qian Dong was also a little greedy, and the 3 of them discussed and decided to secretly fish at 2 o'clock tonight. The higher-ups are strictly checking. Don't tell anyone, Zhao Si reminded after he finished speaking. Don't tell. Qian Dong became more and more greedy the more he thought about it, and even imagined going home with a full load of seafood. Chapter 10. Is this the Ning'an branch of Changfeng supermarket? I ordered a vegetable package and noted that it should come with 3 bottles of Coke. Why is it missing when it arrived just now? What's your order number? 62. Wait a minute. I just checked and Coke is not on the delivery list. Why didn't you call and tell me? I'm sorry. On November 13th, Lu Wan hung up the phone tiredly. During this period, the national control has become increasingly strict. Supermarkets, shopping malls, and other gathering places have been completely closed. Residents can only purchase supplies through supermarket mini-programs and government apps. Changfeng is the leading supermarket in Linan City. Residents can place orders through apps such as Longtuan and Kuaikuaisong. Due to the large number of purchasers, they only put some vegetable and fruit packages online. Items such as potato chips and Coke that require fine sorting have been completely removed from the shelves. Lu Wan is a sorter in the import group. She was previously assigned to be a temperature tester and has been transferred to the after-sales group in recent days. She will sort and pack vegetables with other employees in the morning and answer after-sales calls in the afternoon. She is busy like a spinning top every day. At this time, she just put down the phone and the landline rang again. I placed the order at 1:20, and the app shows that it will be delivered at 2 o'clock. It's already 3:50 now. When will it be delivered? This call was to urge the order. Please wait a moment. I'll check. Luwan skillfully entered the other party's mobile phone number and said after 20 seconds, the deliveryman is on the way and should be here soon. Hurry up. I'll try to urge him. At 6:20, Luwan hung up the last call and was about to pack up and go home when the supermarket manager came. The supermarket is booming with orders now, and there are still more than 70 orders that have not been moved. Everyone who has an electric car should wear a mask and help deliver the goods later. We have to work overtime. Several employees who were about to leave complained. Please work hard. Each order has an 8 yuan delivery fee, and the supermarket will give you an extra 5 yuan. Although everyone was reluctant, they took a batch of orders and left work for the sake of the delivery subsidy. There are 12,000 households within the delivery range of Chanfeng Ningen store. Luwan took 3 orders along the route home. These were some vegetable packages and staple food packages. The variety was simple and could sustain normal survival needs. Luwan quickly delivered the first 2 orders and then came to the third order. I've been waiting for 5 hours. The third customer is Xiaobin, a game anchor, who ordered a fruit bag. The supermarket has been overwhelmed with orders these days, and the courier can't make it. Luwan explained in a good-tempered manner. Our government is quite inexplicable. It has messed up the domestic economy without even seeing the shadow of the virus. Zhao Bin is a competitive anchor who occasionally plays on the international server. Now, as long as he goes on the international server, he will be ridiculed by many foreigners. We are very shocked that the Longdu government has kept 1.5 billion people captive with a virus that has never appeared. Longdu is a submissive nation without blood and without any resistance. Thanks to the Longdu government, we know how free and democratic our country is. Longdu has now become an international joke. Although they want to refute it, it has been half a month since the first-level combat readiness, and they have never seen any virus data. It seems that this is a lie made up by the government. Does your supermarket cooperate with the government? For example, if you sell an order, the government will give you some infrastructure fees. Xiaobin speculated with conspiracy theories. How is that possible? Luwan denied it directly. Now the government only allows us to sell vegetable and fruit packages, and the prices are the same as before. Some snacks and electrical appliances can't be sold at all. To be honest, the supermarket business is not as good as before. Alas, Xiaobin sighed and just wanted to get back to normal as soon as possible. Now the whole of Linen is under lockdown and semi-stopped. After Luwan delivered the order, she could feel that the whole city was paused. Many residents are confused and have no direction. Although everyone obeys the national policy, it is unknown how long they can continue to do so aimlessly. At 10:20, Luwan returned to the community. Why can't I, the owner of the community, go home? Get rid of the temperature test. I want to go home. At the entrance of the community, a middle-aged man holding a beer bottle cursed. In front of him were 2 security guards wearing masks. One of them held a thermometer and wanted to measure the other's temperature. The middle-aged man kept shaking the beer bottle and refused to cooperate. There were many owners standing by to watch. What's wrong? Luwan stopped her electric bike and asked. This person is a homeowner in the community. He may have been drinking and refused to cooperate with the temperature measurement, said an owner who was watching. Now you need a pass and temperature measurement to enter and exit the community. A pass is easy to get, but the temperature measurement needs to be measured in real time. If it exceeds 37.5 degrees, you are prohibited from entering. If it exceeds 39, you need to report to the local disease control department. The electronic thermometer used in the community is simple to operate, but it can't withstand the daily measurement. In addition, many people have developed rebellious emotions during the period of closure and lockdown. You want to measure the temperature? I won't cooperate. You won't let me out of the city? I will leave. In short, the residents are getting more and more angry. Everyone feels that the state's management is too strict and the social atmosphere is becoming more and more impetuous. I'm going in. Get out of the way. At this time, the middle-aged man was about to force his way in. What should we do now? A new security guard asked. Zhang Ming is the captain of the security team. If it were in the past, they would have turned a blind eye and let him in. But now the city is catching typical cases, and the property management has repeatedly demanded strict management. Zhang Ming thought again and again. and finally gritted his teeth. Call the police. 10 minutes later, the police officers near the community rushed to the scene. What's the matter? The leading police officer asked skillfully. This owner refused to cooperate with the temperature measurement. Zhang Ming told the cause and effect. Uncooperative. The police looked at the middle-aged man. It's not uncooperative. It's troublesome. At this time, the middle-aged man was half sober. This is arranged by the higher-ups. And every citizen must cooperate. Do you have a fever? No. I just took my temperature this morning. And it's normal. If you don't believe me, take it again. The middle-aged man stopped making trouble and took his temperature very cooperatively. The thermometer showed 36.7 degrees, which was indeed normal. Show me your ID card. If you do it again, it will be treated as disturbing public order, the policeman said after recording it. It's so serious. The middle-aged man reluctantly took out his ID card. I've dealt with 8 cases today. Now, conflicts caused by temperature measurement often occur not only in Ning'an community, but also in other communities. In one community, verbal conflicts have escalated to armed conflicts. The whole city is on hold, and they still have to do their public security work seriously. At 10:50, Luan went home after watching the excitement. At this time, Su Jifeng had already finished get off work and collapsed on the sofa. You didn't change your clothes? Luan asked curiously. Su Jifeng was still wearing the firefighter's uniform when he was at work. We just finished checking the escape routes in old residential areas today. Why are we checking the escape routes now? Not to prevent the virus? I don't know. In addition to the Health Bureau and the Center for Disease Control, the busiest department during this period is the fire brigade. In addition to checking the escape routes, they also have to lead the residents in escape drills. Their daily state can be summed up in one word: tired. Alas, when will it end? Luan took off her coat and collapsed on the chaise longue. I don't know. Although Su Jifeng is a public official, he really doesn't understand national policies. Open the door. While the country is under pressure due to the lockdown policy, Qian Dong, with a pale face, knocked on his door at number 6. Row 7. Lingqi Village, Qingyun Town. Didn't you bring your phone? 3 minutes later, Wang Mei came to the yard wrapped in a down jacket to open the door. My phone is out of battery, so I can't call you. Didn't you catch any fish today? Wang Mei asked, looking at the fish bucket in Qian Dong's hand. These days, Qian Dong went out fishing with Wang Peng and Zhao Si every night. Due to the ocean currents during this period and the government's ban on private fishing, they have a very rich harvest these days, which can be sold for at least 3,000 yuan before the release. I caught it, but I didn't bring it back, Qian Dong said. Why didn't you bring it back? Wang Mei was puzzled. I felt that those fish didn't look good. You go fishing. Do you care whether the fish look good or not? Anyway, they don't look good. I don't want to bring them back. Lingqi Village is located in the southeast of Lenggu, rich in various fish such as Spanish mackerel, eel and silver pomfret. Qian Dong grew up by the sea, and he didn't need to see any fish. He could just touch them with his eyes closed. He never cared whether the fish looked good or not before. But today when he was fishing, the moonlight was shining. Zhao Si grabbed the fishing net and pulled it up, coughing hard while pulling. Catch it quickly. We can catch 2 more after we finish it. Qian Dong was standing diagonally opposite Zhao Si at the time. The fish they caught were mostly silver pomfret. After the mutation, the fish was 50 centimeters long, and its fangs were turned outward, which was very ugly. Zhao Si was trying his best to catch the fish, and a fish happened to jump up. The mutated silver pomfret was very black and ugly, and Zhao Si's eye sockets were sunken, and his cheeks were unnaturally concave. His eyes were crazy, and his face had an exaggerated flush. The moonlight just fell on Zhao Si's face at the time. Qian Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that Zhao Si was even more terrifying than the silver pomfret in the fishing net. Ahem. Finally caught it. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them pulled the fishing net onto the boat with all their strength. Usually, the 3 of them would fish together, and then share the fish. After catching the fish, Zhao Si lay directly on the deck, with half a box of ibuprofen in his pocket. Do you have a fever? Qian Dong asked. It's a little low-grade fever. Nothing serious. When did it start? It's been 3 or 4 days. After Zhao Si finished speaking, he coughed twice, then took out a thick cotton jacket from the box on the bed, The temperature has dropped these days. It's too cold. After saying that, he shivered twice unnaturally. It's really cold. Wang Peng echoed. Qian Dong found that Wang Peng's face was also unnaturally flushed, and there was obvious dry skin at the corners of his mouth. He was groping for water on the boat. You have a fever too? Qian Dong's scalp was numb. Suddenly he remembered that at the meeting 2 days ago, the young researcher said on the podium, "This is a very high mortality rate of infectious viruses. After infection, the infected will have fever, limb weakness, and then red eyes, thirst, trembling all over. There may be an inexplicable excitement in the spirit. The incubation period of this virus is 7 to 10 days, and it can be spread through droplets. Everyone should take precautions. If you find a suspected infected person, you must report it to the village committee." Qian Dong was upset at the time, but he still listened to some of it because he couldn't play with his phone. At this time, he looked at the two people with obvious symptoms and asked with a stiff face, "Our village checks body temperature every day. Don't you check it? Take 2 antipyretic pills before the test, and it won't be detected. Now there are more than 70 high fever patients in the town, and these people will be quarantined in the town health center. The conditions in the town health center are not as good as at home, and there is no freedom of movement. After they found out that they had a fever, they kept trying to fool around. Who doesn't have a headache now? This is not a serious illness. Those foreign media said that we restricted the freedom of residence. I think we restricted freedom." Zhao Si complained on the side, and then looked at Qian Dong with excited eyes. "Have you rested well? Let's continue fishing." Qian Dong turned to Wang Peng. At this time, Wang Peng had already drunk a large bottle of mineral water. After drinking it, he looked at Qian Dong. "Continue? Do you still have strength?" Qian Dong asked. When he had a fever before, his mind was confused and he couldn't move his body, let alone fish with enthusiasm. "We are young and strong. How can we be so delicate?" Qian Dong felt that he was overthinking, but looking at the fish in the fishing net, and then looking at the two people who were not in a good mood, he changed his words. "Your sister-in-law just called me and asked me to go back early. You can share this bag of fish." "I won't." He felt a little timid, but he had an intuition in his heart. Go home quickly and stay away from these two people. Chapter 11. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Qian Dong woke up from a drowsy sleep. He had something on his mind, and he slept very uncomfortably. He only remembered that the village committee came to take his temperature, which was 36.8 degrees, and everything was normal. "What time is it?" Qian Dong sat up and asked. 5:13. "You couldn't be woken up at noon," Wang Mei said while watching TV. "Anything else to eat? There are some noodles in the pot." Qian Dong ate 2 large bowls and asked, "Where's Jiajiao?" "Jiajiu is their daughter. 5 years old this year. She's playing with building blocks in my mom's room. The village is under strict control now, so they stay at home most of the time." "Yeah." Qian Dong nodded, and when he was about to go for a walk in the yard, he touched his pocket. "Where's my bracelet?" "What bracelet?" "I bought it last year. The one that can connect to a mobile phone." He spent 288 last year to buy a sports bracelet that can count steps and monitor sleep quality. He usually wears it when he sleeps, but now it's not on his wrist or in his pocket. "I don't know. It wasn't there when you came back yesterday." Qian Dong thought hard and thought it might have fallen on the boat yesterday. He hesitated for a moment and called Zhao Si. Half a minute later, the call was connected. "What's wrong?" Zhao Si's throat was as hoarse as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in it. "Did my sports bracelet fall on the boat?" Qian Dong asked directly. "Well, I called you after I found out yesterday, but your phone was turned off." Zhao Si laughed and scolded hoarsely. "What did you do yesterday? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "I told you. Your sister-in-law wants to see me. Maybe because of a good night's sleep." Qian Dong felt confused yesterday. He and Wang Peng and Zhao Si grew up together. So what is there to be afraid of? "Leave the things here first, and give them to you next time we meet," Zhao Si said. "I'll get them." Qian Dong wanted to go out for a walk. Half an hour later, he arrived at Zhao Si's door. Zhao Si is 32 years old this year. His parents died early and his family is poor. He has not married or had children in these years. When he entered the house, it was already a little dark, and there was only a listless black dog in the yard. Woof, woof woof. The black dog wagged its tail excitedly when it saw him. "Why are you so enthusiastic?" Qian Dong went forward and touched it twice. And then he found that the dog bowl was dry. And there had been no food in it for at least 3 days. And the water bowl was also empty. Qian Dong felt distressed and shouted into the house. Why don't you put food in for Lao Hei? The black dog is 7 years old this year. He used to be called Xiao Hei, but became Lao Hei when he got older. He watched Lao Hei grow up. The room was quiet, and no one responded. Wait a minute. Qian Dong went to the kitchen to find some dog food, and poured a large basin of tap water. After that, he walked into the main house. If you don't want to keep it, you can leave it at my place. He was about to talk about some dog raising issues, but he was stunned when he saw the scene in the house. At this time, Xiao Si was sitting on the ground, trembling all over like a patient with cramps. He was wrapped in a thick quilt, and there was a coal stove in front of him. His hand was placed on the stove, and the palm of his hand was blistered by the roasting. But he seemed not to feel it. Still having a fever? Qian Dong's strange feeling came up again. I have a fever. I took some medicine. Xiao Si raised his head slowly, then took out a bracelet from his pocket. This is what you dropped on the boat yesterday. I brought it back for you. Thank you. Qian Dong took it with gritted teeth. When the two sides touched, he found that Xiao Si was so thin that only a layer of bones remained. There were black spots on the back of his hand, which looked like a zombie that was about to become ill. Qian Dong was shocked by his own thoughts, and quickly calmed down and asked, You seem to have a serious fever. Should I take you to the hospital? No need. Xiao Si moved closer to the stove, not wanting to move. Qian Dong looked at him. Xiao Si was wrapped up like a thick cocoon, staring at the flames with a dull look. His eye sockets were dark and his eyeballs were bulging, looking even scarier than yesterday. Really? Qian Dong asked. Xiao Si stared at the stove without saying anything, as if he had forgotten Qian Dong. Qian Dong moved to the door in fear. He hesitated for a moment, took out his mobile phone, and took 2 photos of Xiao Si. The sound of taking photos was very loud, but Xiao Si did not react at all. After he left Xiao's house, Xiao Si's appearance was in his mind. After thinking for a while, he paused and turned to Wang Ping's house. Wang Ping was unmarried and lived in the same yard with his parents. Pengzi? He stayed in the house since he came back in the morning. He looked uncomfortable. Wang's mother was cooking. When she saw Qian Dong, she said enthusiastically, I'll go over and take a look. Qian Dong walked to Wang Ping's window. Inside the house, Wang Ping curled up into a ball, his face facing the window. Although he didn't open his eyes, Qian Dong could see Wang Ping's appearance. His skin was dry and his cheeks were sunken. His symptoms were the same as Xiao Si's. Why don't you go in? Queen Mother came over and asked. He's asleep. I won't disturb him. Qian Dong asked knowingly, Is Pingzi having a fever? He has a fever. It seems that Xiao Si had a fever first, and Pingzi has been with him, and he had a fever within 2 days. Now the brigade has been promoting the prevention of influenza. If you ask me, you should stay at home during this period. Don't go out every day. Qian Dong. Did Pingzi get it from Xiao Si? He thought that they both had a fever, and no one infected the other. Yes, it seems to be the 8th. At that time, Xiao Si had a slight fever. Qian Dong left in a daze, and he didn't even remember what Wang Mu said afterwards. He realized a problem. Xiao Si could infect Wang Peng. So would these 2 people infect him? When he thought of the 2 people's current appearance, he felt cold sweat on his back. Dongzi? On the way home, Qian Dong was stopped by the village secretary. This is the high fever propaganda brochure issued by the higher-ups. You didn't take it with you during the last meeting. The village requires every household to have a copy. The village secretary handed Qian Dong a booklet. The title of the booklet, Beware. High-risk infectious viruses after a major disaster. Qian Dong had seen this booklet at the last meeting, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. He just scribbled 2 strokes on the title page and threw it on the table. Now when he saw it again, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. What's wrong? The village secretary noticed that Qian Dong's face was not right. Uncle Chen. Qian Dong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wang Ping's Xiao Si seems to have a fever. As a friend, it was not very decent for him to report that the 2 had a fever. But he was scared now. Regardless of whether the 2 people had highly contagious viruses, he was afraid that he would become trembling and his eyes would bulge out. It was terrible. Village secretary. 10 minutes later. People from the CDC came and took Wang Peng and Zhao Si to the town health center. Qian Dong thought that the matter was over. But an hour later, police cars, ambulances, fire trucks, half of the security personnel in Qingyun town came. After getting off the car, everyone quickly pulled up the warning strips and surrounded the entire Lingqi village. Fully armed medical staff came to measure the temperature again, and the villagers were forbidden to leave their own yards. Qian Dong, Wang Mei, Wang's father and mother, all the villagers who had contact with Wang Peng and Zhao Si during this period were taken away for quarantine. Qian Dong was stuffed into the quarantine car, and then blood was drawn for testing. He had seen videos of people with high fever being taken away on the internet, but those videos were relatively mild, not as exaggerated as his own. Qian Dong was panicked. Zhao Si, 32 years old, real-time body temperature 39.6 degrees. Wang Peng, 31 years old, real-time body temperature 39.5 degrees. Both of them had a fever recently. According to Wang Peng's parents, Zhao Si had fever symptoms before the 8th, and had been relying on antipyretics to avoid temperature detection during this period. Now the two have obvious symptoms such as chills and shivering, intermittent excitement, etc. Medical staff have tested a new virus on them, and the specific data will not be available until tomorrow morning. At 1 a.m. on November 15th, Xinque, Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others all gathered in the biological laboratory with serious expressions. Qingyun town had 128 high fever patients before, and these patients were isolated separately. After blood sampling and observation for several days, no infectious virus was found in these patients, according to the timeline predicted by Xinque. On November 15th, the first case of zombie virus will appear in Sanka. While observing the domestic situation during this period, they will also focus on Sanka news and implement strict control and prevention in Qingyun town. But I didn't expect that under such high-pressure control, there would still be cases of concealment. They are so good at concealing. Cheng Yuqing felt frustrated. They took antipyretics in advance, and it is really difficult to detect with current technology. Su Qiuxing comforted him. They don't know the specific virus. They can only screen the groups where the virus may appear, and such a screening range is not accurate. In fact, when the first-level war preparedness was issued, the state clearly required all pharmacies to temporarily remove antipyretics from the shelves, and patients with antipyretic symptoms needed to get medicine and certificates from professional hospitals. The country tried its best to lock down the scope of the virus, but the time from October 27 to now is too short. Some pharmacies did not implement it in time. In addition, antipyretics are the most common household reserve medicines. After all, there are some opportunists who slip through the net. Alas, Cheng Yuqing also knew that now was not the time to pursue cold medicine. He calmed down and said, "Let's go to the health center first. Now Wang Peng and Zhao Si have a high fever, and their organs are rapidly developing diseases. They have already transported professional medical equipment from Qingyun in advance. The first task now is to control the condition of the two, analyze the virus data, and minimize the possible danger. It's the 15th. Once we finish shipping this batch of supplies, we can have 5 days of leisure." While the biology team was working overtime to analyze the virus data, Scard was drinking beer and chatting with his deputy on a refrigerated cargo ship on the coast of Sangmoki. This is a medium-sized refrigerated cargo ship with blue and white stripes. Scard is the team leader of the cargo ship, mainly responsible for the placement and safety of the cargo boxes on the ship. Most of these cargo boxes are fruits, meat, eggs and poultry. They have been strictly inspected when they are packed, so his work is very simple after the cargo ship starts. Scard has been a cargo ship captain for 20 years. Maybe he is too old. He plans to retire early after working for another 2 years. He misses his grandson at home. Scard talked a lot, but saw that his deputy did not talk as usual, but stared at the table with a dull look. He poked him with his finger. "Are you still having a fever?" The deputy's name is Ryan, a 25-year-old strongman with a sweet mouth. Everyone on the ship likes him very much. 10 days ago, Ryan suddenly had a fever. No matter whether he took injections or medicine, the high fever kept coming back. Maybe it was the winter flu season. There were 132 people on the ship, and now 37 of them have had fevers. Chapter 12. If you feel uncomfortable, go to bed and sleep for a while, Scard said kindly. Lian continued to stare at the table, and after a while, He made a nasal sound. He had a fever for 10 days. Sometimes he was very excited. And sometimes his mind was too slow to think. For example, now, he had no idea what Scard was talking about, and could only look at him with the last bit of consciousness. In the duty room, Scard was holding a beer bottle, his mouth opening and closing. And then the landline on the wall rang, and he picked it up and communicated with the other party. Ryan focused on the other's arms and neck. Scard was very white, and the large arteries on it were clearly visible, as if emitting an alluring fragrance. He slid his throat up and down, wanting to bite it hard. Ryan thought so, and his body stood up uncontrollably. He now had no thinking ability. Ryan approached Scard, and just as he was about to pounce on him, Scard put down the beer bottle. The recorder just called. I'm going to count the goods. It was 2 o'clock in the morning in Sank time, and the cargo ship would arrive in 3 hours. He had to finish all the work before it arrived. In a hurry to count. Scard left immediately after he finished speaking, without even looking at Ryan behind him. The door of the duty room slammed shut, and Ryan was empty-handed. His eyes were dull, and all he saw were black and white sketch objects, and only lives like Scard were red. Ryan put his hand on the door. He had forgotten how to open the door, and just mechanically scratched it hard. At this time, the door suddenly opened from the outside. We're at the port. This was a middle-aged crew member who wanted to invite Scard to drink after get off work. Seeing that Ryan was the only one in the room, he asked directly, "Where is Scard?" No one answered, but a body suddenly rushed over. There are still 12 cargo holds that have not been counted. Let's calculate the time. We should be able to finish it before 4:30. At 2:50, in the number 3 cold cargo hold, Scard was comparing the cargo, and the recorder was writing down in the back. There are 5 employees in the cargo hold team. Such work is usually done by Ryan and his team, but now except for Scard, the other 4 have a fever. So Scard can only work overtime alone. Should we unload number 3 or number 5 first? The recorder asked. Number 3. This is a fishery company, and their employees have arrived at the port. In the next 2 hours, the 2 counted all the remaining cargo holds, and it was already 4:20 when they returned to the ship. Scard was about to return to the duty room when a bloody figure rolled down the stairs. Hurry. Hide. They are no longer human. The figure's voice was full of haste and fear. Scard grabbed his shoulder. Parker? Parker was the deputy in the wheelhouse. Captain Scard. Run! Parker grabbed Scard's sleeve tightly, just as Scard was about to ask something. A series of bang 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 sounds came from upstairs. He and the recorder looked up. These were 3 uniformed crew members, all of whom were slow in their movements and covered in blood. One of them was the captain of the ship. Ah! Parker ignored the pain, pushed Scard away, and limped down to run desperately. Let's go! Although Scard didn't understand the situation, he still pulled the recorder back and lifted Parker up when he passed by. 3 minutes later, the 3 of them ran into the main monitoring room panting. After Scard came in, he locked the door and immediately turned on the monitoring. The deck, the captain's room, the cargo hold corridor. At this time, all the monitoring on the ship was turned on, and they saw countless crew members turn into zombies. The zombies moved slowly, and their eyes were dull. They seemed to be looking for survivors, and had no perception of the flesh and blood falling from their bodies. Scard kept switching the screen and saw Ryan in it. Ryan had become a zombie at this moment. He and 3 crew members went to the second-floor kitchen. The fat chef was lying on the sofa chair watching the live broadcast. He thought it was some greedy crew members who came up to find food. When he heard the noise, he looked up in dissatisfaction. It's already late. Run! Hide! Scard shouted frantically through the surveillance. What's wrong? The fat chef looked up at the surveillance, and before he could come to his senses, the 4 people rushed directly to the fat chef. In the next 5 minutes, the 3 of Scard saw an extremely bloody scene. After the 4 of them pounced on the fat chef, they bit directly on his cheek and aorta. The fat chef kept struggling, but soon lost his resistance. The 4 of them continued to suck, gnaw, and bite until blood flowed all over the floor. The fat chef was no longer a complete corpse. After the 4 of them finished gnawing, they left. After a while, the dead fat chef mechanically stood up and became a walking corpse. I was smoking on the deck with George Torrey just now, and the captain came. The captain had a fever these days. I thought he was looking for us to get antipyretics. But who knew he would just throw himself on George? Parker cried as he talked about what happened just now. He felt that the current scene was more terrifying than a zombie movie. Take it easy. It'll be fine. Scarred was the oldest. Based on his experience of watching zombie movies, he first blocked the doors and windows with stools and tables. Then found the phone and nervously called the Sank police station. Fortunately, they were not in the movie, and the call went through. Zombies appeared on the DS-219 cargo ship? The operator recorded the scene according to Scarred's description. Yes, this is not a prank. We are on the ship now. There are 132 people on board. And after this accident, I don't know how many people are left. Scarred tried his best to prove that what he said was true. After all, from a normal person's point of view, zombies, people biting people, blood and flesh, this looks like a prank no matter how you look at it. The operator heard the anxiety in Scarred's voice, and he first persuaded the other party to calm down. At this time, someone next to him was talking. He talked for a few words, and picked up the phone again seriously. Please pay attention to safety now. Don't open the door. The Sank government has arranged helicopters and military emergency rescue, and will rescue immediately after the cargo ship arrives at the port. So fast? It's 5:05 now. The cargo ship is driving intelligently, and it is expected to arrive at the port in 10 minutes. A crew member has called the police 10 minutes ago, and now the internet is full of zombie pictures of DS-219. Scarred immediately opened Dolphin.com. This is one of the most visited websites in the world, and is also the mainstream website of Sank. Scarred opened Sank's homepage DS-219. Everyone around me has turned into zombies. Please help. Help. Please help us call the government. At least 70 crew members have mutated. We don't know how many lucky ones there are. The video is real. DS-219. Help. Video. Now DS-219 has become the first on the real-time hot list. The first video related to DS-219 was released an hour ago. Scarred looked at the video environment and found that it was this refrigerated ship. The video should have been posted by other survivors. Time passed by bit, and dawn broke in the sky above the sea level. Scarred and the other two looked outside through the cracks in the window. Now there were zombies creaking on the deck. And through the zombies was the port that was looming. There were helicopters hovering in the sky. As long as they held on for a while longer, they could end this nightmare. Scarred pushed hard against the door, and the time he spent with his family flashed through his mind. He missed home. Chapter 13. A large number of zombies were found on DS-219. Is this a movie? At 5 o'clock, Garrison got up and turned on the morning news as usual. Garrison is a software engineer. Due to the global economic downturn in recent years, he is semi-unemployed. Get up at 5 o'clock. Heat milk at 5:10. And go out for a run with milk at 5:20. This has become his daily routine. Today, when he turned on the news, he thought he would see XX International Situation and XX Environmental Protection March. But today's news was dominated by one hot topic. Zombies were found on DS-219. And 132 crew members were trapped. Garrison read it 3 times, and was sure it was social news. Not a new movie promotion. He clicked into the comments section of DS-219. DS-219 is a refrigerated cargo ship owned by Walker. Our company has cooperated with them before, but we have never heard of zombies. Are you sure it's not a movie promotion? It's now 5:05, and the number of clicks on DS-219 is constantly increasing. The most clicked video is a 7-minute and 30-second video. Garrison went into the comments section. Everyone on the ship is crazy. They bite each other and can't communicate at all. At the beginning of the video, a panting young man ran hard. The young man was the video shooter. He held up his mobile phone. There was a heavy footsteps behind him. Judging from the details and the flashing sea surface, this should be on a moving cargo ship. The moonlight was like a hook. At this time, the light on the mast shone down, and netizens also saw the footsteps behind them from the perspective of the shooter. These are 3 crew members in sailor suits. The clothes of the 3 people have been torn by force. They move slowly, and their eyes are dull. They chase the shooter like a puppet. Maybe the movement is too large, and some internal organs are squeezed out of the stomach. It is very disgusting under the light. Ugh! Some timid netizens vomited directly. This is more outrageous than the dismemberment scene on TV. Is this a movie? Masquerade? This video was posted at 4:25. And because of the bizarre scene, netizens thought it was a video clip. Many netizens made fun of the costumes and props in the video. But after 30 seconds, no one could make fun of it anymore. In the picture, the person who shot the video ran down in a panic. And after a life-or-death race, he finally found a utility room. The videographer hid in the utility room and used the wooden board inside to prop up the door. He could still hear the sound of the zombies passing by outside the door. When the sound completely died down, the videographer slid down to the ground as if exhausted, and pointed the camera at himself. It is now November 15th, 2035. For 19. We encountered the zombies. Many crew members died. I called the police, but no one believed me. This is really unbelievable. I am now on the cargo ship DS-219. I will stay in this room and will not go out. After the video is sent out, I will ask the government for help. Everything I said is true. I am willing to take responsibility for what I said. There should be other survivors on the ship. The videographer said a lot. And just as he was about to say his closing remarks, a rustling sound came from the utility room. Netizens were shocked. They followed the video and saw a ragged and unrecognizable crew member crawling out of a pile of shells. The videographer panicked and wanted to escape, but there were too many wooden boards at the door. In the end, he was knocked down by the crew. The video screen shook for a while, probably because of a wrong click. The video was sent successfully, and the last picture was the white ceiling and the screams of the videographer. Is this fake? After the video was played, a netizen asked softly. He thought it was fake, but the last scene was too real. He seemed to feel the fear of the other party before death. Daniel, 27 years old, works for Walker Shipping Company, has posted 71 dynamics in 2 years, and has 225 fans. Some netizens sorted out his personal information based on the social records of the photographer. The netizen checked Daniel's homepage. The other party's homepage has abdominal muscle photos, fishing videos, food selfies. He is an ordinary person with a sunny and cheerful personality, and most of his dynamics are related to DS-219. I sent a private message to the blogger, but he hasn't replied. Someone said, Daniel is offline now, and the video is located in the sea near Sank. I asked my colleagues working in Walker, and they couldn't contact DS-219. Maybe something really happened. Are there really zombies? I'm Daniel's friend. I just called him, but no one answered. The incident became more and more confusing, and soon the video was pushed to the top of the hot list. It was also from this video that netizens discovered more zombie videos. Some of these videos were taken in the captain's room. Some were taken on the deck. And all of them revealed one message. Something happened to DS-219. Did something really happen? At 5:12, Garrison had forgotten to heat up the milk in front of the clean and tidy dining table, and his mind was completely attracted by the zombie incident. He told himself rationally that this was fake, but the online videos and the information about DS-219 were too real. The two were intertwined, and he felt that he had lost his judgment. Beep beep. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Garrison clicked to answer. Look at CD News. There is an emergency live broadcast. The call was from a friend. CD News is the largest news TV station in Sank. After listening, Garrison immediately opened its online channel. Dear audience friends, welcome to watch today's CD News. Now I will play an emergency live broadcast for you. Between 4:12 and 5:03, the Sank Police Department received a total of 23 calls for help, all from the DS-219 cargo ship, and the content of the call was a zombie attack. The host of the live broadcast is named Jennifer, and she is the A's host of CD. When she thought about the experience of half an hour, she was still a little dazed. Half an hour ago, she went out as usual, ready to be responsible for the CD morning news program at 6 o'clock in the morning. Who knew that as soon as she arrived at the TV station, she saw the director and photographers rushing out. I just called you 3 times and was about to go to your house to find you. Hurry up and put on makeup and change clothes. There is big news. Jennifer was stuffed into the car by the director. She could only put on makeup and change clothes in a panic, and also learned about the situation in the car. 10 minutes ago, CD received inside information that DS-219 was infected with zombies. Now the military and police are rushing there. The zombie cargo ship is expected to arrive at the port at 5:15. Zombies? Jennifer thought she was hallucinating. This is first-hand information from the police station. Get ready quickly. The director also felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But now was not the time to analyze. They needed to grab the news and the explosive point. Just like that, the CDTV station's car roared forward and finally arrived at the port of Foss. And then the current scene appeared. After Jennifer finished her opening remarks, the camera crew swept the screen around. Foss Port is the port where DS-219 will dock. Now the people from Walker Company have arrived, and the port has been cleared. There are only riot police and helicopters hovering around. The whole port is solemn. This is freshly brewed coffee. While the camera was shifting, the news assistant quickly handed over a cup of coffee. Jennifer took a sip and asked, "Where is the director?" "I am communicating with Admiral Craig about the next live broadcast process." Craig is a general of SANC. Emergency events like this should not be broadcast live. It's just that CD is too well informed. Moreover, many people recorded videos when they evacuated the port. There are also eyewitness videos of DS-219 on the internet. Instead of hiding such things, it is better to put them out in the open. "What if this is fake?" Jennifer asked. "I don't know." The news assistant shook his head. In recent years, due to major disasters, the SANC government has issued some ridiculous policies, and its credibility in the country has been declining. If this is false, the SANC government may become a joke at home and abroad. But the zombie incident is too weird. 90% of the crew members of DS-219 cannot be contacted. And those who can be contacted are also talking about the zombies on the ship in horror. This incident is full of weirdness. Whether it is true or not, the government must dispatch armed forces. At 5:15, a whistle sounded in the distance, and the cargo ship with DS-219 printed on it docked. Jennifer immediately adjusted her state and stood in front of the camera again. She had just changed into a full white protective suit. Not only her, but all the personnel at the dock had changed into protective suits. If the zombie incident was real, these zombies might carry an unknown virus. If it was fake, their protective suits would become an international joke just like this live broadcast. At this time, everyone on the scene didn't care whether to laugh or not. Walker Company used remote control to remove the DS-219's board. Their attention was all on the ship. The cameramen held up cameras. The frontline armed police held up explosion-proof shields and directed the police to observe the situation of the cargo ship at any time. At this moment, a creaking sound came from the blue and white boat. And then the creaking sound became louder and louder. Everyone looked up and saw countless unrecognizable, bloody zombies squeezing off the boat. Some of them had broken intestines and stomachs. Some had one arm missing. And some had a thigh missing. These people could no longer be called human beings. After squeezing off the boat, they rushed towards the anti-explosion armed police on both sides. Bang, bang, bang. The armed police fired. But as long as they didn't shoot in the head, these zombies seemed to feel no pain and continued to get up. Everyone at the scene was shocked by the scene in front of them. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. At the same time, the port scene had been transmitted to all parts of SANC through CDTV, and then all over the world. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the SANC government released international news. The SANC government found a large number of infected people at the Foss Pier. These infected people were slow in movement, and some bit people. The symptoms are currently unknown. The source of infection is unknown, and the mode of transmission is unknown. After the SANC government released the video, many international netizens clicked on it with a puzzled look on their faces. There are ship videos and replays of the riot control at Foss Port. And then, everyone vomited. At 10:20, Longu released news. At 10 a.m. on November 15th, Longu Institute of Biology discovered a special virus. This virus has no DNA and is directly inherited through RNA. It can be spread by droplets, direct contact, blood, etc. Longu also listed the specific symptoms of the infected below. And the symptoms were the same as those of the infected in Sanka. Global netizens. At 10:30, these two news spread like thunder, and the world gradually panicked. Chapter 14. What's the situation? The antipyretics and sedatives didn't work. The two patients' bodies were already stiff, and they began to show bloodthirsty biting symptoms. At 10:50, in the temporary observation room of the health center, Chung Yuqing looked at the transparent glass in front of him with a serious expression. Last night, after they received the news, they took Wang Peng and Zhao Si to the observation room. This was the sterile observation room they moved to Linqi to build. In addition, Some professional equipment and a national-level medical team also came. But unfortunately, after everyone worked hard to rescue them for a whole night, the two people's body functions have been completely damaged. To avoid self-harm, they have now been gagged and tied to a single bed. Normal people need food and sleep. But infected people don't need these two things after being infected. They need the red blood protein in human blood, which is one of the reasons why they are bloodthirsty and bite people. A medical expert analyzed seriously. Zombies are mostly seen in some movies and TV series. Now that zombies have appeared in reality, they feel like the movies have been reflected in reality. How are those close contacts? Chung Yuqing asked with a sigh. They have all been isolated, and the Qingyun government is conducting a new round of investigations. Chung Yuqing took a sip of water and continued to ask, how is Sanka? All the infected have been killed, and the remaining 22 survivors were taken away by the Sanka government. Took to the government laboratory. The specific whereabouts are unclear. Chung Yuqing watched Sanka's live video. The live broadcast from the port 4 hours ago was too bloody, and many scenes challenged the limits of human beings. 10 minutes after the live broadcast began, it was stopped by the Sank government. The number of visits to the Sank government and CDTV stations' webpages continued to increase, and everyone was curious about the results of the killing and the reasons for the appearance of zombies. Until 7:10, CDTV station started live broadcast again. This is a mutation that violates human nature. Real zombies are more cruel than those in the movies. The zombies just now are real. In the video, Jennifer was broadcasting with a pale face, and she vomited halfway through. The look and feel of real zombies is completely different from those in the movies. It's like putting a person at a car accident scene full of intestines and broken limbs. She feels like she needs psychological treatment. Jennifer didn't reveal much, but according to the official interview of the Sank government, the audience got 3 messages. 1. The DS-219 zombie incident is real. 2. There are 132 people on DS-219, 110 of whom have been killed by headshots, and the prevention and control personnel are handling the scene. The remaining 22 survivors have been taken away by the government. 3. The port of Foss will be temporarily blocked, and the Sank government is trying to investigate the cause of the incident. Xin Kuo appeared as a prophet when he contacted the government. He had predicted 2 things before. The virus appeared in Sank on November 15th, and the infected person appeared in Longgu Lingqi village. Although the Longgu government wanted to verify the truth of what Xin Kuo said, after consideration, it still disclosed the information to the Sank government. Xin Kuo no longer remembers DS-219. After all, this incident happened 5 years ago for him. But he remembered that this incident happened on the cargo ship of Sanka. There were 22 survivors in the incident. Because the zombie virus spread too quickly, half a month after the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the survivors were shot and killed by some extremists. At that time, no one could find out the cause of the virus. Everyone thought that it was brought by the crew of the refrigerated ship. The 22 survivors were studied for 15 days and died the moment they came out. At that time, there was a blogger live broadcasting. The picture that day was very chaotic. Xin Kuo still remembered that in the turmoil, a little girl with slightly curly hair and cute appearance threw herself on the body of an elderly person. The little girl was holding flowers. She should have come to greet her surviving relatives, but her relatives died. Xin Kuo did not predict these details, but only talked about the 11.15 turmoil and the possible death of the survivors. The Longgu government could not tell Sanka about the prophecy, but could only keep reminding Sanka that the ocean is now seriously polluted and some unknown viruses may appear on the sea. It is hoped that Sanka can check it as soon as possible and focus on some people with fever. Of course, Longgu was an international joke at this time, and the Sanka government did not care at all. Take a break first. After Chung Yuqing gave his instructions, he returned to the biological laboratory in Lingqi village. Teacher Chung, Su Qiuxin came back at midnight yesterday. After he came back, he had been analyzing the virus on Wang Peng and the others with other researchers. After data analysis, it was found that this was a linear single-stranded positive strand RNA virus, filamentous, about 20 nanometers long, with very strong mutation and evolution capabilities. After the biological group finished the analysis, it immediately reported to the Longgu government. Now Longgu virus data and Sanka zombie ship are both on the international hot search. How is the research going? Chung Yuqing asked after he came in. We just analyzed his general data. The specific details can only be further studied after we return to Jingyun. They just found the zombie virus. And then, they have to determine the source of infection in Lingqi village. Stay for another 5 days. Zhang Yuqing thought for a while, and said, they have been here for half a month. But they haven't found the source of infection. Now they can't stay any longer. Yeah. Su Qiuxing nodded. The two chatted about some details. And Zhang Yuqing asked, where is Mr. Shen? I went back to the dormitory at 6 o'clock. Zhang Yuqing was in a complicated mood. At first, he thought Shenque was playing a prank. But he didn't expect that all these things would turn into the current scene. You should also go to bed early. Zhang Yuqing looked at Su Qiuxing's red eyes and said, okay. Su Qiuxing had not rested for 29 hours in a row. And now, he was sure he couldn't stand it anymore. After returning to the dormitory, he originally planned to go to Shenque to see him. But thinking that he had just come out of the laboratory, although there was no virus, it was not guaranteed to be scary. After thinking about it, he did not disturb him rashly. Just across the wall from where Su Qiuxing left, Shenque did not fall asleep, but was writing and drawing on a notebook with a pen and paper. 11.15. Sanka zombie ship. Has happened. 11.17. Lingqi village had its first case of infection, which spread to 327 cases a day later. Now the government has discovered and controlled it in advance. And it should not cause the consequences of the previous life. Shenque thought about it, and wrote should be changed after this line. Then came the third line, 11.30. All 22 survivors of the DS-219 cargo ship died due to shooting. Unknown. The shooting of the survivors has nothing to do with the mutation line of this world. But the survivors were shot in the previous life because the extremists believe that the virus came from the refrigerated cargo ship. Now Longdu has released the virus data in advance. And I don't know if it will have any impact. Shenque feels that after restarting this life, he seems to care about the life and death of these NPCs. He wanted to cross out the third item, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep it. Shenque finished writing the differences between this life and the previous life, and then opened the system interface. Host name, Shenque. Age, 23 years old. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Time remaining, 28 days. Note, not activated during the task period, indicating that the camp task is automatically abandoned. The system interface was updated on October 24th. At that time, the remaining time was 50 days. And now it has become 28 days. It is better to hurry up sooner rather than later. He analyzed the current situation. His understanding of the virus incident is all based on his experience in his previous life. Now that the virus event line has changed, all subsequent events will change. As long as he predicts some precautions in the research process, there should be nothing to worry about. Today is 11.15. The biology team should leave before the 20th. According to the interactions during this period, the government here should not slice him up. Shenque thought about it, and decided to separate from the government after returning to Jingyun, and then find a deep mountain forest to start the mission. There are first, second, and third generations of viruses. As long as he can avoid the third generation of viruses, he will have plenty of time to fight the system. Through time strategy, maybe he can really survive the mission. Shenque thought about it all night. And just when he was full of longing for his future life, he heard a serious news the next morning. Zhou Yang has a fever. Zhou Yang is one of the 32 researchers. Although everyone has taken precautions during this period, it is inevitable that the infection will occur. After hearing the news, the biology team immediately isolated Zhou Yang. And the other members of the biology team were also isolated. Shenque is not a member of the biology team, but he has been in frequent contact during this period, and is also on the list of isolated personnel. At the same time, they also received a more serious news. After the zombie ship incident in Sanka, all parts of Longdu immediately stepped up the investigation. The residents who had been muddling along before not only strictly cooperated, but also took the initiative to supervise the people around them, who concealed the truth. In this panic, 30,000 new cases of fever patients were reported nationwide in one day, of which 1,782 cases met the zombie symptoms. And this number is still increasing. On November 17th, Longdu did not have the first case of zombie virus patients. However, a large number of suspected patients were found one day in advance. This is a first-generation zombie virus, and no vaccine has been developed to block droplets. This virus can be spread through droplets, blood, medical equipment, etc. which means that behind the 1,782 cases, there are more potential people. This situation is more serious than the first patient in Linchi village. Chapter 15. Hello. I can't access your mini program. Can I order some vegetable and fruit packages by phone? I can transfer the money first. Which community are you from? Jiahe community. South China Street. Wait a minute. Our supermarket is connecting with your property management and may adopt unified distribution. You can pay attention to the community group message first. Ding ding. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the 17th, Lu Wan received one call after another. After her throat was smoking, she took a short break. Half a month ago, after their supermarket suspended business, she and 7 other stockers were transferred to the after-sales team. There are 12 people in the after-sales team. Everyone has been working well together for a while. But today, only 3 people came to work, and the other teams were empty. Lu Wan just took a sip of water when a girl in her early 20s came into the room. Sister Lu, I'm going home first. The girl was wearing a down jacket, a mask and a hat, wrapping herself tightly. After she finished speaking, she cleaned up the table and prepared to leave. Did Manager Zhou approve it? Lu Wan asked. No. Why would we care if he approves it now? We are just a few honest people. I heard that there is only one person in the packing team. The girl regretted more and more as she spoke. 2 days ago, after the outbreak of the zombie ship incident in Sank, news about zombies broke out in Tony, Melk, Alaya and other places. According to the videos streaming from the internet, these zombies showed signs of fever before they mutated. Because they spread too quickly, they were temporarily classified as a level 4 virus by the World Health Organization. The mortality rate and infectivity of this virus are too high, which has exceeded the level 4 category. Many biologists believe that this should be a level 5 virus. In the past 2 days, news about zombie infection has been spreading all over the world. Because the virus spread too quickly, Longu has suspended international flights, such as maritime aviation, and implemented a temporary traffic lockdown. Longu residents were confused by this series of news. Before everyone could recover, last night, Longchuan City broke out an emergency news. Longchuan Police, this afternoon, Longchuan Yunnan District, Yuxiang District, and other 12 areas began surprise temperature detection work. After a thorough investigation, the CCP found 79 patients with high temperature who did not report it. One of them ran away during the surprise detection and pounced on the staff and other abnormal behaviors. After testing, the person was found to have a new virus in his body. The man's information, Li XX, 43 years old, owner of Huiming Community, owner of Xinxin Fruit Shop on Yunnan Road. In the past 10 days, his range of activities has been Huiming Community, north of Yunnan Road, and west of Chaiyang Street. Now the above areas will be temporarily blocked. Residents in the area are requested to stay at home and take protective measures. Video. After this news was released, it was directly pushed to the top of the hot list. Everyone clicked on video in the news. In the video, the protective personnel knocked on the door of each house to measure the body temperature. When they checked room 1102, building 19, Huiming Community, the lights on the other side's window were on, and no one opened the door. Hello. Let me measure your temperature. The security personnel knocked on the door again. No one answered from the inside. Only a slight creaking sound. During this period, some residents often refused to cooperate with temperature checks because they found it troublesome. Just in case, they could break the door according to the policy. After the security personnel confirmed that the other party would not open the door, they adjusted the action recorder and, under the supervision of the police, the locksmith expert broke the door. At the moment of breaking the door, they saw a man with bloodshot eyes lying at the door. The man was scratching the door, and there was blood under his fingernails. The living room behind him was in a mess. Roar! Before everyone could react, the man rushed directly to the security guards. The security guards at the front were stunned, but they still dodged reflexively. Finally, several people worked together to stop the man. The man had lost his ability to think, and his movements were exactly the same as those of the Sanka zombie ship. It's terrible. If someone hadn't come to take the temperature, the owners of this building would be in danger. In the Chanfeng office, the girl said with a look of fear, before the country implemented the first-level control, many netizens complained that the government was too broad and restricted the personal freedom of residents. Now, It seems that this is not a wide range of control. If it weren't for the previous level 1 control, the whole country would be in chaos now. I'm leaving first. Nowhere is safer than home now. After the girl finished speaking, she left in a panic. After the outbreak of infection in Longchuan last night, many residents packed their luggage overnight and prepared to go back to the village. Because of this move, at 4 o'clock this morning, the traffic jam on XX Expressway and XX Bridge followed the hot list. In the video, drones and police evacuated people at the traffic jam site. And even some troops and anti-explosion armed police were dispatched. Finally, a driver held a horn and shouted, "There are so many of us crowded here. If one person is infected, a large area will be infected. This virus seems to be spread through droplets." The drivers who rushed out realized that this virus can be spread through droplets. Oh my God! The drivers quickly rolled up the windows. Now that traffic control has been implemented all over the country, even if they get on the highway, they may not be able to go home. In this way, everyone crowded onto the highway and returned in a large crowd. On the way back, those who had supplies decided to count them and stay at home. As for work, interpersonal relationships, etc., I'm almost dead. Why should I go to work? Those who didn't have supplies mobilized various social relationships to see if they could stock up at a high price. The society was in a panic. The girl worked in the supermarket for 3 years. She didn't want to come, but the supplies at home were almost used up. So she came early in the morning to buy some supply packages. She is now preparing to go home. As for absenteeism, etc., she is almost dead. Why should she, a stock clerk, go to work? After the girl left, only Lu Wan and a boy with glasses were left in the office. "Sister Lu, I'm going back." The boy hesitated for a while, and finally picked up his backpack to get off work. "Are you not going to ask the manager for leave?" "No. There are 77 people in their supermarket, and 15 people actually came today. Half of them wanted to ask for leave in person, but the manager didn't approve it, so everyone just left work." After the boy left, only Lu Wan was left in the office. She went out to take a look, and the supermarket was right in front of the office. There was only one packer in the supermarket now, and the manager was making a phone call at the door in a hurry. The street outside the supermarket was quiet, even more desolate than a few days ago. Chapter 16. On November 19th, extreme demonstrations were held in 15 cities in Melk. The extreme demonstrators believed that the virus was a purification of nature, and that humans should accept the purification until the virus rebuilt a new world. Chronobiologists said that the human immune system can evolve into virus antibodies, and humans do not need to worry about the zombie virus. The country of Kovadi plans to hold a prayer event for 10,000 people on the 25th, praying to the true God game to resolve this crisis for mankind. From November 17th to 22nd, the internet was full of news related to the zombie virus. There are now 37,000 confirmed zombie patients worldwide, most of whom are coastal residents. The virus is now spreading from the coast to the inland, and all countries are urgently adjusting their strategies to deal with this crisis. The United Nations is contacting Kovadi, hoping that they will cancel the 10,000-person prayer event on the 25th. On the afternoon of the 22nd, in the biological laboratory of Linchi village, Su Qiuxing and Shen Quikai had a video call. 5 days ago, after Zhou Yang's temperature was abnormal, the biology team and Shen Kui and others were immediately isolated. Now Zhou Yang's temperature has recovered, but Shen Kui's temperature has suddenly become abnormal. Shen Kui is now alone in the sterile isolation room. He has not gone out for 2 days, and communicates with others through video. "How is your condition today?" Su Qiuxing asked after finishing the international news. 38.7 degrees. Shen Kui started to have a fever the afternoon before yesterday, and his temperature has been above 38 degrees for the past 2 days. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. If it doesn't rise, it should be better. Su Qiuxing comforted. "Yeah." Shen Kui nodded. Viruses generally have multiple processes in the human body, such as absorption, invasion, proliferation and fission. This zombie virus is a new virus. Due to limited technology, they can only detect it through technical means after the virus has fissioned on a large scale. In other words, even if ordinary people are infected with the virus, it is difficult to detect it in the early stage, which increases the risk of virus transmission. Shen Kui restarted 3 lives in this game. In the first life, he was bitten to death by zombies before he could figure out the background of the world. In his second life, he lived cautiously for 5 years, was infected with the third-generation virus, and died. This is his third life. After this restart, he set 2 goals for himself. First, early warning, to prevent the virus from evolving as much as possible, so that he might be able to avoid the third-generation virus in his second life. Second, to find a safe environment to start the mission. Xinque has a strong desire to survive, and has been moving towards his goal during this period. But he didn't expect that he might be infected with the virus before activating the system. And this life is worse than the first life. The more Xinque thought about it, the more distracted he became. Su Qiuxing noticed that he looked strange and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel that many things are hard to predict." Zhou Yang just did a blood analysis. There is no zombie virus in it, and no one else here is infected, so it will be fine. Su Qiuxing thought Xinque was worried about infection, and comforted him with data. "It's really okay." Xinque smiled. He was a little upset now. He was not worried that he would be 100% infected, but the virus had spread all over the world. This virus was more tragic than Su Qiuxing and others thought. He is fine this time. So what about next time? And the next time? Xinque was a little tired, and he always felt like he was constantly on the run, but he didn't know where to run to. In the next 2 days, Xinque kept paying attention to news from all over the country. There have been 135 zombie cases in Longgu during this period, most of which appeared in hospitals, quarantine areas, and residential areas, because they were discovered in time. These 135 people were controlled before they started biting people. Now the Ministry of Health and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention are holding a meeting to discuss how to deal with these infected people. In addition, the most popular event in the world is the blessing ceremony of Kuwait. Kuwait is a port country with the world's largest trade port. This time the zombie virus spreads from the coast to the inland. They are one of the countries most affected by the disaster. So Kuwait decided to hold a blessing ceremony to pray for the blessing of their true god Gamo. This decision was opposed by the superpowers led by Senk and Merc. After the zombie outbreak, the superpowers used powerful means to kill the domestic zombies, and urgently purchased resources such as oil and coal from the world. Kuwait is an important trading port. After the blessing ceremony, it is very likely that the virus spread in Kuwait port will increase. After the strong intervention of the big countries, Kuwait finally canceled the blessing activities. But the relationship between big countries and small countries is becoming increasingly tense due to this virus. On November 26th, in the isolation room of Qingyun town, Xinque patiently read the international news. At this time in his previous life, he was doing planting tasks and did not pay attention to the international situation. All I know is that within a year, many small countries were directly destroyed by the virus infection, which is devastating for countries without resistance. Beep. At 10:20, after Xinque finished reading the news, his cell phone rang. "Professor Zhou." Xinque clicked to answer. "Don't call me Professor. Just call me Yangzi." The call was from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's current title is equivalent to Associate Professor, but they are the top biology group in the country, and everyone starts as a professor. He is really not used to such a formal title. Teacher Zhou. Xinque was not used to being too close to people, so he changed his address to Teacher Zhou. Zhou Yang did not hesitate and asked, "Have you packed up?" The day after Xinque talked to Su Qiuxing last time, his fever was gone, but to be safe, he was isolated for 3 days. Now the World Health Organization has named this virus S1 virus. The main feature of the S1 virus is that it will continue to have a fever 3 hours after infection, and this high fever will continue until it turns into a zombie. Xinque could not have a fever for 3 days, and his body could not detect the S1 virus. It has been confirmed that it is just an ordinary fever. There are now 112 confirmed cases in Qingyun town, which is very few compared to the 327 cases at the beginning of the previous life. The biology team has been looking for the source of the virus during this period. Everyone has detected the S1 virus in the surrounding seafood, but these are not the mother of the virus. The situation is serious now. After discussion, the biology team decided to return to Jingyun. Xinque went back with everyone. Packed up. At this time, Xinque answered the phone while changing into isolation clothes. He didn't have anything to bring, just to make sure he was not infected. "I'll pick you up." Half an hour later, Zhou Yang, Su Qiuxing, and a soldier drove to the door of the isolation room. This was a large off-road vehicle. Xinque opened the door and sat in the back seat, asking casually, "Where is Dean Chung?" He flew back first. "We need to take some equipment and take the highway. We will probably arrive at the laboratory tomorrow afternoon." As of 6 o'clock this morning, there were 1,139 confirmed cases of zombie disease patients across the country, and everyone was concentrated in isolation bases in various places. These people have completely turned into zombies, and each of them is a ferocious virus carrier. At present, other countries have destroyed the mutated zombies by blowing their heads off and then burning them with high temperatures. This is the first time that Long Gu has encountered such a living patient. He has been influenced by Confucian culture for a long time, and for a while, he didn't know how to deal with it. Chung Yuqing went back this time to discuss the follow-up issues of the zombies. Xinque was silent for a while after listening, and finally said, "These people have completely mutated. It is better to deal with them as soon as possible." Xinque has an impression of this incident. In the previous life, after discussion, the Longgu government decided to isolate the mutated zombies. Everyone hopes to research some special medicines, but the number of mutated zombies is increasing, and the investment in various bases is increasing. These bases have dragged down the Longgu economy and wasted a lot of financial and material resources, which is not very meaningful for Longgu's fight against zombies. Is this also a prophecy? Su Qiuxing sat in the co-pilot and seemed to hear Xinque's subtext. This is a long war, which is more tragic than we imagined. We must learn to make choices. Xinque looked out the window and gave the most rational answer. At this time, the car started, and outside the window were tree trunks that kept retreating. It took 32 hours to get from Linxi to Jingyun. Along the way, Su Qiuxing and Zhou Yan took turns driving. Xinque had taught himself to drive in his previous life, but because he didn't have a driver's license, he basically slept in the back seat. Now all highways across the country are closed, and they have a pass and can travel smoothly all the way. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there were not many cars on the highway. Xinque took a nap, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that it was drizzling outside. Awake? At this time, Su Qiuxing had been rotated several times and happened to be next to Xinque, who was holding a tablet and sorting out information. Xinque looked out the window in a daze. When did it rain? Around 11 o'clock. They are now in Ontario, and the rain is expected to end in the morning. You didn't rest? Xinque turned his head and asked in a low voice. In the afternoon, he saw that everyone was driving hard, and he had said that he could drive. Have you ever driven off-road? The soldier who drove first asked. No. What did you drive before? A pickup truck? Xinque passed the aircraft driver's license test when he was in the interstellar space. The aircraft is easy to operate and will automatically brake when it encounters danger. He doesn't know how to use the means of transportation in this world. In his previous life, he bought a second-hand pickup truck for life needs and learned it with difficulty. Later, the zombies broke out, and he stayed at the base and rarely drove. It's just over 30 hours. The three of us can just take a turn, the soldier said with a smile. Xinque didn't have a driver's license, so even if he had driven off-road, they wouldn't let him drive without a license. So, Xinque could only sit in the back and do nothing. I took a nap in the afternoon. At this time, Su Qiuxing closed the tablet and rubbed his eyebrows. Zhou Yang fell asleep in the front seat. The car was stuffy, and Xinque didn't affect the rest of the others, nor did he continue to chat. The sound of rain outside the window was getting louder and louder. Just when Xinque was about to fall asleep again, the car was hit suddenly. Be careful. Everyone's body shook uncontrollably. Bang! There was a huge sound of rolling stones on both sides, and then a heavy object pressed heavily on the roof of the car. They were passing through a tunnel. Because of the heavy rain, the tunnel collapsed and they were pressed in the tunnel. Chapter 17. The rocks on the top and around the tunnel kept rolling down, and it stopped completely after 3 minutes. At this time, the off-road vehicle was squeezed in the tunnel. It was only 200 meters away from the exit, but there was no road ahead. The roof and the doors on both sides were completely deformed. Is everyone okay? Lu Tao was a soldier with him. He was stuck between the seat and the steering wheel at this time, and his abdomen was pressed with great pain. I'm fine. Zhou Yang sat in the co-pilot seat. There was a lot of space in the front row, and he only had a little skin on his arm. I'm fine too. Su Qiuxing was sitting behind the driver's seat, with a broken head. After the three reported that they were safe, they turned to Shenque. I might be in trouble. Shenque pulled his legs hard. What happened just now was too sudden, and the right door was squeezed and deformed. His legs were stuck between the back seat and the front seat. Wait a minute. Zhou Yang hurriedly moved the seat forward after seeing this. But the car was severely deformed, and he couldn't do anything. Call first, Shenque said. Yes. Zhou Yang hurriedly dialed the number. The signal in the tunnel was weak, and it was raining heavily. He made 7 calls in a row, but he couldn't even make calls to the ambulance and fire truck, let alone ordinary calls for help. No signal. Can't make a call. Shenque and his friends also tried, but couldn't make a call at all. Shenque's legs couldn't be under pressure for a long time. So Su Qiuxing moved closer to him and pushed the back seat back hard. Hold on for a while. I'll help too. Lu Tao and Zhou Yang helped to pry the front seats apart. After 10 minutes of struggling, they finally found a 5-centimeter gap. Shenque could move his legs slightly, and he felt like he was alive again. Thank you, Shenque exclaimed in thanks. Zhou Yang and the others were also stuck and injured. This struggle just now took a lot of effort. Don't say thank you or not. Now all the roads are blocked. We can't get out. We can only wait for rescue outside. Lu Tao analyzed the situation very calmly. The tunnel collapsed so suddenly. Fortunately, the car was in good condition. Otherwise the 4 of them would have been crushed into meat patties. Will anyone come? Shenque asked, breathing heavily. They had not encountered many cars along the way, and it was a control period, so they didn't know if there would be rescue. There are traffic police on duty on the highway now, and they should be able to see the surveillance. Lu Tao was the oldest among the group. After analyzing the situation, everyone could only wait patiently. Does it still hurt? Su Qiuxing was closest to Shenque, and seeing that he was sweating on his forehead, he asked with some concern. Can still hold on. Shenque touched his legs. Both of his legs were swollen, and his right leg might have some fractures. Play a game? Su Qiuxing had a Minesweeper game on his phone. He handed it to Shenque, indicating that he could use the game to distract himself. No need. Shenque didn't want to move. He felt that he had just come out of the isolation room and now encountered a tunnel collapse. The beginning of this life was 2 ups and downs. Take a rest first. Su Qiuxing took back the phone and tried to maintain his strength as much as possible. Time passed by bit, and the 4 people's condition became worse and worse. The tunnel is now a closed environment. They just opened some windows, but the air was not circulating, and the 4 people felt obvious lack of oxygen. Ahem. Shenque had just recovered from a serious illness, and this time, he was injured the most seriously. He felt that his consciousness was getting more and more blurred. Don't sleep. Hold on a little longer. Su Qiuxing pushed him hard. It was too dangerous to fall asleep at this time. Shenque responded in a daze. What are your plans after you get out? Su Qiuxing pushed him while trying to find a topic. Find a deep mountain forest and hide yourself, Shenque said. Then what? Buy some air purification equipment. Turn the house into a germ purification room, and store oxygen tanks for 50 years. Shenque felt that this was a good idea, but he didn't know if the purifiers here could isolate the 3rd-generation virus. Do you want to be alone? Su Qiuxing asked. Yes. Shenque nodded in confusion. Okay. Cheer up first. When we get back to the lab, I'll ask the teacher to find you a place in the mountains with a good environment. You don't need to apply. I'll find it myself. Okay. You survive first. As the 2 chatted back and forth, Shenque found that the other party had a strong desire to survive, and said, if we can't get out, it's good to just die like this. This sentence is a bit depressing, but Shenque really feels that this is good. He has been worried that he will die without anyone noticing for many years. Now that he sees his body functions continue to decline, it doesn't seem so scary. Shenque just started talking when Su Qiuxing interrupted him. We can all get out. Why? There will be people outside to rescue us. Because you are from the biology team? Whether you are from the biology team or not, as long as someone is trapped, the government will do everything they can to save them. Shenque was silent for a moment and asked, do you want to get out? Of course. Want to live. Not just live. I want to see the pathogen, develop virus antibodies, and see if Haiyan can return to normal. It is definitely better to be alive than to die. So you have to survive first. He said that he not only wanted to solve the zombie virus, but also wanted to see a world without pollution. Shinqu looked out the window. After a while, he asked, "How much battery is left on your phone?" 89% left. I'll use it for a while. Su Qiuxing was puzzled. Play Minesweeper. The other party lent him his phone. Minesweeper is a very simple puzzle game. Shinqu thought while playing it. He had persisted for so long, so he might as well persist. The sound of rain outside was getting louder and louder. Shinqu wanted to live, but his legs were injured, and there was a lack of oxygen in the car. After a while, the scene in front of him was blurred, and the phone slid weakly under the seat. Now not only Shinqu, but also Lu Tao and Zhou Yan became drowsy due to oxygen problems. Su Qiuxing was not feeling well either, but he still took out a stone from the window with great effort, and then rolled up Shinqua's sleeves. Sorry. He stabbed Shinqua's arm fiercely, and then Lu Tao and Zhou Yang's. The three of them finally regained some spirit under the stimulation of pain. In the next 3 hours, everyone would poke someone with a stone whenever they saw someone in a bad mood. Lu Tao found a bottle of mineral water in the glove box, and the 4 people took turns to moisten their lips with water. The bottle of water accompanied them to moisten their lips again and again, but no one drank it all by instinct, and everyone wanted to leave more for others. The 4 people's breathing became more and more difficult, but there was a subtle atmosphere in the car that encouraged each other. I don't know how long it took. Just when Shinqua's mind was filled with the 3 words survive, there was a rumbling sound of bulldozers outside, followed by anxious footsteps and faint horn sounds. When consciousness completely disappeared, a bright light flashed in, followed by an excited voice. Found it. Shinqu exhaled and finally fell asleep with peace of mind. There's nothing wrong with the calf muscles, and the nails in the fracture are fine. It's not serious. Just rest for a while, and you'll be fine. 2 days later, at Jingyun First Hospital, a white-haired doctor looked at Shinqua's case report and said, 2 days ago, after Shinqu and Su Qiuxing and others were rescued, they were sent to the local central hospital and then transferred to Jingyun Hospital. Shinqu had a fractured right leg, just as he had guessed. He had been doing surgery in the orthopedics department for the past 2 days and only finished it today. Avoid oil and spicy food during this period. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, the doctor said after explaining the situation. Okay, doctor. Shinqu listened carefully and asked, where are the others? Professor Su and the others? Yes. Professor Su is in room 306. Captain Lu and Professor Zhou are in the surgical ward. Shinqu and the other 4 were injured when they were rescued, but fortunately, the off-road vehicle they drove was tough, and the 4 were not in danger of life. Lu Tao and Zhou Yang had simple scratches and were placed in the surgical ward. Shinqu had a fibula fracture and Su Qiuxing had an ankle fracture, and both were placed in the orthopedic ward. Can I go to ward 306? Shinqu asked. Now? Yes. Yes. But be careful of the wound. Just like that, Shinqu was pushed by the nurse to ward 306. At this time, Su Qiuxing was working with a notebook, 1 foot hanging on the hanger. You are here? Su Qiuxing was a little surprised. Yes. I just checked it out. How is your injury? Shinqu turned the wheelchair to the bedside. It's nothing serious. The doctor will come to check it out later. I was thinking of going to see you after the checkup. The 2 were busy with surgery these 2 days and had no chance to meet. Are there any sequelae? Shinqu asked, looking at the other's right foot hanging up. No. But you can't do strenuous exercise during this period. What about you? Shinqu tapped the plaster on his leg. No. The 2 exchanged their medical conditions, and Shinqu thought for a while and asked, why didn't you tell me at the time, when the tunnel collapsed before? They all thought Su Qiuxing only had a forehead injury and didn't know he had a fracture. I didn't feel it at the time, and later I didn't care about the pain. Su Qiuxing actually felt pain at the time, but he didn't expect to break a bone. The situation was special at that time, so he didn't need to say these things. I just told the teacher in the video that you can leave if you want to in the future, but you can't leave Longu territory, and you can't do anything that harms the interests of the country, Su Qiuxing said after he finished speaking. He is not a nosy character, but Shinqu had a dream of the world is fake because of the pressure of zombies before, and this time, he clearly expressed that he wanted to stay in the deep mountains and old forests. All this shows that the other party wants to live alone, so he expressed to Cheng Yuqing that Shinqu wanted to leave. Shinqu has a special identity and should be strictly supervised. But whether it is Mara or the subsequent zombie incident, the other party accurately predicted it. Especially the zombies. If there were no Shinqua's prediction, Longu's situation would be worse than it is now, and more people would die. Shinqua is a hero of Longu. After verifying the zombie prophecy, the government never thought of restricting the other party's freedom. But the prophecy was too important. So they gave two conditions. Shinqua can leave the military, but he cannot leave the country, nor can he do anything to harm Longu. Shinqua did not want to go abroad, and these two conditions were dispensable to him. At this time, Shinqua was stunned after hearing Su Qiuxing's words. Thank you. If you really plan to leave, the government will give you a sum of money, and this money is what you deserve. But it's too dangerous outside now. You'd better think about it before deciding. Su Qiuxing suggested from a friend's perspective. Yeah. Shinqua has been worrying about how to leave these days. Now that he has the opportunity, it doesn't seem as easy as he imagined. Shinqua looked around and recalled the discussion he had with Su Qiuxing about the truth and falsehood of the world. Feel the present moment seriously. The present moment is real. Then the world is real. At that time, he thought the world was false, while Su Qiuxing believed that the world came from the present moment, and the present moment was real. Shinqua felt the present moment. At this moment, the hospital layout was real. The footsteps in the corridor were real, and the wheelchair under him was real. According to the theory of the present moment, all of this was real. But he knew clearly that this was a false world. Shinqua looked at the incandescent light on the ceiling, and there was a kind of confusion that could not be dispelled. Chapter 18. Su Qiuxing applied for discharge the day after the operation. He had a foot injury and could not enter the laboratory. This time he went back mainly to do some data analysis work. Lu Tao and Zhou Yang did not have to deal with confidential research, but they were also discharged the day after Su Qiuxing left. Only Shinqua was left in the tunnel team. On December 3rd, Shinqua opened the system interface. Host name, Shinqua. Age, 23 years old. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Remaining time, 10 days. Note, if not activated during the mission period, it will be deemed as automatically giving up the camp mission. Shinqua stayed in the hospital for a week. In addition to treatment, he analyzed the Longu map. He had two requirements for the location of the camp. 1. It must be his own legal assets. 2. The terrain must be hidden and the transportation must be convenient. The first point is a mandatory requirement of the system, and the second point is set by himself. Shinqua investigated a lot based on these 2 points, and finally found that the deep mountains and old forests in his previous life were the most suitable. The deep mountains and old forests are hidden, and after going down the mountain, they are connected to a provincial road, which can be used for attack and defense. More importantly, he has lived there for 5 years, and is very familiar with the surrounding environment and terrain. Shinqua drew a circle on the deep mountains and old forests, and then called Tan Ningzhang. Is your leg injury healed? Tan Ningzhang was in Longguiwan for a meeting, and now he was taking a break. When he answered the phone, his voice was obviously hoarse after staying up late. It's nothing serious. The main thing later is to change the medicine. I can change it myself according to the video. Shinqua said. You have only rested for a week. You should pay more attention to rest. The two chatted for a few words, and Shinqua said, I want to go back to Sangyun today. Have you thought about it? Tan Ningzhang visited Shinqua the day before yesterday. Shinqua mentioned leaving Jingyun at that time. He was not surprised that Shinqua mentioned it again. I've made up my mind. I'm stuck in Longguiwan now. If you really want to leave, you can ask Xiaohu to take you back. Or I'll take you back tomorrow morning. I'll ask Xiaohu to take me back. Shinqua made the decision directly. You kid. You don't want to stay for even a day. Tan Ningzhang was speechless. Shinqua smiled. He thought about it for 7 days before making up his mind. So he didn't want any changes. 3 minutes later, both parties hung up the phone. Mr. Shin, are we leaving the hospital now? Xiaohu is the assistant assigned by the military region to Shinqua. He has been taking care of his daily life in the ward these days. Let me check first, Shinqua said. Okay. I'll call Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang is Shinqua's attending physician. After Xiaohu left, a gray-haired doctor came in a short while later. All of you should be discharged from the hospital. Shinqua, Su Qiuxing and others did not meet the conditions for discharge. If the military did not give an order, they would not be given the procedures. Dr. Zhang, please check me again. Xinque smiled and tapped his leg. Dr. Zhang pulled off Xinque's plaster and examined him carefully, saying, "The wound has recovered well. You need to change the dressing in time after you are discharged from the hospital. The nails can be removed in a month." "Then can I go out now?" "Okay." Xinque was specially approved by the higher-ups, and they had no power to stop him by force. Xiao Hu helped Xinque pack his luggage, and Dr. Zhang sat by the bed and patiently reminded him, "You still need to avoid oil and spicy food after you go out. Write down the hospital's phone number and call in time if you feel uncomfortable." Xinque changed his clothes while listening. "Alas, I can't control you young people anymore." Dr. Zhang sighed, took out his phone to check the time, and was a little surprised when he saw the push notification on the homepage. The country is going to build a zombie base? What base? Xinque stopped changing his shoes. Longgu Hospital sent a message that the country is going to build a large base in the uninhabited area in the northwest, and all future zombie patients will be transported there. Xinque opened his phone, and the hot search on his phone was that Longgu Hospital was planning to build a large zombie base in the northwest. There is a word behind the hot search, and there is a news interview video below. Xinque clicked on the video. Zombie patients are not anti-human personnel. They are just a group of infected Longgu residents. After repeated discussions, the government decided to build a zombie base in the northwest to centrally control zombie patients until a special medicine to alleviate the zombie virus is developed. Xinque could no longer hear what was said afterwards. He only had one feeling at this time. Longgu was going to build a zombie base? In a trance, Xinque remembered that the afternoon before yesterday, Tan Mingzhang came to visit him. "Do you think it is better to centrally control these zombies or to destroy them, humanitarian ally?" Tan Mingzhang asked. "There are now 3,576 cases of zombie disease patients in the country, and as time goes by, the number of these infections will increase. At present, some people think that zombie patients should be destroyed at high temperatures, like in foreign countries, while others think that they can be centrally controlled until a special medicine is developed." Xinque and Su Qiuxing discussed the treatment of zombie patients before the tunnel accident. He clearly stated that these people have completely mutated, so it is better to deal with them as soon as possible. Su Qiuxing was very thoughtful. During his hospitalization, he repeatedly chewed over the meaning of Xinque's words. Because the matter was serious, he reported the conversation between the two to the government. After the government analyzed it, Tan Mingzhang came to inquire about the situation. At this time, after Tan Mingzhang asked, Xinque affirmed, "Humanitarian destruction." Why? Humans cannot develop a special medicine for zombies in the short term. What if a zombie base is built? Longgu's economy will be dragged down by the zombie base. As the virus spreads, domestic residents will become more and more opposed to the base. After all, the zombie population in the country may surpass that of ordinary residents. In order to divert domestic conflicts, some other countries will also spread the rumor that the Longxia zombie base breeds viruses. These are not exaggerations by Xinque, but real events in his previous life. A zombie base is not just a base. It needs to ensure that the zombies inside are isolated in single rooms, and each isolation room is research level. This base is too expensive, and it is basically a place where people only come in but not out. After listening to this, Tan Mingzhang was silent, and finally asked, "Is this in the prophecy?" Yes. Xinque did not deny the prophecy. In fact, when he mentioned it to Su Qiuxing, it also indirectly reminded the government. "I understand." Tan Mingzhang saluted Xinque and then left solemnly. 2 days had passed since this incident. Xinque thought that the government would make the best choice. But now? A zombie base? Why did they choose a zombie base? Why build a base? Xinque was confused and asked unconsciously. Why not build it? Dr. Zhang was reading the news and asked back after hearing it. Reality is not a zombie movie. These infected people look like zombies. But they were all jumping Longgu residents before. Everyone is just sick. If you are sick, you can get treatment. Xinque didn't say anything, but tied his shoelaces in a complicated way. Half an hour later, Xiao Hu pushed Xinque out of the hospital. There was a 7-seater commercial vehicle parked in front of the hospital. Xiao Hu put the luggage in the trunk first, and then helped Xinque to the car. Let's go back to Songyan directly. Let's go to the base first and say goodbye to Commander Tan and Dean Chung. Okay. Xiao Hu's mission is to take good care of Xinque. After hearing this, he drove directly to the military base. Now the war readiness of the whole country is constantly increasing. Xinque rarely sees private cars along the way except for military vehicles, let alone pedestrians going out for a walk. At 3 p.m., the two arrived at the 335th military region. Xinque had the authority to enter and exit the military region. After he came in, he wanted to find Cheng Yuqing, but the other party was in a meeting at the Institute of Biology. Xinque thought about it and went to wait in Tan Mingzhang's office. Tan Mingzhang's office was divided into an outer room and an inner room. Xinque could enter and exit the outer room at will. After he arrived, he read a book while waiting, because the time was too long. He took a nap in the middle. At 9 p.m., Tan Mingzhang came back. "Are you tired of waiting?" Tan Mingzhang asked while hanging his hat. Xinque has the authority of the outer office, but he made a special phone call when he came in the afternoon. The other party was very clear about these small details. Not bad. Xinque was indeed a little tired, but it was still within the acceptable range. "Why did you come here?" Tan Mingzhang asked. Xinque said on the phone that he wanted to meet and say goodbye, but the meeting and farewell could be tomorrow. There was no need to wait so long with injuries. "Have you chosen to build a base?" Xinque asked after thinking it over. "Well, did you watch the news?" "I've seen it." "Why do we need to build it?" He thought he had made it very clear the day before yesterday. It said in the news that everyone is just sick. And if they are sick, they need to be treated. Even the government has no right to abandon so many people. They are no longer considered human beings. On their ID cards and household registration books, they are still citizens of Longgu. After Tan Mingzhang finished talking with Xinque, he reported the conversation between the two parties to the Longgu government. Everyone has predicted the consequences that Xinque said. But as Tan Mingzhang said now, even if the infected are infected, they are still citizens of Longgu. Longgu will not give up on anyone unless it is absolutely necessary. Tan Mingzhang spoke casually, and Xinque was stunned after listening. He had a good impression of the Longgu government. Before coming here, he had thought that he must do everything possible to persuade the other party to give up the zombie base. But after the two sides met, he felt that he was unnecessary. No matter what he said, the other party would not give up the base. Xinque remembered what Su Qiuxing said when the tunnel was in trouble, whether it is the biological group or not. As long as someone is trapped, the government will find a way to save people. Now the zombie patients are like the victims in the tunnel, and the government still chooses to save people. I heard Xiao Su said that you want to buy a house. It's difficult to go through the formalities during the control period. If you really want to buy it, the military district will help you contact the seller to see if you can go through the fast track. Tan Mingzhang poured a glass of water and sat in front of Xinque to talk about business. Xinque sat upright, but his mind was a little wandering. Just when Tan Mingzhang asked him about his future plans, Xinque looked at him and said, "Commander Tan, have you ever wondered why I know the prophecy?" "Why?" When Xinque was first reported, the government carefully analyzed Xinque's identity. They guessed that Xinque could predict the future, or that he was a reborn person in the future world. Everyone guessed divergently, and also tested each other during this period. Xinque's psychological quality was too strong, and his predictions came true one by one. During this period, he did not do anything that would harm Longgu, especially after the zombie incident. The government had already classified Xinque as one of their own. As long as Xinque did not do anything that would harm Longgu and humans, he would always be Longgu's hero. Hearing the other party mention it, Tan Mingzhang asked with a smile, "Are you a reborn person?" Reborn people are a bit nonsense. But if Xinque really came from 1 year or 3 years later, then what he predicted would make sense. "No." Xinque shook his head. "What is that?" Tan Mingzhang asked. Xinque took a deep breath and said slowly, "Commander Tan, have you heard of the system?" Tan Mingzhang? Chapter 19. Captain Tan, have you heard of the system? After Xinque finished speaking, Tan Mingzhang was confused for a moment. He heard himself asking, "What system?" "My previous predictions all came from a camp system." For the next half hour, Tan Mingzhang felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. According to Xinque, he accidentally bound to a camp system from an alien planet 2 months ago. The system's mission, to assist the host in building a survival camp. Xinque's previous predictions were simulated by the system based on the direction of Haiyun star. As the direction changed, the predictions were gradually disappearing. "Your previous predictions were all from alien systems?" Tan Mingzhang asked absent-mindedly. If someone else had said the camp system, He would have thought it was a prank. But Xinqua's previous predictions had all come true. So he had to believe it. This is technology outside of Haiyan. I hope to hand it over to the country and let the government take over. Xinqua made his appeal. He didn't show it on his face. But his heart was surging. The camp system was his biggest secret. He had never thought of telling anyone. But now, he could easily tell it. Which was a very big risk for him. Hand it in? Tan Mingzhang was stunned for a moment and asked, "Can you open the system?" "Yes." Xinqua opened the system interface. Tan Mingzhang followed Xinqua's gaze, and saw nothing in front of Xinqua. He could not see any supernatural changes. The system interface is divided into host name, age, current task. Xinqua had expected this scene. He picked up the paper and pen on the table and drew the system interface host name, Xinqua. Age, 23 years old. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Time remaining, 10 days. Note: does the task have a time limit? Tan Mingzheng asked. Looking at the column time remaining. Yes. What if I can't complete it? I might die. The camp system will not endanger the host's life. But his consciousness is stuck in the game. If he does not complete the main task, his real body will become a vegetable. Which is the same as being dead. Will die. Tan Mingzheng became serious after hearing this. And he also understood why Xinqua was desperate to leave the hospital. Can you guarantee that what you said is true? Tan Mingzheng knocked on the table and asked. The system interface is real. And this system will not endanger the safety of Longgu and Haiyan Star. Xinqua didn't want to lie. The subtext of his words, the origin of the system / the system prediction, might be false. Why did you hand it in? If Xinqua didn't hand it in, he could find a place to activate it. Now that it has been handed over, part of the decision-making power has been transferred to the government, which is not wise for Xinqua personally. Maybe I was impulsive. Xinqua did not hide his thoughts. He was also wondering why he handed it over. It might be too hard to do the task alone. Or it might be because of the previous tunnel rescue. Today's base news. In short, his heart was very complicated. He didn't know whether his choice was right. But he didn't regret it at the moment. I'll report it to Longui first. This matter was too important. Tan Mingzheng asked for some details, and went directly to Longui. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xinqua returned to the military dormitory. This was the room he had lived in before. It had been cleaned again. He lay on the bed. And his heart was still trembling uncontrollably. This was not fear, but an excited, adventurous tremor. It was the first time he felt that time had passed so slowly. The previous prophecies were all from alien systems? At the same time, the lights in Longui were brightly lit. After leaving the military region, Tan Mingzheng contacted the country's top leaders. And then the top leaders of the Institute of Biology, Institute of Physics, Institute of Agriculture, etc. came. And the atmosphere in the institute was more tense than before. Dean Chen. What do you think? Tan Mingzheng looked at Chen Qing on the far right and asked. Chen Qing was the dean of Longdu Institute of Physics, and also Longdu's top physicist. The universe is endless. And theoretically there may be high-dimensional civilizations. If the world is compared to a mathematical model, as long as high-dimensional civilizations monitor our geological movements and biological dynamics, it is very likely to achieve this prediction. Of course, this premise is that what the other party said is true. So is what he said true or false? Tan Mingzheng asked. Not sure. Chen Qing shook his head. Physics is rigorous. He couldn't make any judgments before the parameters were missing. Our focus now is not prediction, but what to do next. A researcher interrupted when he saw that everyone was talking more and more off topic. Now Xinqua proposed the camp system. They have 4 options. 1. Kill Xinqua and kill all the unknowns in the cradle. 2. Keep Xinqua but don't start the mission. 3. Xinqua will carry out the mission alone. And the country will supervise. 4. The country will cooperate with the other party to explore unknown civilizations together. The first one is not possible. Tan Mingzheng first passed the first one. Not to mention that Xinqua took the initiative to hand over the system. Just the previous prophecy showed that the other party was a hero of Longgu. The second one is not possible either. When Xinqua handed it over, he said that if the mission failed, his life might be in danger. Tan Mingzheng denied the first 2. A researcher said, I prefer to activate the system. But the risk is too great. Unknown represents mystery. After they are activated, they are likely to face 2 situations. First, The camp system is just an infrastructure system, and will not harm Hyun Star and all human beings. Second, the real purpose of the system is to invade Hyun Star, and they are the sinners who release Pandora's box. The second situation is too serious, but they must consider all aspects. After the researcher finished speaking, Chun Ching first pondered, and then gave his opinion. I personally think that this is not an invasion system. Why? Everyone looked at him. If this is an invasion of the system, is it worth it for the system to take action in the current situation? The current Hyun is already riddled with holes. If the other party really wants to do something, they can just wait for the virus to spread or expand the virus level. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of the ant box in the biology group. The ant box contains queen ants, worker ants, soldier ants, and other species. They are a small animal world. If humans want to destroy the animal world, do they need any strategy? A direct impact? A bottle of mineral water can destroy the entire ant kingdom. The current Hyun Star is already lingering on. Even if the two sides are equally powerful, it is not worth it for the other side to make such a big move. Now Hyun Star is even difficult to save itself, and it is difficult to encounter a worse situation. Indeed, everyone's mood is up and down. They are excited about encountering an unknown civilization, but also worried about the future situation. Early the next morning, Shin Kuo was taken to Longguiwan. This was his first time to come to such a solemn place. He and others held a meeting during which the structure of the system interface was described in detail, and professionals built a system model on the side. 2 days later, Longgu Academy finally decided to activate the system and set up a system research group. The research group was led by Tan Ningxiang, and Shin Kuo was appointed as a special instructor. Thank you for choosing the government. After the meeting, Tan Ningxiang saluted Shin Kuo first, and then said, we will observe the system's movements at any time. If the system shows anti-human and anti-planet behavior, the government will stop it at all costs. Shin Kuo is worried about the government's slicing research, and the government is also worried that the system will harm the planet. Now there is an information gap between the two sides, and they are all cooperating by feeling the stones. I know. Shin Kuo thought for a while and added, if the system is out of control, I will end my life first. His words are not to comfort Tan Ningxiang. He has been stuck in this world for 5 years. Now his only motivation is to complete the mission and return to reality. If the system suddenly becomes an anti-human system, he really won't have any motivation. Although this world is a string of data, he tried to treat it as a normal world from the moment he handed it in. Don't be so serious. Tan Ningxiang was stunned. He could feel the seriousness in Shin Kuo's words. The two sides chatted for a while, and Shin Kuo opened the system interface. Host name, Shin Kuo. Age, 23 years old. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. Time left, 7 days. I go back to Songyun to activate the system? Shin Kuo asked after reading it. Before, there were 50 days left for the task, so he could just slack off. Now there are only 7 days left, so he has to take it seriously. You have handed it in. Why are you going back? Tan Ningxiang said with a smile. Shin Kuo thought for a moment. Tied to Jingyun? He is in Jingyun now, so it would be convenient to activate it here. No. Tan Ningxiang did not keep the secret and took out the map directly. This area in the north of Longning. All? Yes. Longning is located in the northeast of Longgu. It used to be a heavy industrial province. After the global disaster, many residents began to move south. The further north you go, the more desolate it becomes. The area Tan Ningxiang refers to as 120,000 square kilometers, accounting for 1/5 of the total area of Longning. It belongs to the uninhabited area of Longning. Now such a large area is designated as Mission Land. It is equivalent to a small province. Chapter 20. Is it too risky? Shin Kuo asked after thinking. The heart of the camp requires the host's legal assets, and he is not sure if it can be used. This is a no man's land. We have discussed it in the hospital and plan to transfer it to your name by leasing the land. If it doesn't work, we will think of other ways. The system requires the host's legal assets, and legal land leasing is also a legal asset, which gives the government a lot of room for operation. Shin Kuo asked some details and was a little curious. Why choose this place? He thought the government would choose some places with strong concealment, such as deep mountains and old forests, deep mountain bases, etc. The system brings risks, but it may also be opportunities, Tan Ningxiang said. In addition to risks and opportunities, The research team also based on the properties of the heart of the camp. Heart of the camp, after use. It can increase the range of use by 20% of the air buff, environmental buff, unique props, and upgradable props. If the heart of the camp is really as described, then the benefit to Longu is immeasurable. Of course, although they chose to activate the system, they still had a little caution. If the system is uncontrollable, they must immediately abandon the system activation site. This also requires that the system activation range is preferably unmanned. The research team carefully investigated and finally locked their sights on the Longning No Man's Land. The Longning No Man's Land is located in the northeast of Longu. After the disaster, residents have migrated to the south of Longning and surrounding provinces. Now, except for the border soldiers, this place is a completely frozen no man's land, which is also the most suitable choice at present. The research team is drafting the contract, and it can be signed in the afternoon. Tan Ningzhang continued after he finished speaking. Will this work? Shen Kuo was unsure. Try it first. And if it doesn't work, change the place. The government selected 3 places this time, the smallest of which is an unmanned base in the northwest. In short, they will definitely help Shen Kuo activate the system within the mission period. At 3 p.m., the research team finished drafting the contract. The full name of the contract: Longning 120,000 square kilometers of land lease contract. Lessor: Longu Government. Lessee: Shen Kuo. Individual. Lease term: 50 years. Lessee enjoys priority to renew lease. The contract states that Shen Kuo will lease 120,000 square kilometers of land in Longning at a price of 500 million yuan per year, and the lease fee can be paid after profit. This contract is just to rationalize Shen Kuo's legal assets. Shen Kuo signed it directly after reading it. How is it? Tan Mingzhang asked. Shen Kuo opened the system interface. Host name: Shen Kuo. System backpack: Camp Heart X1. He had activated the Camp Heart twice before, and now the Camp Heart is gray, indicating that the activation conditions are not met. It may be in the wrong place. Shen Kuo thought for a while. He activated it within the camp twice before, and now it is still 1,000 kilometers away from Longning. Wait a minute. After listening, Tan Mingzhang thought for a while, and then dialed the phone. Half an hour later, Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang arrived at the military playground. At this time, a small helicopter was hovering low in the sky. Tan Mingzhang climbed up very skillfully, then turned his head to look at Shen Kuo. Can you come up? It should work. Shen Kuo took a deep breath, held the helicopter base with both hands, and climbed up. This was his first time riding a helicopter in this world. The cold wind blew across his cheeks, but he was more excited than afraid. Strictly speaking, after escaping from the tunnel at the bottom of the mountain, he became more and more bold. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the helicopter arrived over the Longning No Man's Land. There were originally 3 cities in the Longning No Man's Land: Chongning, Tongping, and Songzhan. After the disaster, these 3 cities were not suitable for survival. The government had resettled people in the southern part of Longning and the neighboring Jichuan province in the past few years. Now, looking from the sky, the ground below is all frozen soil and abandoned human buildings. This place has become a real no man's land. At 5:30, the helicopter landed at Camp 11 in the north of Longning, where a border defense detachment with 35 people was stationed. Captain Tan, the detachment leader, was named Zhu Ping, who had received the news in advance. When he saw Tan Mingzhang, he saluted with a standard military salute. Thank you for your hard work. Tan Mingzhang returned the salute solemnly. His words were not just for socializing. It was freezing cold here, and many supplies could not be transported. The electronic system often lost power. He had been here twice before, and the conditions here were too harsh. Not hard. Zhu Ping smiled naively. Other border guards followed behind and saluted. They straightened their backs and looked at Tan Mingzhang and others curiously, because they were leaving at short notice. They only came with Tan Mingzhang, the guard, the pilot, and Shen Kuo. Tan Mingzhang and the other 2 had military temperaments. As for Shen Kuo, he was white and clean. Was he a military academy student? It was early December now, and the average temperature in the no man's land had reached minus 62 degrees Celsius. After Tan Mingzhang and Zhu Ping met, they motioned for everyone to go into the house first. Coal and electronic resources are very scarce here, and everyone uses firewood and kangs. Tan Mingzhang leaned against the Kong, asked about the recent work at the border, and said, You guys go ahead. I'll talk to Instructor Shin first. Got it. Zhu Ping didn't understand why the two had to come all the way here to talk. But he obeyed the order very quickly. After a while, only Shen Kuo and Tan Ningzhang were left in the temporary meeting room. How is it? Tan Ningzhang asked about the system. It should be possible. When Shen Kuo reached the sky above the no man's land, he opened the system interface. At this time, the interface shows host name, Shen Kuo. Current task, activate the heart of the camp. System backpack, heart of the camp X1. Note, after using the prop, the air buff and environmental buff can be increased by 20% of the usage range. It is a unique prop and can be upgraded. Now the gray heart of the camp has turned green. Shen Kuo did not hesitate after reading it, and clicked to use it directly. Ding. After testing, the host can activate the range of 120,000 square kilometers. Do you want to activate it immediately? A camp sand table appeared in front of Shen Kuo, with a topographic map of the uninhabited area on it. Shen Kuo highlighted the map range and clicked OK. Ding. The host's activation range is 120,000 square kilometers. Are you sure? OK. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the camp area reaching 50 square kilometers. And my camp has been upgraded to my village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the camp area reaching 500 square kilometers. And my village has been upgraded to my town. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the camp area reaching 5,000 square kilometers. And my town has been upgraded to my city. Ding. The host camp area is 120,000 square kilometers. My province upgrade failed. The final level of the camp, my city. Note, my city is the first level of the camp, and it needs to meet the upgrade conditions before it can be upgraded. My city. Host name, Shen Kuo. Level, bad level. Name, unnamed. Residence, 0. Economy, 0. Agriculture, 0. Industry, 0. Ding. It has been determined that the current condition of the host city is very bad. A good city cannot do without city residents and a decision-making government. Please absorb the population and build a city government. Current tasks. 1. Become the mayor and have a legal city identity. 2. Have 5,000 city residents. 3. Build a city government. Task reward, Random Factory X1. You can choose the direction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Activate the Heart of the Camp task and get the reward, Random Scratch Lottery X1. In the next 3 minutes, Shen Kuo's ears were filled with system prompts. And a new interface appeared in front of him, my city. What's wrong? Seeing Shen Kuo standing there in a daze, Tan Ningzhang asked. Nothing. Shen Kuo was in a trance. Can't the system be activated? It's activated. Tan Ningzhang felt that Shen Kuo was a little strange, and Shen Kuo was still a little shocked. In his first life, he was bound to the Songyan small house, and the main task was to reinforce the house. In his second life, he was bound to the deep mountain base, and the main task was to build a refuge base. In this life, he chose to hand it over to the system, and started with 120,000 square kilometers of land. Unexpectedly, the main task also rose. The main task now should be to build a city? My city. There is an upgradable mark at the end, and he feels that this main task can still rise. Chapter 21. The system has been activated, and a new task has been issued. After Shen Kuo calmed down, he began to describe the updated content just now. You mean, the camp system has become my city? Tan Ningzhang asked. Yes. Shen Kuo was a little embarrassed. Tan Ningzhang and others could not see the system content. If it were not for the previous cooperation, he would feel like a middle school liar. Tan Ningzhang did not think much about it. After analyzing it, he asked, can the scratch card reward be opened now? Sure. Random scratch cards are basic rewards. He got high strength protection platform in his first life and improved spinach seeds in his second life. These are random rewards based on time and place. Shen Kuo finished speaking and prepared to use it. Wait a minute. Tan Ningzhang interrupted him, then took out his mobile phone, turned on the video function, and placed the phone on the table facing Shen Kuo. Okay. Random scratch cards are a scratch card pool. After Shen Kuo was ready, he randomly drew a card from it. Congratulations to the host for drawing a random scratch lottery ticket X1. Do you want to use it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the item reward, Biological Induction Box. The moment Shen Kuo confirmed it, The space in front of him twisted. And then a 30 by 30 white box appeared. Shinqu clicked on the details biological induction box. Primary item. After use. It can be used to ultrasonically induce the target organism. Note 1. It can only be used for a single low-level organism. Note 2. This product has been patented. And the host has absolute patent rights. And can be used in any form of authorization/development/transfer. Usage requirements, unlimited. It is strange to see a patent for an item in the game. But Shinqu had seen similar introductions when activating high-strength protection platform and improved spinach seeds. So it was not too surprising. Shinqu was checking the details of the induction box here, while Tan Mingzhang stared blankly at the box in front of him. This was a square white box with smooth lines. The top was the audio player. The bottom was 3 buttons. And the bottom was something like an earphone cable. There were 2 thumb-sized chips connected on both sides of the earphone cable, which looked like a news speaker. Can I touch it? Tan Mingzhang asked. Yes. Shinqu touched the side of the induction box with his hand. He did not think that this device had harmful radiation. And the system also had a mandatory condition. It would not endanger the life of the player. Tan Mingzhang saw Shinqu touch it. And he also touched it twice. This induction box has a cold metallic texture. And it feels much better than it looks. It's amazing. Although Tan Mingzhang was mentally prepared, he was still a little shocked to see such a big thing appear out of thin air. This can no longer be explained by modern physics. Tan Mingzhang rubbed it carefully for a while, put it down and asked, "Is there a time limit for the city mission?" No. The city mission has 3 requirements. 1. Become the mayor and have a legal city identity. 2. Have 5,000 city residents. 3. Build a city government. These 3 seem difficult. But now with the cooperation of the country, it is really very simple to do. The second and third are relatively easy. The first one needs to be reported to Longyuan. Tan Mingzhang said after thinking. The no man's land is located in the north of Longning province. If they want to build a city, they need to determine the nature of the city, such as whether it will be under the jurisdiction of Longning or directly taken over by the central government. The emotions of Longning residents must also be considered. In short, this is not something that can be decided today. I can do it anytime. Shinqu smiled. Now that the countdown for activate the heart of the camp has ended, he is not as nervous as before. How do you use this induction box? After the two chatted for a while, Tan Mingzhang turned the topic to the induction box. He only saw the induction box, but didn't know its specific functions and attributes. Connect the chip on the induction box to the target creature, and the induction box will produce induction sound waves targeting the other party based on the brain waves of the target creature. Shinqu looked at the detailed interface of the induction box. He thought of the newborn kitten. If the kitten doesn't see the big cat after birth, it will attract the big cat nearby by calling. This call seems to be engraved in the genes of all cats. And the induction box is to produce this kind of targeted sound waves. As soon as Shinqu finished speaking, Tan Mingzhang's eyes lit up. If we connect this device to the zombies, can we produce zombie-inducing sound waves? There are now 220,000 confirmed zombie patients worldwide. Although Longu implemented a level 1 control before the zombie outbreak, the zombie virus has a long incubation period, and the number of confirmed cases in Longu is still increasing. These confirmed patients are mainly concentrated in some residential communities, and many of them were discovered after a period of lesions. Although there are volunteers in each community to measure body temperature, Longu has a large population base, and door-to-door work is very dangerous. Now many communities use video check-ins to identify infected people. Although the government has worked hard to implement control, it cannot detect all infected people 100%. Previously, scientists proposed a method of sound induction to attract zombies. But zombies are different from animals, and many audios they produced have no effect. If the induction box is really useful, they can completely turn passive into active. At this time, Shinqu listened, thought about the introduction on the induction box and said, theoretically, it is possible. Tan Mingzhang stood up and paced back and forth, then asked, can we go back now? Yes. There is no personal restriction for city missions. Tan Mingzhang explained to Zhu Ping, and then took Shinqu and others away. At 8:20, a military green helicopter slowly took off. A round-faced soldier looked at the small dot that was getting farther and farther away, saluted, and asked in confusion, Captain Zhu, what are you doing up there? Tan Mingzhang and others came at around 5 o'clock. The other party just chatted briefly and talked in the office. This conversation lasted for 2 hours. And then, just left like that? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhu Ping glared at him, signaling him not to ask about state secrets. Oh! The little soldier kept his mouth shut. 3 minutes later, the helicopter left completely. Zhu Ping put down his hand. Although he said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," the people above hurried in and hurried out. Was it a surprise inspection of the border work? At 11 o'clock in the evening, the helicopter arrived at the Jingyan camp. On the way back, Tan Mingzhang talked to Cheng Yuqing and others. After getting off the plane, he did not delay and took Xinque directly to the zombie base in the eastern suburbs of Jingyun. This is a biological base used for research. Now, with the consent of the other party's family, 3 zombies are detained in it. These 3 people are all local residents of Jingyun. The time of zombie transformation is 7 to 12 days. The source of infection is unknown. Captain Tan. When Tan Mingzhang and Xinque arrived, Cheng Yuqing, Qin Qing and others were already waiting at the base. Qin Qing is the dean of Longgu Physics Institute. He has previously led the research on zombie attracting sound waves. But these zombies are all human mutations. They have been researching for half a month and have not made any progress. Just now, he heard that the research team got a high-tech biological induction box. He didn't care about the project in his hands and rushed over without stopping. He waited here for an hour, and every minute felt like a year. After greeting, Qin Qing asked directly, "Where is the induction box?" "It's in the back." Tan Mingzhang pointed to the soldier behind him, and then changed into protective clothing with Xinque. Xinque had an injury on his right leg and could not get close to the zombies. But fortunately, there was a layer of isolation glass outside the zombie isolation room, so they only needed to watch from the outside. There were more than 30 academicians and doctors who came this time, and they were all core figures in the research group. After everyone arrived at the isolation room, 2 biologists took the induction box in. They had just learned how to use the induction box outside, and they just needed to follow the instructions. Did this box appear out of thin air? While the biologists were preparing, Qin Qing stared at the box in their hands in disbelief. He had watched the video sent back by Tan Mingzhang before, and just now, he had seen the induction box up close. He was doing physics research, and he was sure that the induction box had many technologies that were beyond modern times. Apart from anything else, the 2 chips alone are not something that modern technology can produce. He already believed that the induction box came from an alien civilization. But there was a new question. Where are the coordinates of the alien civilization? How many light years away is it from Haiyan Star? How is this induction box transmitted here? Is Xinque's system a huge black hole? These questions came one after another, and as he thought deeply, he felt as small as a speck of cosmic dust. You've asked 7 times. It appeared out of thin air. Let's look at the induction box first, and talk about the rest later. Tan Mingzhang was amused by Qin Qing's attitude and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Everyone quieted down and focused their attention on the isolation window. At this time, a young man in his 30s was tied in the isolation window. The man had never bitten anyone, but his body was skinny, with only bones and a layer of skin left on his body. The man was tied to an iron bed with a gag in his mouth. He hadn't slept for 10 days. After seeing the 2 biological staff, he twisted violently with his bloodthirsty instinct. Woo! 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 The sound was rough and heavy, and no human emotion could be heard at all. The people outside the isolation room were silent. Everyone saw the 2 biological staff open the induction box, and then stick 2 chips on each other's temples. The man seemed to be comforted, and his struggle was reduced. Half an hour later, the 2 biological staff disinfected the induction box with the highest standards, and then took the box out. Is it done? Everyone asked. It should be done. The biological staff pressed the start button. The induction box automatically produces audio according to the zombie's brain fluctuations. At the moment the button was pressed, everyone also clearly heard a strange sound. Squeak! Squeak! This sound is like chewing and grinding teeth. Although not harsh, it is unpleasant. Chapter 22. The entire audio clip is 3 minutes and 25 seconds long. After listening carefully, Tan Mingzhang asked, "Is it effective against zombies?" "I haven't tried it yet," the biological staff answered. After discussing with everyone, Tan Mingzhang came to the next room. A middle-aged woman in her 50s was imprisoned here. The woman was tied to the bed. Her eyes were bloodshot, and a gag was stuffed in her mouth. After the infected mutate, they will instinctively look for hemoglobin. Even without hemoglobin, they can survive for 3 months without eating, drinking, or sleeping. Chung Yuqing explained. After the infection mutates, although the infected do not eat and drink like humans, they need hemoglobin in the organism to maintain basic functions. They have been using processed animal protein instead of human protein to maintain the life of zombies. Will zombies bite animals? Tan Mingzhang asked curiously. In the case of long-term lack of hemoglobin, they will bite mammals. What about mammals that have been bitten? They become zombie animals. Tan Mingzhang had heard Shen Kui say that the zombie virus is zoonotic, so he was prepared for this situation. I was still a little shocked that this virus could transform the human body into a monster. During the conversation, the staff took off the woman's gag, and the woman bit it reflexively. The staff didn't care, but opened the glass door in the isolation room. Behind the door was a 500 square meter observation room with some tables, chairs, and benches, mainly to observe the activities of zombie-infected people in a normal environment. The staff placed the induction equipment in the observation room, then immediately came out and opened the shackles on the woman's body by remote control. The woman can move freely. Due to her lack of thinking ability, she just bumps around in her room. Let's start, Tan Mingzhang nervously ordered. The staff turned on the induction music. In order to make the test more accurate, they also put 5 audio players in the observation room. These players played various music such as pop, classical, and jazz. When the players were turned on simultaneously, the observation room was deafening. The sound in the observation room was transmitted to the isolation room. The woman paused after hearing it, and then walked towards the induction box excitedly. With precise steps without any hesitation, change the recorded music. Tan Mingzhang continued to instruct. The staff turned off the induction box and played the recorded music. This was recorded when they first tried the induction box. The two sounds were exactly the same in the human ear, but after turning off the induction box, the woman seemed to have lost her direction and could only turn around in confusion. Tan Mingzhang frowned. Turn off the other music. The staff turned off all the interference sounds, leaving only the recorded music in the observation room. The recorded music was very loud, but the woman seemed to be unable to hear it and had no reaction. Everyone was a little surprised, and they took the induction box to the last isolation room. After repeated experiments, they finally concluded that the induction box can attract zombies, but the sound after the second recording has no effect. What's going on? Tan Mingzhang's brows twisted into a ball. I just checked that this induction box has a magnetic card in addition to the audio player. The zombies should be attracted by the magnetic waves of the induction music and the magnetic card. Chun Qing analyzed from a professional perspective. That is to say, even if we have sound, we can't promote it through the internet or CD? In theory, yes. Tan Mingzhang felt his heart go up and down like a roller coaster. He thought for a while. Can we crack it and make an identical induction box? The key to this induction box is the magnetic card. We don't know the specific value of this card, so we may need to disassemble the equipment for research. Chen Qing didn't dare to guarantee it. This induction box is unique to the scorpion's tail. If they disassemble it and cannot restore it, it will be a loss to alien research. Therefore, although he was itching to do so, he did not dare to dismantle the equipment directly. Tan Mingzhang knocked on the isolation table in front of him, which was a subconscious action when he was thinking. Half a minute later, he looked at the staff beside him. What time is it now? 1:20. Tan Mingzhang did not expect it to be so late. He said, everyone go back and rest first. Come back to study tomorrow after you have rested well. Put this induction box in the Institute of Physics first? Chen Qing was a little envious. Put it in the biological base. We can test it a few more times. Chung Yuqing was also envious. Tan Mingzhang was happy. Don't put it anywhere. Take it back to the research base first, and discuss it tomorrow. The average age of everyone is over 40. And he doesn't want everyone to stay up late to study the induction box and get sick again. 10 minutes later, everyone reluctantly went back to rest. Shen Kui and Tan Mingzhang got on the special car, and when they arrived at the dormitory building, Tan Mingzhang said, you go in and rest first. You don't want to rest? Shen Kui was a little surprised. He could feel that Tan Mingzhang was worried all the way. I'm going to Longhui 1 to discuss the system city. Tan Mingzhang asked everyone not to stay up late to study. But he had something on his mind and wanted to find someone to discuss how to complete the system task properly. Tan Mingzhang thought about it and looked up and said, "You don't need to be so respectful and private in the future. Just chat like ordinary people." When he first met Shen Kuo, he was indeed suspicious and wary. But as the two sides came into contact, although he could not trust him 100%, he had gradually trusted him. Shen Kuo is young, but he is mature and steady in his work. His only shortcoming is that he is sometimes too rigid and serious. Okay. Shen Kuo smiled. It is a bit strange that players respect NPCs too much. But he no longer regards Tan Mingzhang as a simple NPC. Tan Mingzhang has a decisive and principled character. He has learned a lot from him. Not only Tan Mingzhang, but also Cheng Yuqing and others are like this. Everyone is very respectable. After leaving, Tan Mingzhang went to Longwuan and did not come back until the afternoon of the next day. After he came back, he immediately organized a meeting and emphasized 2 points at the meeting. 1. After discussion, Longwu Academy agreed that the research team could dismantle the biological induction box for research. 2. The country decided to build a special administrative city in Longning no man's land, and Shen Kuo will be the first mayor. Although the country agrees to dismantle the induction box, there is only one box in the world, and it is also related to the research of zombie induction work. It is best to dismantle it after you are sure of the restoration. Tan Mingzhang handed the document of the country's permission for dismantling to Chen Qing. Okay. Chen Qing had been thinking about dismantling the research last night. Now that he really has the opportunity, he is more nervous than anything else. He took the document and solemnly stated, "We will study the induction box first, and then dismantle it after fully understanding it. We will never let the box suffer any damage." Yes. Tan Mingzhang nodded and handed Shen Kuo another document. The country is preparing to issue a city construction announcement tonight. These are several names proposed by the government. Which one do you think is suitable? So fast? Shen Kuo took the document. Not only did it approve the city application, but it also had 10 pre-selected city names. We followed the emergency process of war preparedness. Now it is a special time for special handling. Although Tan Mingzhang said so, ordinary residents don't know about the system, and this matter cannot be widely announced. He can already anticipate the reaction after the news is broadcast. Choose a name first. Tan Mingzhang turned the topic back. Shen Kuo has made many contributions to zombie early warning, so the country respects his opinion on the name selection. Let's choose together. Shen Kuo had difficulty choosing a name, so he left the naming opinions to everyone. After everyone's analysis, the new city will be named Longqing City, which means the stars in Longdu, and also means an alien system. At 5 p.m., Tan Mingzhang handed the new name to Longwuan, and Shen Kuo received the mayor appointment document of Longqing City in advance. Shen Kuo opened the system interface. Host name, Shen Kuo. My city, Longqing City. Current tasks. 1. Become the mayor and have a legal city identity. Completed. 2. Have 5,000 city residents. 3. Build a city government. Longqing City has not been announced nationwide, but it has completed the national process. So task 1. The status has been completed. Shen Kuo remembered that when he upgraded the task yesterday, Tan Mingzhang looked serious. This needs to be reported to Longwuan. He had been prepared for a long-term task, but he didn't expect it to take less than a day. The government has already dealt with the most important one. In a trance, he remembered that in his previous 2 lives, each life was very difficult to complete the task, and the second life was stuck for 2 years because of a forging task. Although this life is risky, but after the start, it seems to be better than expected. Chapter 23. As of 9 p.m. on December 7th, there were 2 new cases of zombies in Tongyuan County, Jichuan, and a total of 23 new cases in the province. Now it is not the first level control. How can there be new cases? At 6 p.m. on December 8th, Zheng Hongming frowned while reading the Jichuan Daily. Zheng Hongming is 35 years old this year, and was a grassroots employee of Chongning Road Administration Company. After the global disaster, Chongning, Tongping, and Songtan were located in the northernmost part of Longdu, and the environmental disaster was serious. Under the arrangement of the Longdu government, the residents of the 3 cities began to migrate to the southern part of Longning, Jichuan Province, Changha Province, etc. This migration involved 30 million people, and was called the largest population migration in Longdu in the past 100 years. Zheng Hongming is a native of Chongning. According to the policy, he was resettled in Longning New District of Jichuan Province. This is a resettlement new district supervised by the Longgu government and built by the Chongqing government. It is divided into 20 districts, including Longning District 1 and District 2, each with a population of nearly 100,000. These are houses built by the government. The resettled residents can buy/lease them. And some residents, who meet the policy requirements, can apply for free affordable housing. In addition, the resettled residents also enjoy the property rights/homestead rights of their previous houses, and can move back when the environment in the 3 cities improves. Zheng Hongming has 2 houses in Chongqing. Last year, he organized a Chongqing site tour group with the owners. 30 people chartered a car to go back to Chongqing to take a look. Before they went back, they still had hope of moving back. But after seeing the current situation in Chongqing, all their hopes were extinguished. The cold wind was howling. The ground became frozen. The trees died, and the trunks were covered with frost. Chongqing used to be cold, but at least there was still some popularity. Chongqing now has a dead atmosphere from the city to the surrounding counties. It's only been 4 years. How did it become like this? There is no water or electricity here. We can't survive even if we stay. There is a plain in front of our city, and the Longbei Mountains behind us. Some cold currents can't pass through. The environment is worse than some northern countries. A senior brother in the same industry analyzed the reasons why Chongqing has become what it is now from many aspects such as geography and society. No one knows whether what he said is right or not, but they just know that this is not the Chongqing in their memories. After Zheng Hongming came back, he was in a daze for a long time. Strictly speaking, the resettlement houses in Longning New District are good, and the Jichuan government and residents are not xenophobic. But he always has a feeling of being out of place and out of tune. He thought, this might be the homesickness in the cultural textbooks. He used to work in road administration, and there were not so many places to repair here. After he joined the community work, he found a job in property management. Some time ago, he and other colleagues would measure the body temperature of each household. Later, the zombie outbreak. Many owners were worried that the property staff were carrying the virus and refused to contact the property staff. The property management was also worried about the safety of employees. So they changed from measuring body temperature every day to measuring it every Monday. At other times, the owners need to record videos with time and send them to the group. If there are suspected infected people, they will be reported directly to the CDC. Zheng Hongming is in charge of the video inspection of their building. He may be in an important position. Apart from work, he spends the rest of his time following national news. Is Tongyuan County the county where Lao Zhou's aunt lives? At this time, Zheng Hongming finished speaking, and his wife Wang Yin came out of the kitchen and asked, Yes, it's 80 kilometers away from here, Zheng Hongming said. What's the situation over there? The 2 infected people have been taken away. Those who have contact with them are considered close contacts, and others need to have their temperatures taken again. Is the whole county quarantined now? Almost. The main roads are blocked, and ordinary residents are not allowed to leave their homes. Alas, it was not the first time that Wang Yin heard news about the infected. But this time it was only 80 kilometers away from them. It was quite scary. The porridge is ready. At this time, the kitchen was steaming, and Wang Yin reminded, Help me serve a bowl. Zheng Hongming stared at the newspaper without moving. You go. Wang Yin took the newspaper away directly. Their family had a clear division of labor. Every time one person cooked, the other had to be responsible for serving rice and washing dishes. I'll go if I want. Zheng Hongming went to the kitchen helplessly to get some porridge. This was white porridge made from improved rice, and it tasted sour and astringent. Quite unpalatable. Wang Yin ate 2 bites with pickles and chatted, I looked on the second-hand website today, and the houses in our community are now priced at 1,200 per square meter. Houses in Chongqing. Yes, there are also houses priced at 900. They have 2 houses in Chongqing, one of which is a unit house, and the current market price is 700 yuan per square meter. One of them was a commercial house bought before the disaster. When they bought it, it was 8,500 yuan per square meter. Now it can only be sold for 1,200 yuan per square meter. Moreover, no one is buying it even though it is priced high. After the disaster, there was a serious economic crisis in the world, and countries around the world suffered heavy losses. During the economic crisis, Longgu issued a number of interest rate cuts. Chongqing, Tongping and Songhan were not suitable for living, and the state allowed the loan owners in the three places to suspend mortgage loans. The state invested 2.3 trillion yuan in the relocation of the three cities. Otherwise, the population of the three cities would not have been smoothly resettled. Zheng Hongming recalled the past and asked casually, "Why are you concerned about the housing price?" "I want to put our two houses up for sale." Wang Yin hesitated and said she had thought about selling the two houses and buying houses in places with better economies such as Jingyun and Luhai. Now that the zombie virus has appeared, she has become more determined to do so. Our unit house is 70 square meters, and it can only be sold for 50,000 yuan according to the market price. Commercial housing is a little bigger, but it can only be sold for 150,000 yuan at most. This 200,000 yuan is not even enough for a bathroom in Jingyun. Those two houses are in no man's land. Who would buy a house in that corner now? Even if we don't buy a house in Jingyun, we can save more money. The economy is down now. No one is buying a house, let alone buying a house now. There are all some doomsday theories on the internet, and they may not live until next year. Alas, Wang Yin is a yoga teacher and is now under lockdown at home. She doesn't have to sell the house, but she feels uneasy if she doesn't do something. If you want to sell it, just sell it. Zheng Hongming felt that no one would buy, so he agreed to Wang Yin's idea. Wang Yin listed the two houses in her family on the second-hand platform. Now there are 772 houses for sale in their community, and 75,000 houses for sale in Chongming City. Some high-end communities with prices of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan have even fallen to 2,500 yuan per square meter. The housing prices in Chongming City have collapsed across the board. Wang Yin didn't pay attention to it after listing it, but an hour later, the platform software rang. "Hello. Are you selling your house?" the anonymous buyer asked. "Yes. Did you pay in full or with a loan for this house? Do you have a property certificate? Are all the formalities complete?" "Pay in full. Have a certificate. And have all the formalities complete." "Will furniture and appliances be given as gifts?" "Yes. But the photos were taken 5 years ago, and I don't know what the situation is now. And I don't know if they can be used." "It's okay. Can I go through the online process?" Wang Yin was stunned when she saw this sentence. During the first-level combat readiness period, Longgu has opened an official second-hand housing registration platform, and buyers and sellers can go through the fund supervision procedures online. After the procedures are completed, the sales contract has legal effect. During this period, as long as there is no major concealment, both buyers and sellers cannot regret it. Moreover, it involves major concealment, and the two parties need to finish the lawsuit before the seller can sell the house again, because the house payment is supervised by a third party from beginning to end. The seller generally will not deliberately conceal it, and the buyer also wants to complete the transaction quickly. As long as it is registered on the second-hand housing platform, the buyer and seller are basically set in stone. When chatting just now, she thought the other party was a real estate agent. And now, the other party went through the process so quickly. "Hello. Is your house in the road administration family compound for sale? What is the lowest price?" At this time, someone asked again, "Is the landlord selling the house himself? Can I watch the house via video? If I really want to buy it, can we verify each other's information and go through the process?" In the next 10 minutes, several users asked about the house. Their IDs and speaking habits were different, and they didn't look like robots. Wang Yin was a little surprised. She took out her mobile phone and prepared to search for the house that had just been listed. Is it credible that someone wants to buy it? However, before she could enter the information, she was stunned when she saw the hot search. At this time, the first hot search, Longgu News, in order to promote the development of the northern part of Longning Province. The Chinese government decided to establish Longxing Special Administrative City in the area south of Longbei Mountains and north of Songzhan River. Longxing City will be directly governed by the Longgu government. The original scope of Chongming City, Tongping City, and Songzhan City. Map. The second hot search, the area of Longning Province has shrunk. The third hot search, the area of Longxing City. At this time, 7 out of the top 10 hot searches are related to Longxing City, and the rest are about the zombie situation in various provinces. Wang Yin is basically sure that the consultant on the phone should be a real estate investor. Everyone is preparing to buy a house in Longbei based on a piece of news. Is it too impulsive? Chapter 24. Mom, Are we really going to Longbei to invest? At the same time, in a high-end villa in Qingshan district of Su province, Zhou Xian asked curiously. This is a carefully decorated study room. At this time, the warm light is on in the study room. A middle-aged woman in her 50s with pear-shaped curls is sitting in front of the computer. The country may want to develop there. Let's ask first, the woman said. The woman's name is Su Huiyun. When she was young, she worked as a female worker in a garment factory. Later, she founded her own garment OEM factory. At its peak, it had 2,000 employees. She started from scratch. But due to the global crisis, rising clothing costs, low demand from residents and other reasons, the clothing factory went bankrupt 3 years after the disaster. She has been thinking about making a comeback all these years. She and her friends have co-founded a transportation company, founded a water plant, and contracted 1,000 acres of land to grow rice 2 years ago. However, the overall environment has been bad in recent years, and she has lost money in everything she does. The money saved by the clothing factory is not much. I checked. This place built by the state is an uninhabited area, and the average temperature in winter is -50. Even if this place wants to develop, it can't develop, right? Zhou Xian asked, looking at the computer interface. Just now, Su Huiyun was browsing the second-hand housing platform in Chengning City, where the average housing price was 900, which was unthinkable 10 years ago. Not necessarily. If it were in the past, Su Huiyun would have thought that this was a casual policy. But now it is a national control period, and the country suddenly announced the establishment of a city at this critical juncture. This decision is abnormal no matter how you look at it. Of course, the main reason is that the housing prices in the no man's land are too cheap. And even if you invest in 2 sets casually, it will not hurt your bones. Then let's ask again, Zhou Xian said. They just asked 5 companies. Now the news of Longbei's establishment has spread. Due to unclear policies, not many sellers immediately sell their products. The prices sold by everyone are already seriously lower than the cost price. If the country really develops the uninhabited area, they don't mind waiting. Okay. Su Huiyun nodded. During the chat, the phone on the table rang. She looked at it and clicked to answer. Brother Zhao? The caller's name is Xiao Jia, who was her business partner when she opened the garment factory. The two have a good relationship. Have you seen the news today? Xiao Jia got straight to the point. Yes. I was just chatting with my daughter. I want to buy a few houses there for investment. Are you going? I just discussed with Lao Hu and others. We are going to go there in a few days to take a look. If there are good projects, we can try them. Invest in houses? Xiao Jia used to be a professional real estate speculator and suffered heavy losses after the economic downturn. Don't touch houses. People in the north are not stupid. Now that the country has just issued policies, they will definitely wait and see for a while. Xiao Jia said. What are we going to do? If the country really wants to build the north, it will definitely have to build roads and infrastructure. Maybe there will be good projects by then. Su Huiyun thought about it and said, maybe we can't go. Why? Xiao Jia was stunned. They have been playing together for most of their lives. Su Huiyun is not a person who looks ahead and behind. Su Huiyun was helpless. Now the whole country is under control, let alone the no man's land. We can't even leave our community. Ah! Xiao Jia was so excited that he completely forgot about it. Let's pay more attention to the news during this period. If there is a chance, we will go there as soon as possible, he said. Okay. Will the economic center of gravity move northward in the future? Probably not. I think we will redevelop the heavy industry there. Now many countries have stopped exporting oil and coal. Is our country going to mine it ourselves? After the news was released, many people speculated on the reasons for the establishment of Longbei City. After careful analysis, they guessed that the current situation was too chaotic, and the country was preparing for Longbei's retreat. The country wants to develop Longbei's resource industry? On December 10th, Zheng Hongtao looked at the latest analysis with mixed feelings. It has been 3 days since the news of the country building Longxing City. In these 3 days, people on the internet have been speculating why the country built the city, and finally concluded, now there is a zombie crisis. Global coal and oil prices have risen sharply. Some countries have stopped energy exports due to the situation, and a world war may break out in the world. Longu intends to develop the resources of the uninhabited area on a large scale from a long-term strategic perspective. so that it can also dominate international relations. 3 minutes later, when Zheng Hongming turned to an article titled Coal and Oil, unveiling the last value of the uninhabited area, he was completely furious. Hack the last value. The article analyzed factors such as the geographical environment and found that the uninhabited area is no longer suitable for survival. And the greatest value now is to carry out deep mining of some mineral resource points. The deep mining here is no longer the environmentally friendly mining in the past, but predatory mining based on the destruction of ecological land. Our area is originally an uninhabited area. Even if it is developed, it will contribute to the whole country. Wang Yin poured 2 cups of water and sat next to Zheng Hongming to chat. That's different. Zheng Hongming thought of his father. His father was a coal miner. At that time, coal mines were concentrated, and there might be 3 mines on a mountain. Every time he delivered food to his father, he came up from the dark mine. The mine was very deep. His face and hands were black, and his skin was dry like an old man. They lived in a nearby village at that time. Sometimes when the wind and sand were strong, coal dust would blow into the village. They would eat coal as soon as they opened their mouths. The villagers did not dare to hang clothes outside, and the sky was always gray. His father died of lung cancer caused by coal dust. When his father was buried, he wore a dark blue shroud, and his hair was combed meticulously. He looked like a delicate old man, but he was only 39 years old when he died. Zheng Hongming hated the uncontrolled mining of minerals. After he entered junior high school, the state promulgated strict mining laws, and Chongqing began a massive environmental protection governance. After 20 years of development, the sky of Chongqing has become brighter, and it is no longer the black city it used to be. The fundamental reason for their large-scale migration this time is that the climate in Longbei is not suitable for survival. This is different from destroying the environment. Although Chongqing no longer has an environment, Wang Yin noticed that Zheng Hongming was in a bad mood and quickly said, "The country only said that the city would be built, and nothing else was said. These are all random guesses by netizens." "Yeah." Zheng Hongming groaned and asked, "How is the house hanging?" Many people asked before, but no one asked today. Wang Yin felt depressed when she thought of this. When the news about Longqing City was first released, everyone thought that the country was making a big move, and they saw that the houses in Chongqing were cheap, so they wanted to buy some. Now that they have calmed down, people who want to buy houses have become rational, and most of them are in a wait-and-see state. Don't sell it if no one asks. It's useless to sell it now, Zheng Hongming said. Okay. Wang Yin was also tired of the information about selling houses, and was ready to remove the house information. The two chatted for a while, and Wang Yin asked, now that Chongqing Tongping Songtan has been merged into Longqing City, will Chongqing be called Chongqing District or Chongqing City in the future? Or did the higher authorities change the name of Chongqing and redivide the administrative structure? I don't know. Zheng Hongming is not considering the name now. He is only worried about the country's next policy. Captain Wang, what are we going to do there? As the various forces were thinking about their own thoughts, Zhao Xiaofeng asked curiously on a military vehicle heading to Chongqing City. Law Bei. Zhao Xiaofeng is an ordinary soldier of the Jingyan 128th Field Battalion. 1 day ago, the battalion held an emergency meeting to dispatch 5,000 soldiers to Longbei to carry out the mission. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was the recent news about the city's construction. Captain, they want to develop resources there, not just transfer engineers and surveyors. At that time, a captain raised his hand and asked, who said they want to exploit resources? The battalion commander waved his hand and continued, the soldiers who are transferred, please bring your ID cards. The public security system will come soon and change your registered addresses first. What registered addresses? Everyone was stunned. Change the ID card address. This is a task. If you can't change it, come to me and explain the reason. In this way, 5,000 soldiers went back to the dormitory to get their ID cards, and then lined up to change their household registration. Take photos of their ID cards, and get their ID cards. The tedious process was completed in half a day. Zhao Xiaofeng's ancestral home is Dubai Village, Sichuan Province. Before changing his household registration, he called his family to report the situation. Your household registration has changed. Will the family relationship change? Zhao Xiaofeng's father asked after listening. No. The family relationship is still the same as before. But the place of household registration has changed to Longqing City. The newly built city? Yes. This is the task from above. Just change it if the leader asks you to. Don't be unsociable. Just like that. Zhao Xiaofeng received a new ID card after completing the formalities. New ID card information. Name, Zhao Xiaofeng. Date of birth, February 12, 2111. Place of residence, Building 112. Xinfen Community. Chongming District. Longqing City. Longguguo. Xinfen Community was rebuilt from a military camp in Longbei. The addresses of all 5,000 people are Xinfen. Everyone got their ID cards last night and headed to Longbei today. The speed was completely swift and resolute. Strictly speaking, it has only been 3 days since the government issued the news, which is already as fast as flying. They were riding in an 8-wheeled truck with 50 people on each truck. At this time, after hearing what they heard, the captain of their truck said, "Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you asking so many questions?" "I don't know." Zhao Xiaofeng scratched his head. Captain Wang laughed. "I don't know either. Now let alone saying that they don't know. It is estimated that the battalion commander doesn't know what to do. But this was directly arranged by Long Guiwan, and they just had to obey the orders from above." Captain Wang chatted with everyone for a while and asked, "Have you brought masks and isolation suits?" "Yes. Their camp is the same as outside, taking body temperature every day. The camp implements closed management, and their camp is still very safe so far. There are not many people in the no man's land. But we still need to pay attention to what we should pay attention to," Captain Wang reminded. "We know. It is 1,000 kilometers from Jingyun to Chongming." They didn't feel it when they were on the Jingyun Expressway. As the car went further and further north, everyone felt the biting cold wind. When we arrived at Chongming, everyone had only one feeling: even if Longbei is built into a resource city, can it be built in the current environment and state? Xinfen Community is located in the eastern suburbs of Chongming, and was rebuilt from a former military district. Water and electricity were connected here yesterday, but supplies were scarce. Everyone got off the bus, and their teeth were chattering with cold. "Is it cold for the border troops here?" Zhao Xiaofeng asked. "Wrapped in a military coat. You can feel the cold. But how can they not feel the cold?" Captain Wang knocked on him. "Everyone, go down to the hall to get charcoal. If it's cold, light some charcoal at night. But pay attention to ventilation to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning." The soldiers lined up in an orderly manner to receive the coal, and then went back to the dormitory to rest. 5,000 people sounded like a lot, but it was still a bit empty in the camp. The next day, everyone rested and waited for the task. But after waiting for 2 days, let alone the task, they didn't even know what they wanted every day. For a while, the 5,000 soldiers were a little confused. Host name, Xinque. My city, Longqing City. Current task, 1. Become the mayor and have a legal city identity. Completed. 2. Have 5,000 city residents. Completed. 3. Build a city government building. In progress. While Zhao Xiaofeng and others were confused, Xinque, in Chongming city government, looked at the system interface with a headache. Now task 1, 2, has been completed, and task 3 is still in progress. Still can't be used? Tan Mingzheng asked after seeing Xinque's expression. Can't. He originally thought that build a city government building was the easiest one. But in the past 3 days, he activated it in the border defense camp, Tomping city government, and Chongming city government, and there was no change afterwards. It shouldn't be a construction problem. Tan Mingzhang tapped the table with his fingers. Could it be a site ownership problem? They were having a video conference with Cheng Yuqing and others, and the other party asked after hearing the progress here. It shouldn't be. After they failed to activate it yesterday, they tried to build a prefabricated steel house in the suburbs and transferred the ownership of the land to Xinque's name, but still couldn't activate it. That's strange. After everyone discussed it, Chen Qingfu asked, have you made a sign? What sign? The sign of Longqing Municipal Government. You see, Jingyun Municipal Government has Jingyun Municipal Government. Chongming has Chongming Municipal Government. And Longqing also has the entire Longqing Municipal Government. Not yet. Tan Mingzhang was stunned. They had been busy preparing for the city construction these days, and indeed forgot to make a sign. I'll try. Tan Mingzhang immediately stood up. Chongming is now an uninhabited area, and there are no professional advertising companies. Fortunately, there are many tools in the border defense camp. They found a 3-meter-long wooden board to take care of it. and then wrote on it, Longxing Municipal Government. To avoid twists and turns. This calligraphy was written by Xinque. Although it is not as good as the calligraphy masters, it is still readable. Where should we hang it? Xinque asked after he finished speaking. He had a hunch that after the sign was hung, this task would most likely be completed. Surveying camp? Tan Mingzhang thought for a while and said, in fact, under the current conditions, it is easiest to hang it in places such as Chongqing Municipal Government and Tongping Municipal Government. But these places have traces of the previous government offices. If they are redeveloped here, the follow-up work will be more troublesome. The survey camp he mentioned is located on the east side of Chongqing. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and covers a total area of 5,000 square meters. There is a main road at the entrance, and it is at most 20 minutes away from the center of Chongqing. There are all the necessary living and office facilities here. The camp was moved cleanly at the beginning, so there is no extra stuff. Everyone chose this place first before, but it has not been activated. So they tried the border camp, Chongqing Municipal Government, and other places. Okay. Xinque also prefers the survey camp. After everyone discussed it, they went directly to the survey camp. Xinque replaced the sign of the camp with that of the Longxing Municipal Government. Ding. The host has completed the task of building a city government courtyard. Do you want to submit? Submit. System refresh. Host name, Xinque. Current task, 1. Become the mayor and have a legal city identity. Completed. Task reward, Random Factory X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary task of my city. A good city cannot do without excellent city managers. Please recruit talents and set up a government team. Recruitment requirements, 1 deputy mayor, 2 administrators, 2 planners, 2 propagandists. The moment Xinque submitted the task, new tasks were updated simultaneously. Xinque counted and found that the new government team would have 300 people, from deputy mayors to gate guards. Based on the current state of no man's land, it was a large team. Chapter 25. Xinque opens the system details. Host name, Xinque. My residence, 5,000. Current task, establish a Longxing team. Requirements, Deputy Mayor X1. Administrative Officer X2. Planner X2. Task reward, tenacious grass seeds. System update, Resident Contribution System. Resident Happiness System. Updated. System backpack, Random Factory X1. Direction can be selected. This time, in addition to the new tasks and the rewards from the last settlement, the Resident Contribution and Resident Happiness systems were also updated. Xinque opened them one by one. Resident Contribution System, Residents' contribution to the city's construction. Note, only for system city residents. Accumulated to a certain value can be exchanged for corresponding rewards. Resident Happiness System, Local Residents' Life Happiness Index. Note, the happiness index is calculated based on the residents' dependence on the city, etc. Only for system city residents. Accumulated to a certain value can be exchanged for corresponding rewards. What's going on? Seeing Xinque looking at the void in front of him, Tan Mingzhang asked nervously again. The task is completed, and a new task has been updated. Xinque calmed down and described the system interface. The new task is to create a Longxing team? Tan Mingzhang was thoughtful after listening. Yes. Are there any other requirements? No. The new task does not require Longxing household registration, but combined with the following resident contribution and resident happiness system, it is obviously more appropriate to move the household registration to Longxing. After analyzing, Tan Mingzhang asked about the previous task. Has the system reward been settled? Settled. The random factory gave 10 optional directions: aerospace engineering, bioengineering, communications manufacturing, food processing, agricultural engineering. These can be selected independently. If there is no requirement, the system will randomly select bioengineering. Tan Mingzhang said immediately after listening. He is the head of the research group and has absolute group decision-making power. He doesn't know whether the system bioengineering is the same as in reality. But now that the virus is spreading, this is a very good research choice. Xinque clicked bioengineering. Random factory direction, bioengineering. Are you sure? Sure. At the moment Xinque clicked, the space in front of him twisted, and then a blue card appeared. After testing, the current world's biological foundation is too low. The level of biological equipment is too low. and there are no adaptable biological products. The system will automatically adjust to the biological laboratory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary factory, biological laboratory. The blue card is 10 centimeters long and 7 centimeters wide. There are some abstract house graffiti on it. And at the top is a row of abstract fonts, biological laboratory. The system explained that the biological equipment level was too low, and the biological factory was automatically adjusted to a biological laboratory. This time, without Tan Mingzheng asking, Shen Kui took the initiative to explain. Automatic adjustment? Tan Mingzheng was a little surprised. The two analyzed it, and finally concluded that if the biological factory is compared to the automobile factory, the current high-end star is equivalent to the ancient society. Although the automobile factory was high-tech in ancient times, the ancients did not have professional theoretical knowledge to support it. Even if there were 10 factories, they could not make cars due to the lack of standardized parts. There is a lack of bridge between ancient society and automobile factories. And there is also a lack of bridge between the current biological factories and high-end star. The biological laboratory is this bridge. Will the system adjust the rewards according to the technological level of high-end star? Tan Mingzheng continued to speculate. Very likely. This is also the first time Shen Kui has encountered such a situation. They have only completed 2 tasks since the activation of the camp, and are still in the exploratory stage. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after the two discussed, Tan Mingzheng went to Cheng Yuqing and others to hold a video conference. And everyone discussed it all night. The next morning, Shen Kui had just woken up when there was a rumble outside. He put on his down jacket and went out. He saw a medium-sized helicopter parked on the playground of Longxing Academy. And Cheng Yuqing, Qin Qing and others were getting off the plane one by one. Dean Cheng. Dean Chen? Shen Kui greeted them with some surprise. Coach Shen. Cheng Yuqing was about to speak when a gust of cold wind blew in. She shuddered. Hiss. It's so cold here. It's minus 57 degrees today. Everyone should keep warm. Shen Kui took a cotton jacket from the assistant, handed it to Cheng Yuqing and asked, Aren't you coming here this afternoon? Before hanging up the video conference yesterday, Cheng Yuqing and others planned to visit Longxing to see the laboratory. Everyone agreed to the time at 3 p.m. It is just 7:10 now. We can't wait that long. Cheng Yuqing was a little impatient. The biological induction box had taken their souls away before, let alone the biological laboratory now. After she finished speaking, she asked, Where is Commander Tan? He should be here soon. Tan Mingzheng didn't know that everyone arrived early. Just after Shen Kui finished speaking, a strong voice came from a distance. You came so early. After the meeting yesterday, Tan Mingzheng went to the Xinfeng military camp for a walk. The soldiers were in good condition, but it was freezing cold here. The supplies were previously transported with the military district trucks. Now the temperature is too low and many trucks' fuel tanks are frozen. He went to discuss air transport of supplies with the military district battalion commander last night. There is a coal stove in the room. Let's go in and rest for a while. After joking, Tan Mingzheng said that 30 research group members came today, and they are all leaders in the Longdu Scientific Research Circle. Rest later. Where is the biological laboratory? Qin Qing asked expectantly. He had been studying the induction box for a while. He heard that Longxing had a biological laboratory this time, so he came here. It has not been activated yet, Tan Mingzheng said. There are 2 conditions for the activation of the biological laboratory. 1. It must be within the host's territory. 2. It requires 20 mu or more of land. It was too late after submitting the task yesterday, and they haven't found a place to activate it yet. Go and activate it first, Chen Qing urged anxiously. After everyone started chatting, no one wanted to sleep. Tan Mingzheng borrowed a large truck from Xinfeng camp that was still drivable. Everyone got on the truck and headed to the southern suburbs of Chongning. They had already inspected the nearby map. After comprehensive consideration, everyone chose a laboratory on a plain in the southern suburbs of Longning. It was surrounded by mountains on both sides and 20 kilometers away from Longxing Academy. It was relatively quiet and safe for research. At 8:10, everyone arrived at the southern suburbs plain. There had been no activity here for a long time, and it was quieter than imagined. After getting off the car, everyone looked at Shen Kui hopefully. Shen Kui clicked on the card. Name, Biological Laboratory. Activation requirements, 1. Within the host's territory. Territory that meets the system requirements. 2. 20 acres or more of land. Ding. After testing, the current environment meets the activation requirements. Do you want to activate? A plain sand table appeared in front of Shinqua, and a laboratory model was on the upper right of the sand table. After studying it, he dragged the model onto the sand table, then adjusted the position and clicked OK. Boom. At the moment when Shinqua confirmed it, there was a rumble in front of him, and then a transparent model appeared. The model slowly condensed and finally became a white laboratory with a solid body. The laboratory was white and smooth, and the appearance was a pigeon egg shape. It didn't look like a laboratory, but more like an exquisite art gallery. Is this a system laboratory? Everyone looked at the laboratory in front of them and felt like they were watching a science fiction movie. It's advanced. Tan Mingzhong had seen the induction box appear, and now seeing everyone's surprise, he was very proud in his heart. He was not the only bumpkin. Everyone was surprised and walked towards the biological laboratory. The laboratory requires an iris password. Shinqua approached and verified it. This is the initial password. Later, other people can be allowed to enter and exit through authorization. Shinqua was the first to enter after verification, and others followed behind. The interior of the laboratory is like an exquisite science and technology museum, divided into 3 floors, with activity areas and functional areas. The activity area is for researchers to communicate and work, and the functional area is divided into various departments such as cell laboratory, plant laboratory, refrigeration and freezing room according to function. Everyone walked around and came to the microbial observation room. Is this a mold incubator? Cheng Yuqing looked at the transparent box outside the observation room, as if he saw the most perfect work of art. The mold incubator is the most common experimental equipment in the laboratory. This equipment can be used by researchers to study and observe mold. The only drawback is that the box cannot automatically distinguish the research samples, which is easy to cause bacteria contamination during use. Now the laboratory box makes up for this drawback. It can not only distinguish the entered samples, but also issue an alarm when the difference between the sample and the entered value is too large, which greatly improves the research efficiency. This box is not bad either. It looks like a biochemical incubator. In the next half an hour, everyone carefully observed the differences between laboratory equipment and modern equipment. If modern equipment is compared to an old-fashioned calculator weighing 30 tons, laboratory equipment is like the latest ultra-thin notebook. The functional logic of both sides is the same, but the experience they bring to users is completely different. It's great. Chen Qing was so jealous that he couldn't even use envy to describe it. He touched the operating table in front of him devoutly, and then looked at Shinqua and Tan Mingzhang with a complaint. Next time, if there is a factory reward, you must choose the physical laboratory. The disease control laboratory must also keep up, and the agricultural laboratory. The director of the disease control department and the director of the agricultural department said immediately, This depends on the progress of the system. If everyone works hard, maybe the system will be updated. Tan Mingzhang laughed at the side. These are treasures that are priceless. If you really want to talk about the value, even 200 billion can't buy them. Thank you for your hard work, Tan Mingzhang said to Shinqua solemnly. Without Shinqua, they would not have access to such a high-end laboratory. Not hard. Shinqua was not being modest. My city, both the legal city and the 5,000 residents were provided by the government. He was at most a messenger between the system and the government. Strictly speaking, he needed the government's help to complete the task, and the government needed the system technology. Both sides had a mutually beneficial cooperation. Everyone stayed in the laboratory until the afternoon, and then left reluctantly. At 3:20, the helicopter took off again. Chen Qing was going back to study the biological induction chamber, while Cheng Yuqing was going to form a new biological team and would come back in a few days. How is Professor Su doing recently? Before they parted, Shinqua asked Cheng Yuqing about Su Qiuxing's situation. He can move freely now, and is expected to be able to enter the laboratory next week. Su Qiuxing had previously fractured his ankle, and to avoid infection, he had been doing some simple analysis work outside during this period. Will Professor Su come with us next time? Shinqua asked. It depends on the arrangement of the hospital, Cheng Yuqing said and teased. Are you on good terms with Xiao Su? Shinqua smiled. Professor Su saved me before, and I have always wanted to thank him in person, but I have never found a chance. If it weren't for Su Qiuxing's encouragement when he mentioned the tunnel collapse incident, he would probably have fallen asleep. He had always wanted to thank him formally after being discharged from the hospital. But after being discharged from the hospital, Su Qiuxing went to the School of Biology, and he came to Longbei, so he never had a chance to see him again. I will convey your message when I go back, and try to bring him here next time. Cheng Yuqing waved his hand. Xinque was a little embarrassed. That's not necessary. The work arrangement in the institute must be the main one. After spending some time together, he knew that Cheng Yuqing and others had simple personalities, and he didn't want to use personal matters to affect the work of the biology group. Okay. Cheng Yuqing gave Xinque a farewell hug. 10 minutes later, Xinque watched everyone leave, and then came to the temporary office. This was converted from the survey camp office. Due to the lack of gas, the house now uses coal for heating like the dormitory. When Xinque came in, he saw Tan Mingzhang talking on the phone while warming himself by the fire. To build a provincial leadership team, we need to draw from public service departments across the country. They need to have high political awareness, and it is best if their household registration can be transferred here. Now that the laboratory's work is on the right track, the next thing they need to do is to set up the Longxing team and start the third task. Online questionnaire survey. 70% of investors are in a wait-and-see state about investing in Longbei. National real estate. On the day Longxing was established, the housing prices in the three original Chongning, Tongping and Songzhan areas rose by 20% and fell rapidly the next day. The average price of real estate in the uninhabited area is now 937 yuan per square meter. Data from Longgu's second-hand house network. Through online voting, 37% of the relocated residents rejected overexploitation in uninhabited areas, 32% abstained from voting, and 31% expressed their willingness to follow national policies. It's freezing over there. How can they build a city just like that? At 9 o'clock in the morning on December 15th, Zheng Tao sighed after reading the latest news. Zheng Tao was originally the mayor of Chongning City. After the entire city was relocated 5 years ago, he was transferred to Jichuan Longning New District as the district chief. It was a bit of a demotion from mayor to district chief. But everyone has their own job, and many civil servants in Chongning have been optimized. He adjusted his mentality and started his new job. Although Longning New District is only a district, it houses 7 million people in Chongning, and its management is no easier than that of Chongning City. He has worked diligently over the years, and his political achievements have steadily improved. Last year, he had the opportunity to be transferred to a county-level city in Fujian province as mayor. He wanted to work there for 5 years, and he might be promoted, but he refused after hesitation. He was promoted all the way in Chongning, and he had spent half his life in Chongning and had developed feelings for it, and he didn't want to leave here. In fact, more obscurely, he hoped that Chongning would be restored to its original state one day, and then he would go back to serve, even if it was a grassroots cadre. He had deep feelings for Chongning, but he didn't expect that a week ago, Longgui announced that it would merge Chongning, Tongping, Songzhan and other 3 cities into Longxing City. After seeing the report, Zheng Tao didn't sleep all night. He was worried that Longxing would become a national energy base, as the internet said. He knew rationally that this was the best, but emotionally, he hoped that Longbei would get better and better. Otherwise, the previous battle of wits and courage with bad mine owners would become a joke. Are you still watching the news? While he was distracted, his wife Lily came over with tea and asked, "Just take a look." Zheng Tao turned off the computer. "You are a district chief after all. If you really don't understand, call the old leaders in Jingyun to see if there is any news." Zheng Tao has not been in good shape for a week. Lily feels distressed. "I called?" Zheng Tao smiled bitterly. He called the old leaders as soon as he saw the Longxing news. However, the old leaders didn't know why the city was built. Not only the old leaders, but also the senior executives, who often go in and out of Longgui know the real reason. After the state builds Longxing City, will it transfer you back? Lily asked about work. "I don't know. Longxing is an administrative city, at the same level as Longning Province, and he doesn't know the state's team arrangement yet. If there is a chance, talk to the higher-ups and see if you can be transferred back to Chongning to be the mayor. Don't even think about it." Zheng Tao interrupted directly. The state released the news about Longxing City at this critical juncture, indicating that there will be big moves next. Now civil servants across the country are eyeing the government positions in Longxing. If the state really wants to develop here, it should also form a new leadership team. Alas, I miss those days in Chongning. Like Wang Yin, Lily felt that Jichuan was good, but everyone was resettled here. Like an outsider, and she still liked her own city. Beep. After the two chatted for a while, the doorbell rang suddenly. Who is it? Wanli asked in a hoarse voice. Looking for Zheng Tao, the district chief. When Wanli heard that they were looking for Zheng Tao, she thought there was a problem with the control work. So she quickly opened the door. The two-layer door of their house was a wooden door at the innermost, and an old-fashioned hollow anti-theft net on the outside. After she opened the door, she saw 5 men in military uniforms standing at the door. They all wore military caps, and looked very impressive. Hello. Wanli was a little confused. Who is it? Zheng Tao walked out and asked when he saw that there was no movement at the door. Longgu Military Region. This is the government appointment document and our 7-day temperature report. The leading man took out 2 stacks of documents and said, Hello. This is my and my wife's temperature report. After seeing the stamp on the document, Zheng Tao quickly opened the door. Because he often goes to the government to handle control work, he and Wanli take their temperatures every day. After the 5 people entered the house, Wanli poured water enthusiastically. Longjing or Bilyuakun. No need to bother. We are not here to drink tea. The man gestured to Zheng Tao to read the document first. Zheng Tao looked through it in confusion. And after half an hour, his expression was a little dazed. The country wants to transfer me to Longxing City? This is a transfer document, which clearly states that he will be transferred to Longxing and serve as the deputy mayor. This is a confidential document. If you agree, you need to transfer your household registration to Longxing and take office within 2 days. So soon? Yes. The work of Longning New District will be handled by other people. After asking some details, Zheng Tao directly signed the transfer consent form. At 9:40, the 5 people left. Did we get promoted or demoted? Wanli was waiting in the bedroom just now. She only knew that there was a transfer from above, but she didn't know where. Promoted? Zheng Tao was still in a daze. Where did you get promoted? Deputy Mayor of Longxing. Longxing City is equivalent to Longning Province. He was only the mayor of a prefecture-level city before, which means he has now jumped 2 levels and become the mayor of an administrative city. Hello. This is the transfer document of Longui 1. Hello. In the next 2 days, Longui 1 recruited office clerks, administrative staff, door security guards, all the positions marked by the system tasks, in addition to those appointed by Jingyan. Most of these personnel came from the previous 3 cities and outstanding talents from other provinces. On December 17th, everyone went to Longxing City after getting their ID cards. Smile. Very good. At the same time, at Jingyan Institute of Biology, Cheng Yuqing and others took their ID photos and boarded the plane to Longxing. I have reported to the government. New supplies will arrive tomorrow. The gas system engineer will also come to see if we can connect gas to Longxing Institute and Xinfeng military camp. Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang waited for the plane to land. While waiting, Tan Mingzhang talked about the work of the past 2 days. The mass migration of 30 million people 5 years ago shows that this no-man's land is no longer suitable for living. They have lived here for the mission and have deeply felt the meaning of uninhabitable. It is cold here, and they can barely survive. The most difficult thing is the lack of energy such as electricity and gas. The power system and gas system here stopped working 5 years ago. They have been relying on supplies brought from outside to survive during this period. Due to transportation difficulties, they calculated that with the current manpower and material resources, at most 30,000 residents can survive here. If there are tasks such as having 100,000 residents, and 100,000 residents need to live in the city in the later stage, they will not be able to do it so smoothly. Is there enough coal and oil here? Xinque thought for a while and asked. If the gas and electricity systems are restarted, these industrial raw materials will definitely be indispensable. It can last for another half a year. These are some strategic reserves made before the migration. Now the internet says that Longxing is an energy development city. But the country has never had such an idea. Everyone knows the principle of exhausting the resources. The country did not refute the rumor. On the one hand, because it did not know the subsequent tasks of the system. On the other hand, the global situation is getting more and more chaotic. And Longgu's move is also to put some smoke bombs on the national energy. 5 minutes later, the sky rumbled, and then a small white plane slowly landed. This is a small passenger plane that can carry 100 people. After the door of the plane opened, a group of researchers wearing hats and masks and carrying large and small bags got off the plane. They are all top researchers in Longu. And this time, they are mainly using laboratory equipment to study the zombie virus. Cheng Yuqing walked in front, and Tan Mingxiang saluted first, then gave her a most solemn hug. I am looking forward to the next cooperation. We are looking forward to it too. The biological laboratory has its own power system and constant temperature system, in addition to the energy blocks that maintain the operation of the two systems. Like batteries, the research team has studied that these energy sources can operate non-stop for 20 years. And now the biological laboratory is already the warmest place in Longxing. There is a staff dormitory in the laboratory, which can accommodate 300 people for research at the same time. After resting in Longxing Academy, the researchers took a car to Longxing Laboratory. Shen Kuo sat next to Cheng Yuqing. He looked back while chatting. Professor Su didn't come. No. He left for the Northwest District last night. Shen Kuo didn't react at first, but then came to his senses. Zombie base in the Northwest District? Yes. Cheng Yuqing nodded. After Shen Kuo reported the zombie crisis, the country started to build a zombie base in the Northwest District. Now the Northwest zombie base is expanding, and confirmed cases across the country will be transported here. Last Sunday, the number of zombies in the zombie base exceeded 10,000. Arranged by the Institute? Shen Kuo thought for a moment and continued to ask. No. He applied for it himself. Cheng Yuqing was a little helpless. After the expansion of the zombie base, there was a serious shortage of senior researchers inside. The Institute originally planned to transfer other people there. Su Qiuxing asked about the situation in the laboratory and took the initiative to apply. His legs happened to be fine. I wanted to arrange him in the Longxing laboratory. He said there were no zombies here and wanted to observe more zombie samples. Although Cheng Yuqing said so, he admired Su Qiuxing's rigorous attitude very much. She would stay here for a while, and after making sure there was no other work, she would fly to the zombie base together. Be careful, Shen Kuo said after a pause. He thought of the ending of Cheng Yuqing and Su Qiuxing in their previous lives. Both of them died of virus infection. Although some things are different now, they are still in great danger of long-term contact with the virus. I know. Cheng Yuqing smiled. Since they chose the biological industry, they have already thought of the worst-case scenario. Professor Su, we're here. Just as Shen Kuo was heading to the biological laboratory, Su Qiuxing got out of the car at the entrance of the Northwest Zombie Base, wearing an isolation suit and a windbreaker. The sky was full of yellow sand at this time, and as soon as he got out of the car, a gust of sand blew over. If Lombay is a frozen no-man's land, then this is a desert no-man's land. Now there is a zombie base made of lust stationed in the no-man's land. There are too many zombies in the base. He stood at the door and could vaguely hear the muffled roars of the zombies inside. Too many zombies have been sent here recently. Although they are isolated in single rooms, and each isolation room is disinfected according to the standards, there is no guarantee that the virus will mutate. We all live in the East District, about 2 kilometers away from here. The receptionist at the base helped Su Qiuxing with his luggage, while talking about the layout of the base. This time, in addition to Su Qiuxing, 5 researchers from the Institute of Biology came. After everyone was ready, they walked into the base. Chapter 26. The isolation room in the Northwest Base is a shaped structure, with the zombie living room in the front and the dressing and disinfection room in the back. There is an observation glass on the outside of the zombie living room. Researchers will observe the status of the zombies in front of the glass, and then go in through the small door between the disinfection room and the isolation room when they need to go in. The staff will disinfect according to the highest standards when entering and leaving. But the zombie virus is very overbearing. Previously, a staff member was unfortunately infected due to improper operation, and the atmosphere in the base was very depressed. At this time, Su Qiuxing and others walked into the base. They put their things in the office first, then changed their clothes and came to the isolation field. The base has 5 large isolation fields, each of which is arranged in the shape of a. There are about 30 to 100 isolation rooms in a row. They can clearly see the activity status of each zombie when they pass by. Most of these zombies are gagged and their hands are fixed to the bed or the wall. Su Qiuxing walked a few steps and stood in front of an isolation room. In the isolation room is an old zombie in his 60s. Like other zombies, his eyes are dull and his body is skinny. There is a sign outside the isolation room. Name, Zhuang Hongzhou. Age, 62 years old. January 19, 2073. Infection address, Xiaojia Town. Suming City, Panyuan Province. Cause of infection, close contact infection. Has it bitten anyone? No. We counted that 33% of the infected people in the base are age 0 to 18. 21% are age 19 to 50. And 46% are over 50 years old. The risk of infection for some middle-aged and elderly people is greater than that of ordinary people, the staff explained. Some middle-aged and elderly people have weaker resistance. Su Qiuxing nodded and walked forward a few steps. This is a middle-aged zombie. Name, Wu Jin. Age, 31 years old. May 11, 2102. Cause of infection, unknown. Has it bitten anyone? Yes. 2 people. Small bites. No obvious lacerations. This person is from Qingjai City. A few days before the onset of the disease, he secretly drank with a group of friends. He had a fever, but didn't pay attention. Then he mutated and went downstairs and bit an old couple downstairs. The staff member gnashed his teeth when he said this. He didn't feel sorry for this person, but only for the old couple who were implicated. Now the couple has been sent to the isolation base and is being held in the number 3 base next door. No one took his temperature or did a video check. Su Qiuxing asked. He lives in an urban village with many migrant workers, and many people don't cooperate with the inspection. The staff member didn't say that the urban village is bad, but that many urban villages have many illegal buildings and a mixed population, and the disease control personnel go in like a rat hole. Some city residents were worried about being infected by disease control personnel and refused to cooperate with the inspection. There was also news that some residents hid in the closet when disease control personnel came to check. In short, after the virus spread, residents had all kinds of thoughts. Alas, after sighing, everyone continued to move forward, and suddenly stopped when passing a corner isolation room. This was an empty isolation room with no iron chains inside, only a specially laid soft mat. At this time, a baby about 7 months old was crawling on the mat. The baby had a small gag in his mouth and was crawling while making baby noises. Everyone checked the information on the sign. Name, Tuanzi. Nickname. Age, 7 months. Cause of infection, unknown. Has it bit anyone before? No. Even at such a young age. It has been quarantined? A short-haired researcher was a little surprised. Even if it is infected, it has to be quarantined. His mother lives next door. The staff pointed to the isolation room next to it, which contained a young female zombie in a hospital gown. Did the mother infect the child? The short-haired researcher continued to ask. No. The child was infected first. The mother was not infected, and then she was infected through blood. They had seen the movement trajectory of the mother and child. According to the trajectory, the child may have been infected with the virus when he was treated in the hospital. After the family found signs of infection, they immediately contacted the CDC. It was the first time for everyone to see such a young infected person. After discussions among multiple departments, it was decided to arrange the child to the Northwest base. Tuanzi is still breastfeeding, needs diaper changes every day, and needs to be coaxed to sleep before going to bed. Such a young child will not bite people. Can you not take him away? When the disease control personnel came to the door, the child's mother was holding the child and trying to stop him. There are 5 people living in their family. It is said that the child's mother did not agree to call the disease control at the time, and it was the family members who called secretly. After the disease control personnel came to the door, the child's mother had already collapsed. Even if the child does not bite people, there is a risk of infection. You are now a high-risk group. According to regulations, you are required to be isolated in the city. The disease control personnel patiently comforted her. After the efforts of the disease control personnel and the family, the child's mother gradually calmed down. Come! Give me the child. The disease control personnel were ready to take the child. Ah! At this time, the child's mother suddenly lifted the child's sleeve and bit it hard. She bit the child's arm madly, and the disease control personnel and the family had to work hard to pull the two apart. Am I infected too? After pulling them apart, the child's mother asked the first question with tears in her eyes and blood in her mouth. Quick! Quick! Control it together. The disease control personnel were confused. Close contact may not be infected, but blood transmission can be 100% infected. In this way, the mother and son were arranged to the Northwest base together. Now the mother has completely become a zombie and has no thinking ability. This is an active infection. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Director Lee. At this time, 2 staff members in isolation suits came with a closed medicine box. Director Lee was the staff member who introduced the venue to Su Qiuxing and others. When he saw him, he asked, "Is it time to inject hemoglobin?" "Yes." "Go ahead." The infected can only survive for 3 months without hemoglobin. During this period, they use processed animal protein instead of human protein to inject zombie patients. Ordinary zombies are injected once every 2 weeks, while child zombies have weak resistance and are injected once a week. "Let's go in first." After the 2 staff members greeted them, they entered the disinfection room. After strict disinfection, they came to the isolation room. The child zombies are small and cannot struggle much. They easily fixed each other's body, then took out the prepared protein injection and injected it into the inner arm of the child. The plasma they injected was too thick, so they could only use a large diameter syringe. At this time, the child's arm was dry and exposed, and the syringe looked thicker than the arm. The 2 put together had a very strong impact. "Let's go!" Su Qiuxing turned his head the moment the syringe was inserted. In the next hour, everyone went to other isolation sites to take a look, and then met with other personnel at the base, held meetings, and communicated. It was already 10 p.m. when everyone returned to the dormitory. They lived in a single dormitory with 1 room and 1 bathroom. After Su Qiuxing came back, he washed up first, then sorted out the next work materials. After finishing everything, he took out his mobile phone. He was too busy today, except for reporting Seiki to the hospital after arriving at the base. He didn't check his mobile phone. Su Qiuxing opened Longxin. He was about to check the work group of the biology group, but saw a private message on the chat interface. "Professor, have you arrived at the Northwest base?" 1752. The message was sent by Shenque. The 2 added each other when the Marha volcano prophecy was made, but they didn't chat much. "I arrived in the afternoon and just finished my work." Su Qiuxing edited and sent it. After thinking for a while, he added, "Sorry, I just saw the message. I'm fine. How is it in the Northwest? Have you adapted?" "Fortunately, the number of zombies has increased a bit during this period." "How is your side? Have you adapted?" "Fortunately, the task can be completed in 2 days." At this time, in the dormitory of Longxing Academy, Shenque moved his body and opened the system interface. Host name, Shenque. Current task, establish the Longxing team. Requirements, Deputy Mayor X1. Administrative Officer X2. Planner X2. Task progress, 72%. This afternoon, the recruited government team has arrived one after another, and 84 people are on the way. After everyone officially takes office, it is expected that the task will be submitted tomorrow night. I don't know what the biological laboratory looks like yet. I don't know if I will have a chance to go and see it before March next year. Su Qiuxing was in a bad mood today, and he tried to cheer up while chatting. Shenque noticed that the other party was in a bad mood, thought for a while and asked, "Do you want to see it? Do you have any photos?" "Yes. I'll sort them out." "Wait a minute." Su Qiuxing thought Shenque was sorting out the photos, so he was not in a hurry. On this side, after sending the message, Shenque changed his clothes directly, took the car keys from the soldier on duty, and stepped on the accelerator to go to the biological laboratory. He had been thinking about how to thank the other party before, although he couldn't thank him in person now. He still had the energy to take a few photos. As for the driver's license, he can drive. He learned it again in Longbei this time, and finally got Longdu's regular driver's license. 20 minutes later, Shenque arrived at the biological laboratory. At this time, the researchers were packing their luggage inside, and many people were curious about the equipment in the laboratory. After getting off the car, Shenque first took a photo of the exterior of the laboratory, and then took a photo of the details inside. He didn't learn photography, but he shot a promotional video for StarCraft during school, and his composition skills were good. These photos were taken by him, and were very pleasing to the eye. "Director Shen, why are you here?" At this time, someone discovered Shenque. Shenque is now the mayor of Longxing City, but within the research group, everyone is still used to calling him the instructor. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to take a look." Shenque smiled. "I brought some wolfberries when I came. Do you want to try them?" "No need." After greeting everyone, Shenque took a few more photos, and then selected some with good composition and sent them out. In the Northwest dormitory, Su Qiuxing had just put down the electronic pen when he saw a series of photos sent by Xinque. He just checked his phone for a while and saw that the researchers had posted photos in the group. But everyone took them in excitement, and the composition and clarity were not as good as Xinque's. Very good. Awesome. Su Qiuxing praised sincerely, and added an awesome emoticon package at the end. Welcome to visit. Xinque smiled, and the two chatted for a while. After thinking for a while, he sent a message. There are more zombies over there. Pay more attention to safety. Now the zombies in the Northwest base can no longer be described as numerous. It is completely the zombie base in the country. Okay, Su Qiuxing said. It was almost 12 o'clock, and the two chatted for a few more words before preparing to go to bed. Su Qiuxing put down the electronic pen, stretched his waist, and looked at the biological group. All black technology equipment. So happy. A researcher in the group was so excited that he sent 7 photos of the laboratory in a row. Su Qiuxing clicked on one of the photos to enlarge it. In the photo, Xinque was wearing a down jacket and holding a mobile phone to take a photo of a corner of the laboratory. The perspective of the photo was exactly the same as the one Xinque had just sent. So, the tidying up that Xinque just mentioned was a trip to the lab? Su Qiuxing recalled the details of their chat, and guessed that the other party noticed that he was too depressed. So he thought of using photos to divert his attention. After Su Qiuxing figured it out, he was very grateful for the other party's kindness. He opened the chat box and wanted to thank him again, but felt too polite. So he finally said, the temperature in Lombay has dropped. Please keep warm. Good night. Xinque had just arrived at Longxing Courtyard, and said, as he returned to the dormitory, good night. Now Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others are all safe, and my mission has also been newly developed. It is different from the previous life. The next morning, after waking up, Xinque followed Tan Mingzong to learn about the power structure of the provincial government. He is a nominal mayor, but he still needs to learn the basic knowledge. There are usually 3 to 7 deputy mayors in our country, but the system requires one, so we will follow the system's requirements. Long Guiwan has established a government analysis group, which will help Longxing deal with some government work in the future. Tan Ningzhong told Xinque about some national arrangements. Xinque listened carefully, while studying hard. At 5 p.m., 3 military trucks slowly drove in. The last batch of government recruits sat inside. After everyone has completed the appointment procedures, the Longxing team will be officially established. Chapter 27. Everyone stay here first. There is a canteen downstairs. There are quilts, toothbrushes, and other daily necessities in the dormitory. The weather here is cold. The government will provide gas in a while. If you need anything, you can ask the administrator to purchase it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zheng Tao followed the staff to the dormitory. This is a government dormitory converted from the survey camp dormitory. At this time, the dormitory corridor is bustling with government personnel transferred from other places. So many people? Zheng Tao asked curiously. They all came in the past few days. Not many. The staff helped put away the luggage, looked at the time and reminded, please take a rest first. There will be a group meeting at 9 o'clock. The announcement will be made when the time comes. Okay. After the staff left, Zheng Tao began to pack his luggage. This time, he only brought his clothes, a computer and a charger, and was truly traveling light. He had just packed when someone knocked on the door. Mayor Zheng? Director Chu? Zheng Tao was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. Director Chu's full name is Chu Ping, the former director of the Songzhan City Transportation Bureau. 12 years ago, a bus route planning project that he was responsible for was broadcast on the news. He had not yet been promoted at that time, and he followed the leaders to Songzhan City to study. The two sides got to know each other. Later, Lombay moved, and they only sent messages during festivals. I didn't expect that after going around in circles. I would meet here. I saw you carrying your luggage just now, and I thought I saw it wrong. Chu Ping and Zheng Tao have known each other for more than 10 years, and it was very cordial to meet again. They chatted for a while, and he was a little curious. Are you also transferred here? Yes. What position? After asking, Chu Ping said, I have been a community director in Longning South District for the past few years, and this time I was transferred here to serve as an urban planner. The urban planner is not as impressive as the traffic director, but this is the planner of the administrative city, and the meanings of the two are completely different. Deputy Mayor. Zheng Tao said a little embarrassedly. Great. Chu Ping was very surprised. He didn't feel jealous at all. He just felt that the other party had finally seen the light after waiting for so long. I don't know the specific work yet. We have known each other for such a long time. Don't do the official things in private in the future. Zheng Tao was not being arrogant. He clearly heard that Chu Ping's voice became serious when he praised him. This was because of the different positions. In fact, their relationship had faded before, partly because he was promoted to mayor, and the communication between the two sides was not as casual as before. Okay. Chu Ping was speechless at first. Then he felt relieved. No matter what happens in the future, the two of them have now regained the high spirits they had when they first met. Do you know where the mayor was transferred from? After the two chatted for a few words, Chu Ping asked about the business. It's not mentioned here? Not yet. The group of people who arrived earlier had privately inquired about who the mayor was, and they didn't know who the mayor was. Nor did they know the future planning of Longxing City. From Jingyun? Zheng Tao went through the candidates in his mind. Longxing City is an administrative city, and there are only a few leaders who can be mayors. He thought about it and didn't know who it was. I don't know. The two analyzed it, but they had no clue. At 8:50, the speaker downstairs sounded, and everyone packed up and went to the meeting room. It was snowing heavily now, and a large air conditioner was turned on in the meeting room in advance. After everyone came in, it was not as cold as they imagined. Director Sun? Director Wang. After everyone sat down, they found that there were many familiar faces around them, many of whom were practical cadres from Maobei district. Zheng Tao and Chu Ping sat in a row. Paper and pen were already on the conference table. They looked through the documents and waited patiently. At 9 o'clock, Tan Mingzhang and a man in his early 20s walked into the conference room. General Tan. Some people had seen Tan Mingzhang in some internal speeches. They stood up immediately after recognizing him. No need. Just sit down. Tan Mingzhang waved his hand and pulled Shen Kui to the front of the stage. Let me introduce you. This is Shen Kui, the future mayor of Longxing. I hope you can get familiar with each other as soon as possible and work together in the future. Mayor? Although no one spoke, they were full of doubts about Shen Kui's age and qualifications. Hello, everyone. I am Shen Kui. I hope we can learn from each other in the future. Shen Kui was actually a little embarrassed about his identity as mayor, but he was not shy. Everyone would live together for a long time in the future, so he quickly got into the role. In the next hour, Shen Kui completed his self-introduction and talked about the future planning of Longxing City. Longxing City is a city built on the basis of the system. There is no plan for the time being. Everyone needs to get familiar with the environment first and wait for further arrangements from the national government. This is Longxing's appointment document. Check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, sign it. Before the meeting ended, Shen Kui took out a new stack of documents and said, they had signed a series of documents before coming to Longxing, but the process of taking office in a different place is complicated, not to mention the newly built administrative city. Everyone took the documents and signed one by one after confirming that there were no problems. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, forming the Longxing team. Reward: tenacious grass seeds. An excellent city needs reasonable administrative planning and a certain amount of green space. Please plan the land reasonably and plant basic forage grass. Host name: Shen Kui. Current task: 1. Plan the land of Longxing City. 2. Sow forage grass seeds to make the city's green area reach 30%. Task reward: random big turntable x3. Tenacious forage grass seeds. Forage grass seeds that can grow in harsh environments. Note: this product has purchased a patent, and the host has absolute patent rights. Usage requirements: unlimited. At the moment when everyone signed, the system was updated. At 11:20, Tan Mingzhang finished his summary and adjourned the meeting. Zheng Tao, Chu Ping and others were still in a daze. Tan Mingzhang didn't care about what everyone thought. After everyone left, he looked at Shen Kui with a smile. You hosted the meeting well just now. Although Shen Kui was a nominal mayor, the current changes in Longdu were all brought about by Shen Kui. As long as Shen Kui is willing, the government is willing to delegate power without harming the interests of Longdu, and also expects him to bring a different look to Maobei. This is also my first time hosting. There are many shortcomings, and I am quite nervous. Shen Kui smiled. Although he was nervous, he presided over the meeting calmly and rhythmically. Obviously he had studied hard. Tan Mingzhang was very satisfied with Shinqua's performance today. The two chatted for a few words. And he asked, "How is the system?" "Updated." This update was within everyone's expectations. Shinqua finished talking about the update content and clicked Tenacious Grass Seeds. Tenacious Grass Seeds. Primary seeds. Do you want to use it? Use. After Shinqua clicked, the space in front of him twisted. And then a gray bag appeared. The bag was opened. And inside was brown. Grass seeds? Is this grass seed? Tan Mingzhang was stunned when he saw the seeds. Task 2. Sow grass seeds to make the city's green area reach 30%. Longqing covers an area of 120,000 square kilometers, with only some cold-resistant shrubs with a little green. And the low greening rate can be ignored. Now to make the city's green area reach 30%. At least 150,000 tons of seeds are needed. The bag in front of him is the size of a palm. And there are at most 500 g in it. How many kilograms of seeds are needed for 1 acre of land? Tan Mingzhang thought about it and asked. He guessed that this was a system seed, and the planting requirements might be different from the actual ones. 5 gene. Grass seeds. There are instructions for use at the back, which clearly state that 5 gene is required for 1 mu of land. This amount is a bit insufficient. After thinking about it, Tan Mingzhang called Chong Qingyuan. Chong Qingyuan is the Minister of Agriculture of Longgu, responsible for agricultural planting across the country. The system has sent out seeds. After the call was connected, Tan Mingzhang got straight to the point. So fast? I'll go get it now. Chong Qingyuan is a member of the research team. He had accompanied Cheng Yuqing, Qin Qing and others to visit the biological laboratory before. He envied the biological laboratory very much. After knowing that the reward for the new task was grass seeds, he waited eagerly. He originally thought that there would be progress tomorrow, but he didn't expect to see results so soon. Give the seeds to the duty officer. I'll contact the helicopter now. Chong Qingyuan felt that he couldn't wait any longer. It's almost 12 o'clock. You have to come tomorrow. Tan Mingzhang laughed and scolded, and asked about the business. The new task is to plant forage seeds and increase the greening rate of Longqing to 30%. Now the system only gives 500 g of seeds. How to plant it? How many seeds are needed for 1 acre of land? 5 pounds. Chong Qingyuan is in charge of agricultural planting nationwide. He has more experience than Tan Mingzhang. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are these original seeds that have not been sterilized? Or sterilized seeds? I don't know yet. If they are original seeds, we can reproduce a large number of seeds through technical means, which should be able to complete the task." Longgu has been a major agricultural country since ancient times. After the Great Disaster, the world fell into a 3-year food crisis. It was during this period that Longgu Agricultural Institute developed mutant-improved seeds such as Xianglong No. 1 and Dafeng No. 1. Although the plants grown from these seeds have a bad taste, they are non-toxic and have no side effects and can grow on muted land. Longgu survived the food crisis with these seeds. After that, many countries introduced Longgu's new varieties of seeds. Longgu indirectly fed 1 billion people in the world. So Chong Qingyuan was very confident in his seed technology. How long does it take to breed and cultivate these seeds? Tan Mingzhang thought for a while and asked. We have to wait for the test results to know. After Chong Qingyuan finished speaking, he said, I'll go there tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll wait for you. Tan Mingzhang agreed with a smile. The next morning, Chong Qingyuan arrived at Longxingyuan on time. Shinqua was already waiting on the playground with a sample box. Are these the grass seeds of the system? Chong Qingyuan asked after getting off the plane. Yes. Shinqua handed over the box. Here were 300 g of seeds. He put the remaining 200 g in the system backpack for emergency use. Okay. I'll go back first. Chong Qingyuan looked at the box and prepared to go back. Don't you want to rest for a while? Shinqua was stunned. I can't wait. Chong Qingyuan was impatient. He had been thinking about the forage seeds since last night. And now, he was eager to put the seeds on the laboratory table for research. Chong Qingyuan came in a hurry and left in a hurry. That afternoon, the Agricultural Institute sent a test report. These are all original seeds that have not been sterilized. The institute expects to develop second-generation seeds based on this within 3 months. Can it be faster? Tan Mingzhang frowned. These seeds are not technically encrypted, but some gene sequences are different from common seeds. We need to test whether these seeds will have an impact on high ecology. Although Haixing no longer has the concept of ecology, they still need to conduct sufficient testing before large-scale planting. Try to be as fast as possible. Tan Mingxiang also knew that these things could not be rushed, and asked some more details before hanging up the phone. In the next 2 days, the people in Longqing Academy held 2 more conferences. The current personnel composition of Longqing City System Research Group, 35 people including Tan Mingxiang. Longqing Government Team, Zheng Tao, Chu Ping and 300 people. Dragon Star Guard/Logistics, 200 people. Dragon Star Residents, 5,000 people. All from Jingyun Military Camp. Biological Research Institute, 120 people. The current total population of Dragon Star is more than 5,600 people. 5,300 people have Dragon Star household registration. And as for the real ordinary residents, 0 people. Dragon Star is currently cold and unsuitable for a large population to live in, and the system has no further population requirements. So everyone discussed and decided to expand the population later. 2 days later, the hospital decided that Zheng Tao and Chu Ping would lead the team to conduct some field surveys on the land of Longqing. And this survey was accompanied by a special surveying team. In addition to preparing for the planting of Longqing land, it is also possible to test the resident contribution value. After Zheng Tao and others left, Xingque not only learned about municipal affairs, but also recorded some prophecies from his previous life. His prophecies in his previous life were all based on the timeline of 11.17. The first case of zombie virus appeared in Longgu country at 11.18. The zombie virus spread rapidly. Now that the time point has changed, everything that follows has also changed. Strictly speaking, he didn't pay attention to other things except for the time when the virus appeared, the time when the outbreak occurred, and the time when the droplet antibodies appeared, which were relatively easy to remember. Xingque thought about it, and wrote 3 natural disasters within a rough range. So far, all his prophecies have disappeared. Of course, the external statement is that after the system is bound, the prophecy gradually disappeared. On December 25th, 10 days after the Longqing team was formed, Tan Mingxiang returned from a business trip to Jingyun and handed him 2 files. This is the patent information of the induction box and forage seeds. Do you have any questions? If there are no problems, just sign it. Xingque opened the first document. Patent name, Biological Induction Box. Patent technology, Biochip Induction Technology and Neuron Sensing Technology, etc. Patent owner, Xingque. Patent scope, all technologies of the biological induction box belong to Xingque, and others cannot use them illegally. Xingque has absolute ownership of the patent. Second document. Patent name, Tenacious 01 Forage Seeds. Patented technology, gene editing/replication of Tenacious 01, etc. Patent owner, Xingque. Patent scope, Xingque owns the rights to plant/research Tenacious 01, and others cannot make profits illegally. Xingque has absolute ownership of the patent. These 2 have been formally applied for patents. The name of the forage seed system is Tenacious Forage Seeds. When we applied, we directly used Tenacious 01. Tan Mingxiang took a sip of water and continued. How did you register the patent? Xingque asked in a daze. These are the only equipment and seeds in the world, so of course we need to apply for patents. Tan Mingxiang smiled. That's not what I meant. Xingque opened his mouth. He actually wanted to ask why the patent was registered under his name. The interstellar patent protection law is strict, but in this world, he has always regarded himself as an outsider and never thought about patents. You got these from the system, so you must write your name. Tan Mingxiang waved his hand and continued. The current situation is special. When the situation stabilizes, the country will settle the patent fees for you. If there are companies that want to buy in the future, they will also help you negotiate. Now the black technologies provided by Xingque are all in the research stage, so it is difficult for the country to calculate the cost. But everyone can see the other party's efforts. In short, the country will definitely not let him suffer a loss. Seeing that Xingque was still talking, Tan Mingxiang interrupted directly. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. This matter is settled. After Tan Mingxiang finished speaking, he left directly. In the office, Xingque looked at the documents in front of him with a complicated look. In addition to being 2 patent documents, these were probably 2 solemn and sincere documents. In the next 2 days, Xingque resumed his daily study. 2 days later, Chung Yuqi excitedly sent a video call. Success? In the video interface, Chung Yuqi excitedly said, "What success?" Tan Mingxiang was sorting out documents and asked with a smile after seeing this. "We have developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. Although it cannot block 100% after injection, the virus can only be transmitted through blood, sexual contact, mother to child, and mosquito bites. Ordinary droplets and fecal-oral transmission will not be transmitted. What about close contact? As long as there is no blood contact, there will be no infection." Shen Kuo and Tan Mingxiang were staying in the office. They didn't know what Chung Yuqi said next. At this time, they only had one thought. Did the biology team really develop a virus vaccine? In a trance, Shen Kuo remembered the video he watched in his previous life on July 12, 2136. The biological research team led by academician Chung Yuqi successfully developed a zombie virus vaccine. This vaccine can isolate the droplet transmission of the virus and is the world's first virus antibody vaccine. In the previous life, Chung Yuqi's team developed the virus vaccine on July 12, 2136. Now it is December 27, 2135. 7 months earlier than the previous life. 2 months after the large-scale outbreak of the zombie virus. Chapter 28. Half an hour later, Shen Kuo and Tan Mingxiang came to the biological laboratory. "Is the vaccine research successful?" Tan Mingxiang asked as soon as he entered the door. "Successful." At this time, Chung Yuqi had just sealed the virus vaccine in the test kit. She said excitedly, "After the successful injection of this vaccine, it will improve the human immune barrier and effectively block droplets, feces, and other low-penetration virus carriers. After the injection, residents will not be infected as long as they pay attention to hygiene and virus prevention and control. If the virus barrier of the vaccine is compared to a door, the viruses carried by droplets and fecal-oral transmission are equivalent to a small raindrop, which cannot penetrate the door and contact the cells behind it. Blood, sexual behavior, and mother-to-child transmission are equivalent to a sea, which can easily break down the door. According to research, the virus vaccine has a droplet virus blocking rate of 99.8%, which can prevent the spread of virus droplets with a high probability. In other words, after the residents are vaccinated, they can go out in a small range?" Tan Mingxiang asked. "Yes." "What are the clinical results?" Tan Mingxiang continued to ask. 20 subjects. All normal. The biological team found virus antibodies last week. They first prepared 200 mice, 100 of which were injected with virus vaccines, and 100 were not. They put all the mice in a room full of zombie viruses. After 3 days, the infection rate of the mice injected with the vaccine was 0%, and the infection rate of the mice not injected was 97%. After the mouse experiment, the biological team communicated with the government and recruited 20 professional terminally ill volunteers. After communicating with the volunteers, they injected the vaccine to them and locked them in the same room with zombie virus. Some brave volunteers proposed to have close contact with zombies. They tried infection behaviors such as droplets, /touch, sweat. Except for blood and sexual transmission, everything they did was consistent with the current main causes of infection. This experiment was conducted in Jingyan Laboratory. Half an hour ago, the laboratory sent a message. All 20 volunteers were normal after follow-up observation, and the infection rate was 0%. Tan Mingxiang paced back and forth excitedly, and then thought of something. Does this vaccine have any side effects? Residents will experience mild cold headaches, fever and nausea after the injection, and will gradually return to normal after 7 days. There are no long-term side effects. Are you sure? Are you sure? The biological group can quickly develop a virus vaccine, in addition to the professional research team. The more important thing is the system laboratory. The laboratory has the most advanced scientific research equipment, one of which is called a biological simulator. This simulator will automatically simulate the impact of antibodies on the human body within 0 to 100 years after placing human cells and vaccine antibodies. After double testing by the experimental group and the simulator, they finally determined that the vaccine had no side effects on the human body except for the first 7 days. Tan Mingxiang thought for a while and looked at Shen Kuo. Can this vaccine be used? When Shen Kuo first reported it, he said that the virus would continue to evolve. He was worried that the virus would upgrade after the residents were vaccinated. Not sure. But the system predicts that the virus will evolve to the third generation before a fundamental change will occur. Xinque didn't dare to guarantee it. However, in the previous life, the virus vaccine could resist the droplet transmission of the first and second generation of the virus. It was not until the evolution of the third generation of the virus that the vaccine immune barrier completely collapsed. In the previous life, the third generation of the virus appeared in the 5th year of the zombie outbreak. Now everything is different. He is not sure whether it will continue the previous trend. Test it again. If it is confirmed that there is no problem, I will report it to Longhui-1 for national vaccination, Tan Mingzhang finally said. Now the national economy has come to a standstill. In addition to worrying about virus infection, residents also face problems such as shortage of supplies, lack of income sources, and untimely assistance for major diseases. Longhui is the country with the lowest infection rate in the world. But even so, it is easy for residents to have psychological problems if the lockdown continues for such a long time. Before a cure is found, they need to try to coexist with the virus. In the following week, the biological team conducted the most comprehensive test on the vaccine. And after it was confirmed that there was no problem, 100 researchers took the lead in vaccination. Should we wait a little longer? Tan Mingzheng asked, as he was worried about the unknown side effects of the vaccine. It's okay. We are confident. Cheng Yuqing had vaccinated himself before recruiting volunteers. It's like a chef cooking a gorgeous dish. If they don't have the confidence to taste it, how can they dare to promote it nationwide? They are national researchers, and the first batch of people to try it. Okay. Plant it for me too. Tan Mingzhang rolled up his sleeves and sat opposite Cheng Yuqing. Plant it now? Yes. You are not afraid. So why should I be afraid? Tan Mingzhang came from the army, and he didn't want to give in front of the researchers. Others also rolled up their sleeves after knowing that the biology group had received the vaccine. In the end, the researchers took the vaccine boxes and went to Longxinjiwan and Xinfeng military camp to vaccinate everyone. Xinque rolled up his sleeves and lined up with the soldiers. Coach Shin, are you here to get vaccinated too? A researcher was a little surprised when he saw Xinque. Yes. To prevent viral infection. Xinque smiled. He was willing to get vaccinated. In addition to the vaccine news in his previous life, it also came from the confidence of Cheng Yuqing and others. When the vaccine was first promoted in his previous life, Cheng Yuqing and others could not guarantee that the vaccine had no side effects. So they were conservative in answering news interviews. But this time, they were full of confidence. After Xinque was vaccinated, he walked around the playground and returned to the dormitory. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after the last soldier was vaccinated, he was about to go to bed, and the system suddenly updated. Ding! Congratulations, my city, Longxing City. The cumulative number of people vaccinated has reached 5,000. And the achievement title is obtained. Work together. Achievement reward, virus simulator. An excellent city not only needs perfect hardware strength, but also needs an atmosphere of striving for progress. Please work hard to get more achievement titles. An achievement interface appears above the system. At this time, my achievement. Work together. Work together. There is also a syringe-style badge behind it. Xinque clicks virus simulator. In the past, when the system reward was clicked, a prompt of whether to use would appear. However, this time, the space in front of him was distorted, and then a white metal sphere appeared. The sphere was smooth, and there was a thin fingerprint entry button at the bottom. Xinque was stunned when he saw the sphere. He was very familiar with this sphere, which was the most common virtual projector in the interstellar. In a trance, Xinque pressed the button according to the operation in his memory. The sphere lit up, and his surroundings instantly turned into a deep starry sky. With a string of text in the middle, this video is a virtual production. All materials are authorized by the relevant companies/individuals, and the host can watch it at will. Below the text are numbers from 1 to 10,000. Each 1,000 numbers is a page, and he can also customize the input. Xinque slid his right hand. The virtual interface turned a page. He had just established a fingerprint connection with the metal, and could control the interface through body movements/voice input, etc. Xinque opened the second page and randomly selected a number, 2209. 2209, Tophia virus. In the year 1028 of the old calendar, the natives of D20 found a cute little animal in the jungle. This animal was only the size of a palm, with fur all over its body and beautiful and helpless eyes. Its fur would emit a lavender light in the dark. The residents of D20 set off a craze for raising it, and people affectionately called it Tophia, which means the most beautiful star on D20. But the good times didn't last long. With the uncontrolled crossbreeding of Tophia, people developed ugly rashes, followed by shortness of breath, illness and death. These were all caused by the virus in Tophia. Tophia was no longer the most beautiful star, but a demon that took human life. In 1052, all the residents on D20 died. In the year 3087 of the interstellar calendar, star scientists discovered the Tophia virus on the ruins of D20. This is a very domineering virus, with specific data, XXX, XXXX. In the 3365th year of the interstellar calendar, humans still haven't found a way to crack the Tophia virus. This information comes from History of Interstellar Viruses, and the video is produced by AI. 2209. Like a virtual documentary. As the voice narrates, a magnificent picture appears in front of Shinqua. In the picture are D20 residents, Tophia, and towering trees that are very different from this world. Although the video says at the end that the video is produced by AI. AI production can also be divided into different levels. The time when Shinqua traveled through was the year 3572 of the interstellar calendar. The star country he was in was Enlon Star Country. In the interstellar era, there were many races and highly developed technology. Enlon was one of the 10 major star countries in the interstellar. In addition, there were also Earth-cultivated people who could only survive underground, palm-sized bee-winged people, and strong-bodied Matai people in the interstellar. They were all carbon-based life forms with wisdom and creativity, so they were collectively called people. There was an interstellar war that lasted for 10,000 years, and now it is basically in a peaceful state. Shinqua had studied history of interstellar planets in school, and he had seen information about D20 in a niche book. This is a primitive planet 20,000 years ago. The inhabitants on it are mainly ancient Matai people. The history and culture of this planet cannot be verified, but the reason for its demise is precisely the Tophia virus. This virus can continue to evolve. First, the ancient Matai people were infected and died, followed by a large number of animals. Then marine life, plants. In the end, all life on the planet was extinct. Even its host Tophia was not spared. This is a virus that exists to devour and destroy. After Shinqua finished reading 2209, he randomly clicked on the next one, 3378. 3378, TUR's virus. Look! This small fish swimming around is called coals. At this time, it is still at the bottom of the ocean world. It can't eat enough every day, and it has to be wary of being devoured by the big guys. They are so miserable that they can only swim and swim. And then, they began to evolve in order to survive. After 300,000 years, they grew the hardest fish scales and sharp fish teeth. What's more terrifying is that there is a virus on their fish teeth that can devour everything. Coals grew into tules. Note, tules is the absolute overlord of the ocean. They attack all fish that threaten them, followed by shrimps and crabs. After another 200,000 years, 11 became a dead planet. No one would have thought that a huge ocean planet would be killed by a small fish the size of a finger. Tules virus data, XXX. XXXX. Shinqua had never heard of the Tules virus, but he knew about the planet A11. He had visited the ruins museum of this planet. 3396, KSA virus. 5571, horse virus. 8910, blue cloud virus. In the next hour, Shinqua watched 7 video introductions one after another. These introductions were accompanied by AI images and subsequent virus research. Some of these viruses have been conquered, and some, like TOEFL, are interstellar difficult viruses. These are all S-level or above viruses. Shinqua became more and more serious as he watched. There are 10,000 videos here, which means there are 10,000 S-level virus data. Many of these materials are top secret. To obtain them, not only huge financial and material resources are needed, but also a huge interstellar background. Such a huge background is used to make game props in an unpopular game? The more Shinqua thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he turned off the virtual projector. Now this projector is not only a huge virus book, but also a book of unpopular planets. He even had the illusion that this projector was made for the virus background of this world. Shinqua fell into deep thought. Chapter 29. Early the next morning, Shinqua came to the base office with a haggard look. What's wrong? Tan Ningzhan was processing documents, and was startled when he saw Shinqu. At this time, Shinqu looked haggard. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and he looked like he hadn't slept all night. It's okay. Shinqu raised his head and looked at Tan Ningzhang very seriously. What's wrong? Tan Ningzhang looked at his clothes, and there was nothing strange. Captain Tan, have you ever had a dream? At this time, Shinqu spoke. Of course I have. What is the world like in dreams? I have dreamed of many things. When I was a child, I dreamed of climbing a mountain with my mother. When I grew up, I dreamed of riding a pig and holding a concert in Longdu Theater. Tan Ningzhang was a little embarrassed when talking about the concert, and said, Why do you ask this? I want to know what other people's dreams are like. After Shinqu finished speaking, he looked at the half-wrist of Tan Ningzhang and said, Can I touch you? I guess so. Tan Ningzhang was stunned. Shinqu stepped forward and poked Tan Ningzhang's wrist, then bent down to observe the pores on his wrist, and then the different lengths of each hair. I'm not strange. Am I? Didn't you sleep well last night? Tan Ningzhang asked uncomfortably. I didn't rest much. Shinqu also felt that his actions were too abrupt, so he distanced himself from the two and said calmly, The system was updated last night. Are there new tasks? Tan Ningzhang looked serious. No. It's the update of the achievement interface. Shinqu described the content of the system update to Tan Ningzhang, but he was thinking about the virus simulator. In his second life, he felt that something was wrong with this world, the environment, architecture, character thinking, history, and culture here were all very real. Especially the character thinking. When he was in school, he had systematically studied the underlying logic of artificial intelligence and could easily distinguish between humans and intelligent AI. But the characters here had too many thoughts, and he couldn't find any bugs. In addition, when he lived alone in his second life, he also observed the environment and plant growth here, and there were no loopholes in these. Shinqu felt a little uncomfortable at the time, but his mind was on the system tasks at that time, and he didn't care after thinking about it. This time when he restarted in his third life, his sense of discomfort became more and more serious, until Virus Simulator. Update Virus Simulator. It contains 10,000 viruses, many of which are top-secret information about StarCraft. These materials, plus the video introduction, are worth as much as an A-level game. More importantly, this is a random item that may never appear. This matter can no longer be described as simply strange. Shinqu pondered for a night, and suddenly had a new guess this morning. All his sense of disharmony was based on this game world. But what if this is not a game, but the real world? If it is a real world, all his disharmony makes sense. After analyzing in this direction, he guessed the game cartridge he played at the time was likely to be a space black hole. The black hole connects the StarCraft and this world. StarCraft attaches great importance to product patents, which can also explain why the system's props/rewards specifically purchase patents. There are still some things I haven't figured out. After Shinqu had an idea, he had a new question. 1. Time is a river that flows forward. Why can the system restart 3 times at the same time? 2. Is he a string of consciousness now? Or is his body entering the game? 3. Who is the system maker? 4. Why does the text language here overlap with that of the Silver Orchid Star country? There is no clue to these questions for the time being. Shinqu cut and deleted on the notebook, and finally decided to trust his intuition. 1. He came here through the space black hole. 2. This is a real world. In order to verify his ideas, he came to the base office early in the morning and carefully observed the NPC. The game NPC will not have such delicate skin touch, will not have complex stream programs, will not have complex emotional thinking. Shinqu was not too shocked after confirming it. On the contrary, he felt that it was as expected. Strictly speaking, after he and Su Qiuxing discussed the current theory in Linqi village, he had been subconsciously observing this world. And now this is a real world is just a natural result. If the system is updated late in the future, you can call me directly. Don't worry about affecting my rest. Tan Ningzhang thought that Shinqu was not resting well because he was entangled in the reporting time. So he comforted him. I know. Shinqu smiled, seeing Shinqu back to normal. Tan Ningzhang continued to ask about business. Did the system give out achievement rewards? Yes. Shinqu took out the virus simulator directly. There was a lot of interstellar information in the virus simulator. He hesitated yesterday whether to hand it in, but he hesitated for only 2 seconds before he stopped struggling. His goal was to stop the virus from evolving and complete the system task. And the virus simulator contained a lot of virus information. The fundamental reason for his hesitation was that he was worried that the government discovered the interstellar, guessed that he was an interstellar soul, and conducted technical research on him. This idea only lasted for a moment before he rejected it. After such a long time together, he believed in the quality of the government. More importantly, he had died twice, and almost died once in the mountain tunnel. After dying 3 times, he was not so afraid of death. How do I use this? Tan Ningzhang looked at the small ball in front of him with some curiosity. You need to open it with your fingerprint. Xingque helped him operate it. Half a minute later, the scene around Tan Ningzhang changed, and a very real volcanic world appeared. 8902, Halsey virus. Halsey is the 9th affiliated planet of Halsey Galaxy of Tupai Star Country. In the year 2920 of the interstellar calendar, a Tupai starman was stung by a fire-stinging insect while working underground. This is the space war site of Halsey Galaxy, which is a heavily polluted area. This Tupai starman was fine after being stung. He followed the large group on a spaceship to the next work site. A week later, all 2,938 Tupai starmen on the spaceship died. Before Tupai Star Country could investigate, 36 life planets in Halsey Galaxy had a virus crisis one after another. This was a virus evolved from war radiation, with a mortality rate of 100%, and was called Halsey virus. As the video progresses, Tan Ningzhang sees an alien about 1 meter tall, with blue eyes and thin limbs crawling out of the soil. The alien is wearing a tight-fitting suit made of glossy material. After he crawled out, he began to change his clothes. At this time, a dark brown, beetle-like insect crawled onto the back of his foot and bit him hard. A week later, all the aliens on the spaceship were infected. And then, the galaxy was infected. Is this a movie or a real planetary world? Tan Ningzhang stood up in shock when he saw the alien. This video is somewhat like the current naked eye 9D technology, but it is more realistic than naked eye 9D. As the perspective advances, he can clearly feel the emotions and atmosphere in the video. I don't know. Xingque motioned for the other party to watch on. Tan Ningzhang clicked on the next video, which was a mutant plant virus. The next one. This was an animal virus that failed to breed. The next one. Tan Ningzhang watched 7 videos in a row, when the opening line of the 7th video appeared. In the year 3066 of the interstellar calendar, a large number of man-eating vines were found on the K31 affiliated planet of the Tupai Star Country. He turned around and asked in a complicated way, "Are these real planets?" These videos are all unfolded from the perspective of viruses, but through the details of the narration, a complex interstellar world can be formed, and the people who appear in it also have certain racial characteristics. Xingque was about to suggest that the videos be sorted out before analysis. Tan Ningzhang obviously thought of this, and called the biological laboratory. Look for Academician Chung. Not here? I see. Half a minute later, Tan Ningzhang hung up the phone. Academician Chung went back to Jingyun to discuss vaccine production. And he is not in Longqing these days. Chung Yuqing went to work on the vaccine, and most of the research team members were also in Jingyun. He thought for a while. Shall we go back to Jingyun first? Okay. It takes time to plan the land and forage seeds now, so it doesn't matter where Xingque goes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xingque and Tan Ningzhang boarded the return helicopter. On the way back, Tan Ningzhang informed everyone about the virus simulator. The biological group, disease control group, and medical group were busy with vaccine matters and could not attend, but all other personnel could attend. At 5:20, Tan Ningzhang went straight to the meeting after getting off the plane. This is a brilliant and magnificent interstellar civilization. In the following week, the scientists felt that they had seen a cosmic treasure trove. Except for eating and sleeping, they spent most of their time watching videos in the conference room. These videos are 30 to 60 minutes long and are divided into 2 parts, virus introduction and virus data. Scientists who understand biology use these data to build virtual models. They find that the impact caused by these viruses is similar to that in the videos. The data of these viruses are too rigorous and theoretically conform to the laws of biology and genetics. On January 3rd, a biological researcher murmured after watching the latest video that these videos are too long. They would have to watch 30 videos a day in a year. Even so, they are reluctant to skip or fast forward in any form, which is of great significance to Haiyun's biological research. We analyzed all the narrations and found that this is not any galaxy we know of. However, the Montmago galaxy was mentioned in this video 0125. According to the video footage and astronomical research over the years, the Montmago galaxy is very similar to the K23 galaxy we have monitored and is 13.2 billion light-years away from us. Said a physics researcher. 0125 The species is the 10-meter-tall Matai people. In the video, a Matai person mentioned the Montmago galaxy while looking at the stars. Narrator added, Montmago is an uninhabited area in the interstellar space, 27.7 billion light-years away from the planet 0125. If Hyun, Montmago, and 0125 are on the same straight line, Hyun is at least 40.9 billion light-years away from the interstellar space. In other words, are there really aliens in the universe? Everyone's scalps tingled when they heard this. They were still studying whether there were aliens in the universe a few years ago. Now these videos tell them that there is a complete interstellar society 40.9 billion light-years away. How is the AI calculation? Tan Mingjong looked at the computer group. When they watched the video these days, they also input the data into the computer, and the computer calculated the probability of the interstellar society based on the known conditions. According to AI calculation, the probability of the authenticity of the interstellar society in the simulator is 97.323%. The video in the simulator is produced by AI, but the planetary shape and interstellar background are real, and this probability is close to 100%. After the computer team finished speaking, the breathing sound at the scene became heavier. After serious discussion, the research group decided to set up an alien civilization research group. This has nothing to do with the current zombie virus, but it can have a great significance for human interstellar exploration. Xinhua has not held many meetings since the research group set up the alien group. Virus simulator. There is too much information revealed in it, but I don't know if it was deliberately deleted. The Silver Orchid race has never appeared in it. He tried to enter Silver Orchid on the first day he got it, and there was no query content in the simulator. Xinhua didn't figure it out, nor did he dwell on it. Now that the virus simulator matters have come to an end, the next focus is still on the zombie virus. These days, the biological team led by Chung Yuqing has been traveling to various major biological vaccine companies, and all members are nervous. At 8 p.m. on January 5th, Longdu Academy of Biological Sciences released news on January 5th, 2136. Longdu Academy of Biological Sciences successfully developed a zombie virus antibody vaccine, and the vaccine was named Lonka S1 vaccine. It can effectively block the spread of zombie viruses through droplets/feces/sweat, but cannot block high-risk transmission, such as blood/sexual/mother-to-child transmission. Lonka S1 has authorized Zhoguang, Huayuan and Jianfeng to produce vaccines. Starting from January 8th, vaccination work will be carried out in succession across the country. Residents who have been successfully vaccinated will have their lockdown restrictions relaxed. The details can be found in the local government announcement. Has the country developed a virus vaccine? It says that as long as it is not blood or sexual intercourse, it will not be infected. After the vaccine is injected, can I go out? I have been stuck at home for a month, and the toilet is so blocked that I can't even ask someone to come and fix it. Someone in our community wanted to jump off the building last night. I heard that he lost money in business, couldn't pay back the loan, and was depressed because of the lockdown at home. After the news of Lonka S1 was released, it instantly became popular on major portals across the country. Now the number of zombies infected in the world is increasing. Everyone is afraid of infection. But long-term lockdown not only makes life inconvenient, but also brings mental depression. Just when everyone was thinking about how to survive in the future, they didn't expect that the country had developed a vaccine. According to the content of the announcement, although Lonka S1 cannot prevent the virus 100%, as long as they pay attention to hygiene and don't come into contact with zombie patients, theoretically there will be no impact, which is very friendly to some outdoor activities. Finally, I can go out. I want to eat the fried cold noodles downstairs, but I don't know if the door is open. I haven't left the community for a month. Just when everyone was thinking about going out for a walk, some timid people hesitated and asked, other countries have not yet developed a vaccine. If we develop it in such a short time, will there be side effects? Side effects are not a big deal. The key is that they are worried that the injection will not work. If you go out like that, the infection rate is 100%. In other countries, infected people need to be shot in the head and destroyed at high temperatures. If you really reach that stage, you are no longer human. I am definitely scared. It seems like a new vaccine. I don't know if it can control the virus. I have no money and no job at home. And I am afraid of death when I go out. I am so annoyed. Netizens feel like there are two villains fighting in their hearts. On the one hand, they are under great mental pressure due to the lockdown. And on the other hand, the virus is really terrible. Chapter 30. Notice. Temperature measurement time on January 6th is 9 to 12 o'clock in the morning. Please gather at the playground on time after each group has finished eating. It is strictly forbidden to take leave without reason. In the past, the Housing and Construction Bureau and the Safety Bureau conducted inspections every other day. Now it is sealed off and changed to the Health Bureau. At 8 o'clock in the morning on January 6th, Luo Xiaohai got up and muttered to the group message. Luo Xiaohai is 21 years old and a cement worker on the construction site. They used to work from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. After the zombie outbreak, the construction site has been sealed off. The construction site lockdown has locked down subsidies, and they were very happy at first. But now that time has passed. The atmosphere on the construction site is as depressing as outside. The sugar buns are sold out. So I brought you 3 buns and a bowl of spicy soup. Luo Xiaohai had just changed his clothes when his roommate Li Feng came in with a bunch of soup. They lived in a 4-person dormitory made of colored steel. Now the other 2 were playing cards next door. He usually had the best relationship with Li Feng. Thank you, Brother Li. Luo Xiaohai put the spicy soup in the rice bowl. And after seeing Li Feng's food, he asked, "You're still eating these?" Li Feng bought 2 steamed buns and a bowl of rice porridge. These are grown with improved seeds. They are edible, but they are very unpalatable without additives. Global pollution is serious now. Excessive additives are harmful to health. The country has introduced strict food additive laws. The permitted dosage of staple foods, like this, is far from covering up the taste of the food itself. He usually uses sugar buns, steamed buns, and other flavorful foods to improve the taste. Li Feng has steamed buns, rice porridge, and noodles. These are the cheapest and most unpalatable in the cafeteria. Today's buns are quite filling. I'll break some for you, Luo Xiaohai said as he prepared to break the buns. No need. Li Feng refused and ate the food in front of him in no time. Too hard. Luo Xiaohai was very emotional. He and Li Feng talked about their respective experiences. Li Feng was from Daming County, Yunnan Province. His family was poor. His father and wife died of illness. Now there are only 3 people in the family. Him, his mother, and his daughter. His daughter has suffered from severe lung disease since she was a child. In order to save money for treatment, he now works on a construction site. And his mother takes care of his daughter at home. His monthly salary is deposited into the family card on time. And life has no quality at all. I'm not picky about food. I can eat anything. Li Feng smiled after hearing this. It's not a question of being picky about food. Luo Xiaohai said a few words and changed the subject. I see that everyone on the internet is talking about virus vaccines. Do you think this vaccine works? I don't know. Yesterday, after Lunggu Hospital announced the vaccine news, it also released the vaccine health report and some internal staff vaccination videos on the @Lunggu News and @Lunggu Health Center accounts. The video records the entire process of the vaccine from opening to vaccination. In addition, some military district troops have already been vaccinated in advance. And there are also detailed pictures of soldiers being vaccinated. Hurry up and get vaccinated. You can go out and see. After eating, Luo Xiaohai was very discerning and collected the garbage of the 2 people. At the same time, he transferred a red envelope to Li Feng. Li Feng accepted it skillfully and asked, "Are you not afraid of side effects?" "What side effects can there be?" "Hepatitis B, BCG, DTP, MMR. We have been vaccinated countless times since we were young. Anyway, I will get whatever the hospital tells me to get. It's not like I haven't been vaccinated before. It's too pretentious." Luo Xiaohai is not afraid of side effects. But he is afraid that these vaccines will not work. It's just a psychological comfort. He thought for a moment and added, "After we are vaccinated, it is best to stay near the construction site, not out of the city or the province, and wait until the vaccine is confirmed to be effective before going to other places." "Yes." Li Feng nodded. He was usually monotonous. Not to mention the city. He rarely went out even to the construction site. At 9 o'clock, The two arrived at the construction site playground on time. This is a gymnasium construction site with 3,200 construction workers, divided into groups such as steel bars, cement, and cranes. They stood according to the type of group. At 9 o'clock, 3 tables were placed in front of the playground. Behind the tables were staff wearing isolation suits. And there was a fingerprint entry device next to them. Longu now implements an electronic temperature registration system. Everyone needs to enter a fingerprint before taking the temperature. The fingerprint device is connected to the public security system. After the temperature is taken, the residents can immediately update the temperature record to prevent any fraud. At 9:30, 2 people took the temperature expertly. Luo Xiaohai, 36.5 degrees Celsius. Li Feng, 36.2 degrees Celsius. We can get through it in 2 more days, Luo Xiaohai said while fanning the leaflet in his hand. This is the vaccine leaflet given to him by the staff. It first talked about the symptoms of the zombie virus, the scope of vaccine prevention and control, and then the mandatory requirements for injection. Residents must have a temperature record for 7 consecutive days before they can be vaccinated. This is not a record of taking a notebook and writing XX degrees today and XX degrees tomorrow, but an electronic record like their fingerprint record. After reading it, Luo Xiaohai looked through yesterday's announcement. This is a long article of 1,000 words. He flipped to the bottom and found that it did have the requirement that residents must hold an electronic temperature record for 7 consecutive days before they can be vaccinated. XS1L. I was still worried about whether the vaccine was safe. But after reading the details, I found out that it actually requires 7 days of electronic records. I haven't taken my temperature for 15 days. My mother was worried about the spread of infection, so she didn't let me go downstairs when I took my temperature. Dazed, we are taking temperatures at people's homes, but no one opened the door. Many residents were afraid of being infected by medical staff and did not dare to take their temperatures. Local governments understood and did not break into the house like before. There were too many residents who refused to cooperate, and there were news reports of fights between medical staff and owners in many areas. Secondly, hospitals and disease control centers do not have many staff. This has also led to the fact that in the past half month, everyone has mainly measured and reported by the owner group, and less than 3% of residents in the country have regular temperature measurements every day. Do we meet the conditions? Luo Xiaohai was happy after reading it. They are government projects, and the inspections are strict. During this period, they have strictly followed the temperature system. After making a few jokes, he suddenly thought, why does the country require temperature records before vaccination? This requirement is not an empty document. It is completely mandatory. It should be that the zombie virus has a long incubation period. The vaccine is only effective for uninfected residents. It is useless if you are infected and then injected. Li Feng thought for a while. The reason is very simple to understand. After humans are infected with the zombie virus, there will be a 1 to 10 day incubation period. There may be no signs of fever in the first 3 days. It will not be until the 4th day that symptoms such as fever and nervous excitement will appear. According to national policies, residents can go out after being vaccinated. This requires that residents must not be injected after being infected. So strict time requirements are required. So that's how it is. Luo Xiaohai understood. Life on the construction site was too boring. After the two of them finished their meal, Luo Xiaohai went to the dormitory next door to play cards with people. Li Feng lay on the bed and called Longxin video. Dad, are you done? A little girl with old clothes but clear eyes appeared in the video. Xin, what did you do today? The girl is Li Feng's daughter Li Zixin, who is 7 years old this year. I helped Grandma wash the vegetables and drew a picture. Li Zixin picked up a repeatedly wiped art paper from the table, on which was a pencil drawing, a big mountain, a small courtyard in front of the mountain, and 3 stick figures standing in the courtyard, which were their family of 3. Great drawing, Li Feng praised, and then asked, where is Grandma? Grandma is not feeling well, and went into the house to sleep. Grandma is sick? Dr. Zhou checked. Grandma didn't rest well these days. She needs to pay attention to rest. Li Feng called his mother to ask about the situation, and the old lady only reported good news and not bad news. Li Feng felt a little distressed. He was 42 years old and his mother was 71. It was not easy for his mother to help him take care of the children at such an old age. He calculated the savings of the past 2 years and thought that if he could work for another 2 years, He would never leave his hometown again. On January 7th, the two took their temperatures as usual. On January 8th, the city hospital came with vaccine boxes. There were few people who met the requirements at their construction site. So in addition to the hospital staff, people from the city TV station also wore protective clothing and carried cameras to shoot materials. The workers rarely saw such a scene, and everyone looked around curiously, and many took out their phones to start filming videos. Li Feng and Luo Xiaohai first did a skin test, and after the skin test was fine, they lined up in turn. It was already 11 o'clock when they were done. It's over now. Luo Xiaohai pressed the wound with a cotton swab and asked in a daze. It's over, Li Feng said. According to government policy, residents can be released from lockdown 6 hours after receiving the vaccine. The two felt like there was a shackle on their bodies. And now that they were done, the shackle suddenly became lighter. They waited from 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And when the vaccination time in the identity system was full for 6 hours, they scanned 2 shared bicycles on the roadside, then put on hats and masks and left the construction site. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they are riding their bicycles on the road. The construction site gate, the high-speed rail station, the city center, all the places they passed by were empty, and the whole city seemed to be paused. They were outside for 3 hours, during which they encountered traffic police twice and patrol officers checking the post 3 times. They used to be very nervous when they met public officials, but this time they were not nervous at all and proudly opened the vaccine interface, according to our city's regulations. Can we go out now? Had you recorded your body temperature for 7 days? The construction site was strictly checked before, so it was full. At this time, the police would kindly remind, you can go out, but you still need to pay attention to safety protection. We know. The two continued to ride their bicycles back and forth, and would return to the construction site after a round of inspection. It's so cool. Luo Xiaohai was lying on the bed tired. In fact, he just went out, but he was really excited along the way. There will probably be more people going out tomorrow. So why are you going out? Li Feng asked after brushing his teeth and washing his face. Tomorrow I will just walk around the construction site and not go to places where there are people. Although they have been vaccinated, the effect of the vaccine is still unclear. They are completely walking on a tightrope with their lives today. It's better to observe for a while. Li Feng has a stable personality. If Luo Xiaohai hadn't pulled him today, he would not have risked going out. In the next 2 days, residents across the country actively cooperated with temperature measurement, and the construction site where they were located also issued a notice, and it was expected to officially start construction on the 15th, just as various places were trying to return to normal. On the afternoon of January 11th, Li Feng suddenly received a call from Li Zixin. Dad, Grandma suddenly fell down, and Dr. Zhou couldn't see it. The village issued a pass, and Dr. Zhou was driving Grandma to the city hospital. Dr. Zhou is the poverty alleviation doctor in their village. Li Feng felt dizzy after hearing this, and tried to calm down, give the phone to Dr. Zhou. There was a rustling sound over there, and then came the voice of Dr. Zhou, brotherly. I did a simple checkup on Grandma. It may be an acute heart attack. We are rushing to the hospital. Li Feng no longer knew what Dr. Zhou said. His head was getting more and more dizzy. Half an hour later, Dr. Zhou sent the patient to the hospital. After he was done, he knew that Li Feng was waiting for a message. So he quickly called back. It's an acute heart attack, and she has been sent to the operating room now. She was sent in time, and she should be able to be saved. After he finished speaking, he continued, don't worry too much. I will inform you in time if there is any situation here. Don't worry. I'll go back now. Li Feng interrupted directly. Now? Dr. Zhou was stunned. Li Feng works in Zhongzhou City, Jiangsu Province, which is 1,700 kilometers away from Changning County. Now it is a national control period. How can he come back? I'll check the policy. Li Feng immediately took out his mobile phone. According to national requirements, residents can take trains, high-speed trains, airplanes, and other means of transportation after being vaccinated. There are no flights from Zhongzhou to Yun Province now, and there are too few places in the country that are open to traffic. He searched a lot and found a train from Zhongzhou to Yunli City, Yun Province. The first departure time is 9 o'clock tonight, and the whole journey takes 41 hours. I will go back tonight, Li Feng said directly after making a decision, and then recorded the information and bought the ticket. The whole process was done in one go. As for whether the vaccine is effective, and whether it is safe to travel now, he didn't consider it at all. Ahem. Just as Li Feng was nervously buying the ticket. At Zhongzhou railway station, a man with a flushed face and a mask and hat was carefully observing the situation at the railway station. Although the man was coughing, there was an abnormal excitement in his expression. He observed at the door for a long time. And then when the medical staff came to vaccinate the station staff, he found an isolation suit of the same type as the medical staff from somewhere, and then took advantage of the shift change at the gate, and disguised himself as a medical staff and sneaked in with steady steps. Chapter 31. Passengers of train No. K39210. Please go to the third ticket gate for ticket checking. This train will depart on time at 2025. Passengers of train No. K39210. At 8:17. Li Feng arrived at Zhongzhou railway station with a backpack on his back. 2 hours ago, he asked for leave from the team leader after booking the train ticket. He thought it would be difficult to ask for leave during the lockdown period. But the team leader asked directly after hearing what he had said, "How are you going to get there later?" "I'll take a shared bike. It's 20 kilometers from the construction site to the station. There's no traffic yet." He plans to ride there. It will probably take about an hour. "Will you be exhausted?" The team leader was happy and continued, "Go back and pack your things. I'll take you there." "Will it be too much trouble?" "Aren't you afraid of trouble when you ride a bike?" The team leader gave him the signed leave note and signaled that he was welcome. In this way, Li Feng took the team leader's car to the station. "Call me when you get home to let me know you're safe. Don't worry too much on the way. Auntie will be fine." At this time, the team leader sent Li Feng to the station entrance and patiently reminded him. "Thank you, team leader." Li Feng bowed. If the other party hadn't driven him, he would probably still be on the road. He didn't know how to express it, but he was very grateful for the other party's kindness. "It will be fine." The team leader gave 2 more instructions and left. After the team leader left, Li Feng adjusted his state and came to the ticket gate. The ticket gate required a series of procedures such as taking body temperature, checking backs and records, ID cards, and tickets. He was ready on the road and checked his ticket according to the process. There are very few residents who meet the conditions to go out now, but there are still many people waiting at the station. Everyone is excited and curious. Li Feng found an empty seat and sat down. His train number is D3879, and the departure time is 21:27. Li Feng looked at the ticket gate, which happened to be the one in front of him, and he did not move, just sitting in the seat and waiting patiently. At 9:12, everyone started to check tickets. After queuing, checking tickets, and finding the platform, Li Feng finally found his own carriage after a lot of trouble. He bought a soft sleeper ticket for A012. If it were in the past, he would definitely not have been willing to buy a soft sleeper. But this time, his mother was hospitalized, and he was worried about her condition. So he indulged himself. Now he felt so distressed. Li Feng was on the lower berth. When he arrived, a man was already lying on the A013 opposite. The man was about 25 years old, wearing a hat and a mask, wrapped in a quilt, covering himself like a silkworm pupa. Li Feng was stunned when he saw it. Zhongzhou station was the starting station, and he thought he was fast enough. But he didn't expect that the other party was already lying on the bed. Li Feng thought about it and didn't care. At 9:27, the train departed on time. Li Feng went to the water room to get a cup of hot water and was about to go to sleep when a dissatisfied voice came from the other side. "This is my seat. Did you sit in the wrong seat?" This was a young woman in her 30s, wearing an orange down jacket and carrying a lot of bags. And she was dissatisfied with the man on A013. "Sorry, I bought the upper bunk, thinking there was no one here." The young man poked his head out from the quilt, as if he had just woken up, and his voice was very hoarse. "You bought the upper bunk, so go to the upper bunk. You can't buy the upper bunk and then use someone else's lower bunk." The woman is a pharmaceutical salesperson. She often encountered this kind of freeloading when she was on business trips before, so she didn't doubt the man's explanation. "Sorry," the man said, and prepared to climb to the upper bunk. "Wait!" The woman stopped him, then picked up the pillow and quilt that the other person had slept on with disgust and threw them on top. "Take these things up, and throw the top ones down for me." "Yes." After the young man went up, he threw the quilt and mattress down. The woman was still a little unhappy, but she had to bear it when she was out. This incident passed by quickly like a small episode. There were 392 passengers on this train. For centralized management, most of them sat in carriages 1 to 10. Li Feng was in carriage number 3. The lower and middle berths were basically full. The upper berth was too depressing and more than half empty. Li Feng fell asleep after the train started. During the time, the conductor came to check the ticket. He cooperated and showed his ID card. When he glanced at the upper berth opposite, he was a little surprised. At this time, the upper berth was neatly tidied, and it looked like no one had slept there. Got off the bus? Li Feng turned over and continued to sleep. 3 with 1. Hold on. 4 fives. In a daze, the sound of playing cards came from beside him. Li Feng opened his eyes and saw 3 men sitting in the corridor in front of him. The men were playing landlord, and one of them was the passenger of D013. Didn't get off the bus? Li Feng was a little surprised. No. I've been playing cards here for 3 hours. The woman on the other side complained crazily after hearing it. These people are all passengers in the carriage. Maybe the train was closed for too long before, so they somehow got together to play cards. She had just complained to the conductor 3 times. But these people would disperse when the conductor came, and then get together again. It was impossible to control them. I have to endure 17 hours to go to Chongzhou. The woman felt that this train ride was too bumpy. It's good to arrive at the station. Li Feng could only comfort her, which he was not good at. The train had just started for 10 hours, and there were still 30 hours to the destination. Li Feng couldn't sleep, so he got up and soaked some dried steamed bread slices, and looked at the 3 people playing cards unconsciously. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the man in D13 looked extremely excited. Li Feng called home and knew that his mother was still in surgery, so he could only suppress his worry and continue to sleep. Ah! After an unknown amount of time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the carriage. What's wrong? What happened? The passengers immediately turned on the corridor lights. They thought someone had fallen from the upper bunk, and were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. At this time, there were 2 figures lying next to Li Feng. One figure struggling violently below, and the other one kept pouncing on her. Zombies! It's a zombie! Before everyone could react, a passenger nearby suddenly shouted. The passengers turned on all the lights, and found that the 2 figures had ferocious expressions and dull eyes. They were the men who played cards with them during the day, and now they had turned into zombies. Help! Help! The woman used a pillow to hold the zombie, and asked for help from everyone. Quickly pull the person away. The passengers wanted to move forward to pull the person away, but this was the first time they saw a zombie in real life, and they were worried about being infected, so they didn't know how to start. Bang! Li Feng was still quick-witted and directly covered the zombie with his quilt, and then pressed it heavily to the ground. Others saw this and pulled some quilts and pillows from the side. They covered the zombie tightly and sat heavily on it. And then they felt a little relieved. Are you okay? Li Feng sat on the quilt and looked at the woman and asked. No. It's okay. The woman panted heavily, still frightened. She was sleeping on the bed just now, and felt a rustling sound under her feet. When she opened her eyes, it was a zombie face magnified countless times. The zombie was about to bite her, and she reflexively took the pillow to block it. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. You didn't get bitten? Li Feng continued to ask. No. The woman found a wet wipe to wipe her face. She was not bitten, but the other party's saliva dripped on her face when he pounced on her. She didn't know if she was okay. We won't be infected, right? At this time, other passengers asked worriedly. Most of them got on the train at Chongzhou Station. They have been together for 30 hours. This is a closed space. The probability of them getting infected is close to 100%. We have all been vaccinated. Didn't the government say that as long as it is not blood or sexual behavior, there will be no problem? A passenger said with a trembling voice. Everyone was silent. The government said so, but whether it is useful, no one knows. I shouldn't have gotten on the train and shouldn't have gone out. Some people regretted getting on the train. I touched his finger while playing cards, and I also offered him konjac chips. Nothing will happen, right? Some people recalled the details of their encounter with zombies. What happened? At this time, the conductor heard the noise and came over. There are zombies. Everyone was in tears. Half an hour later, the train made an emergency stop at Cheongjo Station. What happened? Just now the broadcast said there were zombies, and asked everyone to stay in their seats and not move. It won't be contagious, right? The passengers in other carriages panicked after hearing this. At 6 a.m., 50 cars arrived at the station. All passengers and staff were taken away, and the third carriage, where the zombies were located, was quarantined. I've been vaccinated. Why are there still zombies on the train? How did the zombies get in? Are the vaccines I got before still effective? The passengers in other carriages cursed. Doctor, we've all been vaccinated and haven't been bitten. According to the policy, we don't need to be quarantined, right? In the quarantine car, Li Feng asked anxiously. He was supposed to arrive in Yunli this afternoon, but he didn't expect this to happen. He was furious. According to the policy, there is no need for quarantine, but we are not sure whether this passenger was infected before or after the vaccine, and we don't know the source of his infection. We can only implement the previous quarantine policy first. Then how long will we be detained? According to the policy, it is 15 days. Although the passengers were dissatisfied, they also knew that they were like walking virus bombs. Even if they were not quarantined, they dared not meet with relatives and friends. After everyone discussed, they could only take one step at a time. Zombie patients appeared on D3879 train. 392 passengers and 28 staff on board were all quarantined. At 10 a.m., the news of zombies appearing on D3879 train became a hot search. Don't you need to have your temperature taken and vaccination records to get on the train? Did this person get sick after getting the vaccine? Today is the 13th. The virus incubation period is 7 to 10 days. This person was infected with the virus at least on the 6th. We got the vaccine on the 8th. He got the vaccine after being infected? How did he get it? Is our vaccine effective? In the past, the news of zombie patients appearing in XX place would not have been a hot search. But the whole nation is discussing the zombie vaccine during this period, and everyone is skeptical. Today, this incident combines various hot elements such as station management process, carriage disease, and patients infected with the virus before vaccination, making the discussion of this matter reach its peak. There were also two questions during the discussion. 1. According to the time, this patient was infected with the virus before the vaccine. How did he get the vaccine during the incubation period? 2. Passengers will have strict temperature checks when entering the station. This patient must have had a fever when he got on the train. How did he pass the check? 3. Will the passengers in the third car be infected? The droplet transmission of this virus is quite strong. There was a zombie in our community who was playing shuttlecock in the square before he was diagnosed. He did nothing and infected 2 other people in the square. Looking at the surveillance at the time, they were at least 10 meters away. I guess when the zombies coughed, the saliva flew over. So scary. Now the number of confirmed zombie cases in the country has increased to 120,000, of which 20,000 were transmitted by human bites, 70,000 were transmitted by droplets, and the remaining 30,000 were unknown transmission. The droplet transmission range of the S1 virus is very large. Suppose patient A coughs in the corridor, and B passes by 10 minutes later. B is likely to be infected. Not to mention as spitting everywhere, using a towel that has been used to wipe sweat to wipe public facilities, etc. According to the analysis of droplet transmission cases, the 47 people in the third car are likely to be infected, and people in other cars will also be infected. So miserable? Everyone's scalp numbs after hearing this. This kind of closed public place is simply impossible to prevent. During this discussion, at 1 p.m., Cheongjo Railway and Cheongjo Police issued a joint message this morning. A zombie patient was found on the D3879 train. After verification, this was a bad patient poisoning. The suspect, Jiao Male, 27 years old, from Chaosheng County, Cheongjo, was a former on-duty employee of Cheongjo Railway Station. In early October last year, he had a dispute with the competent department over leave and was passive in work, and was dismissed by Cheongjo Railway Station. Zhao held a grudge and sent threatening text messages to his superiors during the lockdown, saying, "Let's die together, and if I'm not well, you won't be well either." On January 11th, Zhao found out that he was ill, so he sneaked out of his residence, used his experience at the train station, disguised himself as a medical staff member to sneak into the station, and then disguised himself as a train staff member to sneak into the D3879 train. According to surveillance inspection, Zhao had many bad behaviors such as smearing saliva on the faucet and door handles during the train journey. The public security, procuratorial and judicial organs will reserve the right to prosecute the other party in accordance with the law. After detailed investigation, the suspect had no temperature measurement and vaccination records between December 10th and January 11th. And no passengers or staff on the train were scratched or bitten. Video 123. Video 1. The suspect climbed over the wall to leave the community. Video 2. The suspect disguised himself as a medical staff, and the train staff sneaked into the D3879 train. Video 3. Evading inspection, sneaking around, and having a seizure on the train. Fuck. This guy can make a Dragon Ancient version of 009. Netizens were shocked after watching the video. Video 123. The details of the other party's journey from leaving the community to becoming a zombie, especially the process of sneaking into the train, are not something that movies dare to shoot like this. Is Zhongzhou Railway Station a management error? Someone asked. This is no longer a simple management error. It has risen to a safety accident. The situation is the same as netizens speculated. After the joint news was released, the municipal government issued a notice. The deputy director of Zhongzhou Railway Bureau, the office director and more than 10 others were temporarily suspended. And a detailed penalty notice will be issued after the responsibilities are clarified. Will these people be infected? Now the official announcement has confirmed that the suspects have not been vaccinated. But a new question has arisen. Will these people be infected during the 30 hours of being in a closed space? Now the whole country is worried about whether the vaccine is effective. And this train is a perfect example. Now not only Longgu, but even some overseas countries are paying attention to the every move of the train passengers. Longgu did not hide it, but reported the body temperature and living conditions of the 420 quarantined people in real time. The first day was normal. The second day was normal. The third day was normal. As time went by, the lives and body temperatures of the quarantined people were very normal. Some quarantined people even posted their tickets and started live broadcasts, broadcasting their daily quarantine life every day, under the public's attention. On January 28th, the 15th day of the quarantine of passengers on D3879, Longgu released data that all 420 quarantined people were normal, and the quarantine of everyone was lifted, so that everyone could resume their normal lives. Oh my god. I follow the live broadcast every day, and I have also seen their tickets. They are really fine. Follow this blogger at Lucky 4-Leaf Clover. She is the one who was almost bitten. She has been squatting in her live broadcast room every day these days. Her face is rosy and in very good condition. I watched the video. At that time, the zombie saliva was dripping on her face. It was so disgusting. Escape from death. All 420 people on the D3879 train were normal. Just like a tornado sweeping across the major platforms. Everyone was skeptical about the S1 vaccine at first. But now they have only one feeling after watching it. Longgu Academy of Sciences V587. My temperature was off for one day in the past 7 days. I shouldn't have been lazy. My temperature is up. I'll get the injection tomorrow. Ah! My temperature is up. I can go out and fly tomorrow. After being shocked, everyone felt like there was a little flame in their hearts. They wanted to get vaccinated and go out. After being locked down for 2 months, they missed the feeling of being outside so much. Itania plans to order 2 million S1 vaccines from Longgu. Merck plans to cooperate with Longgu in biological research. Sanka said, Longgu is Sanka's most important international partner. Just as everyone was excited, countries around the world saw the dawn of hope in the darkness, and sent friendly emails to Longgu, and even secretly expressed that they wanted to have in-depth medical cooperation with Longgu. Countries around the world were excited, and Lombe Long Xinjuan, Shenhua and others were also excited. The reason was simple. There was a breakthrough in the biological induction box. Chapter 32. Can the induction chip be mass-produced? After hearing that the induction box had made progress, Tan Mingzheng and Shenhua and others immediately flew from Longxing to Jingyuan. On the way, Shenhua opened the system interface. Current tasks. 1. Plan the land of Longxing. 2. Sow forage seeds to make the city's green area reach 30%. Planning Longxing requires determining the central urban area, and then the administrative areas such as cities, counties and villages. Longxing has an area of 120,000 square kilometers. There were originally 3 prefecture-level cities. Chongming, Tongping and Songzhan. The counties, towns and villages under these prefecture-level cities have been divided. They decided to keep them, as they are based on factors such as terrain, environment, humanities and history. Now the difficulty lies in the location of the central urban area. The simplest way now is to take one of the 3 prefecture-level cities and turn it into a central urban area. But the supporting facilities in these 3 places are relatively mature, and it will be difficult to handle urban tasks in the future. A researcher finished his analysis. Longgu's urban planning is generally a radiation distribution of central city plus county-level city/county. In addition to being difficult to plan, these 3 prefecture-level cities have many residential and commercial properties with clear property rights. If they have tasks such as building A needs to be next to building B in the future, the demolition cost is not a big deal. But the workload of persuading residents to sell land is too large. The system task is just to plan the land. We can select the land first, and then do some engineering construction when there are requirements. Xingque put forward his own ideas. Yes. Tan Ningzhang also prefers to reselect the land. The reason is very simple. My city is an upgradable system. The central city in the future will be the provincial capital. The existing 3 places are not suitable. Everyone opened the Longgu map. After serious discussion, everyone decided to put the central city at the junction of Chongming, Tongping and Songzhan. This is state-owned land, with an open geographical location, convenient transportation and close to the river, which is just right for building a city. If we have to point out the disadvantage, it is that it is only half the size of Chongming, which is a bit small for a preparatory municipality. It's okay if it's a little smaller. The area of Jingyan City is 1,500 square kilometers. Isn't it still the capital of Longgu? Tan Ningzhang waved his hand. In his opinion, judging whether a city has potential not only requires considering the area, but also multiple factors such as politics, economy and culture. This is indeed the best location for Longxing City. And if there are other needs in the future, it can be expanded outwards. The Longxing planning map has been finalized, and the remaining thing is the forage seeds. It depends on Academician Chong. Tan Ningzhang sighed. The Academician Chong he mentioned is Chong Qingyuan, an academician of the Longgu Ministry of Agriculture. Now the agricultural team is trying to overcome the genetic code of forage seeds. Because they are foreign plants, they must ensure that the system forage is safe before it can be widely planted. This will take at least early May. There is a breakthrough in the induction box chip. Just as everyone finished the district planning, there was news from Qinqing. Just like that, Tan Ningzhang and Xingque didn't care about resting and flew directly to Jingyuan. Now Sonka and Etania have called us and want to cooperate with us on vaccines. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is preparing to hold an international online conference. After getting off the plane, Tan Ningzhang received a call from Longgu Institute. D3879 News is like a vaccine promotional film. The S1 vaccine is better than the Institute of Biology predicted. Now governments everywhere want to cooperate with Longgu like a cat smelling blood. This is related to the lives of all mankind. Longgu doesn't mind cooperation, but the specific cooperation must be negotiated seriously. At 3:20, the two came to the Institute of Physics and Engineering. Qinqing was already waiting for them in the institute. As soon as they met, Qinqing smiled from ear to ear. We have to thank academician Lu Huajun and others this time. If it weren't for the lithography technology they provided, we wouldn't have been able to build the induced lithography machine so quickly. The function of the induction box mainly comes from the induced sound waves and magnetic chips. The induced sound waves are easier to copy, but the magnetic chips inside the box require rigorous scientific research. The physics group was quite troubled when they first got it, and later asked for help from the Institute of Optoelectronic Technology. Lu Huajun is the director of the Institute of Optoelectronic Technology. After the unremitting cooperation of the optoelectronic researchers, the two sides finally developed a photolithography machine for the induction chip, which allowed the magnetic chip to be copied. Thank you, Academician Lu. Tan Ningzhang looked at the skinny old man next to Qinqing and saluted solemnly. Lu Huajun is the first person in the field of Longgu photolithography. 20 years ago, he led the Longgu team to develop the first Longgu photolithography machine, breaking the foreign technical blockade of Longgu photolithography machines. After the establishment of the research group this time, he had solemnly invited the other party. It was just that Lu Huajun was working on an important photolithography project at the time and could not join the team. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, The two sides unexpectedly cooperated this time. No need to thank us. We are all working for the country. Lu Huajun is 82 years old and is very proud that he can still be useful. This is the induction device we have developed. We have tested it. One device can attract up to 20 zombies. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Chen Qing took out an induction device and said, "This is the induction box that the Institute of Biology has just developed. They temporarily named it the S1 induction box. The induction box is heavier than the system induction box. It looks like an old-fashioned stereo. It also has a triple combination of a player, a conductor, and a magnetic chip." After Chen Qing finished explaining, he led everyone to the zombie experiment field and pressed the play button. Whoosh, whoosh. A dull, drum-like sound rang out. After a while, zombies began to appear at various entrances of the laboratory. These exits were connected to the zombie observation room. As the sound became louder and louder, all the zombies ran towards the induction box rhythmically. The attraction of the induction box is very strong, just like a moth trap. And the zombies are moths that fly in continuously. I just contacted the zombie base. We have few zombie parameters here. I am worried that the data is not accurate. I will go to the base to test it tomorrow. The vaccination rate of residents nationwide has reached 32%. After the news of the infection of D3879 train was released today, there should be a small peak in vaccination in the next half month. After all residents are vaccinated, they plan to promote the induction device. Try to catch all the zombies in society. I'll go with you, Tan Mingzhang said after listening. There are a lot of zombies there. Chen Qing persuaded without leaving any trace. Tan Mingzhang was the commander-in-chief of the research group. If something happened to him, the follow-up work would be difficult to do. I have been vaccinated. As long as I don't get bitten, you can throw me to the zombie nest. Tan Mingzhang was very confident in the vaccine of the biological group. After he finished speaking, he looked at Shenque. You stay here for 2 days. I will probably be back the day after tomorrow. I'll go too. Shenque was quite curious about the zombie base. You can't. Tan Mingzhang refused directly. What he said about the zombie nest just now was all nonsense. It would be fine if he got hit. But if Shenque got hit, it would be a loss for all mankind. I will pay attention to safety. Shenque struggled. No. Tan Mingzhang would not allow any arguments. He regretted his boasting just now. We will only go for 2 days. Coach Shen will stay here first. Chen Qing, Lu Huajun and others were amused watching from the side. Everyone ended the tour with laughter. The next morning, Tan Mingzhang, Chen Qing and others left. I really wanted to go to your place, but I don't have the chance anymore. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shenque ate tomatoes and complained to Su Qiuxing. These tomatoes were grown from improved seeds. They were small and astringent, and were one of the existing fruit-type vegetables. There are already 120,000 zombies here. Commander Tan didn't let you come here for your own good. In the zombie base, Su Qiuxing stayed up all night and just finished taking a shower. He chatted with Shenque while wiping his head. Last time, after the two of them sent the dragon letter, they would always chat from time to time. However, Su Qiuxing was busy with biological research, and Shenque was also dealing with urban planning. Most of the time, Shenque sent a message in the morning, and Su Qiuxing replied when he had time in the evening. Or Su Qiuxing sent a message in the evening, and Shenque replied the next afternoon. Sometimes they were too busy, and neither of them would reply to each other, and they would talk about the next topic when they had time next time. Most of their chats were complaints about biological research and urban construction, and there was no formal content. Most of them were to relieve the pressure of work. Su Qiuxing stayed up all night yesterday, because he had to receive Tan Mingzhang and others in a while. The two of them had the same chat time this time. At this time, Su Qiuxing saw Shenque complaining, thought about it, and searched for an emoticon package from the input box. Su Qiuxing, panda.jpg. Shenque? Su Qiuxing, it fits your current status. The left-behind panda. Shenque is tied to the infrastructure system, and his importance is the same as the giant panda in Longxia. Shenque was happy and patted the tomatoes in his hand. Pandas can't find bamboo, so they can only eat tomatoes. Psi.jpg. Health and wellness. Expression. Expression. Su Qiuxing replied, followed by 2 thumbs up. Expressions. The two chatted for a while, and Su Qiuxing asked, want to see the base? I'm a little curious. I want to know what the base of 120,000 zombies looks like. It's spectacular. And very empty. After Su Qiuxing sent the message, the second message followed. The helicopter has arrived. I'll go to receive it first. Shenque, okay. After Shenque finished delivering the food, he ate the tomatoes in his hand. It was 9:20 now, and the Physics Institute was busy. Tan Ningxiang was worried that he would be bored, so he specially transferred Xiao Hu to accompany him. Xiao Hu was the soldier accompanying him during his hospitalization. He and Xiao Hu were of similar age, but when it came to what to do, the two of them were really staring at each other. So after they exchanged polite greetings, Xiao Hu stayed in the outer room, and Shenque lay in the dormitory. At this time, Shenque stared at the ceiling in a daze, and his thoughts drifted to the zombie base again. In fact, he really wanted to go to the base to take a look. But from Tan Ningxiang's point of view, it was really unnecessary for him to go there now, and it would add a lot of risks. He understood the other party's decision very well. If he were Tan Ningxiang, he would not allow himself to go there. Shenque thought about it in a haphazard way and looked at the panda emoji package on his phone. Pandas are pandas. Safety is the most important thing. Shenque fell asleep in a daze and woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 15 unread messages on his phone. Su Qiuxing, I just took a photo. You can visit it online. The zombie base is not a secret base. These are all pictures of the zombie base. And there are many wide-angle photos taken by drones. Each photo is magnificent, like a city in an ancient desert. Well taken. Awesome. Awesome. Shenque sent a message. He thought of a month ago. It seemed that there was the same scene, but the identities of the two photographers seemed to have been swapped. Chapter 33. The next afternoon, Tan Ningxiang and Chen Qing returned to the School of Physics. How was your time these past 2 days? Tan Ningxiang teased when he saw Shenque. He saw Su Qiuxing taking photos of Shenque with a drone yesterday. Su Qiuxing had specially applied for the drone. After everyone found out the whole story, they all laughed. They recalled the scene of Shenque repeatedly applying to come to the base, which showed that he was very concerned about coming to the base this time. Shenque was young and steady, and rarely had such emotions that matched his youthfulness. I watched the flag-raising ceremony with Brother Hu this morning. The teachers in the academy were also very friendly. Shenque had already learned about the base from Su Qiuxing. After chatting for a while, he talked about today's flag-raising ceremony. Longgu has always had the tradition of raising the flag at Longgu Gate. Before the zombie outbreak, the number of visitors to the flag-raising ceremony in front of Longgu Gate was about 30,000. After the nationwide lockdown, the country still maintained the tradition of raising the flag, but tourists switched from offline viewing to online viewing. This tradition has been maintained not only in this life, but also in the previous life. After the third life was restarted, he always wanted to go to Longgu Gate, but he was busy preparing for the zombies before, and he didn't have time until this morning. This morning, he and Xiao Hu came to Longgu Gate under the arrangement of the School of Physics. Now Longgu Gate has been reopened, and tourists can enter with their ID cards, vaccination records, and other identity information. The country had just relaxed control, and he thought there were not many people. But he was completely stunned after getting off the car at 3 o'clock in the morning. There were crowds of people in front of Longgu Gate. At least 3,000 people at a glance. So many people? Xiao Hu was also shocked by the scene in front of him. I don't know. These people include locals from Beijing and Yun, and tourists with foreign accents. They look like they came here specially. Now worshipping anything is better than worshipping the national flag. After the virus broke out in our community, a family pasted a lot of zombie amulets on the doors and windows, and even burned amulet water to drink. But it didn't work at all. Last month, all 5 members of the family were infected. There are people selling consecration stones in our group. 10,000 yuan each. Such expensive stones are not as effective as free vaccines. My family runs a supermarket. We took a 20-hour train to come here. I hope my family will not be infected. The two pieced together what happened through the conversation with tourists. In the current global crisis, Longgu developed the S1 vaccine at this critical juncture, which is undoubtedly a stabilizing force in the hearts of residents. In some critical times, many residents need some support from faith. Some atheists took a look and found that it is better to believe in science and the power of the country than to believe in various gods. The increase in the number of visitors to Longgu Gate in the past 2 days is partly due to everyone's trust in the S1 vaccine. On the other hand, after the country relaxes control, there will definitely be a lot of crowded scenes in the future. Everyone came here to feel the power of the flag-raising ceremony and cheer themselves up. Have you ever seen a flag-raising ceremony before? Tan Mingzhang was a little curious when he heard that Xinque got up early. I haven't seen it in front of Longdu Gate. How does it feel? It's very spectacular. Xinque and Xiao Hu arrived early and took a front row seat. The moment the soldiers entered the venue, the atmosphere was instantly quiet. Everyone saw the soldiers come to the center of the square in an orderly manner, then play the national anthem, raise the flag, and salute. During this process, the atmosphere on the scene was very solemn. Everyone knows that the national flag cannot fight against the virus biologically and physically. But the underlying color behind this matter is that the residents have swept away the depression of 2 months ago through the vaccine and are full of expectations for the future again. I will take you to see the military parade site if I have a chance in the second half of the year. After listening to this, Tan Mingzhang waved his hand and said, the National Day military parade requires strict identity verification. But with Xinque's contribution in the past 6 months, even if he can't stand in front of people, he can go to the scene with the soldiers. Good. After the two chatted, Xinque asked about the business. How is the induction box test going? The Physics Institute has made some improvements. The previous induction box used the play sound induction mode to induce zombies. The new version will first detect whether there are zombies nearby through the magnetic chip. If there are zombies, it will automatically play music. The maximum distance tested is 500 meters. Tan Mingzhang raised his lips. Although this is a small change, it greatly facilitates the lives of residents. Residents do not have to feel the harassment of the induction sound in uncertain situations. Xinque looked at Qinqing and others unexpectedly, and gave a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Awesome. In his opinion, this improvement of the School of Physics is completely an innovation based on the induction box. Will the residents accept it? Xinque considered the practical problem. If the induction box is promoted, it is very likely that residents and a large number of zombies will be in the same environment. The government plans to build some pilot projects first, and then promote them nationwide after they are confirmed to be effective. This pilot project is divided into mobile pilot projects and fixed pilot projects. Mobile pilot projects, staff members carry induction box equipment and conduct patrol inspections in some streets and alleys. Fixed pilot projects, induction boxes are installed in places such as large shopping malls/supermarkets, which will improve the safety awareness of these places. When do we plan to pilot? Xinque thought for a while and asked. The sooner the better. After Tan Mingzhang said the sooner the better, Xinque thought it would take at least a week. Who knew that the next afternoon, Longui released news on January 31st. My country's Institute of Physics successfully improved the sonic zombie induction box. The induction box can induce zombies through sound waves/magnetic force. For the lives and safety of residents, my country has decided to build pilot trapping stations in 7 cities including Jingyun, Linan, Dongping, and Huaihe. The trapping stations will be officially opened on February 5. Thanks. The zombie induction box is a cooperative patent of my country, not an independent patent. Has our city become a pilot city? On the morning of February 1st, in Linan City, Chunshan Province, Lu Wan unexpectedly looked at the latest news. The country has launched 7 pilot cities this time. These cities are municipalities, provincial capitals, prefecture-level cities, and county-level cities. They belong to a prefecture-level city. This pilot may be carried out throughout the city, such as residential areas, supermarket entrances, shopping mall entrances. These densely populated areas will be installed, and mobile pilots will be the main focus first. Su Jifeng had just finished his night shift and was wiping his head while saying, "How many induction boxes do you need?" Lu Wan was very surprised. She just took a look and found that the induction box looked similar to an old-fashioned stereo, and one weighed at least 50 kilograms. There are 10,000 in our city. Su Jifeng was from the City Fire Brigade and had just seen the work notice. Too fast. In a trance, Lu Wan thought of the atmosphere 3 months ago, a sudden lockdown, a pause in the city, and panic among the people. At that time, the country only said that an unknown virus was discovered, but there was no specific announcement. The atmosphere at that time was too terrifying, as if the world would end in the next second. She has been in fear and worry about zombies during this period, just when she thought this state would last for a long time. She didn't expect the country to announce a series of policies such as S1 vaccine and zombie induction box in a swift and decisive manner, as if they looked at one step. And the country had already taken 10 steps. What if there are zombies? Luan was concerned about the reality. If the induction box can really attract zombies, then the area around the induction box must be very unsafe. She felt goosebumps all over when she thought about staying in the same environment with zombies. If it's unsafe, there will be no zombies? Su Jifeng asked. In his opinion, zombies are ambushers hidden in the crowd. Without the induction box, you don't know when the other party will come out to bite you. If there is a box, the induction box can detect it in the late stage of zombie pathology. This state is that the brain has begun to be out of control, but it has not yet completely become a zombie. It is usually 8 to 10 days after infection. Although it is only 2 days earlier, it greatly reduces the risk of being bitten. That's right. Luan thought about it, and it was true. The next morning, Luan arrived at the supermarket on time. At the peak of the supermarket, there were 75 employees. Half of them resigned when the virus first started. Now the supermarket has resumed work and rehired 30 employees. Although not as good as at the peak, it is slowly recovering. Fix the cage bracket and don't let it fall apart easily. When Luan arrived at the supermarket, she saw the supermarket manager directing the workers at the door. These were 2 decorators who were installing a huge diamond-shaped cage. What is this? Luan was a little curious. Zombie trapping cage. The supermarket manager supported his waist with his hands. They are a chain supermarket in Lenin. This time, as a pilot, their store can have an induction box according to government policy. After everyone discussed, they decided to install the induction box at the entrance of the supermarket. They also set up traps near the box. In this way, if there are zombies, they can be caught by the traps before entering the supermarket, which also improves the safety of their supermarket. Will it be dangerous? Luan asked, looking at the trap at the cage. The state has clear regulations on whether zombies can cause headshots/injury if zombies attack humans. Residents are free to fight back. If there is no attack or injury to others, residents must call the police immediately and must not maliciously harm others. In short, zombies have human rights before they bite people and endanger their lives. Some residents feel that the state's policies are too kind. But after watching videos of zombies exploding in the head abroad, everyone is grateful for the state's kindness. Therefore, no one knows whether they will become a zombie. If they are locked up in a zombie base, they may be resurrected. But if they are shot in the head, they will really die. No, this can only trap zombies, and will not harm the body. The supermarket manager obviously thought of this problem, and said proudly. On the afternoon of February 3rd, the trapping cage was installed. This is a house with a length of 3 meters and a width of 3 meters. The house has no roof, and is surrounded by diamond-shaped black wire mesh on all 4 sides. The wire mesh is open upwards, and it can be quickly buckled down if something enters, because there are professional traps inside. A sign saying zombie trapping cage. No one allowed near is hung outside the cage. When the induction box arrives, just install it directly. The supermarket manager is very satisfied with the work of the past 2 days. The zombie induction box is centrally manufactured by the state. According to the policy, it is expected to be delivered to the supermarket tomorrow night. Isolation masks and anti-scratch gloves have arrived. Don't force yourself when you encounter zombies. Physical control should be the main method. Check carefully at the entrance and exit of the station to prevent zombies from entering. The hospital has 2 induction boxes, and everyone will patrol in pairs. If you encounter a zombie, you must notify the security department. Don't try to be brave. Safety first. At the same time, Jing'an, Luohai and other places have already received the boxes in advance because they are close. The shopping malls and hospitals mainly carry out mobile patrols. The so-called mobile patrol is that everyone pushes a small cart with electric batons, induction boxes, and other things on the cart and walks back and forth. If the induction box reacts to zombies, immediately go to level 1 alert and notify others through the intercom. Everyone was facing this scene for the first time, so they mainly focused on finding zombies and ensuring their own safety. Amidst the hustle and bustle of preparation, on February 5th, the national pilot test of the induction box officially began. Hello everyone. I am Dowdu, the anchor of Dolphin Live Network. Welcome to the Dolphin International Network Live Room. In the early morning of February 5th, On the streets of Luohai City, Zhao Daoda held up his mobile phone and broadcast an international live broadcast in fluent international language. Zhao Daoda is 27 years old this year. 2 months ago, he posted a video called Zombie Longu on dolphin.com. Unexpectedly, it became popular, with more than 2 million likes. And his fans soared from 3,000 to more than 300,000. Just as Longu residents are curious about the lives of foreign residents, foreign residents are also curious about Longu's lives. After Zombie Longu became popular, he took advantage of the success and released videos such as Live in Lockdown and 3 Meals a Day, becoming one of the new anchors with the strongest growth power on Dolphin. This growth rate reached its peak after the development of the S1 vaccine. Zhao Daoda lives a lazy life and gets up after 12 o'clock every day. The reason why he got up early this time is very simple. With the popularity of the Zombie Longu series, his videos have also been questioned by some international circles, most of which are doesn't Longu have headshots? No one robbed. Why didn't they rob the supermarket? As the doubts became more and more, they gradually turned into Longu people are stupid, Longu government scam, Longu vaccine scam, and other groundless speculations. Zhao Daoda. He hates viruses and hopes that all residents of all countries are well. But why was he attacked personally? He explained in the comments. But the more he explained, the more people questioned and mocked him. Many people did not think that Longu did not have headshot zombies, and they expressed sympathy for stupid residents like Zhao Daoda. Zhao Daoda. I was angry. After explaining many times to no avail, Zhao Daoda felt helpless. Coincidentally, at this time, the country issued an induction box announcement. After the country issued the announcement, it also released a test video of the induction box. This is like the most effective moth trap, catching one accurately with a success rate of 100%. After seeing the news about the induction box, he looked forward to the day of the official test. He said nothing more, and planned to let those shallow-minded trolls see it for themselves. As for whether state secrets will be leaked, now a large number of embassy personnel have been waiting at the door of the trapping stations in Jingyun, Luohai and other places. These people have stayed in Longu for a long time, and can feel Longu's status the most. There is no need for him to leak secrets. After the national trapping test is launched, the situation here will be transmitted to foreign governments as soon as possible. Because it is a large-scale test, Longu can't hide it even if it wants to. And judging from the government's actions during this period, the government has never thought of hiding it. This is the confidence of a rising power. In short, the virus is hateful. The trolls are equally hateful. Chapter 34. I need 2 boxes of antipyretic drugs, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, and half a month's worth of food. At 8 p.m. in Milk, in an old alley on Longu Street, Tang Qingshan made a humbly phone call. Tang Qingshan is 57 years old this year. When he was young, he drifted to Milk and opened a ramen restaurant. He has settled there for 30 years. In recent years, the public security in Milk has been getting worse and worse, and the ramen restaurant business has plummeted due to rising food prices and other reasons. He and his family are all overseas Chinese in Longu, and they have seriously considered returning to China in January this year. But man proposes, God disposes. Last November, the zombie virus broke out, and all flights from Milk to Longu were suspended, even without connecting flights. They were at Feiyun Longu Street, where overseas Chinese gathered in Feiyun City. After the zombie virus broke out, the street committee immediately went door to door to remind everyone to keep valuables and store supplies as much as possible to suspend business. Facts have proved that the committee's decision was extremely correct. On the 3rd day of the zombie virus outbreak, Feiyun had zombie cases, and the number of infected people continued to increase. Feiyun's method of dealing with zombies was killing and high-temperature disinfection. These two sound simple, but they are very cruel when faced with them. 2 months ago, he went out to buy food because his family was short of supplies. Unexpectedly, just as he walked to the entrance of Longu Street, an unnatural roar came from the alley next to him. Is it a zombie? At that time, 2 spirited young men were playing skateboards nearby. They had always wanted to subdue the zombies at close range, but they never had the chance. This time, they walked over boldly after seeing it. And then, there are zombies! The 2 ran out in a hurry. Real zombies are more terrifying than what they saw in the news. Behind them was a middle-aged man with skinny bones and protruding eyeballs. The man was wearing a black suit and his movements were mechanical and slow. It seemed that he was a bank clerk before his death. When the man saw the crowd, there was a hint of excitement in his roar of seeing delicious food. Tang Qingshan and other residents scattered in fear. During this time, someone took out his mobile phone to take pictures. The area of 30 meters around the man became a vacuum zone. What should we do now? Just as everyone was thinking about how to deal with it, the sound of a police car came from a distance. Everyone stepped back first. 2 fully armed police officers got off the police car. They took out their pistols, evacuated the crowd, and nervously aimed at the man. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the man's forehead. The man fell directly like in the movie, and his hands and legs were still twitching when he fell. And it didn't stop until half a minute later. Too scary. At that time, the zombie virus had just appeared in the world, and everyone felt like they were in a thriller. Another one was killed. The police officer breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave with lingering fear. Mr. Police. Tang Qingshan stepped forward bravely and pointed at the corpse that had just fallen. How should we deal with this? This is the entrance of Longdu Street. These corpses carry a lot of zombie viruses. He is worried that it is not safe to leave them at the entrance. People from the disease center will come here to deal with them. Zombies like this are usually killed in advance by them. And the disease center will perform high-temperature treatment. The division of labor between the 2 parties is clear. When will they come? Tang Qingshan asked. It depends on the arrangement of the disease center. The police officer obviously didn't want to stay here. Tang Qingshan was a little worried. He hesitated and called the street committee. We know. The Longdu Street Committee is a business organization established by Longdu shops. The other party hung up the phone and contacted the disease center. We will take the body away first. High-temperature disinfection and site cleaning are temporarily too busy. The situation was the same as Tang Qingshan worried. The disease center was busy and had no time to complete all the procedures. These corpses carry a lot of germs. If they are not cleaned up in time, there will be a great risk of infection. The contact person reminded. You can clean up by yourself. The operator said indifferently. We don't have professional tools. We don't know how to clean up. Seeing the other party's lazy attitude, the contact person asked directly, how can you get here? After the zombie virus broke out, the local natives were very xenophobic. If Longdu Street was infected on a large scale, the other party would find various reasons to expel them from the country, and even control or harm them on the grounds of residents' safety. In any case, they must ensure their own safety and must clean up the scene. It may require some special dispatch fees. The other party also stated his purpose. In this way, the street committee paid 30,000 international coins, and the corpse scene was cleaned up. When will this end? Someone sighed in the street group. They went abroad for various reasons before, and now they regretted very much. They want to return home. Wait a little longer. Some people have been paying attention to domestic policies. Now the domestic control is strict, and they want to go back, but also need policy permission. 2 months have passed since this happened. Tang Qingshan's family of 4 have been living on the surplus food from the ramen restaurant. Now that the surplus food is gone, his wife happens to have a cold and fever. The early symptoms of the zombie virus are colds and fevers. But now Fei Yun is in the flu season, and he is not sure whether his wife has a common cold or a viral infection. The 2 have been together for 20 years. He hesitated for only a moment and let the 2 children stay at home. And he lived in the store with his wife. Whether his wife is infected or not, he will take care of her. Now that all the pharmacies outside are closed, Feiyun City has a special material relief agency. This is a paid relief agency, and he is asking for help at this time. I want 2 boxes of cold medicine, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, and 4 people's half-month survival supplies. These are the requirements. Right, sir? The other party recorded Tang Qingshan's requirements and asked. Yes. Tang Qingshan nodded. Hello. A total of 9,700 international coins are needed. The operator calculated the final price. How much? Tang Qingshan felt that he had misheard. The things he wanted were the cheapest pasta and vacuum bread, which used to cost at most 700 international coins. These things are not easy to purchase, and we face great risks to deliver them to your door. The other party was not surprised. Tang Qingshan wanted to grit his teeth and agree, but his wife held his hand in a daze. Think of other ways first. Although they lived in milk, they were not rich, and she was reluctant to spend this money. Okay. Tang Qingshan hesitated and hung up the phone. He planned to think of other ways first, and then repurchase if it really didn't work. He opened his phone and swiped around, and found the street group. Hello everyone. I want to buy 2 boxes of cold medicine, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, and half a month's worth of living supplies. Is there anyone selling? The zombie situation is getting worse and worse. Although the street committee has a certain influence, it is not a native of Faiyun, and everyone's influence is very limited. Is anyone having a fever? Tang Qishan had no hope. But after he posted the message, someone replied, My wife has a fever. We are in the store now. She has not been out for a while. It should not be a virus infection. Tang Qishan spoke about the current situation in a matter-of-fact manner. I can give you 3 antipyretic pills and 3 anti-inflammatory pills. The only food is vacuum-packed black bread. I can give you 2 boxes. Do you need them? Yes. Tang Qishan was overjoyed. He asked for 4 boxes of medicine in the group just for emergencies. As long as it was not a zombie virus, 3 antipyretic pills would be enough. Tell me the address. It's not safe now. I'll send it to you later by drone. Number 37 Lungu Street. After Tang Qishan reported the address, he asked, How much? $5 for antipyretics and cold medicine. 31 boxes of black bread. A total of 65 international coins. No other expenses? Tang Qishan was stunned. He had prepared for a high premium, but he didn't expect this price to be so normal. No. My family runs a supermarket, so we have a relatively complete range of supplies. After replying, the other party sent 2 more photos. Are these? Yes. Tang Qishan was ready to pay more, but the other party noticed and said, You don't have to pay more. Otherwise, I will have psychological pressure and will not continue to sell to you. Okay. Tang Qishan could only pay the agreed price. He felt his heart thumping, as if someone had helped him in a desperate situation. After the zombie outbreak, Faiyun's crime rate soared, and there were often news reports of drones being smashed. After the 2 parties agreed on a time, Tang Qishan waited anxiously at home. Let's go! 2 hours later, the other party sent a message, and Tang Qishan opened the window and waited. After a while, a black drone flew in the distance, and a box was hung under the drone. He took the box and opened it. Inside were the supplies agreed by both parties, and there were 2 more bags of black bread. Thank you. Thank you. Tang Qishan sent the message with moist eyes. We are all Lungu people, and we help each other when we go out. The other party replied very quickly. Tang Qishan was introverted and could not say exaggerated words of thanks, but he had already written down the other party's mobile phone number and account number. He made up his mind that when he survived this time, he must thank the other party in person. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after feeding his wife medicine, Tang Qishan slumped on the bed. He would have rested at this time in the past, but he had experienced too much today, and the touching feeling of being pulled up from despair by others. His eyes were wide open, and he was not sleepy at all. Tang Qishan paused for a moment and opened Dolphin International. He rarely visited these international websites before, but after the global lockdown, he often paid attention to domestic information. Compared with other countries, Lungu is like the most stable poplar tree, which makes people feel extremely at ease at any time. In a trance, he remembered that 30 years ago, his family was poor, and he came to melt Japan for gold with a passion, and stayed there for half his life. If he could choose again, he might stay in Lungu. This is not because he regretted his choice in this life, but because he missed the willow tree at the door of his hometown. He didn't go back after the disaster, and he didn't know if the willow tree at the door was still there. While thinking about this, he opened the homepage of dolphin.com. Lungu has lifted the virus lockdown. The vaccination rate has reached 78%. Lungu has developed a zombie induction box, and a pilot test will be carried out today. Zombie induction box. Can zombies be induced through the principle of zombie sound waves? This is the Dolphin International section. 7 out of the top 10 hot searches are related to Lungu news, and the most discussed one is the zombie induction box. Induction box? Tang Qishan thought about it, and then he remembered that in the previous news, the country had said that the induction box test would be carried out on the 5th. Now the domestic time is 1 a.m. on the 5th. He forgot about this because he was busy buying medicine. Tang Qishan opened the International Live Broadcast interface and found a live broadcast room with induction box live broadcast and clicked to enter. Now the residents of Melk have different opinions on Lungu. Some people think that Longu will not develop S1 vaccine and zombie induction box in such a short time, while others suggest that their country implement the same lockdown policy as Longu, so as to at least ensure that the virus will not spread on a large scale. Due to the political structure of Melk, there is no clear lockdown announcement yet. However, some cities have already followed suit and restricted residents' travel, but they have just been sealed off, and Longu has been lifted. It's quite depressing. 3 minutes later, Tang Qingshan clicked into the live broadcast room. The live broadcast blogger ID is Daodu in Longu, and the personal ID and detailed introduction are all square Longu characters. Because it is an international section, such an ID is not popular. He originally thought that this was a small anchor, but he didn't expect that Dolphin had more than 3.7 million fans and more than 33.52 million people online for the live broadcast. How many? Tang Qingshan looked at it again, and the number of people in the upper right corner was indeed 33.52 million plus. Another one was caught. Awesome. It feels as flexible as catching fish in a pond. Is this really a zombie? Not a costume one? At this time, the comments were one after another, all of which were awesome, flexible, magical and so on. In a trance, Tang Qingshan looked at the video. Dear overseas viewers, I am currently in Luohai Xinxin community. I just received a submission from a netizen that there is a zombie here. I am close, so I drove over. Now the property has taken the induction box. We are sure that the new zombies are in this building. In front of a busy residential building, a young man held up his mobile phone and said in a rhythmic manner. The young man was about 20 years old and wore a mask. Next to him were 5 security guards wearing protective clothing and holding riot sticks. Beside the feet of several people was a cart, on which was a 50-pound large speaker. The young man turned the camera, and there were nearly 100 residents around them. Some of these residents were wearing facial masks, and some were wearing flip-flops. Everyone was holding their mobile phones, as if watching the fun. Tang Qingshan could not see any fear in the eyes of these people. On the contrary, he felt a sense of watching the fun. The corridor is clear. No one. In a trance, a security guard upstairs shouted, "Everyone, stay back a little to avoid accidental injuries." The security captain maintained order. "We all stay at the back. Those zombies can't run fast and can't catch up with us." A resident said boldly, "I used to learn Taekwondo. Can you do it? Do you want me to come over and give you a hand?" Some residents with strong physiques were ready to come forward to help. "No. We have trained arrest techniques these days. Do you see these equipment? All professional grade." The security captain pointed at his clothes and said, "These are special protective suits made by the city. They are not scratched or bitten, even if they fight zombies 1v1. The security captain cleared a 500 square meter open space in front of the corridor, then made an OK gesture with his hand to the upstairs, and pressed the start button. Half an hour ago, when they were patrolling downstairs with the induction box, the induction box made a series of sizzling sounds, which meant that there were zombies upstairs. They were short of manpower at the time, so they quickly closed the box as they were trained, then called the police, notified other personnel, notified the residents in the corridor, and prepared to trap. Although the residents had seen zombie trapping videos online, it was the first time they had observed them so closely. While the security guards were preparing, other residents got the news and ran down. Everyone's purpose was simple, to join in the fun. As for whether they would be infected, they would coexist with zombies for a long time in the future. It was inevitable that they would face them sooner or later. And everyone had been vaccinated, so they all took it as a courage test. In this way, more and more people gathered to watch, and some people even started domestic live broadcast. This is a 30-story high-rise building. Some of the owners upstairs came down early, and some closed their doors at home as required, looking down from the windows. As everything was ready, the dull zombie music sounded. Squeak, squeak. As the music sounded, the atmosphere on the scene became quiet. In this bit of waiting, 3 minutes later, a trampling sound like mopping the floor came from the corridor. And then the zombies appeared. This is a solitary zombie in his 70s. It may have just mutated. The zombie's face is still a little ruddy, but its eyes and actions are obviously abnormal. After the zombie came down, it ignored the onlookers and rushed to the box excitedly. Action! The security captain made a prompt decision. Everyone picked up an oversized fork, directly forked the opponent, then pressed it to the ground, put on a sack, tied the sack. Everyone cooperated with each other, and the whole action was done in one go. Although the zombies struggled during the period, everyone was wearing protective clothing, and the opponent could not catch or bite it at all. Everyone opened a small hole in the sack to breathe. And then one person asked, should we send it to the police station or the CDC? CDC? It's more convenient. The security captain panted heavily. This was the first time for everyone to catch a zombie, and they didn't expect it to be so smooth. The operation was not like catching a zombie, but like catching a chicken. So fast? Catch another one. Is this really a zombie? At the same time, overseas netizens were watching Dowdu's live broadcast in a trance. They have been plagued by zombies in recent months. In their eyes, zombies mean death and disaster. But in the hands of Lungu residents, too easy. Right? It was so easy that it was unscientific. Anchor. Anchor. Zombies were found in Building 3 of Yungang Bay. Come quickly. At this time, someone sent a private message to Zhao Dowdu. It has been 5 hours since he started live streaming. During these 5 hours, his live streaming popularity has been rising. Reason, his live streaming room has the most zombies and is quick to do. Up to now, he has live streamed 7 zombie catching shows. As for how the zombies came, Zhao Dowdu opened his personal homepage. ID, Dowdu and Lungu. Personal introduction. I accept zombie submissions from Luohai area, and I will be paid generously once I broadcast live. Luohai City is a big city with a population of 30 million. He initially thought it would be difficult to encounter zombies, but he did not expect that after using self-media. Many people submitted submissions to him, and he also sent red envelopes to the contributors as promised. For example, now, he transferred a 3,000 yuan red envelope to the netizens who submitted submissions in Xinjiang community while walking. There will be submissions under heavy rewards. Now his live broadcast audience has reached 50 million, and this number will continue to increase. He plans to continue broadcasting without eating or drinking, and he is bound to let the foreign trolls learn a lot. After Zhao Dowdu transferred the money, he browsed the domestic news for a while, and was happy to see the latest news. News content, at 12 o'clock noon on February 5th. Lungu officially reached S1 vaccine cooperation with 70 countries including Sonk, Itania, and Merck. At the same time, Lungu will open flights for overseas Chinese. Overseas Chinese, who have been safely vaccinated can apply to return to China. Under the virus disaster, Lungu calls for global cooperation to fight the virus together. This news was just released. After reading it, Zhao Dowdu had only one feeling. The trolls have been trolling the S1 vaccine before, and now Lungu has cooperated with global vaccines. If the trolls have the ability, don't get vaccinated. Whoever gets vaccinated will be a grandson. Zhao Dowdu is a man of action, and he directly posted a dynamic, trolls. If you have the guts, don't get vaccinated. Whoever gets vaccinated is a grandson. Lungu Vaccine Cooperation News. At Sokt. At 1920. At Sorika. At Big Kaka. This dynamic is followed by nearly 100 IDs, all of whom were the most aggressive in the previous trolls. Of course, he doesn't care whether the other party gets vaccinated or not. The purpose of posting this dynamic is to have fun. Zhao Dowdu became happier and happier as he thought about it, and walked briskly to the next zombie site. Chapter 35. Is Lungu going to open up vaccine cooperation? After the injection, can we go out like Lungu residents? At the moment when Lungu announced the vaccine cooperation, many international netizens left messages under the vaccine news. After we are injected, will we no longer be afraid of droplet and fecal-oral transmission? Agatha is a poor person in Itania. Unlike developed countries such as Sonk and Melk, Itania also implements the treatment method of head blasting plus high-temperature disinfection. But due to poor economic conditions, the high-temperature treatment does not meet the standards. They are one of the countries with the highest infection rate in the world. Although the local government tried hard to clean up, there were too many infected people. After being killed, these infected people would be directly exposed to the air, and then rot, attract mosquitoes, and spread the virus. 70% of the infected people in Itania were caused by poor hygiene. If they cooperated with Lungu, they only had to worry about blood infection, which greatly increased their chances of survival. Thinking of this, she quickly opened the domestic news at 10 a.m. on February 5th. Etania and Longu governments officially signed the S1 vaccine cooperation contract. The contract emphasized that Longu would sell 50 million vaccines to Etania at a price of 700 ETN coins per vaccine, and the Etania government could pay in installments over 10 years. These vaccines must be sold to residents in need for free or at a fair price, and high-priced hoarding is prohibited. Starting from February 10th, residents of Etania will be officially vaccinated. The vaccine is self-paid, and the price is 700 Etania currency. Great! Agatha covered her mouth excitedly after reading it. The exchange rate between Longu currency and Etania is 110. 700 Etania currency sounds like a lot, but it is completely within the affordability of residents. I am an Etania resident, and I am very grateful for Longu's vaccine cooperation. Agatha calmed down and opened the official account of Longu Dolphin. She thanked Longu for the mandatory conditions. Otherwise, even if the two sides cooperated, it would be difficult for the poor to buy vaccines at a fair price. It was Longu who saved the lives of ordinary people. On February 10th, Etania, Mengjiaka, Song, Merck and other countries began to vaccinate. The price of vaccines in various countries is generally between 100 Longu yuan. Even if countries want to take the opportunity to make a profit, they will not make money after deducting the costs of vaccine storage and medical staff wages. The governments of various countries have lost the idea of making a profit from the price difference. They only hope that the country can resume production as soon as possible like Longu, so that zombies and residents can coexist. I have an appointment for the vaccine at 3:20. I will go there to get it later. Lambert, you betrayed me. Sorry. We don't need to risk our lives. The military has done the most rigorous tests. Longu's S1 vaccine can indeed prevent droplet viruses. But you betrayed our faith. At 3 p.m. on February 17th. Oral replied to the message angrily. Oler Dolphin ID 1920 had been arguing with Zhao Daodu for a week because of the issue of Longu residents are stupid. He had never been to Longu. But in his eyes, Longu was ignorant and backward, and could not develop the S1 vaccine and the zombie induction box. All of this was Longu's deception to the world. He did not expect that the other party not only developed it, but also the government of his country humbly asked for cooperation. He felt betrayed. Oh liar. You should be more mature. Lambert replied helplessly. I have 3 months left before my coming-of-age ceremony. I am very mature. Oh liar pressed his phone angrily. Then, as if remembering something, have you forgotten our group motto? Never use Longu vaccine. He met Lambert in Zhao Daodu's comments section. At that time, he and Zhao Daodu had a quarrel over some political issues, and Lambert sent him a private message. They formed the Black Dragon Alliance, which has 225 members, and everyone is a firm Longu hater. Whenever there is a slight disturbance on the internet, everyone will collectively smear the other party's comment section. Although they have never met, they have formed a deep online friendship in the past 2 months. The motto of their alliance is oppose everything about Longu, reject Longu products, and now Lambert has obviously betrayed the alliance. In anger, Lambert replied, It is a pity that our organization has been disbanded half an hour ago. Why? O'Liar was stunned. You can take a look at the organization announcement. The Black Dragon Alliance uses the group chat software of Dolphin Network, and O'Liar clicks to enter. Sorry. My father has applied for the S1 vaccine for me, and I decided to get vaccinated. I violate the Alliance's beliefs, and will take the initiative to quit the group chat. Thank you for your company for the past 2 months. I have been vaccinated. I like Daodu's live broadcast room very much. I hope that Mel can introduce zombie induction boxes. Longu is good. We can put aside our prejudices. Sorry. Everyone swore an oath when joining the group. If you violate the Black Dragon's beliefs, you will be directly expelled from the group. Now Melk has started to vaccinate. Everyone has chosen the vaccine, and can only keep the previous promise. Dolphin.com group chat software is divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. They upgraded to an intermediate group chat 2 months ago. The intermediate group has an invisible rule. If the group organization has less than 10 members, the group will be automatically disbanded. Half an hour ago, after Lambert left the group, there were only 9 people left in the group. Just like that, the Black Dragon organization's base camp was gone. You all betrayed your faith. O'Liar continued to be angry. Lambert did not reply, but sent a group of photos half an hour later. Photos. Photo. Photo. There are too many people getting vaccinated now. and the first batch of vaccines may not be in stock. If you want to get vaccinated, make an appointment quickly. I won't get vaccinated. Oler had just finished replying when someone knocked on the door. Oler, are you in the room? I'm here. Oler opened the door and saw her 80-year-old grandmother. At this time, the grandmother was wearing a pink dress and carrying a delicate small bag. When she saw Oler, she said, "Hurry up and pack up. We have an appointment for vaccination at 5 o'clock. There should be a lot of people in the hospital." "What vaccination?" "Longu S1 vaccine." "I don't have an appointment. And I won't get it." The grandmother hit him with her handbag. "Your father made an appointment for you last week. Hurry up and pack. We don't want you to become a zombie. And we don't want to be bitten by you." Although Oler was reluctant, under the threat of the lives of the whole family by his grandmother, he still went to the hospital depressed and queued up for vaccination. "You win." Depressed, Oler left a message to Zhao Daodu. He felt that he had lost miserably in the 2-month confrontation with the other party. Oler could already imagine that the other party would use the most sharp language to mock him. But after sending the message, he was reminded, "Sorry. You have been blocked by the other party and have no comment permission." Oler? Angry. "Dear viewers, I am now in Luhai Tongan Shopping Mall. According to fan submissions, a zombie was found here. At the same time, in a high-end shopping mall in Luhai Tongan district. Zhao Daodu skillfully started the live broadcast. He now has more than 27 million fans. And the number of stable viewers in the live broadcast room is more than 76 million. There are also many celebrities and big verses here. As for the previous black fans will only affect his mood to make money. And he has happily blocked them all. On February 20th, the number of people vaccinated worldwide reached over 2.7 billion. These vaccines were produced by Longu with core technologies, and then jointly produced with some overseas pharmaceutical companies. Otherwise, it would be difficult to meet global needs relying on Longu's pharmaceutical productivity. As the scope of vaccination expands, the world has verified that Longu's S1 vaccine can effectively prevent droplet transmission. Now the global zombie growth rate has dropped by 772% compared with last month. And Longu's international influence continues to increase. Ding! Congratulations, Biological Laboratory. Obtain 3 billion popularity points in total. And obtain the achievement, Charm of Biology. Achievement reward, Random Scratch Lottery X1. At 10 p.m. on February 20th, when the number of people vaccinated worldwide exceeded 3 billion, the system was updated synchronously in the dormitory of Longxing Base. Half a month ago, after the successful development of the biological induction box, Shen Kuo and Tan Mingzhang stayed in Jingyuan for a week. After confirming that the work of the induction box was gradually carried out, the two returned to Longxing Base. Now the system task: 1. Plan the land of Longxing. 2. Plant forage seeds. Task 1 has been completed. Task 2. It will take some time. So it is expected that there will be progress in mid-May. There are still 3 months until mid-May. We can't just sit there and wait. So after discussion, we decided to level the land in Longxing City first, so that we can start construction directly when there are follow-up tasks. During this period, Shen Kuo went to the construction site during the day and returned to the base at night. His life was as busy as the soldiers. At this time, Shen Kuo had just returned to the dormitory after a meeting and was chatting with Su Qiuxing about Longxing. Su Qiuxing was studying the secondary mutation of the zombie virus. They had obtained a large amount of data samples. Because some experimental data were inaccurate, the biology group discussed and decided to let Su Qiuxing lead the team to investigate for a few days. It's called an inspection, mainly to borrow the biological laboratory to study some information. The other party will come tomorrow afternoon and is expected to stay here for a week. The two are discussing the biological laboratory. At this time, the system is updated. Su Qiuxing saw that Shen Kuo didn't speak and was a little curious. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Thinking about something," Shen Kuo replied while opening the achievement details. Popularity, my city. The influence of related facilities, research, culture, etc. in the world. The system has previously updated the contribution value and happiness index of residents. These are calculated by the residents of this city. And the popularity value can be calculated outside the city. This is a new discovery. After Shen Kuo figured it out, he opened the system reward, Random Scratch Lottery X1. He had won a scratch lottery reward before, so he clicked it without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for winning the time item, star language. Midnight. At the moment Shinqua clicked, the space twisted, and a palm-sized black card appeared in front of him. The card was of fine texture, with some starlight dots on it, which looked like a galaxy formed by starlight. Before Virus Simulator, it was activated directly, so Shinqua did not click after obtaining star language. Although he did not click, the moment the card appeared, the time behind it moved. 23:59:59, 23:59:58, 23:59:57. Before Shinqua understood what these numbers meant, he felt his consciousness was blurred. Today, Planet Civilization was released. It was filmed by Tupei Xinhua. These dwarfs are generally considered to have no artistic talent, but this time the filming was good, and the response on the Xinhuan was quite good. In a daze, someone was talking around him. Shinqua tried to open his eyes. He tried many times, and finally opened them. This was a young man in his 20s. The man wore glasses and a decent casual outfit. He was sitting next to him peeling a red fruit. After Shinqua opened his eyes, he looked at the young man. The young man looked at him in shock. He stopped talking abruptly. After a few seconds, he said uncertainly, "Shinqua? Wang Pingping." Shinqua opened his mouth, and his voice was a little low and hoarse. Perhaps because he had not spoken for a long time. The man was his college classmate Wang Pingping, and the initiator of his getting stuck in the game. Or rather, this was Wang Pingping many years later. "Shinqua, are you still there? Shinqua?" Just as Shinqua was shocked by the scene in front of him. In Longxing's dormitory, Su Qiuxing sent one message after another, and then the phone rang. Shinqua fell beside the phone, and no one answered. Chapter 36. At this time, in a high-end interstellar sanatorium, Shinqua looked around in confusion. He was now lying on an eggshell-shaped medical bed. The bed was very soft, comfortable, and well-wrapped. Some unknown transparent tubes were inserted into his arms, which should be nutrient solution delivery tubes. There were medical robots walking back and forth at the door. All this showed that this was no longer high-end star. "Do you still remember me?" At this time, Wang Pingping saw him open his eyes, and immediately stood up excitedly. Shinqua did not answer. He had answered the question the moment he woke up. Now he needed to quickly sort out the current situation. "How long have I been sleeping?" 5 years and 5 months. Wang Pingping hurriedly pressed the doctor call button, and then excitedly talked about the past 5 years. "At that time, I was waiting for you in the game, and I never saw you online." Silver Orchid Star Country adopted the old 24-hour timekeeping method of December. Half an hour later, Shinqua understood what happened. 5 years ago, he entered the game and never came out. When Wang Pingping found that something was wrong with him, he immediately called the emergency number. After being tested by several hospitals, he was diagnosed with a gaming accident, and his consciousness was stuck in the game. "Mr. Shen meets the compensation criteria for gaming cabin accidents, and we will compensate according to the contract terms. The accident rate of the interstellar gaming cabin is 1 in 10 million. But due to the serious consequences, interstellar gaming cabins will purchase the highest amount of compulsory insurance after leaving the factory. According to the insurance compensation standards, the insurance company has prepaid the nursing home fees for Shinqua for 50 years. If Shinqua wakes up early, the insurance company will also make commercial compensation, which is a considerable amount." Shinqua was not in the mood to talk about compensation for the time being. He moved his body and wanted to sit up. "Wait!" Wang Pingping helped him press the button of the medical bed. Shinqua had been in a coma for 5 years. During these 5 years, he was taken care of by the most appropriate robot. But because he had been in bed for a long time, his body functions had deteriorated a little, and he needed professional training before he could move. Shinqua sat up with the help of Wang Pingping, and looked at him as if he was in another world, more mature than before. He and Wang Pingping had known each other for 4 years, and the two had always been best brothers. Compared with his memory, Wang Pingping was less childish at this time, and looked much more calm and capable. "It's been 5 years. Wang Pingping smiled hard. Then his eyes turned red. "I'm sorry." He regretted it more than once in the past few years. If he hadn't dragged Shinqua to play games, he wouldn't have had an accident, and wouldn't have been lying in the sanatorium. "This is an accident." Shinqua was silent for a while. He was indeed depressed when he first entered the game, but he never blamed Wang Pingping. As he said, this was an accident like a spaceship accident. 3 minutes later, the attending doctor came. The other party scanned Xinqua's body, asked Xinqua some questions, and left temporarily. Wang Pingping was worried that Xinqua was in trouble, so he followed the other party and left. In the blink of an eye, only Xinqua and an AI robot were left in the ward. Xinqua opened the patient information next to the medical bed. Name, Xinqua. Yinlan Star Country. Age, 28 years old. Reason for admission, game cabin accident. Insurance company, Yinlan Insurance Company. Yinlan Insurance is the official insurance company of the Yinlan government, because the game cabin has a high insurance amount. And he graduated from Yinlan University of Economics and has excellent personal reputation. Under the dual operation of the game cabin company and the University of Economics, he is admitted to the highest standard sanatorium and has received the best care in the past few years. After Xinqua read his ward information, he used voice to open the curtains next to the bed. According to the patient information, his planet is called Coral, a professional recuperation planet with a green area of 97%. As the curtain slowly rose, he saw an endless green lawn. There were various recuperation patients on the lawn, such as Yinlan, Tupei, and Fengqi. Everyone was walking and playing on the lawn. Next to them were silver accompanying robots. In addition, there were various interstellar spaceships flying in the sky. This was a completely different picture from Haiyun. Xinqua hadn't seen such a large area of green for 5 years. In comparison, his 5 years on Haiyun Star seemed like a dream. I'm back. Xinqua was a little dazed and habitually said, System. Host name, Xinqua. Current task, 1. Plan the land of Longxing. 2. Plant forage seeds. Task reward, random big turntable x3. At the moment when Xinqua silently said, the space in front of him twisted, and then a familiar virtual interface appeared. Xinqua. He suddenly remembered that he had just received an achievement card before returning to the interstellar space. Xinqua looked at the card. At this time, the card was dotted with stars, and there was a constantly flowing galaxy on it, with a virtual countdown in the middle, 23 hours 21 minutes and 17 seconds. I looked at your electronic scan, and your current state of consciousness is very good. You should be able to recover soon. 10 minutes later, Wang Pingping returned to the ward excitedly. The electronic scan just now showed that Xinqua was in good condition, except for some physical inconvenience. This part of his body can be completely recovered through training. Wang Pingping wanted to say something, but when he saw Xinqua staring at the air in front of him in silence, he was a little confused. What's wrong? Do you feel something in front of me? Xinqua pointed at the system interface in front of him and asked. What is it? Wang Pingping looked again and again. Nothing. Xinqua calmed down quickly. Wang Pingping, like Tan Mingsheng and others, could not see the system interface. After the assumptions of the game cartridge is a space black hole and Haiyun Star is a real planet, the current situation is within his acceptance range, which further proves that Haiyun Star is indeed a real planet. Is the cassette I had when I was unconscious still there? Xinqua thought of the cassette he had when he was unconscious. Yes. Xinqua thought it would take a lot of effort. But after he finished speaking, Wang Pingping directly opened the drawer next to the bed and took out a blue cassette from it. I bought this at the second-hand market. There were too many cassettes in the game box. I didn't pay attention when I gave it to you, so I took the wrong one. The game installation package of the StarCraft game cabin is a bit large. So many players like to buy game cassettes so that they can install them directly when playing. Wang Pingping is a game fan. He used to like to collect all kinds of cartridges. Sometimes, he would throw the cartridges directly into the game box after collecting them. This cartridge was taken by mistake at that time. After you fell into a coma, the game company and the insurance company checked this cartridge. This cartridge was completely damaged and could not be loaded at all. Wang Pingping continued. After Xinqua fell into a coma, the insurance company wanted to restore the cartridge, but let alone restore it, the game program could not be loaded at all. This cartridge was already worthless. This was the culprit that caused Xinqua to fall into a coma. After he got the cassette back, he put it beside Xinqua's bed. I will ask for leave from the company later. During this period, I will accompany you to recover. When you are well, we will go to other planets to see. Wang Pingping talked about the next arrangements. Now that Xinqua has woken up, he wants to accompany Xinqua to get familiar with the current environment. I may not be able to go, Xinqua said helplessly. What's wrong? Wang Pingping was stunned. My consciousness is still a little poor now. I may fall asleep again. Don't worry. I should wake up. It's not that Xinque doesn't believe Wang Pingping. It's just that this matter is too complicated to explain. After he realized that he could only wake up for 24 hours, he had a plan to tell the Yilan government about the situation on Haiyan Star. He was not worried that the government would invade Haiyan Star. Yilan Star country concept is peace and unity. Yilan has 120,000 subordinate planets, many of which are more backward than Haiyan Star, because they are of the same race. Yilan will support these planets, and will not interfere with the internal affairs of these planets. If these planets refuse to communicate with the outside world, they will also use their own strength to protect these planets, and evolve on their own. 100,000 years ago, the Yilan race originated from the Yilan planet. They were able to become one of the 10 great interstellar nations within 100,000 years, relying on the racial unity of all the Yilan people. Xinque thought about it in a haphazard way, and thought of a key problem. He could only wake up for 24 hours, and he had to inform the Yilan government within 24 hours. Without any prophecy, it seemed impossible to make the government believe in him. Xinque gave up this idea immediately. His time was precious now, and he couldn't focus on these useless things. Do you have a light computer? Xinque looked at Wang Pingping. Yes. Wang Pingping opened the box next to him, and inside was Xinque's old light computer. The light computer, like the virus simulator, can be operated by language. After Xinque opened it, he immediately entered Life Planet, Haiyan Star, Character Features, Silver Blue Race. Ding. After intelligent search, there is no such planet. The light computer quickly replied. Xinque thought about it and added keywords: Solar System, Moon, 8 planets. Ding. After intelligent search, there is no such planet. Xinque deleted all the keywords such as Life Planet, Haiyan Star, and Silver Blue Race, and re-entered 1 star, 8 planets, and the diameter of the galaxy is 3 to 5 light years. The diameter of the solar system is about 4 light years, and he set the range to 3 to 5 light years, mainly to avoid errors. After re-entering, he clicked to search Aeogulan Galaxy, Star Characteristics, Main Sequence Star, Planet Characteristics, Oxygen Planet, Life Race, B-Wing Race, Decia Galaxy, Star Characteristics, Red Dwarf, Planet Characteristics, Liquid Planet, S218 Galaxy, Star Characteristics, White Dwarf. The search interface has 12,000 galaxies that meet the requirements, and these galaxies all have galaxy maps. Xinque often attends Longu meetings and has a good understanding of Haiyan Star and nearby celestial bodies. In the next 5 hours, he can be said to be able to read 10 lines at a glance, and many celestial bodies that do not meet the requirements were swept away by him. I'm outside. Call me if you need anything. Wang Pingping didn't know why Xinque was so serious, but he was tactful and didn't disturb him. During these 5 hours, Xinque's eyes were sore. Just when he thought he was going in the wrong direction, he finally saw a familiar celestial body, D192 Galaxy, Star Characteristics, Red Giant, Planet Characteristics, Dying Planet, Life Species, None. The life of a star probably goes through several stages, such as infancy, Main Sequence Star, Red Giant, Red Dwarf, White Dwarf, etc. When a star enters the Red Giant stage, it means death. The Sun near Haiyan Star is a Main Sequence Star in its prime, while the one in D192 is a Red Giant Star that is about to engulf the 2 nearby planets. If the star map near this galaxy was not the same as the Chang'e Galaxy where Haiyan Star is located, Xinque would have thought he had seen it wrong. Xinque enlarged the star map of D192 and compared it with his memory. The celestial features around it are indeed the Chang'e Galaxy. He thought about it and simulated the planets of D192 from its birth to the present. In the simulation, a group of dust and gas shrank into a disk, which gradually turned into a star. During the condensation process, the matter near the star that was not absorbed turned into planets, and eventually formed 8 planets. Among them, the 3rd planet had life due to its suitable distance and temperature. The star was in its prime at this time, and later it expanded rapidly under the influence of the galaxy orbit and became the current Red Giant. Xinque opened the data of the star in its prime, the star diameter, the distance from the star to the 3rd planet, the satellites next to the 3rd planet. All the values here are exactly the same as those in the solar system. In other words, the planet number D192 is the sun he encountered after crossing over. And the third planet in the galaxy simulation is Hyun star. How is it possible? Xinque repeated the simulation 3 times. And all the simulation results were the same. Xinque looked at the third planet in the simulation screen. If this is Hyun star he encountered, then this planet is at least 1.2 million years away from now. This is not 10 years, 100 years, but 1.2 million years, which is almost impossible to encounter. Chapter 37. You can't eat just after waking up. You need to inject some nutrients first. At 7 p.m., Wang Pingping and the robot returned to the ward. Xinque returned at 10 a.m. in interstellar time, 9 hours ago. After listening, he injected the nutrients very cooperatively. But his mind was thinking about the galaxy just now. Still thinking about things? Wang Pingping asked curiously. He hadn't seen Xinque thinking so hard for a long time. There are some things I haven't figured out yet. Xinque thought for a moment and asked, do you still remember the history of interstellar space and the development history of Yinluan? Of course I remember. This is the knowledge I learned since childhood. Wang Pingping pulled a stool and sat next to Xinque. The development of interstellar space can be divided into 3 eras: planets, galaxies, and the universe. The planetary era, 300,000 years ago. There were already life planets, and intelligent life appeared on these planets. But due to limited technology and productivity, everyone could not leave the planet where they were born. The world outside the planet is mysterious and unknown to them. These planets can be regarded as coordinate points in the universe. Everyone is independent and unconnected. The star people call this period the planetary era. Galaxy era, 290,000 years ago. The B-wings of the OSI galaxy first developed long-distance spacecraft. They rushed out of the OSI galaxy, and after 700 years of exploration, they met the 2Pei people 50 light-years away. During this period, interstellar technology began to emerge. More and more planets have left their own galaxies. After they knew that there were other civilizations in the universe, some weak ones formed alliances. These were the prototypes of star countries. The previous coordinate points began to be connected one after another. The star people call this period the galaxy era. After humans entered the galaxy age, interstellar wars that lasted 150,000 years followed. The war expanded the scope of human exploration and caused many weak planets to perish directly. Some planets with similar races and strength formed star countries. As the political situation of the star countries gradually stabilized, 150,000 years ago, the star countries signed a ceasefire agreement, and the interstellar entered a period of rapid development. The star people call this period the Great Universe Age, which is also the current interstellar age. The Yinluan star country originated from the Yinluan planet 200,000 years ago. Yinluan was in the agricultural civilization. One day, the interstellar war spread to Yinluan. After the initial panic, the residents of Yinluan took every opportunity to learn the other side's technology. Later, after keeping a low profile, they finally walked out of their own galaxy and grew into the current Yinluan star country. The Fengqi tribe was too kind. If they had completely destroyed this planet, there would be no Yinluan star country now. The Fengqi star country was the first to occupy Yinluan star. At that time, the Fengqi star country was defeated by the 2Pei star country, and it urgently needed to unite with weak planets to form an alliance. Therefore, the conciliatory strategy used after occupying Yinluan did not involve burning, killing, and looting. Based on this point, many military experts lamented that Fengqi's approach was too weak. If they destroyed Yinluan, there would be one less strong opponent on the interstellar stage. But no matter what, Yinluan has risen now, and has become one of the top 10 star countries, playing an important role in the interstellar world. Why do you think of asking this? Wang Pingping asked after answering. These are all basic knowledge of interstellar space. I want to review it. After Xinque finished speaking, he asked, have you heard of the D192 galaxy? Where is it? 52.6 billion light-years away from Yinluan star. No. It's out of the main star field. There are trillions of galaxies in the interstellar space. And the galaxies that are generally recorded with numbers are some worthless galaxies. Yeah. Xinque opened the galaxy map again. The parent galaxy where D192 is located is called the Chang'e Galaxy. According to the optical computer data, 1.2 million years ago, the Chang'e Galaxy had a super strong particle storm. Under the interference of the particle storm, the internal structure of D192 was unbalanced, and it quickly entered the red giant period. Otherwise, D192 is still a star in its prime. Shinqua can now be sure that D192 is the Sun. According to the current conditions, the Haiyan star he encountered is at least 1.2 million years old. Shinqua sorted out the timeline. 1.2 million years ago, Haiyan star was a planet with life. Tan Mingzhang and others should be in this period or earlier. At this time, the interstellar was still in the backward planetary era. 300,000 years ago, the interstellar entered the galaxy era. At this time, Haiyan star had been dead for 900,000 years. 200,000 years ago, Yinlan stepped onto the interstellar stage. Yinlan and Haiyan are two unrelated planets, but the two have similar languages and characters, which is difficult to explain with planetary probability. If you have any questions, you can ask Dean Zhou. He specializes in interstellar history. Wang Pingping saw that Shinqua was thinking more and more deeply, and reminded him. Dean Zhou's full name is Zhou Chade, who once led them to conduct interstellar research and is a very rigorous scholar. Yes. Shinqua nodded seriously. Even if Wang Pingping didn't say it, he would contact Dean Zhou. He looked at his sanatorium records. It was Zhou Chade who helped him with the selection procedures on behalf of the school. He planned to wait for the other party to finish class and thank him seriously. Relatives are not allowed to stay with the patient after 9 o'clock in the sanatorium. Wang Pingping told Shinqua some precautions and reluctantly went to the relative's room of the sanatorium. I will take good care of myself. Shinqua smiled. He couldn't move now, but at least there was an assistant robot next to him, so it wouldn't be a problem. Call me on the communicator if you have any questions. Wang Pingping left after repeated instructions. After Wang Pingping left, Shinqua checked some more information about D192. At 9:20, he estimated that Dean Zhou was done with his work, so he called the other party. Are you awake? Zhou Chade had just stepped off the aircraft and arrived home. He was stunned when he saw Shinqua's communication reminder. Shinqua was good-looking and had a positive attitude towards learning. He was impressed by him. When Shinqua got into trouble, he felt sorry for a long time. He didn't expect that Shinqua would wake up after 5 years. How are you now? Do you need the school to help you contact the insurance company? Zhou Chade asked protectively. I am temporarily awake now. I may still be in a coma for a while. Shinqua first said that he would still be drowsy, and then solemnly thanked the other party and the school for their help. You are a student of our school. This is what we should do, Zhou Chade said. A little worried and asked, Are you really okay? He was worried that Shinqua had a problem with his neurons, which would cause him to continue to be drowsy. It's okay. Shinqua gestured to Zhou Chade to rest assured. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Chade felt that Shinqua had something to say, so he took the initiative to ask, What's wrong? Dean Zhou, have you heard of the planet D192? Shinqua organized his words and asked. This should be a red giant star, 52.6 billion light-years away from Yinlan star. Zhou Chade studied interstellar history and quickly determined the shape and coordinates of D192. This galaxy once had a life planet. Do you know its detailed history? He had just searched for specific information about Haiyan star. Because it was an insignificant planet, the optical brain only said that this planet might have given birth to life, and there were no other details. You should be talking about D192-3 star. This planet had already perished before the particle storm, which should have been 1.25 million years ago. Why? Shinqua was stunned. He thought that Haiyan star died due to a particle storm, but the time point mentioned by Dean Zhou was 50,000 years earlier than he expected. 70 years ago, an interstellar expedition team arrived at D192-3. This is a dead star. There are no animals or plants on it. It is full of constantly surging lava. The planet is only black and red. The black is scorched earth, and the red is magma. After collecting the information, the expedition team found an underground fossil in Antarctica. According to the test, there is an S-level parasitic virus on this fossil. This virus has evolved at least 5 times. It first spread among animals, then plants, and finally devoured all life on the planet. This planet was devoured by the virus. Shinqua felt a little scalp numb when he heard it. He asked as casually as possible, Is there any specific information about this virus? I heard it at an internal seminar. I can ask for you, but I may not be able to find it. Thank you. Shinqua was very grateful and asked again if there was intelligent life on this planet. Would it be related to Yinlan? This question is a bit strange. Yinlan and D192 are 52.6 billion light-years apart, and there is a time span of 1 million years in between. Theoretically, there is no connection. Zhou Chad thought for a while. If there is a connection, this planet is likely to have had a human race that looks similar to Enlon. There are 200,000 races with different appearances in the interstellar space. Although these races are different, they have very similar genetic chains. For example, the Enlon people evolved on the Enlon planet, and their appearance features slender limbs. But 500,000 light-years away, there may be a person from planet A who is 99% similar to the Enlon people, which is almost impossible in evolutionary theory. But not only did this happen, other races also encountered humans with similar characteristics to themselves during the expansion process. And many star countries were brought together by the same race. Many researchers speculate that all races in the interstellar should have been born on the same ancient planet. And then the planet exploded, and the genes on it were scattered all over the universe, and evolved into different races. Now the interstellar space has entered the era of the universe. But there are still many things that cannot be explained. Many scientists and star people still maintain awe of the universe. After Zhou Chad finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. There is one thing that is really strange. What is it? Shin Kuo was instantly curious. Some scientists have found a mechanical fragment on Enlon star before. This fragment has a history of 500,000 years. The fragment is sharp and angular, and it was made with some professional cutting technology. 500,000 years ago, humans on Enlon had just appeared, and they didn't know how to use fire, let alone professional cutting technology. After the discovery of this fragment, the Enlon government invested a lot of research and finally confirmed: 1. This mechanical fragment is indeed 500,000 years old. 2. Humans 500,000 years ago had just evolved and were not capable of making such a sophisticated technology. 3. 500,000 years ago, the interstellar was still in the planetary era, and it was still 210,000 years before the B-Wing tribe left the galaxy. So it was impossible for other civilizations to visit Enlon. Neither this fragment nor D-192-3 is confidential information. But because there are too many strange things, only some interested professionals will study it in depth. Thank you. Shinqua felt that the reason that the similarity between Haiyun star and Enlon star is just a coincidence was a bit far-fetched. Because not only do the two look similar, but even the language and characters overlap by more than 90%, which is almost impossible in probability learning. He still has a lot of things to understand. But Dean Zhou's explanation has benefited him a lot. It's okay. I'll just review some historical data. Zhou Chade is particularly fond of students who are eager to learn, and he took the initiative to ask, "Do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Shinqua organized his words and said, "If I can go back to the past through the time black hole and influence major decisions at past points in time. For example, if I go back to the galaxy era, Enlon is the first planet to leave the galaxy. Then everything will change, and our current world will not exist? The current Enlon is developing through the timeline of Feng Chi Star Country occupied Enlon. Enlon people kept a low profile established the Star Country. If Enlon was the first to leave the galaxy, there would be no Feng Chi occupied Enlon. Everything now is like it has no foundation. He doesn't know if everything now still exists. What he is really worried about is the relationship between Enlon and Haiyun Star. If Enlon and Haiyun Star are really related, the current Enlon timeline is 1.25 million years ago. Haiyun Star was devoured by a virus. 1.2 million years ago, the sun was affected by a particle storm and became a red giant. Haiyun Star and Enlon Star have some kind of relationship. 200,000 years ago, Enlon Star evolved into an agricultural civilization on its own, and then encountered the Feng Chi Star Country and was involved in an interstellar war. He has now traveled to 1.25 million years ago and is experiencing the virus devouring of Haiyun Star. His goal is to stop this virus. If it is really stopped, Haiyun Star may take another direction, and the relationship between Haiyun and Enlon may disappear, which will affect the subsequent direction. This was Shinqua's guess, but he didn't dare to take the risk easily. This was a time paradox. He needed to complete the task, but he couldn't feel at ease to kill the current silver orchid butterfly, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance. While he was thinking about it, Zhou Chad said firmly, "Everything has happened now. Since it has happened, it will not change in any form. Even if 100,000 people go back to the past, it will not affect the current world." "Why?" Shinqua was stunned. "Because the moment you return to the past and the present are two different worlds. Are you sure? You can take a look at Barfield's theory. He has verified the time paradox with the most scientific method. I remember that Mr. Barfield published his theoretical research 2 years ago, and you were still in a coma at that time. Chapter 38. After Shinqua hung up the phone, he searched for the Buffett theory, which was proposed at an interstellar conference 2 years ago. In the planetary era, humans believed that they could return to the past or the future as long as they exceeded the speed of light. But the superluminal experiment 50,000 years ago has proved that even if humans master the speed of light, they cannot control time. According to the theory of spatial dimension, we are still in the three-dimensional world. Only by crossing the long river of time can we touch the barrier of the four-dimensional world. The biggest difference between the four-dimensional world and the real world is that in the four-dimensional world, we can travel through time at will. In the interstellar age, the average life expectancy of humans has been extended to 300 years. And some residents, who pay attention to medical care, have even lived to 500 years. Barfield is 273 years old this year, a native of Tupe Star. In the video, he stood on the podium with a calm expression, and the audience were the top scientific researchers in the interstellar. Everyone was of different races, but everyone listened seriously. In the past 50,000 years, countless scientists wanted to see the essence of the world. Just like in the planetary age, humans like to look up at the stars. Today's human beings are still looking up at the stars. And what they are looking up at is another unknown starry sky. I am standing here today to tell you that I have verified the four-dimensional space and touched the barrier of the four-dimensional world. When Barfield said this, the assistant robot pushed an object like a recliner, on which was a helmet covered with neural circuits. And below was a host-like box and a projector. This is a time transmitter. As everyone thinks now, it can go back to the past time point. I will explain in advance that this transmitter was reorganized by me through the relics and manuscripts of teacher Yinchuan, not by my own research. Yinchuan? He died 200 years ago. He rarely appeared in the public eye before his death. Yinchuan is the greatest interstellar scientist. He has 200,000 super patents in his life. The current hyperspace jump technology and star traction technology are all researched by him. He is also one of the scientists familiar with modern interstellar textbooks. Is there really a four-dimensional space in the universe? After everyone was surprised, they focused their attention on the space-time transmitter. Lord Olek, please think of something at random. It can be a number, an object, or the breakfast you had today. Just be casual. After adjusting the transmitter, Barfield looked at the man in the front row. In addition to the top scientific researchers, there were also some politicians at this meeting. Olek was the leader of the Tupe Star country, being grass. Olek said that bean grass was a plant he saw casually on the roadside this morning. Okay. After Barfield wrote it down, he looked at another person, Star Lord Jean Leasy. Please think of something at random. Jean Leasy was the Star Lord of the Fengchi Star country. Due to historical reasons, the Fengchi Star country and the Tupe Star country have always been in a state of secret competition. Green butterfly. This is a hairpin she saw when she passed by the window last month. Okay. Barfield wrote it down again, and then laid down on the recliner. The original program of this transmitter has been damaged. It involves a lot of microquantum theory. I can't crack it. I can only transmit to the time point with the same frequency as the transmitter. The time calculated by AI is 3,525 in the new calendar. The Interstellar calls the time of the 9th revision of the Armistice Agreement the first year of the new calendar. It is now 3577 in the new calendar. Barfield was teleported 52 years ago to the main planet of Tupe. I am a non-existent person after the teleportation, so I need to be born from the fertilized egg. Barfield input his genetic data into the teleporter, put on the helmet, and pressed the start button. A consciousness projection appeared behind him. The projection screen was first a bottomless black, and then a light appeared in the darkness. Barfield opened his eyes. Barfield was born in an ordinary family on the main planet of Tupe. His father was a mechanical repairman and his mother was a gardener. His family was ordinary but very warm. This couple had signs of congenital miscarriage. And I input my own genetic code into the mother's body. You must be wondering, if this is a time travel, why can I input my own genes? At this time, Barfield was still a baby, and his consciousness sounded on the podium. Everything in the universe is composed of quanta. The smallest unit of a life after disassembly is a quantum. And the smallest unit of optical brain transmission is also a quantum. At the moment of transmission, My consciousness had already decomposed into a quantum state. After arriving in the new world, the transmitter helped me reassemble the quantum into a fertilized egg, and I had life. Barfield felt a little sleepy, but his spirit was still high. This is my first time doing this experiment. At the moment I traveled through time. My consciousness could overlook the entire planet and feel the smallest grass and trees. This is the state in the four-dimensional world. Barfield's four-dimensional state only lasted 0.01 seconds. But he was addicted to this feeling. This is the starry sky that all scientists want to pursue throughout their lives. The time teleporter can quickly see the user's life. A year has passed since Barfield's death. The data exported from the podium may flash to 1 minute. So everyone on the scene quickly saw Barfield's life. Barfield's new name is Mog. He has shown extraordinary physical talent since he was a child. When he was 7 years old, he invented 10 Class A patents. This is a patent for suspended magnetic levitation energy. This is a patent for impulse energy weapons. The scientists on the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. These are indeed Barfield's patents. But most of them appeared in the last 5 years. 45 years later than the time when Barfield traveled through time. Barfield became famous with his knowledge of physics. He used his influence to meet many scholars in the field of scientific research. This is me. I was doing soil culture research on S67. On March 17th. 43 years ago. I had a very ugly haircut. No one knew it at all. I had just had my teeth fixed at that time. And I always liked to purse my lips when I spoke. This is the S-18 spacecraft. I used to like to drive this spacecraft when I went out. These researchers are exactly the people in the conference room. The projection shows that they are 43 years younger. But many things have changed after Mog appeared. Everyone tried to recall that they did not know a genius physicist named Mog. Mr. Barfield, I admire you very much. At this time, Mog came to Barfield. Barfield was the Barfield 43 years ago. He was already famous at this time, and was very happy to take a photo with Mog. 2 Barfields. After one Barfield appears, the other Barfield will not disappear. Because in the past timeline, they are not the same person at all. Star-Lord Orlek. What you said before I set out was bean grass. Star-Lord Jean-Lise. You are talking about green butterflies. At this time, Barfield's consciousness came to mind. Everyone looked at the time. Now this experiment has been over 45 minutes. Everyone has checked the teleporter. These images cannot be prepared in advance. Orlek and Jean-Lise cannot collude with Barfield. All this proves that Barfield has traveled back. In fact, when themselves appeared in the experimental screen, they already believed that Barfield traveled through time. Because no one knew some of their states and habits 43 years ago. And only they knew them. The past has changed. Will there be changes now? Some scientists recalled seriously, searching their memories to see if there was a genius named Mog. Everyone may be thinking, will time travel change the present world? At this time, Barfield seemed to guess what everyone was thinking. Going back to the past will not change the present timeline. The present and the past may exist at the same time. One is what has happened now, and the other has the variable of time travel. At this time, Barfield was an interstellar genius. Just when everyone was looking forward to watching his life, Barfield began to have severe headaches, uncoordinated movements, and poor physical fitness. What's going on? The scientists were very worried. The original program of this teleporter has been broken. As an outsider, I need a carrier to appear here. The teleporter became worse and worse as Barfield started, and it could no longer support him to stay here. In the world of travel, Barfield suffered from a terminal illness. The last picture flickered, and he returned to the interstellar podium. Bang! At the same time, the teleporter made a sizzling sound and was completely broken. It can't be used anymore. Barfield looked at the teleporter with regret. Paw paw paw! Thunderous applause broke out at the scene. After the meeting, Barfield's theory quickly appeared on major optical computer news. Barfield's theory confirmed 2 points. 1. There is a more advanced four-dimensional world outside the universe. 2. The present can coexist with the past. After the Buffett experiment, countless scientists plunged into space-time research. But they found that the time teleporter involved a lot of quantum theory, which they could not research at all. Yinchuan is a great physicist. Many of his research has almost surpassed the current theory. At this time, someone found Yinchuan's notes, and they found that there were many difficult-to-understand mathematical and quantum formulas recorded on them. This is a great scientist, and even the space-time teleporter was made by him. Now Yinchuan has passed away. He and the space-time teleporter are so amazing that many people speculate that this should be the only teleporter in the interstellar river. It may take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, for them to touch upon each other's theories. And perhaps they will never discover anything in their entire lives. The past and the present coexist. At midnight, Xinque turned off the video on the optical brain and silently said, System. Host name, Xinque. Current task, 1. Plan the land of Dragon Star. 2. Plant forage grass. Task reward, random big turntable x3. At this time, Xinque looked at the system interface with a serious expression. Barfield's theory helped him solve many troubling problems. He thought that he might know why he appeared on Haiyan Star. The so-called system might be a time transmitter. A more advanced one than Barfield's theory, which can issue tasks, generate rewards, have a system space, and operate in good condition. The Haiyan Star he encountered was real. Not only real, but also the past and present could coexist. Chapter 39. Xinque came through at 10 o'clock in interstellar time. It is now 2 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 8 hours before he can cross again. This body has not rested for 16 hours. But thanks to the interstellar psychiatric drugs, he applied for a stimulant from the sanatorium and was able to hold on mentally. After a short rest, Xinque sorted out the existing information. 1. The present and the past coexist. His crossing will not affect everything that has happened, but he can change everything in the past. This is a bit difficult to understand. But just like it is difficult for ants in the two-dimensional world to understand humans in the three-dimensional world, Xinque thought about it and did not get entangled in this complex space-time theory. 2. The system may be a space-time transmitter. Its manufacturer and why it appears in the cassette are not clear yet. After Xinque sorted it out, he searched for keywords. D192-3 Planet Virus. D192-3 was once Haiyan Star. There was only the development history of D192 on the optical computer, and no other information. Xinque searched for half an hour, but found no important clues and closed the phone. Just as he was thinking about how to get more information, the communicator rang. Dean Zhou? Xinque answered the call immediately after seeing the incoming call notification. I found the information you wanted. I wanted to give it to you tomorrow, but I think it's very important to you, so I called you now. After talking with Xinque about the D192 galaxy, Zhou Che became interested in the virus on D192-3. It happened that he had a friend who was doing virus research, so he contacted the other party after hanging up the phone. Thank you. Xinque was very surprised. 10 minutes later, the information about D192-3 was transmitted. There was a phagocytic virus on D192-3, which was at the same level as TOEFL and TOURS. According to the virus samples found by the expedition team, this virus has undergone 5 large-scale evolutions, and this planet was devoured and died by the virus. The file I sent you contains detailed data on the virus. This is a super virus that cannot be cracked with current biotechnology. There are hundreds of billions of planets with life in the interstellar space, just like the dead cells in the human body that cannot be eradicated. Many of these planets have been devoured by superviruses, and D192-3 is just one of them. Xinque saved the data sent by Zhou Che and asked, is it possible for the life forms on this planet to leave this planet before being devoured? Impossible. Zhou Che said firmly, although I don't know whether there have been intelligent life forms on this planet. With the interstellar technology of 1 million years ago, it is impossible for them to leave this galaxy. And there is no information about the life form D192-3 in the interstellar space. Xinque asked some interstellar questions and hung up the phone, then looked at the virus data. This data is 30 pages long, full of obscure models and professional terms. Xinque couldn't understand it, so he had to use the old method, start reciting. He didn't know if this data was useful for the research on Haiyan Star, so he could only remember as much as possible. Xinque recited all night until 9 o'clock in the morning, when he rubbed his sore eyes. 7 hours. Xinque looked at the time. Although he tried his best to memorize the information this night, it was all formulas that he couldn't understand. He only memorized 5 pages after a night of memorization. He could only try his best to ensure the accuracy of the content. Alas, Xinque turned off the light brain and opened the system interface. Host name, Xinque. Star language, 52 minutes and 8 seconds. There are still 50 minutes before the end of the journey. Xinque was about to close it after reading it, and found that there was a black planet icon behind star language. Shinqua clicked. The moment he clicked, his consciousness was pulled into the sky above a planet. This was Haiyan star 1.25 million years ago. At this time, the sun was as bright and dazzling as usual. But Haiyan star was a different scene. The earth was gray. The plants died. The rivers turned black. And the scene in front of him was desolate. Shinqua's consciousness swept across the city streets on the planet, which was more gray than he remembered. He came to Jingyun. Now Jingyun is a wasteland, covered with a layer of yellow sand. A gust of wind blew, and under the sand were countless animal and human skeletons. These were zombies that died after not eating blood for a long time. Shinqua's consciousness passed through every inch of Haiyan star. Haiyan star is very quiet now, a kind of silence full of death. In this constant search, he found a survival base in Antarctica, which has the smell of human activities. This is the Antarctic Survival Station. Does anyone hear the sound? If you hear it, please answer. A man wearing a gas mask and protective clothing shouted. He shouted 3 times in a row, but no one answered. Is anyone there? At this time, a petite girl came into the room. No one. The man put down the radio equipment. The air outside is now full of viruses. They can't breathe or touch the air. If they touch this air, they will be directly infected. And the mutation rate is 100%. They have lived here for 3 years. At the beginning, they could communicate with other bases. But now they haven't received any response for a year. How is it over there? The man asked after he finished speaking. No one. The girl just flew a helicopter around Haiyan star. Now all the humans outside are dead. And even the zombies have all died because they can't find blood for a long time. The only survivors left on the entire planet are the survivors of the Antarctic base. The two chatted for a while, and then the intercom in their hands rang, and they saw that they had arrived at the base. This was a closed base full of mechanical synths. In addition to researchers wearing protective clothing, there were also some metal skeleton robots. Shinqua looked at the clock on the wall of the base. February 16th, 2205. The time of the outbreak of the Sanka zombie ship was November 15th, 2135, which was 70 years after the appearance of the zombie virus. What's going on? A man who looked like a person in charge asked. No one, said the announcer and the helicopter girl. Yeah. The person in charge nodded, as if he had expected such a situation. They took the helicopter to an empty underground square, where an elliptical spaceship was parked, and some skeleton robots were going in and out. We put all the creatures, culture, language, and all the information and samples of Haiyan star in it. Now it's only 200 years since humans first landed on the moon. We have never reached a place beyond the moon, let alone outside the solar system. This is an impossible task for humans. But Haiyan star is about to perish. And we will die too. We must always leave something for humanity. 70 years ago, after the zombie virus broke out, it swept the world in the most domineering way. In the past 70 years, humans have tried every possible way to fight the virus, but all ended in failure. They are the last batch of humans on Haiyan star. 20 years ago, the Haiyan government decided to launch the Life Number 1 plan. The so-called Life Number 1 is to build a spaceship, put all the genes, cultural language and other information of Haiyan into it, and then the spaceship will drive automatically until it finds the most suitable planet to land. And then AI will guide reproduction. The success rate of this plan is infinitely close to 0. And the spacecraft may explode before it flies out of the sea-moon orbit. But this is the only chance for human beings to pass on. In the past 20 years, countless scientists and mechanical personnel have invested in this plan. After arduous and unremitting research, everyone finally found a fuel suitable for space flight. As long as the spacecraft finds supplies on other planets, it can fly continuously. But unfortunately, due to limited technology, there is no oxygen in this spacecraft, which can only be controlled by AI and cannot be boarded by humans. We have succeeded if we can send the spacecraft out of the solar system. Although the researchers 10 years ago were regretful, they still continued the plan. Haiyan star could not hold out for long, and they could not hold out for long either. In this way, after 20 years of research, they finally built a spacecraft, and the current base oxygen can only last for another week. What should we do now? The announcer asked after calculating the remaining oxygen. Adjust the spacecraft equipment, check the fuel, and be ready to launch at any time, the person in charge said. There are 325 people in the Antarctic base. In the next week, everyone devoted themselves to the inspection of the spacecraft. A week later, the spacecraft was successfully launched. Everyone saluted the spacecraft. They didn't know whether the spacecraft would break out of the solar system or find a planet with life. But this was the last chance for Hyun Star to continue. After the spacecraft was successfully launched, the oxygen in the base was about to run out. Some people went back to the dormitory to sleep. Some lay in the rocking chair with family photos in their arms. And some drove a helicopter back to their homeland. Everyone was saying goodbye to this world in their own way. One day later, the oxygen in the Antarctic base ran out. And everyone committed suicide just before it ran out. This was the pride of the last group of humans in Hyun. And they would not allow themselves to become zombies. 10 years later, there were no living animals or plants on the planet. And Hyun was devoured by the virus, which also died after lacking a host. Hyun became a dead star. 50,000 years later, the sun became a red giant. The temperature of Hyun rose. The earth cracked, and finally became a lava planet with only two colors, black and red. Life number 1 succeeded. After reading it, Shinqua thought of Elon's history. He couldn't imagine how a backward spacecraft could break out of the solar system, wander in the interstellar for nearly 1 million years, and finally find a suitable planet to start evolving. This is a miracle. Shinqua saluted in the direction of Hyun Star. If life number 1 is an interstellar miracle, then Hyun scientists and all human beings are the creators of miracles. At 9:50, Wang Pingping pushed the wheelchair, and Shinqua came to the outside of the sanatorium. At this time, the sanatorium was filled with a gentle breeze, green grass and blue sky. This was a peace that Hyun had never experienced before. Do you want to check again? Behind the wheelchair, Wang Pingping kept thinking about Shinqua's coma again. For this reason, he also asked some doctor friends. He was very worried about Shinqua's health. Don't worry. I'm fine. Even if I can't wake up, it's fine. Compared to when he first entered the game, Shinqua was more calm. Really? Wang Pingping asked. Nothing. Shinqua thought for a moment and said, I'm doing something very important. The present and the past coexist. He will not change everything in the present after traveling through time. But he can change everything in the past. After he read the ending of Haeungsing, he had an idea in his mind. After returning to the past, he would try every means to change the history of Hyun. As for the reason, as a descendant of Haeungsing, he believed that any Elon human would make the same choice. In history, Haeungsing created the present. He wanted to go back and write a new ending for Haeungsing. He wanted to embrace Hyun, just like Haeungsing embraced the present Elon across the long river of history. Chapter 40. How is it? At 10 p.m. Jingyun time, in the Longqing medical ward, Tan Mingzhang asked with a serious look. At this time, in the ward, besides Tan Mingzhang, there were Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others. Shinqua was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and a doctor was examining him. Coach Shin's temperature and heartbeat are all normal, and there should be nothing wrong with his body, the doctor said after the examination. Then why hasn't he woken up? Tan Mingzhang asked. I don't know. When Su Qiuxing was chatting with Shinqua yesterday, he saw that the other party had not responded, and he keenly felt that something was wrong. He called Shinqua first, but when the call failed, he contacted Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu was Shinqua's assistant during his hospitalization. After watching the flag-raising ceremony last time, the army transferred him to Shinqua's side as a base assistant. Okay. Xiao Hu immediately went to Shinqua's dormitory after receiving it. When he came in, Shinqua fell to the ground with a fallen mobile phone next to him. Coach Shin fainted. Xiao Hu immediately greeted the surrounding soldiers, and then reported the matter to Tan Mingzhang. The Longqing base was in chaos. Professor Su, this matter has nothing to do with you. You just arrived in the afternoon. You can go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. After listening, Tan Mingzhang looked at Su Qiuxing. Su Qiuxing was Longqing who arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since Shinqua was unconscious unexpectedly, they checked the mobile phones of both parties according to the procedure. The chat between the two parties was normal. He recalled the time they spent together, and Shinqua did not do anything abnormal. No need. Su Qiuxing shook his head. He had been reviewing yesterday's events today, and didn't know which link had gone wrong. I have contacted Jingyun. We will transfer him to Jingyun in a while. The medical conditions there are better. Tan Mingzhang did not say much, but talked about the next arrangements. After Shinqua got into trouble, They wanted to transfer him to Jingyun as soon as possible. But Xinque fell into a coma quite suddenly. They were worried that moving him randomly would aggravate his condition. So they did not transfer him directly. Yes. Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others agreed. After everyone chatted for a few words, Tan Ningxiang and Cheng Yuqing went out to discuss the transfer, leaving Su Qiuxing and 2 soldiers in the room. Su Qiuxing tucked the corner of the quilt for Xinque. At this time, Xinque's eyes were closed. Maybe he didn't drink water for a day, and his lips were a little chapped. He didn't dare to give him water easily. After thinking about it, he turned around and adjusted the humidifier in the room. As soon as he turned back after adjusting it, he met a pair of blank eyes. Professor Su? Xinque felt his throat was hoarse. Wake up! Finally woke up. 3 minutes later, Tan Ningxiang and Cheng Yuqing returned to the medical room excitedly. Now Xinque is the soul of Longxing. They don't allow him to have any accidents, even if it's not for Longxing. With Xinque's contribution in the past 6 months, there must be no accidents. Now Xinque is awake, which is a complete surprise. How is your health? Are you okay? Tan Ningxiang asked with concern. Nothing. Xinque pointed to the water dispenser in the distance. I want to drink water. I'll do it. Su Qiuxing was closest to the water dispenser and immediately helped him get water. While waiting for the water, Xinque looked around. 3 minutes ago, when he and Wang Pingping returned to the sanatorium, the time was exactly 10 o'clock. When the time came, he fainted directly, and when he regained consciousness, he appeared here. He felt his body and found that everything was normal except that he was a little weak. Here. At this time, Su Qiuxing took a cup of warm water and put a straw in it because he was worried that he was weak. Thank you. Xinque drank it with a straw. At this time, the doctor checked him. He was healthy and had no problems. Why did you faint? After Tan Ningxiang confirmed that Xinque was fine, he asked the most concerned question. The system was updated at that time, and some pictures appeared. Xinque considered his words. While drinking water just now, he had been thinking about whether to tell the base about the interstellar era. After thinking about it, he decided to conceal it for the time being for 2 reasons. 1. The coexistence of the past and the present. Interstellar travel, interstellar transporters, etc. are too complicated to explain. Not only will it be useless to explain it now, but it will also interfere with the base's judgment on the virus. 2. He has no evidence to explain everything he said. Xinque plans to talk about this matter when the time is right. What picture? Tan Ningxiang was curious after hearing the picture from Xinque's mouth. Do you have paper and pen? Xinque asked. Yes. Tan Ningxiang sent someone to bring paper and pen. Xinque wrote down the biological information that Xingji had memorized. The virus information of D192-3 was 35 pages. Due to time constraints, he only memorized 5 pages. There were some complicated calculation formulas and graphs in it. As the pen tip rustled on the paper, the expressions of Cheng Yuqing, Su Qiuxing and others became more and more serious. That's all. An hour later, Xinque put down the paper and pen. These are what I memorized from memory. Only 1/7. And I can't guarantee the accuracy of all the data. Is this the evolution data of S1? Cheng Yuqing asked seriously. Yes. Xinque nodded solemnly. What evolution data? Tan Ningxiang didn't quite understand. The current zombie virus is S1, which is the first generation of the virus. According to the calculation of the biological laboratory, this virus can continue to split and evolve. This is a virus deduction. If the current virus damage is compared to an ant, the system deduces an elephant. What harm does this elephant virus do? Destroy everything. Everything? Humans, animals, plants, birds, marine fish. All living things will be devoured until there are no living things on Haiyun star. And the virus will die due to lack of host. After listening to this, Tan Ningxiang suddenly became serious. What is the probability of this virus appearing? If the virus really evolves according to the deduction, the possibility of its appearance is 100%. After Cheng Yuqing finished speaking, everyone was silent. Now the S1 virus is so terrifying that it is difficult to resist. If a devouring virus appears, it will be a disaster for Haiyun star. Xinque saw that the atmosphere in the medical room was a little solemn, and moved his body. These are things that have not happened yet. We can still change them. Just like the research team developed the S1 vaccine and the induction box. Everything can be changed. His original goal was to return to the Interstellar. So now, he wants to fight the virus with the residents here and rewrite the ending of High-End Star. He doesn't want the base to lose any idea of resistance because the virus is too terrible. These are all system deductions. Not real. Didn't those people in the School of Physics make a model of High-End explosion before? Tan Mingzhang smiled after hearing this. They were just shocked by the horror of the evolved virus. But they were really going to give up? Absolutely not. No matter how the virus evolves, they will try every means to eliminate it. Even if there is only one human left in the world, they will not give up. You should have a good rest first. And don't move to another place at night. Now Shenque has recovered from a serious illness. And Tan Mingzhang asked him to observe here for one night. There are 2 beds in the medical room. Su Qiuxing has been staying in the ward since he arrived in Longxing and has not packed his luggage. So he arranged Su Qiuxing to the other bed. Will it be inconvenient? Su Qiuxing hesitated. What's inconvenient? Coach Shen just woke up. If he wants to drink water or get something at night, you can help him. Tan Mingzhang waved his hand and looked at Shenque. Is it inconvenient for Coach Shen? No problem for me. Professor Su. Please. Shenque looked at Su Qiuxing. No problem for me. It's just that my sleeping posture may not be very good. No problem. Shenque certainly didn't care about whether his sleeping posture was good or not. Half an hour later, everyone left the medical room. Su Qiuxing's luggage was placed in the medical room. But Long Xinjiwen had cleaned bedding. After the soldiers brought it, he began to tidy it up very carefully. Shenque had been lying on Hai Yunxing's body for 24 hours. Now that he was in good spirits, he stepped on slippers and did stretching exercises on the open space in the ward. Not lying down anymore? Su Qiuxing asked after noticing his movements. No. I'll be useless if I lie down again. The two chatted for a while. And Shenque was a little curious. Professor Su. Why did you study biology at that time? My dad is a biology teacher and my mom is a doctor. Maybe I've been interested in it since I was a kid. When I applied for my major, I applied for bioengineering. And then I learned it all the way. Su Qiuxing is known as a rising star in the field of dragon paleontology. But he doesn't feel anything. He just likes this major. There are still many things he needs to explore and learn in the biological world. After he finished speaking, he asked, Why did you study at a normal school? What normal school? Shenque was stunned. And then remembered that his identity here was that he graduated from Rongyang Normal University. Maybe I just picked it randomly, Shenque said briefly. 10 minutes later, Su Qiuxing finished cleaning up. Shenque waited for him to use the bathroom and then went to wash up. Then lay back on the bed. The 2 beds were side by side, separated by a blue curtain. It was 11:50 now. Shenque looked at the time and turned over. Coach Shen, are you still awake? Su Qiuxing asked after hearing the noise. Not yet. Are you sleepy? Not really. The two chatted about the current international vaccination for a while. Later, Shenque thought for a while. Professor Su. What's wrong? If there is really a swallowing virus in the future, what should we do? Study hard and find a way to solve the virus. What if we can't find it? If this virus infects all life, humans can only rely on some industrial oxygen and isolation suits to survive. And the food and supplies will become less and less. What should we do? This should take a process. Right? Well, maybe 70 years. If humans are sure they can't save themselves, I will bury all the biological genes and cultural data of High-End Star underground or hide them on the moon. If these places can't be preserved, I will find a way to send them out of the solar system. I just don't know if it's technically possible. Why? High-End Star has a 3.8 billion year biological history and countless brilliant planetary cultures, which will definitely leave some traces. If it really comes to this is not only his idea, but also the idea of all mankind. Yeah. Shenque remembered that in the video, the person in charge of Antarctica had mentioned that humans had made 2 preparations in addition to life. Number 1, they buried the High-End data underground and hid it on the moon. Humans tried every means to preserve the traces of High-End, but High-End Star was full of viruses, and these genes could not evolve again. After that, High-End Star became a lava planet, and the moon also disappeared in the process of the sun's expansion. All these data are gone. Take a break. Su Qiuxing ended the topic after speaking. It was 20 past midnight. Shenque had just recovered from a serious illness, and he didn't want to affect the other person's biological clock. Good night. Shenque closed his eyes and said, Good night. Perhaps because the doubts of the past few months had been sorted out, Shinqua slept very sweetly. But the next morning, when he was about to get up, he felt something pressing against him. This was a 1.2-meter wide hospital bed. Shinqua opened his eyes and found that half of his body was suspended in the air. Su Qiuxing had been lying beside him at some point, with his back to him. Shinqua recalled yesterday's conversation. I'm fine, but I may not sleep well. He thought this was a humble remark from the other party. So was it sleepwalking yesterday? Or did he accidentally go to the wrong bed after going to the toilet? It was 5:30 now, and the sky was just getting light. No matter which one it was, Shinqua felt a little embarrassed. He thought about it, got out of bed carefully, and then took his coat. He pushed the door open, thought about it before leaving, and returned to help the other party cover the quilt. At 7:50, Su Qiuxing finally woke up and was stunned when he saw the quilt on his body. If I remember correctly, I didn't sleep on this bed yesterday. Su Qiuxing? Chapter 41. Coachshin. I had sleepwalking before, and I thought I was cured. But I didn't expect it to happen again last night. At 10 a.m., on the way to the biological laboratory, Su Qiuxing said a little embarrassedly, there are 23 people in the Northwest Expedition team this time. The others had already reported to the laboratory yesterday. He was busy with his phone and was late for a day. He was going to report now, while Shinqua was dealing with some virus evolution issues. The two took the same jeep. At this time, Shinqua and the driver were in the front seat, and Su Qiuxing was in the back seat. Shinqua smiled and turned around after hearing this. It's okay. Sleepwalking is unconscious. You didn't know what happened yesterday. Is your shoulder okay? Su Qiuxing asked. When he got in the car just now, he noticed that Shinqua's shoulder was slightly stiff when he moved. It's a little stiff neck. Nothing serious. Shinqua was surprised at the other party's sharpness. He did have a stiff neck after waking up in the morning, but it was not a big deal. He would be fine if he moved more today. Sorry. Su Qiuxing had sleepwalking when he was in school, and he never had it again after being cured. He thought he was done with it, but he had it again yesterday. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Professor Su, I'm really fine. If you hadn't called Xiao Hu the day before yesterday, I might have had to lie on the floor all night, and the situation would have been worse than it is now. Shinqua signaled the other party not to think too much. He just admitted that he had a stiff neck, but he just hoped that Su Qiuxing wouldn't think too much. Otherwise, if he concealed it, the other party would probably continue to feel guilty. Thank you. It must be said that Shinqua had already figured out some of his temper. Seeing that the matter was open, Su Qiuxing did not continue to apologize, but just silently noted the matter. At 10:20, the two arrived at the biological laboratory. Su Qiuxing went to pack his luggage, and Cheng Yuqin was writing a report in the conference room. When he saw Shinqua, he greeted him warmly. Xiaoshen, what exactly does this virus you saw in the system look like? Apart from filaments, are there any other characteristics? After he got Shinqua's 5 pages of data yesterday, he discussed it with the members of the biological group. This is a semi-finished introduction to the virus, but the structure is complete. They have made a lot of discoveries by combining these data. It is spiral, with some green virus bodies on it, and the ends are like some springs. Shinqua carefully described the information sent by Zhou Chad. In addition, he also talked about some interstellar biological insights. Viruses are an organic species that survive by parasitism. They can use biological cells to replicate. We can also treat some difficult diseases based on these characteristics of viruses. The average life expectancy of interstellar creatures was between 50 and 120 years old. Later, a scientist developed SA antibodies through the characteristics of viral replication. This antibody combined with nanomedicine can kill 90% of human cancer cells and activate new cells. After the development of this antibody, the human life expectancy generally increased by 30%. Later, through the continuous improvement of genetic technology, the average life expectancy of the entire interstellar is now over 300 years old. Shinqua talked about many insights on interstellar creatures, and Cheng Yuqin listened very seriously. In the end, there were more than 30 people gathered in the conference room. I read these in some biology books. I wonder if they are useful, Shinqua said after he finished speaking. These are what he looked up in the interstellar. After this time of crossing, he basically used the 24 hours of the interstellar to the extreme. Very useful. It gave us a lot of brainstorming. Chung Yuqing was very excited. Many of what Shinqu said were beyond the current biological theories, and were worth pondering over and over again. In the next half-month, Shinqu stayed in the biological laboratory, mainly helping Chung Yuqing recall some virus information and explore some interstellar biological theories. The research in the laboratory was also carried out in an orderly manner. On March 17th, Shinqu, Su Qiuxing, and Zhou Yang were eating in the laboratory cafeteria with their lunch trays. Just now, there was news from the Northwest base that the zombie growth rate has dropped by 70% this month, and the global rate has dropped by 52%. Zhou Yang was one of the 4 members of the tunnel team before. After recovering from his illness, he was transferred to the Northwest base. This time, Su Qiuxing came with him. He said while picking up his chopsticks. How many zombies are there in the base now? Shinqu asked. 330,000. If there were no S1 vaccine and zombie induction box, it might exceed 500,000. The source of infection of S1 is too complicated. The country had some difficulty in controlling it at the end of January. Fortunately, with the S1 vaccine and induction box, the growth rate that was about to explode has been controlled. Yeah. Shinqu nodded and asked, how is your research going? Very smoothly. A lot of data was unclear before, but now it is all clear. Zhou Yang was a little excited when he said this. He had seen photos of biological laboratories before he came here. He thought that these equipment would only be a little better than Jingyan's. Who knew that it was just a little bit? The two sides are completely not on the same level. Now that the data they wanted has been sorted out, all that's left is to go back and continue researching. It's nice here. I don't want to leave, Zhou Yang said reluctantly. Have you decided on a time to go back? Shinqu was stunned. Yes. Tomorrow morning's flight. Shinqu looked at Su Qiuxing. So soon? He originally thought it would be the end of March. There's a lot of work in the Northwest, and it's a bit too busy right now. Northwest and Longxing are 2 different research departments, and they still have to go back to sort out the real-time data of zombies. These taro are delicious. I'll get some more. At this time, Zhou Yang finished eating the taro in his rice plate, and he took the rice plate to the window to get food. Shinqu sat opposite Su Qiuxing and peeled shrimps. After the disaster, many meat, poultry, and eggs were difficult to obtain. These are freshwater shrimps raised by the base itself. They are smaller than before, but they taste good. This is also the main source of protein on the market. Shinqu is tall, with distinct joints on his fingers. The big shrimps reveal their meat as he moves, which is very pleasing to the eye. Su Qiuxing glanced at it and then looked away. Although the S1 vaccine has been developed, the virus can still be transmitted through the blood. If the virus evolves to S2, the previously developed vaccine may not be useful. The S1 vaccine only alleviates the spread of the virus. Their goal is to eradicate the virus, not simply coexist with the virus. Yeah. Shinqu sat opposite and listened carefully. There was a clean small bowl next to him. When a certain number of prawns were peeled, he pushed it in front of Su Qiuxing. These prawns are well raised. Try them. For me? Su Qiuxing was eating with his head down, and was startled when he saw the shrimp bowl in front of him. Well, try it. Shinqu put the shrimp bowl away and continued eating. Su Qiuxing was about to say something when Zhou Yang came back with a half plate of taro. Professor Su, did you peel this yourself? I remember you don't know how to peel shrimp. Not bad. Su Qiuxing could only accept Shinqua's kindness. He liked to eat shrimp, but he was clumsy and couldn't peel it. He wasn't the type to bother others, so he stopped eating shrimp over time. Thinking of this, he looked at Shinqu in confusion. When did the other party know that he couldn't peel shrimp? Or was it just a coincidence? Shinqu seemed to feel Su Qiuxing's gaze and motioned for him to eat first. He did know that Su Qiuxing couldn't peel shrimp. It should have been the 3rd year of the second life. At that time, Su Qiuxing was participating in an interview program. When asked about his personal living habits, he thought for a while and said, I like to eat shrimp, but I am clumsy. It takes a long time to peel a shrimp. Later, the research group was busy with work, and I stopped eating it after a long time. At that time, Shinqu stayed in the deep mountain base. He listened to the radio and missed the seafood planet in the interstellar space. He thought at that time that he would hold on a little longer. After he went back, he must eat a big seafood meal at any cost until he was sick of it. He thought he had forgotten about it. But just now when he saw the prawns, he remembered it again. As for why he helped peel the prawns in the second life, the other party's tone was too regretful. He had the opportunity this time, so he would just do a little work to satisfy him. The prawn incident was just an episode. After the three of them finished their meal, they did not go back immediately, but walked around Longxing. Longxing is still a frozen land, but you can see scattered soldiers, which adds a lot of popularity to the whole land. Should we take some photos and take a group photo? After everyone came to the foot of Longbei Mountain, Zhou Yang became interested. Xinque looked up. Now the daytime temperature in Longbei is -40. Because the temperature is too cold. There are layers of snow on Longbei Mountain, which looks very majestic and lonely. Okay. Xinque cooperated very well. Okay. Su Qiuxing also had no problem. With the help of the driver, the three of them took a group photo, and then a separate photo of each person. Zhou Yan helped Xinque take the photo. Xinque stood under the snow-capped mountain against the light. He was wearing a white down jacket and a blue down hat. He was tall and had long legs, and his body proportions were very good. Let's start, Zhou Yan shouted. Xinque made an okay gesture and then raised a big smile. Click. Zhou Yan pressed the shutter. In the photo, Xinque looked at the camera brilliantly. Against the backdrop of the snow-capped mountains and the sun, he looked very energetic. Huh? Zhou Yan looked at the photo. Professor Su, do you feel that Coach Shin is different? What's different? I can't tell. Coach Shin used to be very polite, but I always felt that something was wrong with him, as if he was separated from the outside world. What about now? I feel that Coach Shin is alive and human now. Xinque used to be polite, but he always felt like he was out of touch with the world. After waking up this time, his spirit was completely different. Yeah. Su Qiuxing nodded. He had this feeling the day after Xinque woke up. If Xinque was a blue flower on the snowy mountain, then now that the snow has melted, the blue flower is no longer cold, but slowly starting to come alive. The next morning, the expedition teams left. Be careful. When they parted, Xinque said to Su Qiuxing, You too. Su Qiuxing took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Xinque. What is this? Xinque opened it in confusion. The card shows a melting iceberg, with a bunch of pure blue flowers on the top. The sun rises, the ice and snow melt, and the flowers are full of vitality in the sun. Su Qiuxing once learned sketching for a period of time because he draws biological structure diagrams. He works seriously, and this painting is very delicate and simple. Why do you give me this? Xinque asked after reading it carefully. A small gift. Thank you for the prawns yesterday. Su Qiuxing smiled. After taking the photo yesterday, he went back to draw this picture, hoping that the other party would be like the blue flower in the painting in the future, and stop wrapping himself up in silence, hoping that he could become more and more vivid. 3 minutes later, the plane left. Xinque looked at where the plane left, then looked at the card in his hand, and finally put the card inside his clothes and put it away. In the next 2 months, Longu zombie work was carried out in an orderly manner. In these 2 months, Longu issued 2 major decisions. 1. The remaining 50 countries will purchase Longu S1 vaccine. 2. Longu reached a zombie induction box cooperation with Sonk, Melk and other countries, and the specific cooperation plan will be further negotiated. In the Longxing base, the land around Longxing City has been leveled, waiting for the next step of infrastructure construction, just as everything was ready. On May 12th, news came from the Agricultural Institute. The forage seeds have been successfully developed. It can be planted directly. The successful development of forage seeds also means that as long as the seeds are planted, they can proceed to the next stage. Chapter 42. We tried to plant a batch of golden grass. It has mild ingredients, strong adaptability, is not aggressive and exclusive, and is a very high-quality cold-resistant forage grass. On the evening of the 17th, Xinque and Tan Mingzhang received the news and came to Jingyan Agricultural College. Chang Qingyuan is the head of the Agricultural College. He brought the two to the agricultural base. This is a large experimental field of 50 acres. Now the field is full of forage grass. These forage grasses are 50 centimeters high and look like alfalfa. They are full of golden flowers. These small flowers are very beautiful. After discussion by the research group, it was officially named golden grass. This name is quite good. Xinque squatted down and looked at the small flower in front of him. Golden flower grass is called little golden flower in the interstellar space. It is one of the characteristic plants of Fengqi Star Country. This plant not only has a short maturity period, but is also a famous fruit and vegetable raw material. This kind of grass is rich in dietary fiber and lutein. We have studied it, and found that it can be eaten as a vegetable. At this time, Chong Qingyuan talked about the edibility of grass, and the staff brought 2 plates of stir-fried grass. Tan Ningzhong picked up a bite with chopsticks to taste. It's a bit like green vegetables, but the taste is crisper than green vegetables. Tan Ningzhong's eyes lit up after eating it, and he asked decisively, "Is this easy to grow?" After the global disaster, the main plants on the market are planted with improved seeds. These plants are sour and astringent and not tasty. There are also plants like tomatoes and cucumbers, but they need special greenhouses to grow, which is very expensive. Easy to grow. Chong Qingyuan answered affirmatively. The yield of golden flower grass per mu is 10 to 20 tons, and it can be harvested up to 10 times a year. If it is fully planted, it can not only alleviate the vegetable crisis of residents, but also rely on these forages to raise some chickens, ducks, fish and geese to increase meat production. Okay. Tan Ningzhong paced back and forth excitedly and continued to ask, "When can we plant?" "We have communicated with domestic seed companies and expect to collect 15 tons by the end of the month." Current tasks. 1. Plan the land of Longxing. 2. Plant forage seeds to make the green area of Longxing City reach 30%. Longxing covers a total area of 120,000 mu, and 30% of the green area requires 150,000 tons of seeds. After Tan Ningzhong had a plan in mind, he went directly to Longhui to discuss the planting of forage. Now the whole country is focusing on the S1 virus. The country did not make a big fuss this time, but only briefly introduced the golden flower grass in the Longgu news broadcast. Has the country developed a new grass? The news said that it will be tested on a large scale in Longxing in June. This news is insignificant to residents across the country, but it is like a signal to residents in the migration area. Do you think the country will let us move back after planting grass? At 10 a.m. on the 18th, in the unit room of the Jichuan resettlement area, Wang Yin asked curiously while stretching. She and Zheng Hongming are natives of Chongning. They moved to Jichuan province with the help of the country. They have 2 houses in Chongning. They thought they would sell them when Longxing Administrative City was built. But now half a year has passed. Longxing Administrative City has not made any moves except for the name. Their house prices are still miserable and stable at 900-1200 per square meter. I don't know. Maybe it's environmental protection. Zheng Hongming was sorting out the list of communities, and said without raising his head, "Now that zombies have broken out all over the world, people can't survive. So why bother about environmental protection?" Wang Yin muttered a few words and asked curiously, "How did you organize the list?" "It's still about Director Yang's family. If it weren't for the inspection last week, I wouldn't have known that there were so many living people hiding in their home." Zheng Hongming was very depressed when he said this. The Director Yang he mentioned was the director of the Chongning Resettlement Committee. In his impression, the other party was very kind and smiling. Who knew that during the inspection of the resettlement area last week, the committee couldn't find anyone? 2 colleagues who had a good relationship went to his house and knocked on the door. They heard a humming sound outside the door. A brave colleague climbed up the window and looked inside. And then, he saw 5 iron chains in the other party's house. And each chain was locked with a zombie with scarlet eyes and a gag in his mouth. The staff member was on the 3rd floor windowsill and was stunned on the spot. Fortunately, he tied a safety rope. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Zheng Hongming was not at the scene, but he often heard the staff of the committee talk about the scene at that time. "Who are those zombies?" Wang Yin asked. "Director Yang's parents, wife, and 2 children." "Is their whole family infected?" "Yes, infected for a month. If Director Yang hadn't caught a cold and had a fever that day, the people of the committee would not know." "Where is Director Yang?" "He was taken away on the same day." "Did no one notice him when he was patrolling the zombie induction box before?" "He tied people up and stuffed gags in their mouths, so the zombies couldn't move even if they had a reaction." By the way, the inspector also found a few used blood bags in their home, and I don't know where he found them from. In fact, after the development of the S1 vaccine, Director Yang's concealment is not an isolated case. Some people are soft-hearted and reluctant to separate, while others are worried about the bad environment of the zombie base. Even if the country repeatedly warns, everyone will still be lucky. You work in the property management now, so you should pay more attention to safety when you go out. Wang Yin was a little worried. I know. Zheng Hongming waved his hand. He used to work in Chongqing Road Administration as a technician, and he was not good at interpersonal work at all. The property management in their community was famous for its fierce internal struggles. If he could not find a job, he would not want to stay here for a day. Alas, I still want to go back to the road administration. Zheng Hongming sighed. He used to complain that the road administration was hard and tiring. But now he thinks that it was his happiest moment. Starting from June 1st, Longqing began to sow forage seeds. This news, like the previous forage research and development, did not make any waves. After Zheng Hongming cooperated with the police to give a propaganda lecture on no hiding of zombies, his life returned to the past. Eating, sleeping, pushing the induction box for a walk around the community. He caught 2 more zombies in this month. As he became more and more skilled in catching zombies, he felt that zombies were not so scary anymore. At least zombies that could not bite him were not scary anymore. Just when he thought that life would continue like this, at 7 p.m. on July 20th, the state released 3 pieces of news. 1. A total of 50,000 mu of forage grass seeds have been planted in Longqing. After 50 days of growth, these forage grasses have strong grip on the ground and can slow down the soil erosion in Longqing area on a large scale. According to the decision of Longhui 1, Longqing will implement a pilot project of relocation. Residents in Chongqing, Songtan and Tongping can apply for relocation online. Residents who successfully apply will receive a living allowance of 2,000 yuan per person. If life after relocation is normal, the 3 places will implement full relocation after October. 2. Longhu will focus on building Longqing City. Now it is recruiting raw materials and construction units, such as roads, water and electricity, steel bars, and real estate from all over the country. Longhu plans to build Longqing City within 3 months. 3. According to the tests of the Agricultural Institute, Jinhua grass is edible grass, and the government encourages residents to grow it for consumption. What's going on? 2 months ago, Zheng Hongming was still lamenting that the Longqing administrative city was just a name. Now the country not only grows grass, but also builds a brand new city. This is a king bomb on flat ground. Zheng Hongming opened the Longqing map. Longqing originally belonged to Longning province. Before it was built as an administrative city, the country integrated Chongqing, Tongping and Songtan in Longning province into Longqing City. These 3 places are all uninhabited areas. He swiped on the map and found that Longqing City was at the junction of these 3 places. The geographical location was very open and flat. Here, Zheng Hongming originally thought that the country was just building a city casually. But judging from the new location, the country was very serious this time. Beep beep. Surprised, the phone rang. Mr. Li. Zheng Hongming answered the call immediately after seeing the caller ID. The caller was the vice president of Chongqing Road Administration, and he had received many projects from the vice president in the past. The company is going to start construction in a while. Do you want to come back to work? The other party got straight to the point. Start construction? After the global disaster, the domestic infrastructure industry basically stagnated, and he could not get 2 projects a year when he was working before. Zheng Hongming was stunned and immediately reacted. The company is going to take on the Longqing project? Longqing's project is too big. We will work with Longning First Construction and Jichuan First Construction this time. I remember you are from Chongqing? If you are sure to come here, you can go to the Public Security Bureau to go through the procedures and change Longning Province Chongqing to Longqing Chongqing. Looking at the country's actions, they will focus on developing Longqing in the future. While you still have a household registration now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a household registration in the future. Although Longqing City is a new city, it is at the same level as Longning Province. Looking at the current actions of the country, it will definitely get better and better. I know. Even if Mr. Li didn't say it, Zheng Hongming was still thinking about the household registration. If possible, he would like to apply for a household registration in Longqing City. The country is going to develop Longqing City? What's the situation? Is this city not just a name? I remember there has been no news for half a year. That afternoon, a series of policies of Longqing spread across the country with thunderous force. The residents were very surprised. The news of the country's establishment of a city was too sudden. So sudden that they forgot the virus period for a moment. As if it was still the previous peace period. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Planting the land of Dragon Star and planting grass seeds. Task reward, random big turntable x3. An excellent city needs sufficient residents and a complete base camp. Ding. The latest task has been updated. Host name, Xinque. Current task, 1. Have 100,000 city residents. 2. Build the urban area of Dragon Star. Task reward, random big lottery x1. System backpack, random big turntable x3. While the residents were discussing the country's actions, Xinque opened the task interface in the Longqing meeting room. A week ago, after the latest task was updated, the system backpack column was in an upgrade state, so everyone could not view the system prizes. After discussion, everyone decided to carry out the latest tasks first. These two are simple tasks for the country, just like forage seeds, which only take time. Now in mid-July, Lombay has gone from severe cold to scorching heat overnight due to extreme weather. It is not as cold as in the past few months. And with the blessing of grass seeds, it is not as hot as in the past 2 years. Therefore, Longgu Academy discussed and announced the relocation plan and the recruitment of Longqing City. According to the speed of Longgu infrastructure construction, Longqing should be completed by the end of October. The system backpack upgrade has been completed, and other interfaces have not changed much compared to a week ago. At this time, Xinque repeated the system interface, and Chong Qingyuan couldn't wait any longer. Let's take a look at the big turntable first to see if there are any agricultural props. System products must be top-notch. Cheng Youqing's biological laboratory had made everyone jealous before, so when they knew there was a random wheel this time, everyone came eagerly. Everyone hoped to be lucky enough to draw something related to their group. Chong Qingyuan and Chen Qing arrived yesterday afternoon. They had been waiting for a whole day, and they were as nervous as cat's paws. Xinque looked at Tan Minghong. Let's get started. Tan Mingzheng laughed heartily. 2 months ago, after they got the grass seeds, they started sowing them by helicopter. Everyone thought that the survival rate of golden flower grass in the wild would be lower. But who knew that the survival rate of these seeds was over 90%? And they were extremely resistant to low temperatures. Their goal was 40,000 square kilometers. And they finally planted 50,000 square kilometers. The extra 10,000 square kilometers could feed 100,000 cattle and sheep, which was much better than they expected. Therefore, everyone has been smiling all this time. Good. Xinque took a deep breath and started to draw 3 cards in a row. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level laboratory, seed laboratory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technological equipment, wind power plant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the landscape equipment, ocean factory. The system prompt sounded one after another, and Xinque had 3 more cards in his hand. Chapter 43. After Xinque finished drawing, Chong Qingyuan asked nervously, "Did you finish drawing?" "I finished drawing. It should be 3 building rewards." Xinque smiled as he opened the card details. Seed Laboratory, Class A Laboratory. Activation requirements, 20 acres or more of land within the host's territory. Wind Power Plant, Class A Power Plant. Activation requirements, within the host's territory. The introductions to the first 2 cards were brief and concise. After reading them, Xinque clicked on the 3rd card. Ocean Factory, Ocean Panoramic Sightseeing Factory. Activation requirements, 20 square nautical miles or more of ocean within the host's territorial waters. 20 square nautical miles. Tan Ningzhang was stunned when he heard it. Xinque is now the mayor of Longqing, with 120,000 square kilometers of land under his name. Now, let alone 20 square nautical miles. Even if Longgu is assigned to Xinque, it will be no problem. It's just that after my camp is upgraded to my city, the next upgrade needs to consider the population, hardware facilities, residents' happiness index, and other aspects. Even if they have land, they can't upgrade my city. What are the upgrade conditions? Tan Mingzhang thought for a while and asked. After completing the task last week, my city. Upgrade tips appeared behind it. Let me see. Xinque opened upgrade tips. My city. Upgrade requirements. Upgrade target, my province. Based on the host's current judgment, not the final target. Land requirements, 500,000 square kilometers or more. Population, 1 million or more. Urban construction, excellent. Current stage, poor. Commercial operation, excellent. Current stage, poor. Resident happiness index, happy. Current stage, happy. Insufficient reference quantity. No judgment value. Upgrade tips. A total of 25 items have been updated, including mini commercial operation, resident happiness index. These soft power requirements. This can only be used later. These cannot be completed in a day or two. Tan Mingzhang felt a little regretful after listening. He calmed down and smiled at Chong Qingyuan. Are you still laughing? Haha. I'm happier today. Chong Qingyuan couldn't stop laughing when he heard about the seed laboratory. Although it hasn't been activated yet. It sounds like the agricultural group is at home. When will we get a physics laboratory? Chen Qing has a good relationship with Chong Qingyuan and Cheng Yuqing. Now that one of them has a seed laboratory, and the other has a biological laboratory, he feels like a lonely shadow in the cold river. Haha. There will be some in the future. Tan Mingzhang is full of confidence in the next work. After everyone finished sorting, they focused on the site selection of the 2 cards. There are many virus samples in the biological laboratory, so it is best not to build them together. Cheng Yuqing proposed an idea. Well, we can build it near the Longxing urban area. Everyone agreed and then focused on the suburbs of Longxing. Now Longxing is under construction, and these 2 sites will not affect the overall planning. This place is good? After analyzing, Tan Mingzhang contacted Longgu Design Institute. After many considerations, the research team finally chose the site in the eastern suburbs of Longxing City. On July 20th, everyone took an off-road vehicle to the laboratory to select a site. The weather is too abnormal now. We wore military coats last month, but this month we wore short sleeves. Tan Mingzhang said breathlessly as he got off the car. It's just past the summer heat, and Lombay is 42 degrees Celsius today. Soil erosion is serious now. Logically, global warming should be the case. However, the extreme weather in recent years, coupled with the influence of the polar vortex and winter ocean currents, has caused a huge temperature difference between winter and summer in Lombay. Chen Qing analyzed the weather changes from a professional perspective. We planted a lot of golden flowers this year, and it's cooler than last year. Chong Qingyuan followed with emotion. Lombay is located in the northernmost part of Longgu. There will be a high temperature period from June to September. Last year, the highest temperature here was 57 degrees Celsius, which is not suitable for survival in any time period. Seeing that the 2 were talking about the weather, Tan Mingzhang smiled and joked, let's activate the seed laboratory first, study more improved trees, and turn back the extreme weather in recent years. He has a heat-prone constitution and can't stand this extreme heat. Definitely. Chong Qingyuan was ready to fight. After everyone got off the car, Shenqi took out the lab card. Name, Seed Lab. Do you want to use it? Yes. The moment Shenqi used it, there was a rumbling sound in front of him. And then a green castle covering an area of 20 acres appeared? Did it appear out of thin air? Chong Qingyuan and Chen Qing had seen the biological lab appear, so they were prepared. Some members of the research team, who had never been there, were a little shocked. This was a scene straight out of a fantasy movie. It's a laboratory. And these are vines outside, Chong Qingyuan said after walking forward to observe. The appearance of the seed laboratory is the same as that of the biological laboratory, except that there is a layer of vines outside the seed laboratory, which looks like a green castle in the open field. After everyone took a circle, they followed Shenqi into the laboratory. Electrophoresis instrument, PCR instrument, vacuum drying oven, and seed simulator. There are 70 partitions in the seed laboratory. Chong Qingyuan couldn't take his eyes off them as soon as he came in. These are all science fiction level scientific research equipment. He can fully understand Cheng Yuqing's feelings when he saw the biological laboratory. It's great. Chen Qingxuan's eyes were bubbling. Haha. It's really great. Chong Qingyuan's mouth never dropped. He wished he could move Jingyun's agricultural college here immediately. Everyone stayed in the seed laboratory for 2 hours, and then came to the wind power plant to select a site. The wind power plant and the seed laboratory are 20 kilometers apart in a straight line. After the global disaster, all countries are developing wind power generation technology. There are 2 types of wind power generation that are widely used now: land power generation and offshore power generation. Land-based wind power generation occupies a large area, has serious noise pollution, and has some safety hazards in nearby residential areas. Although offshore power generation can avoid this problem, the construction cost is high. In addition, due to the severe extreme weather in recent years, global wind power generation is not as smooth as expected. Is this a wind power plant? After getting off the car, Everyone guessed that the wind energy plant should be a power plant. It's not clear yet. Tan Mingzhang stretched his muscles and motioned Shenque to start. Shenque directly clicked on the card. Boom. There was another rumble in front of us. Everyone was ready to see a row of big windmills. And then, everyone did see a big windmill. But not a row, but an oversized white windmill. This windmill is 100 meters high, standing upright on a semicircular factory. The windmill is very large, and the factory covers an area of 20 acres. The combination of these two is like a small round hat with a small white flower, which is very stylish. It's quite artistic. Tan Mingzhang doesn't have much artistic talent, but he still thinks the design of this factory is beautiful. Everyone admired and entered the factory. This is a windmill factory, which has 20 windmill production lines for power generation, heating, water pumping, rainfall, refrigeration, etc. Each production line is equipped with an independent photolithography machine. The products produced are windmills and energy machines. The power of these windmills and energy machines is different, and the energy generated will also be different. Is this directly converting wind energy into heat energy or kinetic energy? Chen Qing was a little surprised after understanding the principle of the windmill factory. Wind power is a new type of environmentally friendly energy. In addition to wind power generation, it can also produce rain and snow, pump water for heating, etc. But because of the high cost of equipment, these are only used in some small occasions. He just read the work manual of the windmill factory. The working principle of the windmill factory is simple and crude. Simply put, the windmill provides wind energy, which is directly converted into the required energy after the operation of the energy machine. Taking thermal energy as an example, the general wind energy needs to be converted into mechanical energy first, then electrical energy, and then thermal energy. The products of the windmill factory directly complete the conversion in the energy machine. This energy machine can be connected to heating machines, home air conditioners, and other products. The conversion is simple and can be used in any occasion. If this windmill is connected to a car, can it be driven directly by wind power without refueling or recharging? Tan Mingzhang asked in surprise after hearing this. As long as the windmill absorbs enough energy, theoretically it is possible. Tan Mingzhang imagined a big windmill in the car, a bit like Ding Ding Cat from 30 years ago. Tan Mingzhang retracted his imagination, paced back and forth, and asked, does this device collect enough energy? If the process of the energy machine absorbing wind energy is compared to charging a mobile phone, no matter how powerful this device is, it is meaningless if it cannot charge 1 grid a day. Sufficient. Chen Qing looked at the equipment introduction excitedly. The windmill is deeply affected by factors such as terrain, weather, and wind direction in the process of absorbing wind energy. Assuming that the wind energy that can be absorbed in the air is 100, the general windmill only absorbs 1%. The system windmill adopts a new resistance structure, which increases the wind energy absorption rate to 10%. Wind and sun are both renewable resources, which are inexhaustible in theory. According to the characteristics of wind power, they can completely use wind energy conversion instead of electricity and heat energy. Although there is no data support now, the smallest windmill in the windmill factory is 1 meter. After popularization, these can be installed on the roofs of residential buildings and residential roofs. Residents can use wind energy for electricity, heating, and cooking, which can save existing resources such as coal and oil. That's great. Tan Mingzhang's heart was moved when he heard it. It is not appropriate for every household to install windmills now. But Longqing is in the process of large-scale infrastructure construction. Longqing's infrastructure requires a large amount of hydropower resources. In the previous plan, Longwuan planned to transfer resources from Longning, Jichuan, and other places. Now that there is a wind power factory, they can completely install large windmills around the base. In addition to generating electricity, these windmills can also carry out some deep water excavation, equipment heating, and other work. More importantly, these large windmills are easy to disassemble, and they can be used in B after they are used in A. How many kilowatt hours of electricity does a windmill generate in a day? Tan Mingzhang became more and more excited as he thought about it. Take a 100-meter windmill as an example. An ordinary windmill generates about 40,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per day. A system windmill generates 10 times that of an ordinary windmill, about 400,000 kilowatt hours. The cost of a windmill on the market now is more than 10 million yuan. while a system windmill of the same size only costs 1 million yuan. Low cost and high energy. If system windmills can be popularized, it will be an innovation in all aspects of the country. We can't produce that many for the time being. Qin Qing was a little depressed when he thought of this. The system factory is just a small factory with a limited number of products produced every day, and it can't be popularized nationwide. We must work hard to learn the advanced technology of windmills. Tan Mingsheng laughed. Indeed? Qin Qing smiled. He just said it casually, so of course he wouldn't be depressed. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit when he saw these at first sight. These windmills involve a lot of physical technology and ship technology, which is like a huge treasure, and is the direction of Lunggu physics research. The research team cannot produce large quantities of windmills, but they can produce the ones needed for Longxing in a short time. Longxing is located in the northernmost part of Longgu, with the Longbei Mountains to the north and an endless plain in front. This also led to a significant climate feature in Longbei after the disaster, strong winds. This feature was useless after Longbei became an uninhabited area, but now with the large windmills, the utilization rate of the system windmills can be stretched to the extreme. On August 1st, the system factory produced large windmills one after another, and then professionals installed them around Longxing. At the same time, the engineering teams of Longxing Infrastructure entered the scene one after another. In addition to multifaceted cooperation, the construction of a city also requires a large amount of resources such as steel, coal, oil, bricks and tiles. Longgu Academy directly issued the highest order, requiring all parts of the country to cooperate with Longxing City's infrastructure. Longxing, an emerging city in an uninhabited area. The significance behind Longgu's large-scale city construction. Longgu, will it use national infrastructure to stimulate domestic demand? Longgu's move this time was so big that not only domestic media, but also foreign media were curious about the significance behind Longxing's city construction. The most common guess is that Longgu's economy has declined due to zombies. And this time it is through large-scale infrastructure that domestic demand is stimulated. Whatever the reason, the world has noticed that Longgu has a new city called Longxing, and this city is bound to become a new star in Longgu, while the whole country is paying attention to Longgu's infrastructure. On August 5th, Chongming, Songshan, and Tongping opened online relocation application channels. Residents who meet the urban household registration requirements of the three places and want to relocate can apply for relocation online. Registration period, August 5th to 20th. Review period, August 20th to 30th. Residents who pass the review period need to return to the three residential areas between September 1st to 30th. During this period, the state will provide special free trains, and each person will also have a certain amount of free luggage weight. After the residents move, they can apply on the app. If the local government verifies that there are no mistakes, it will directly issue a moving subsidy of 2,000 yuan. In short, the state is sincere about this relocation work. Chapter 44. Now residents get resettlement subsidies after relocation. Should we relocate? At 3 p.m. on August 5th, Du Kongmin looked up and asked while browsing his phone. Du Kongmin is 42 years old this year. He is from Mingyang District, Tongping. 5 years ago, he came to Chongha resettlement area with his wife and children. He has a junior high school education and worked as a chef before the disaster. After coming to the resettlement area, he rented a street-side store according to the policy, mainly doing some braised food and flat noodles business. He is usually responsible for cooking, and his wife keeps accounts in the store. At this time, his wife Wang Min had just sorted out the recent accounts. After hearing this, she replied, "What if we can't find a job when we go back?" Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the country is ready to support Longxing. But when it comes to the stage of relocation, everyone has to face the reality. Tongping is still an uninhabited area. How will they solve the problems of water, electricity, gas, medical care, education, and employment when they go back? These are all things that must be considered. Boss, are you open for business? During the conversation, a man wearing a sun hat entered the room. Open! What do you want to eat? Du Kongmin stood up quickly. A bowl of flat noodles, an egg, and lots of chili peppers. The man sat down and wiped his sweat, then looked at the air conditioner in the room. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner in such a hot day? Turn it on now. Du Kongmin turned on the air conditioner readily, and 3 minutes later, the room was filled with cool air. This is an open shop. Wang Min went to help the supermarket next door to watch the store. Du Kongin washed his hands and started to smash the flat noodles. The man paused for a while and started to chat. The weather is too abnormal now. If you go out for a walk, you will get heat stroke. Indeed, someone fainted on the street yesterday. The two chatted about the weather for a while. And the man asked, "Isn't it hot in the middle of the day without the air conditioner?" "It's hot. Commercial electricity is 1.5 yuan now. We turn it on when people come and turn it off when no one is around. Global energy prices have risen sharply in the past 2 years. Our electricity bill has increased by 20 cents. Now we turn off the lights when we leave the bathroom. I heard that some foreign countries have doubled the price." The man ordered another bottle of iced water at this point, trying to make the Bamiyan shop earn more. "Do you want to put it in cold water?" Du Kongmin finished cooking the flat noodles and asked with a smile. "Yes." Du Kongmin put it in cold water, added some pepper and eggs and served it. The man put down his chopsticks and started eating. He had just taken 2 bites when his phone rang. "The official website application will not start until 8 o'clock. I remember this. Don't worry. I will register you when it opens in the evening." The man talked a lot and then hung up. "Are you talking about the relocation application?" Du Kongmin was cleaning the table nearby and asked based on the other party's phone call. "My father used to be a Chinese teacher at Tomping No. 3 Middle School. When he heard that the country was going to relocate, he insisted that I help him apply online. I discussed it with my wife, and we are going to submit the application together. After returning, how will we solve the problems of employment, education and medical care?" Du Kongmin asked about the reality. "My wife and I are in the media business. We can work anywhere. We don't need education and medical care for the time being. Now that the country is developing Longqing, these basic facilities will definitely be solved in the future." The man works in self-media, so his work is not very useful. Du Kongmin thought for a while and asked, "My 2 daughters are studying in other places, and there are only my wife and I at home. Do you think it is better for me to stay in the resettlement area or go back home? How is your business? After deducting the rent, water and electricity, there is nothing left. This store can be terminated at any time. Now many national resources are tilted towards Longqing. Tomping is 100 kilometers away from Longqing. If Longqing rises, Tomping will definitely rise. If it were me, I would probably move back." The man didn't dare to make decisions for others. He could only make suggestions from his own perspective. Du Kongmin didn't feel anything at first, but now he felt a little excited. Dong dong, dong. During the chat, a drum-like music came from the door. The two looked outside, and at this time, 2 men in security uniforms were pushing a cart on patrol. There was an oversized speaker on the cart, playing the exclusive music of zombies. "Captain Lin, are you on patrol?" Du Kongmin got familiar with the other party and immediately greeted him. "The duty roster says we have to patrol 3 times a day, and the leaders will check every day." The security guard at the front stopped to greet. "The induction box has been on the market for 3 months now. Zombies are scary, but as long as they don't bite, they are still very easy to subdue. We have caught 5 zombies in the past 3 months, and everyone has gone from being worried and afraid at the beginning to becoming proficient." After the 2 sides exchanged greetings for a while, the 2 security guards continued patrolling. Du Kongmin looked at the other party's cart and sighed. It would be better if these boxes were smaller. These are all large boxes weighing 100 kilograms. When they encounter steps, they need 2 people to lift them together. The overall operation is very troublesome. Some netizens recorded the sound of the zombie boxes before, trying to use the sound to attract zombies, but it didn't work. There is an induction chip in these zombie boxes. I hope the country can improve the technology in the future, so that an induction box the size of a mobile phone can be used. The man chatted while eating noodles. 10 minutes later, he was full and satisfied. After paying the bill, he added, "Relocation is a big deal. You'd better discuss it with your family and decide where to develop in the future before deciding whether to move or not. As I said before, he doesn't make decisions for strangers, so that they won't regret and blame him." "I know." Du Kongmin smiled. After the other party left, Du Kongmin opened the news report. He was only considering whether to move back before, but now after listening to the other party's analysis, it's not bad to move back. At 4:20, Wang Min came back from the supermarket next door. "Let's submit the application tonight." Du Kongmin finally decided. "You don't consider employment, Education and medical care? Wang Min was stunned. I thought about it. We run a restaurant. So many people will definitely eat when they come here. We won't lose our jobs even if we set up a stall. It's good here. But the house is a government resettlement house. It's more comfortable to live in my hometown. There are transportation subsidies and resettlement subsidies for this relocation. If you miss this period, there will be no subsidies in the future. The more Du Conmin thought about it, the more he felt that going back would be more beneficial than harmful. If nothing else, there is really no future for development after going back. At worst, he can just go back to the resettlement area. Indeed, Wang Min was somewhat tempted. Their parents died early, and they had not been able to go back to visit their graves in the past 2 years due to traffic problems. Now that they have moved back, they can be considered to have returned to their own home. The two of them hit it off and decided to move back. At 7 p.m., they closed the store in advance and went home to open the website for relocation registration. This time, the registration is divided into 2 channels: online and offline. Online is to fill in the form online, and offline is to go to the local police station to fill in the form. The review rules for both are the same. Online registration starts at 8 p.m. today. The 5th to the 20th are the registration period, and the review period is after that. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the registration channel was opened on time. Du Conmin immediately clicked to enter Ding. There are currently many people entering. Please wait a moment. A waiting reminder appeared on the registration interface. Can't enter? Wang Min refreshed twice and found a browsing in the upper right corner, with 29,378,012 people browsing. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 29 million people? Wang Min counted the number twice and looked at the time in the lower right corner, 20:03. There are nearly 30 million people online now, even if 70% of them are netizens from other places. There are 9 million people in Chongqing, Taoping and Songtan. Are you here to watch or are you ready to sign up? Wang Min looked at Du Conmin in confusion. I don't know. This time, the country only allows urban residents in Chongqing, Taoping, and Songtan to sign up. There are about 7 million urban residents in these 3 places, and there must be some who don't want to leave the resettlement area. He felt that the competition for 100,000 places was very simple, and there was no need to compete. But now looking at the popularity of the relocation policy, this competition seems not as simple as imagined. 20:05. The 2 refreshed successfully. The computer interface shows 3 filling interfaces: name, ID number, and mobile phone number. These 3 pieces of information can quickly identify whether the applicant is a resident of the 3 urban areas. Only after filling in and passing the verification can the next link be entered. Du Conmin filled in the form carefully, and half a minute later, the verification was successful. Are you moving back alone or with your family? Your job. Your permanent address in Taoping. After returning to Taoping, what kind of work can you do with your skills or workability? If possible, would you return to Taoping in the short term? Or would you like to develop long term? The second part is a 50-item questionnaire, most of which are related to personal stability and future planning. Du Conmin filled them out one by one according to the actual situation. At 8:15, he filled in and clicked submit, and registered Wang Min again. It's like fighting a battle. After filling in all the questions, Du Conmin felt his palms sweating. He looked at the number of people online in the upper right corner, 128,396,595. How many people are there? Du Conmin blinked. 120 million. Wang Min didn't need to count. He could see that the number now had 1 more than before. So many. Du Conmin was amazed. Registration for Longqing relocation has been opened. You can register online between the 5th and the 20th. Is Longbei worth relocating? Sociologists talk about relocation to resettlement areas and possible problems. In the following week, the internet was full of news about Longbei relocation. The popularity of this news even exceeded the growth of zombies in the country. Everyone is curious whether Longbei will develop again or become a bubble that everyone is paying attention to. I applied for relocation to Chongqing. My family is there. Where else can I go if I don't go back? Can't find a job if I go back? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll go back and take a look. The country should provide water, electricity and gas. I don't know if it can be passed. Compared with the speculations of all parties outside, the residents of the 3 cities of Longbei have burst into unprecedented enthusiasm. After all the people moved, the water, electricity and gas in Long Bay were cut off, and the weather was cold. Except for some adventure tour groups. They had not returned to Long Bay for 5 years. In addition to supporting the national policy, everyone also wanted to take the opportunity to go back and take a look. Why can only urban residents sign up? Compared with the enthusiasm of urban residents, some residents living in counties and villages were not happy. They felt discriminated against. The country is discriminatory. Some people were secretly fanning the flames. Discrimination. Didn't you read the national notice? Long Bay's infrastructure is not perfect now. The state can only open water, electricity, and heating in 3 cities. Did you fill in your permanent address when you registered? I saw online that the permanent address will be taken into consideration in the review. The more applicants a community has, the more likely it is to be approved. Otherwise, when everyone arrives, the cost of living is high. The cost of the state is high. And you can't even find food to eat when you go out. Some people with good eyes directly extinguish the other party's flame. Now the 3 places have become empty cities. This relocation, in addition to calling on everyone to return to their hometowns, also means rebuilding Long Bay. The total number of applicants is now 5.11 million. On August 19th, in a noodle shop in Changhao resettlement area, Du Kongnan looked at the latest information in a depressed mood. According to official statistics, the urban population of Chongqing, Taoping and Songzhan is 7.62 million. The total number of applicants is now 5.11 million. And 100,000 people need to be selected from them. The pass rate is 1.9%. This is a single plank bridge among millions of people. Do you think we can be selected? Du Kongping asked after struggling. I don't know. The weather is hot now. Wang Min is fanning herself. But her mood is not as calm as it seems. She submitted the application with the mentality of giving it a try. But after the atmosphere during this period, her heart is like crossing the flaming mountain. She even dreams that there is no quota for relocation. Don't be so nervous. You can't go back this time. There will be a chance when it stabilizes over there. Du Kongping saw the other party's nervousness and persuaded him. If it doesn't stabilize, it will become a no man's land again. Wang Min sighed. At this point, they can only wait patiently for the result. At midnight on August 21st, Long Bay's online and offline registrations will end. The total number of applicants this time is fixed at 5.36 million. Now that the registration is over, the remaining thing is to review the relocation. Chapter 45. Sister Zhao. What are our review criteria this time? At 9 a.m. on August 21st, Wang Xuqi walked into the office of Songzhan District Government, Qinghu, carrying a backpack and asking. The Songzhan District Government was originally the staff of Songzhan City Government. After the city moved 5 years ago, all the grassroots staff of Songzhan Government were dispersed and assigned to other cities. Now there are Songzhan districts in each prefecture-level city in Long Bay. After the power of Songzhan City Government has been decomposed, it is now equivalent to a district government. This time, Longhui-1 will conduct a unified review. I heard that it will be reviewed by machines first and then by people. The review standards are not clear yet. Zhao Jing is the office director and is sorting out the work report for nearly half a month. I looked at the list of Longqing leaders. There are many leaders from Long Bay, but I have never heard of the mayor's name. What is his background? Wang Xuqi asked after putting down his backpack. Now the list of Longqing's leadership team has been announced. People like Zheng Tao and Chu Ping are old acquaintances in the system. But the identity of the mayor of Longqing is mysterious. There is no information except his name. He should be transferred from Jingyun. Zhao Jing guessed. I read the analysis online. There is no such name among the senior officials in recent years. Wang Xuqi couldn't figure it out. Zhao Jing saw that she was thinking too much and typed directly. Whoever the country wants to be the mayor will be the mayor. These are not our considerations. Have you finished writing this week's weekly report? Write it right away. Wang Xuqi immediately turned on the computer. She wrote for a while and asked again, we have moved back this time. Can we come back if we want to in the future? This time, the country has 100,000 quotas for relocation, of which 90,000 are ordinary residents, and the rest are civil servants and hospital doctors. Since everyone belongs to the system, they need to report to the unit first, and then the unit will apply for it. Wang Xuqi is 28 years old this year, and submitted the relocation application according to the process last week. If you can survive this winter, you don't have to come back. If you can't survive, you will come back. The 100,000 people this time are trial relocation personnel. After people go back this time, they will carry out some social operations under the government's deployment. The higher the risk, the greater the opportunity. This is also one of the reasons why everyone is willing to rush back when they know that Lombay has a bad climate. Throughout history, as long as the policy is strongly supported by the country, there are great development opportunities. Xiao Jing is 47 years old this year. She also wants to go back. But she didn't sign up because she had too much work in the district government and her elderly family members were sick. After she finished speaking, she thought for a while and said, "The overall environment is not good now. In our resettlement area, everyone has their own job. Even if you stay, it's hard to get promoted. If you can go out, it will definitely be an opportunity. Grasp it well." "I know." Wang Xuqi nodded vigorously. She went back with the prospect of development. Longxing is under construction now. If it is built, the housing prices nearby should rise. It has not risen in the past 2 years, but it may rise when the country stabilizes. Chongqing has a lot of firefighter vacancies this time. I don't know if I can be selected. In the next 10 days, the residents were all nervously waiting for the final review. "Boss, 2 servings of bamian." At 1 p.m. on September 1st, 2 middle-aged men came to Kamen Bamian restaurant. Du Kamen was watching the news and put down his phone immediately after hearing it. "Do you want a big bowl or a small bowl? Do you want to put chili in it?" 2 big bowls. Put more chili in them. And add 2 egg tofus. The 2 of them sat under the air conditioner for a while and accidentally scanned Du Kangmin's mobile phone interface. "Boss, are you also paying attention to the news about the relocation? I registered before, and now I am waiting for the official announcement at 2 o'clock. According to the official website, residents can enter their ID cards to check the results after 2 o'clock. We also registered, but we live in the suburbs, where the houses are too scattered, and I feel that the chances of passing are relatively small." The 2 chatted casually. "Does the government still look at houses?" Du Kamen asked. According to online analysis, the more densely populated the place, the higher the pass rate. That's right. Du Kangmin's home is in an old neighborhood in the city center, and the geographical location meets the requirements. But he only has a junior high school education, so I don't know if his education is enough. 3 minutes later, Du Kangmin served 2 bowls of noodles and finally said, "I hope everyone can pass." He was almost nervous after watching the news for a few days. After the 2 finished eating and left, 2 more tables of guests came to the store, and Du Kangmin was distracted. At 1:50, Wang Min came back from the supermarket next door. Sister Lu closed the store. She plans to take a break and reopen the store after checking the results of the relocation. "We should close it too?" Du Kangmin asked nervously. He felt like a student waiting for the examination papers. "Sister Lu has an appointment with the doctor for cupping. Why should we close it?" Wang Min was happy in this anxious waiting. At 2 o'clock, the 2 logged into the relocation website on time. They did not have to wait this time, and found the query interface smoothly. Du Kangmin entered his ID number and closed his eyes nervously. "How is it?" "You can see for yourself." Wang Min was silent for 2 seconds, then pushed him calmly. "Failed?" Du Kangmin opened his eyes worriedly, and saw the mobile phone interface. "Congratulations, Mr. Du Kangmin. You have successfully obtained the first batch of relocation quotas in Tongping City. Please return to Tongping between September 1st and 30th. During this period, you can take the round-trip train from Changhe to Tongping City for free. Related person, Wang Min." Du Kangmin clicked Wang Min. The following jump link. "Congratulations, Ms. Wang Min. You have successfully obtained the first batch of resettlement quotas in Tongping City. Please apply at." Du Kangmin and Wang Min are husband and wife. Wang Min also applied for the resettlement quota in Tongping, so they both passed. "Did we pass?" Du Kangmin looked at the page twice. "Passed." Wang Min felt her heart pounding, feeling nervous and excited. "My family grows vegetables, and we have 7 years of planting experience. We posted our greenhouse on the application form, but I didn't expect it to pass. My family runs a supermarket, and I wrote opening a supermarket as my employment intention, and I passed. I have a Class A driver's license, and I passed." At 8 p.m., after 6 hours of fermentation, many netizens posted screenshots of their application forms. The websites established statistical models based on the age, permanent address, occupation and other factors of these application forms. and finally found that the residents who passed this time were indeed distributed according to the gathering places. In addition, they also had specialties in planting, catering, logistics and other aspects. It was the most basic social operation that could be carried out by gathering these people together and providing the corresponding materials. Does the country really intend to develop Lombay? Many people have seen the meaning behind these data. If everyone can survive this winter, it should be able to develop. The residents of the three places decided to relocate because of the bad weather. Now for sustainable development. The first thing to solve is the resource problem. If you want to survive the winter with resources, there are two ways. 1. Use the power of the whole country to provide Lombay with survival resources such as oil and coal. 2. Carry out destructive mining in the Lombay area, which is undoubtedly exhausting the pond to catch fish. After careful consideration, the country decided to abandon Lombay and relocate 30 million people. If we want to move back now, we will still face the same problems as before. The country will not exploit Lombay. Right? Now that the country is vigorously building Longxing City, it seems that it will not exploit resources. So the only possibility left is the first one. It's not that we don't help Lombay, but after 1 year, there is still the next year. We can't just stop using oil and electricity and invest all of it in the construction of Lombay. Right? Some netizens from other provinces hesitated. It's not that they don't want to support Lombay's construction, but the global energy prices are rising. If it really comes to this, there is no need to move back. We will do whatever the country asks us to do. At most, we can travel in a low-carbon way. Some netizens with big tempers don't care. Looking at the country's decisions in the past 6 months. The first-level war preparedness, the S1 virus, the induction box. Each of these has changed the national situation and saved billions of people. Now, let alone supporting Longbay's construction. They are willing to donate the coal briquettes at home. That's right. I support it. At most I can save some money in the future. I never drive when I can walk. And I always turn off the water and electricity when I go out. This statement of the netizen has been recognized by many people. In short, everyone thinks that they have escaped death. If the country wants to build Lombay with the strength of the whole country, then build it. The country's construction of Lombay has won the unanimous support of residents across the country. No need to mobilize the whole country. In the Longxing windmill factory, Tan Ningzhang looked at the comments of netizens with emotion. After finalizing the Longxing city infrastructure plan, they did consider transferring resources from other provinces to ensure the completion of Longxing's mission. But after the windmill factory appeared, they didn't need resources from other provinces at all. Not only that, according to the tests during this period, they could produce small windmills to meet the daily needs of residents while meeting the construction needs. As long as there is wind, there will be a constant supply of energy. This year, Lombay will not only not be cold, but it may also have the best winter in the past decade. I booked a train ticket for the 7th. There are 30 trains a day now, so you don't have to fight for tickets. Can only residents who are eligible to return to their hometown take the train now? For the time being, it is like this. Each person can bring 200 kilograms of luggage when riding. Some large items such as sofa beds can also be moved online, but they have to move them to the train station by themselves. After the initial excitement, the returning residents began to prepare for the next relocation work. Now the state has opened exclusive return trains in the resettlement area and the return area. Because the distance is too close, these trains are mostly sent every half an hour or an hour. So the returning residents are not worried about not being able to get tickets. In addition to passenger carriages, these trains also have special moving carriages. Each person can carry a certain volume and amount of luggage each time. If the volume exceeds the specified volume, you can apply in advance. There will be a special luggage train every night. After the luggage arrives at the resettlement city, residents can contact the moving company that cooperates with the state. This part has a fixed free weight. Residents need to pay for the amount exceeding the free total amount themselves. These expenses are only 1/10 of the normal moving fee after the state subsidy. Anyway, want to take a train? Free. Ride wherever you want. Carry luggage? Free. Carry wherever you want. On September 5th, the first batch of trains returning to the 3 places were officially opened. What time is it now? 7:20? We are not here during the peak hours. Right? No. At 7 in the morning, at the train station near the Changha resettlement area, Du Kong'an and Wang Min looked at the train hall in front of them in confusion. The first train to the Changhua resettlement area departed at 5, which was too early. So they bought tickets for 7.50. Today is only 5 days away from the government announcing the results. And these 5 days are not enough for residents to pack their luggage. So they guessed that there were not many people at the train station now. And they wanted to go back and take a look. Who knew that they thought so? And others thought so too. At this time, looking at the crowded waiting hall, where everyone was carrying a backpack and holding a mobile phone, Du Kongen seemed to see the scene 10 years ago, Spring Festival Travel Rush. Chapter 46. Please cooperate with the security inspectors to complete the temperature test. If you encounter infected passengers during the ride, please contact the crew immediately to avoid virus infection. All the staff of Changhua Station wish you a safe trip and a worry-free journey. At 7:30, the waiting hall sounded the precautions for riding. Du Kongen looked in the direction of the security checkpoint and sighed. There are quite a lot of people. They just squeezed through the security checkpoint. Now the security checkpoint needs to check the temperature in addition to checking the ID card and suitcase. Now the residents have been injected with the S1 vaccine. But the train is a long-term closed space. And the S1 vaccine does not prevent bites. So places such as airports and train stations still implement temperature checks. It is estimated that more and more people will come this month. Wang Min followed up, saying that it was only the first day of the resettlement area opening to traffic. After everyone returned to get familiar with the environment, it was time to move the pots and pans. The two waited at the ticket gate for a while, and got on the train on time at 7:40. This was an old-fashioned four-seater train, and everyone's seats were facing each other. When the two found their seats, a middle-aged man was already sitting opposite them. "Are you going back to Tongping?" The man greeted them after seeing them. "Haha. This train can only go to Tongping," Du Kongen said with a smile while putting down his bag. "Look at my head. I can't react." The man tapped his head humorously and started chatting with him. "What do you do?" "Catering. I used to run a Sichuan restaurant in Tongping, and opened a flat noodle shop after the big migration." "Where did you open a restaurant in Tongping before?" "Kongen Sichuan restaurant on Qingdao Road." "You probably don't know." "I know. Is it the one with the red sign? I often order takeout from you." After chatting for a while, the two found that they were not only the same age, but also lived only 2 streets away from each other. "What do you do?" Du Kongen became interested. "Frozen logistics. I used to run a company, and then drove for others. This time, I went there to see if there was a chance to start my own company." In addition to the hometown sentiment, many of the residents who returned this time also returned with the mentality of trend and opportunity. They just wanted to go back to start a business. "Aren't you afraid of losing money?" Du Kongen asked. "I'm single. I would have been afraid before, but not now." "What happened?" "I was on duty at the freezing plant with my colleague last month. We had a good relationship. We drank together that day. He was very excited. And then he couldn't do it that night." "Infected?" "If someone had been not able to do it before." Du Kongen would have thought that the other person had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage or heart attack. But after the man's preparations, he felt that he was infected with the zombie virus. "Yes. He had an attack that night. Fortunately, I got up to go to the bathroom and noticed something was wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to chat with you." The man was always terrified every time he thought of this. He got up to go to the bathroom and found that his colleague had an attack. If he had been a step later, he would probably have been bitten. "Didn't you find it when you checked the zombie box before?" Du Kongen asked. He lived in the car for a few days, so he probably didn't encounter the zombie box. They often deliver goods to the lower counties, and sometimes they sleep in the car when they come back late. After this incident, the whole city checked the truck drivers. But the zombie box is only useful when the zombies are about to mutate or after they mutate, and it will not be 100% cleared no matter what. After this incident, I have gained a lot of insights into life. I didn't dare to do this before, but now I want to try again. After surviving the disaster, he recalled his life and found that the thing he wanted to do most was to start a business. He wanted to try again. Now the country is making every effort to build Longqing, which means that Longqing has many development opportunities. You will also be blessed after surviving the disaster. Du Kongen followed the other person's words. The man smiled and said, "Do you just want to go back and take a look? Or do you want to stay in Tongping to start a business? If the policy is good, I want to do some catering business." "Sichuan restaurant?" "Sichuan restaurant or flat noodle restaurant. I'll see when the time comes." Sure. I will definitely go to support your new store when it opens. The two chatted very congenially. And then, there was a sudden exclamation from the car. Look outside. What's wrong? At this time, the train was just entering the tunnel, and many people didn't know what was going on. Look out the window. There are large tracts of grass outside the window. As they spoke, the train drove out of the tunnel, and everyone knew why the person who spoke just now was shocked. At this time, there was an endless grassland outside the window, and all the grass was covered with golden flowers. With the sun shining down and the wind blowing for a while, the grass and flowers looked like dancing notes. Is this golden flower grass? Someone remembered the news 5 months ago, when the news reported that the Agricultural Academy had developed a new type of forage grass. Forage grass is relatively rare in life, and everyone didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, the country not only planted it, but also planted it so well. It's goldenrod. The news reports that this grass has a short maturity period and high yield, and can also be eaten as a vegetable. It has been planted in the mountainous areas of the southeast and southwest, and is expected to mature in November. Can it be eaten? Yes. According to the news reports, it tastes pretty good. Can it be planted on post-disaster land and severely frozen land? Of course, it can be planted in Long Bay when the soil is frozen. The train went north, and all the passengers excitedly crowded in front of the window to take pictures. In the next half hour, the scenery outside the window was nothing but green. No one had ever seen such lush green. Perhaps they had seen it, but that was 10 years ago. Since the disaster, they rarely saw such a pleasing scenery. It's so beautiful. At this time, Wang Min was sitting on a seat by the window. She had not stopped taking pictures since she came out of the tunnel. These green grasses reminded her of 30 years ago, when she lived in a village. Behind the village was a towering mountain. At that time, the whole country encouraged deforestation, and many Forestry Bureau personnel went in and out of the mountain. She was young at that time, and when she went up the mountain with the adults to watch, there were Forestry Bureau employees who stuffed her with big monkey milk candies. She watched the trees grow from saplings to big trees. Every summer, the green leaves on the trees were very beautiful. Later, a disaster occurred, and the global soil and plants and animals were polluted. After returning home, she went to the mountain to take a look. All the trees she had planted were dead. These trees need 20 years to grow, but death seems to be just a matter of a moment. Why are you crying? Du Jianmin was talking about starting a business with the man, and was startled when he turned around and saw Wang Min. At this time, Wang Min's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. I just remembered the past. Wang Min quickly wiped it with her sleeve. She felt that it was too embarrassing for a person in her 40s to cry. We haven't been back for several years. I wanted to cry when I was waiting for the bus today. The man opposite handed Wang Min a tissue to ease the embarrassment. I guess I'm a little sentimental because I'm almost home. Wang Min tried her best to sound normal. After half a minute, she calmed down. There are so many big windmills. At this time, the man looked out the window unexpectedly. Wang Min followed the other person's gaze. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and there were rows of large windmills on the green grass in the distance. These windmills were large and white, echoing the green grass and golden flowers, as if they were scenes from a fairy tale. At 9:20, the train arrived at the station. It looks the same as before. I used to wait for the train here when I went to work in Jingyun. I remember there was a fruit shop here. The owner had a bad temper, and the things in the shop were very expensive. The layout of the train station was the same as it was 5 years ago, because it had been specially cleaned. The passengers felt that Tongha was still the same Tongha after getting off the train. Everyone walked out happily, but 5 minutes later, they were no longer happy. The outer walls of the building are covered with grass. It's so old. There's no one. At this time, the road outside the train station was empty, covered with some melted frozen mud and dust. The dust was at least 5 centimeters thick. I'm not exaggerating. It's really 5 centimeters thick, due to long-term idleness and raging winds. The whole city was very cold and full of wasteland style. Popularity. 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 Popularity only comes with people. Tongping has already pressed the pause button. This place no longer looks like a city, but a background city in a shooting game. Beep beep. Everyone was feeling a little uncomfortable. At this time, 5 buses drove over from a distance. These were some old buses with signs such as Route 11 and Route 27 on them. Everyone looked at the buses. The first bus stopped in front of the bus stop. The city's bus routes have not been planned yet. Temporary routes are used. The starting station and the terminal station are placed on each bus. Everyone can see where they are going and then find the corresponding bus to get on, Zhao Xiaofeng said as he rolled down the window. Zhao Xiaofeng was one of the first residents of Longqing. After arriving in Longqing last year, he stayed in the military camp and then worked in the urban area of Longqing for a while. Now that Chongning, Tongping and Songzhan have restarted, some reception workers are not enough, and the soldiers in their soldier camp are directly assigned to different positions. Zhao Xiaofeng can drive a bus, and the position he was assigned this time is very simple: Tongping City Bus Driver. Chapter 47. Master, does the car go to Yingchun Community? After Zhao Xiaofeng parked the car, an older man knocked on the car window and asked. No. This bus goes to the Cultural Square and Sports Center. You can take the next bus. Thank you. Now all buses in Tonghe are free. And the man found the bus in the direction Zhao Xiaofeng pointed. Du Jianmin and Wang Min wanted to go to the Cultural Square, and they squeezed into the car with others. 3 minutes later, the car started. An elderly man squeezed to the front and asked, I didn't bring anything this time. When I get home, is there any food or drink nearby? Yes. The government built a convenience market near the community, and now you can buy basic supplies. Is it cheap? It's the same as in ordinary supermarkets. All are market prices. At this time, the car turned a corner, and Zhao Xiaofeng steered the wheel skillfully. A passenger saw that he was in good spirits and asked curiously, Master, have you been a soldier before? I was a field soldier, Zhao Xiaofeng said with a smile. That's amazing. Did you get assigned to the bus company after you were discharged? He knew that some discharged soldiers would be assigned to fire departments, armed police brigades, and other units, and wondered if there were any bus companies. I haven't been discharged yet. I was transferred here because Tongping lacks grassroots personnel. I will be transferred back when things are stable here. We move back this time. Do we need to move back in winter? Everyone pricked up their ears to get the inside story. It's not clear. We have to listen to the arrangements of the country. Zhao Xiaofeng didn't say anything nonsense. We are 100 kilometers away from Longqing. If Longqing rises, we may be able to develop along with it. Everyone discussed the impact of Longqing City on the surrounding areas. For a while, the carriage was a little lively. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the Cultural Square. So fast. Du Jianmin got off the car with his backpack. Their home is behind the Cultural Square. It used to take at least 20 minutes to get there from the train station. But now it only takes half the time. Now there are no people or cars on the road. So it must be faster than before. After Wang Ming got off the bus, he looked around with some emotion. As soon as they got off the bus, they saw the Cultural Square. In the past, the Cultural Square was a place where some grandpas and aunts played spinning tops and danced in the square. Now it is covered with dust like the outside of the train station. There used to be a book-shaped sculpture in the center of the square. Maybe it has not been maintained for a long time. Now the sculpture has fallen off the base and is covered with a thick layer of soil. It's really thick. Wang Min wiped it with her hand, and the layer of dirt was at least 3 centimeters. Don't wipe it randomly. It's dirty. Du Jianmin looked disgusted. If it's dirty, go home and wash your hands. I don't know how dirty the house is now. They haven't been home for 5 years, and they guessed that the house was already dirty and messy. But when they returned home, the situation was even worse than they imagined. The floor was covered with dust. Furniture was tilted, and spider webs were tangled. Only 5 years after not coming back. It was like 50 years ago. Ahem. Wang Min coughed twice and found a stick to pick up the spider webs on the sofa. When they left, they didn't take the furniture with them, so they covered the furniture with a layer of white cloth. Now, in addition to the spider webs, there are also many sticks and dry leaves on the cloth. Where did these come from? Wang Min picked up a stick and asked, Why is there so much dust? Wang Min looked disgusted. It may have been blown in from outside. Let's clean it up first and cover it with a paper quilt at night. Du Kongmin walked to the window and looked. One side of the old-fashioned window they used was broken. Yeah. Wang Min walked around the house and came to the kitchen. The tap water and gas in the kitchen are now connected, because no one has used it for a long time. The water from the tap is puffing, and what comes out is some rusty muddy water. The two of them rested for a while, and then began to clean the room. They left in a hurry at the beginning, and there were a lot of unused things piled together casually. After sorting this time, they found a lot of books, cross-stitch, and yo-yos. The two of them didn't feel anything before, but now they looked very familiar. This doll is still there. Wang Min was very surprised when she found a doll toy. She has two daughters, Jiaojiu and Jiajia. This is the comfort toy of her eldest daughter. She lost it before and never found it. Unexpectedly, she found it in the groceries this time. Do you still remember it? Wang Min patted the dust off the doll and sent a message directly to her eldest daughter. Mom, where did you find it? 3 minutes later, the eldest daughter called happily. Your dad and I were cleaning the house in Tongping and found it under the bed. You guys are back in Tongping. How is the situation over there? Take a look. Wang Min directly turned on the camera of her mobile phone and took a 360 degrees live broadcast for the other party. This is the TV cabinet and sofa in our house before. Du Jiaoju looked at the familiar house, as if she had returned to 5 years ago. After the two chatted for a few words, Wang Min asked, where is your sister? The two girls are 1 year apart in age. They go to the same university in Jiangsu province and come back together every winter and summer vacation. I just ran into her on the road. She should be going to the cafeteria with her classmates. There is still a zombie virus. You should pay more attention to safety in school. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. Wang Min reminded. I know that our school has zombie box inspections every day. It's quite safe. When the zombie virus first broke out, the atmosphere in the school seemed like the end of the world. Now that they have been injected with the S1 vaccine, except for the daily zombie box inspections, their lives have gradually returned to normal. Wang Min gave some instructions and hung up the phone. Send a video to your daughter? Du Jianmin was eavesdropping. Yes. It's not safe outside now. Ask them to go back to the dormitory after school. Take care of your health and don't be too stressed. I know. Du Jianmin rarely communicates with his daughters. He always asks her to pass on whatever he wants to say. She is tired of listening to him. Okay. Just remember it. Du Jianmin saw Wang Min's impatience and could only continue cleaning helplessly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finished cleaning. They only had one pancake when they set out this morning, and now they were starving. The two of them calculated the shortages in the house and headed directly to the nearest convenience market. This is a temporary convenience market established by the state. They heard from the driver that the market has a wide range of items. They originally thought that there were only some grains, oils, rice and daily necessities. When they arrived, they found that there were not only grains, oils, rice and flour, but also hardware materials for repairing windows. It looked like the old trade market. It's quite complete. Wang Min was a little surprised. The two bought some noodles, quilts and toilet paper. After they walked out of the market, Du Jianmin stood at the door and didn't move. What's wrong? Wang Min asked. How about we open a flat noodle stall here? He had just observed that there were people selling flour and spices in the market. He would make the flat noodle soup base, wait for the noodle press machine to be pulled over from the resettlement area, and then buy some tables, chairs and benches, and he could open the business. Is it too fast? Wang Min was stunned. They just arrived in Tongping today. Not fast. I looked around. There are only dry goods in the market now. There is no snack bar or breakfast shop. We can just open it casually. There should be a market. Tongping now has 5 open areas, each with about 6,000 people. These people don't hear much, but the population is concentrated, and there is great market potential. Du Kongnan is a man of action. After he had an idea in his mind, he immediately found the market management. Do you want to open a Bamian store? The market management was a grassroots staff transferred from Jingyun. After hearing the two people's demands, he asked, Yes. In fact, you don't need to open a store. A stall of about 10 square meters will do. Du Kongnan asked hesitantly. Have you opened a store before? The market manager asked. We opened a Sichuan restaurant and a Bamian restaurant. Now the Bamian restaurant has just closed. This is our business license. Du Kongnan opened the Bamian restaurant's business license. The Bamian restaurant is 50 square meters and has a net profit of about 6,000 yuan per month. This money is just enough for the couple and their 2 children to spend. That's why he wanted to start a business as soon as he came to Tongping. Otherwise, he would feel insecure with little savings. After Du Jianmin finished speaking, he thought it would take some effort to open a store. Unexpectedly, the administrator read his information and said, "The government now has a policy of subsidies for resettlement areas. If you want to open a store in the convenience market, you can prepare an application for entrepreneurship. Once the application is approved, you can open it. The government has prepaid the rent for the houses here. You can use them for free during the prepayment period. Can we have our own store?" Du Jianmin was delighted. The government convenience market rents the old market. He just noticed that there are at least 30 empty stores here. Yes. If you want to open a store, write an application quickly. Otherwise there will be no more stores later. The two of them took a form and went back to fill it out. In addition to the basic information such as the applicant's name and application category, the convenience market also requires a new ID card from Tongping City. Now a new ID card application point has been set up at Tongping Railway Station. After getting off the bus, they took their old ID cards and lined up for photos. Because it was a policy-based relocation, these ID cards would be processed in 1 to 3 days. The next morning, the two handed the application form to the market management. On the afternoon of the third day, they received new ID cards. The new ID card was very new, and the identity content changed from Tongping City, Longning Province to Tongping City, Longxing City. We are also the first batch of residents of Longxing. Du Jianmin looked at the new ID card and joked. Regardless of whether Longxing can develop in the future, their ID card is very meaningful. On the morning of the 7th day, the two received the Tongping Convenience Market Store application approval letter, which stated that they would own a 50 square meter store for 1 year. During the store use period, they can only do catering business, and the user cannot close the store/transfer/change it. If there is any illegal behavior, the rent will be paid at a price of 5,000 yuan per month. There are many restrictions on the use of stores in the convenience market, but for honest and conscientious operators, it is a pie in the sky. Benefits. On September 20th, after nearly half a month of sorting, the Kongming Convenience Noodle Store officially opened. At the same time, the relocation work of the 3 cities was proceeding in an intense and orderly manner, and more than 80,000 residents applied for new ID cards. Chapter 48. There are 85,000 residents applying for ID cards now, and the rest should be able to complete the process before the beginning of the month. On the morning of September 25th, at Longxing Base, Tan Ningzhang said after reading the latest data report, after the last task was completed, the system updated a new task. 1. Have 100,000 urban residents. 2. Build Longxing City. These two are simple tasks for the country. Residents who successfully apply for ID cards can receive relocation subsidies after October 1st. These few days should be the peak period for applying for ID cards. The construction of the urban area is almost done and should be completed before the middle of the month, Xinque said in the office. He has been staying in Longxing urban area for a while, not only to learn urban planning, but also to brush up the mayor's value. Not only that, the workers who built the urban area have also applied for Longxing ID cards. The number of Longxing residents plus the residents of the resettlement area should be more than 110,000. Thinking of this, Xinque opened the details interface. Host name, Xinque. Current residents, 93,000. Mayor's contribution value, 227. Residents' contribution value, 6203. Currently, there are 93,000 residents, and the overall progress should be faster than the base plan. After the two chatted for a while, Tan Ningzhang looked at Xinque. Didn't you apply sunscreen? The average temperature in Longbei is now 40 degrees Celsius. To avoid sunburn, sunscreen was distributed in the military camp and the construction site, and the work on the construction site was changed from day to night. Xinque stayed at the construction site for 2 months, and his skin was dark, 2 shades darker than before. If you put it on, you'll get darker easily. Xinque has a physique that gets darker easily, and he was even darker in his second life than he is now. The base just bought a batch of masks and hats, and I'll ask Assistant Lin to send some to you later. No need. Assistant Lin is Tan Ningzhang's personal assistant, and Xinque feels it's too much trouble. You still want to get darker. Tan Ningzhang glared. Xinque was a fair-faced student last year, but now he's very dark. Xinque is dark, but he still looks handsome. But he has been with them for half a year, and they still feel bad that they have trained a delicate student to be like this. Okay. Xinque didn't dwell on this issue. At 3 p.m., Assistant Lin brought a mask and a hat, as well as 3 new bottles of sunscreen. Commander Tan has instructed that these sunscreens are available after they are used up. Assistant Lin joked as he left. Thank you. Xinque was somewhat helpless. After he left, he took 2 photos, opened the chat pop-up window, and clicked to send, picture. Sent from the base? Half an hour later, Su Qiuxing replied. Yes. Xinque told the whole story. After the Northwest expedition team left, he and Su Qiuxing resumed chatting. But they were both busy, and usually replied when they were free. Sometimes they didn't reply for 3 or 5 days. You should wear more sunscreen. It doesn't matter if you get a little tanned. It's more painful to get sunburned. At this time, Su Qiuxing had just finished work and laughed when he saw the picture. They had a video call a few days ago. At that time, Xinque was on the construction site. The sun was very hot, and he was indeed a lot darker. Depressed.jpg. Xinque didn't care about getting sunburned. He had been exposed to even bigger sun in his previous life. But being too dark really didn't look good. After the two chatted for a while, Xinque asked about business. How is your research going? It's okay. There should be progress next month. The Northwest Research Group guards the zombie base. And with the support of the biological laboratory and Xinque's data, their work has been going very smoothly during this period. Be careful. Xinque doesn't understand biology, so he can only remind him. You too. For the next half month, Xinque stayed at the Longxing construction site. The Longxing construction site covers an area of 500 square kilometers, which is divided into commercial, industrial, residential, and other areas according to terrain and function. Now the city's drainage system and some main frameworks have been built, and the remaining is some road traffic. On October 12th, Xinque came to the construction site in the city center. Mayor Zheng Tao was talking to the construction workers about the gas pipeline, and greeted Xinque after seeing him. Mayor Zheng. Xinque responded with a smile. Zheng Tao was the deputy mayor of Longxing City. He was much older and more experienced than him. However, due to work reasons, he gradually got used to the title of mayor. How is the progress now? Xinque took a safety helmet from the construction worker, put it on and asked. Zhongyun Street and Nanning Road have been repaired. Now we just need to pave the Longxing Bridge. How long will it take? At most a week. Longxing's transportation investment accounts for 1/3 of the total investment. When the Longxing Bridge is completed, it can connect to the main roads in Lao Bay area and then radiate to the whole country. In terms of transportation, Longxing will not be affected in any way. Yes. After asking some details, Xinque and Zheng Tao took the engineering ladder to the top floor of Longxing Building. Longxing Building is 33 stories high and is the tallest building under construction in Longxing. Standing on the building, the two looked at the current Longxing crisscrossed, and the city was full of construction vehicles and built houses. Most of these houses were cement houses, but they could be used directly after the walls were installed and decorated. The overall framework of the urban area has taken shape. In the midst of this drastic construction, on October 20th, Xinque and Tan Ningzhan came to the Longxing Bridge. There is only one step left. Tan Ningzhan looked at the bridge under his feet with some excitement. Now the ID cards of the relocated residents have been processed. And with the workers on the construction site, the total population of Longxing is 115,000. In addition, all the main roads in Longxing have been repaired. And now the last bridge deck is missing, which will be completed after it is installed. Dear audience friends, I am now at the Longxing Bridge in Longxing City. The total length of Longxing Bridge is 2,300 meters. The east side is connected to Lao Bay Expressway, and the west side is the intersection of East Ring Road. After driving into East Ring Road from Longxing Bridge, you can reach the center of Longxing City in as fast as 20 minutes. At 12 o'clock, a capable female reporter was broadcasting live from a helicopter. This is the last step in the construction of Longxing City. Due to the high attention of the whole nation, this live broadcast will be implemented in a dual live broadcast mode of helicopter and drone. And Longdu will broadcast simultaneously. At 12:30, the last bridge deck of Longxing Bridge will be built, which also means that Longxing will enter the next stage. There's still half an hour left. I'm watching the live broadcast while eating. I don't even dare to go to the bathroom, for fear of missing the wonderful moment. I'll carry my tablet. I'm watching it on a 65-inch TV. I can't carry it. There are currently 230 million people online. And this number is still increasing as 12:30 approaches. It's now 12:16 Longdu time. And Longdu is broadcasting the completion of Longxing. Longxing lasted half a year from its establishment to its completion. This is a miracle project under the zombie crisis. CD News, after Longdu developed the S1 vaccine and zombie box, the zombie growth rate dropped by 382%. And the global zombie growth rate dropped by 227%. Both figures are still dropping. The face of Longxing under the zombie crisis. At the same time, many foreign media, authorized by Longdu, started broadcasting the Longxing project. Longxing has 750 million international viewers, and this number is rising as in Longdu. Amid this global attention, at 12:20, a yellow bridge-building vehicle drove onto the Longxing bridge. This bridge-building vehicle is 50 meters long and 8 meters high, with a 30-meter-long bridge deck hanging below. As the bridge-building vehicle slowly moved forward, the bridge deck completed the perfect docking of the left and right sides on the 50-meter-high bridge. Amazing, spectacular, beautiful. Longxing Bridge is not the most complicated bridge in the country, but it took only 3 months from infrastructure construction to completion. It embodies the wisdom of the country's top bridge builders. This is not only a miracle of Longdu's infrastructure, but also a manifestation of the continuous improvement of Longdu's infrastructure projects. Very spectacular. At the moment when the bridge was connected, Xingque stood on the bridge and applauded with Tan Mingzhang and others. He had seen many infrastructure projects in the interstellar space, but those were interstellar infrastructure. Now it was 1.2 million years ago. With the current technology and background, this is indeed a spectacular project. Ding! The system interface is updating. Name, Xingque. Current tasks. 1. Have 100,000 residents. Completed. 2. Build Longxing City District. Completed. Mission reward, Random Lottery X1. To be used. My city, famous. Please keep up the good work and continue the urban construction. Next upgrade requirement. After the bridge was connected, Xingque looked at Tan Mingzhang. Updated? Tan Mingzhang asked in tacit understanding. Yeah. Xingque nodded. Good. Good. Tan Mingzhang smiled from ear to ear. Now the sun was shining brightly. This was a moment worth celebrating. Chapter 49. At 3 p.m., Xingque and Tan Mingzhang returned to the base after socializing, and then immediately opened the system interface. Task reward, Random Big Wheel X1. Do you want to use it? Yes. Congratulations to the host for winning the random reward, Random Upgrade Card X1. Do you want to use it? Yes. Random Upgrade Card. After using, you can randomly upgrade existing props. Only for upgradable props. The upgradable props now include Heart of Camp, Zombie Induction Box, Biological Laboratory, Seed Laboratory, Wind Power Plant. Should we use it? After Xingque finished his detailed explanation, he looked at Tan Mingzhang. They now have 2 choices. 1. Use it immediately and upgrade a prop at random. 2. Wait until there are more rewards before making a choice. These 2 have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can be used immediately, and the disadvantage is that if you encounter a better prop, this upgrade card will be a bit wasted after use. Tan Mingzhang thought for a moment and looked at the other members. What do you think? The situation looks stable now, but the virus may evolve again at any time. I personally recommend using it now. I also recommend using it immediately. These 5 items are all suitable for upgrading. The researchers all agree that it is more appropriate to upgrade now. Use it. Tan Mingzhang looked at Xingque, who also preferred to use it now. Okay. Xingque clicked again. Ding. Random upgrade card is being used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgrade card item, Intermediate Camp Heart. Intermediate Camp Heart, after use, it can increase the air buff and environment buff of the use range by 50%, and the soil purification rate within the range, 100%. The Camp Heart was his initial reward when he came to this world. At that time, the passive gain was 20% air buff and environment buff. Now the 2 buffs have been increased to 50%. And there is also a 100% soil purification rate. Xingque set his sights on 100% soil purification rate. Above, 10 years ago, after the nuclear pollution leak in Alaya, 80% of the world's soil was damaged, and a large number of animals and plants died and mutated. It is difficult for these soils to grow plants after being contaminated. This is the fuse of the global food crisis and environmental changes. The world has entered a 3-year famine period because of this. It was not until various countries developed mutant seeds that things got better. What's wrong? Seeing that Xinque didn't speak, Tan Mingzhang asked nervously. The heart of the camp has been upgraded. Xinque felt his heart pounding. What's so exciting about this? Tan Mingzhang thought it was just a simple update. The heart of the camp has updated the soil purification rate. Within the scope of use, the soil is not affected by nuclear pollution and heavy metal pollution. Xinque tried to speak calmly. Tan Mingzhang. Other researchers. What is the soil purification rate? Tan Mingzhang asked excitedly. 100%. The national food crisis has improved in recent years. But this improvement is based on the fact that the mutant food has a single taste and poor nutrition. Now the soil purification rate within the Dragon Star is 100%. Which means that Dragon Star can not only grow system grass, but also grow cucumbers, tomatoes, apples, persimmons, and other diverse foods at will, and can become the national crop granary, vegetable granary, fruit granary. Are you sure? Tan Mingzhang asked uncertainly. Yeah. Xinque nodded heavily. Great. Great. Previously, Qin Qing and others speculated that the system was a high-dimensional cosmic black hole, and the props inside were put in for some unknown reasons, and then taken out through the system task. Now the heart of camp has not only confirmed this, but also to a certain extent. It shows that the system technology is far ahead of this era. How does this improve the soil environment? Qin Qing is an academician of the Academy of Physics, and now he is racking his brains to think about the upgrading principle of the heart of camp. Is the heart of camp a soil filter? Improving the environment by improving the air structure and humidity within the scope of use? Other researchers also excitedly talked about their conjectures. Seeing that everyone was talking more and more deeply, Tan Mingzhang laughed and said, think about it later. Take a look at the heart of camp first. He had studied the principles of the system before. But just like it is difficult for ants in the 2-dimensional world to understand humans in the 3-dimensional world, he stopped thinking if he couldn't figure it out. Everything is moving forward. Just like 200 years ago humans couldn't understand electric lights. As long as they keep exploring, they will find the answer one day. 10 minutes later, everyone came to the base playground. Xinque didn't keep them in suspense and directly opened the system interface. My backpack, intermediate camp heart. Do you want to use it? Yes. At the moment when Xinque clicked, everyone could clearly feel a breeze blowing. Has the air become better? Qin Qing felt the air hard. Can these soils be used to grow vegetables? Chong Qingyuan squatted on the ground to collect samples. Not so fast. Xinque smiled kindly. Like the heart of the camp. It takes about half a month for the intermediate camp to be significantly improved from use. In the next 2 hours, everyone held a detailed meeting on the heart of the camp and the Dragon Star plan. 2 hours later, Xinque and Tan Mingzhang took a helicopter to Jingyun. Don't be nervous when you get there. Just answer whatever the superiors ask. Everyone is very friendly. On the way to Jinjian, Tan Mingzhang earnestly reminded Xinque. 2 hours ago, he reported the contents of the camp's heart to Longgu Academy. After discussion, Longgu Academy decided to hold an emergency meeting. The two did not know the specific content, but were asked to attend together. Tan Mingzhang was an old acquaintance of Longgu Academy, and he was more comfortable with it. On the contrary, Xinque was attending this kind of meeting for the first time, and he was worried that the other party would be nervous. I'm fine. Xinque took a deep breath. He was not nervous at first, but he became a little nervous after being comforted by Tan Mingzhang. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two arrived at Longguiwan and held a meeting. This meeting mainly focused on 2 points. 1. How to upgrade my city. 2. The specific plan of Longqing City. In addition to national policies, a city also needs its own environment, characteristics and other factors to attract residents to live and commercial investment. These are the shortcomings of Longqing. In the previous plan, Longguiwan planned to attract investors by relocating some colleges and universities/state-owned enterprises taking the lead in setting up factories. In short, it was a rough way to spend money. Now it is no longer necessary. After the heart of the camp is upgraded, the wasteland will become Jiang'an, and Longqing will become the most worthy city in the country for investment. The academy is preparing to adjust the development plan of Longqing, and the current focus is on system upgrades. Coach Shin, what are the upgrade conditions for my city? A provincial planning director asked. Land requirements, more than 500,000 square kilometers. Population, more than 1 million. And both urban and commercial operations must reach excellent levels. Xinque participated in such an occasion for the first time. But he was not shy at all. After he finished talking about the 25 contents of upgrade tips, he said, "These are the upgrade requirements for my province." And there are notes at the end. My province is based on the current progress, not the final goal. The details of the tips may be adjusted as Longxing City develops. So, the content of these tips is not mandatory? The person in charge asked. Yes. The system will only plan the host's current infrastructure status. For example, the residential house he bound in his first life. The system tasks revolve around the residential house. The mountain base he bound in his second life. He stayed in the mountain base for 5 years. So, when making these general plans, you don't necessarily have to follow the steps of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The person in charge continued to ask. He has read all the information of Xinque's system. When Xinque activated the heart of the camp, because the bound territory was too large, he upgraded 3 times in a row, namely my village, my town and my city. Xinque also remembered this incident and said, "Yes. Yeah." The person in charge nodded, and the meeting continued. In the next half an hour, Xinque mostly listened to other people's speeches except for some system supplements. He also adapted himself to be a background board. Just when he thought nothing happened, the top leaders of Longxing held a small-scale meeting and then came out and said, "Coach Shen, we have carefully analyzed it. If possible, we hope you can skip my province and move towards the national binding level as much as possible." Xinque? Is it too risky? Xinque asked after coming back to his senses. Binding the whole country sounds simple. But there is a gap in information between Longgu and the system. Plus Longgu can only pass the message through himself. The system is uncontrollable, etc. This is a risk no matter how you look at it. Many people don't have time. The person in charge was silent for a while. If it was last year, they would definitely not have planned to assign Longgu to Xinque's name. This has nothing to do with trust or not, but responsibility for 1.5 billion people. It's just that the zombie crisis is serious this year. If it weren't for the biological laboratory and zombie box, they would definitely not be in the current situation. More importantly, after the global disaster, in addition to the food crisis and environmental crisis, the residents are also facing diseases caused by environmental degradation. Before learning about the upgrade of the heart of the camp, they just received a disease report from the Ministry of Health. As of October 1st, 720,000 people have died from environmental diseases this year. Most of these patients showed lung cancer, respiratory cancer, kidney failure, etc. caused by the harsh environment. It looks scattered, but the real data is more terrifying than the zombie virus. After learning that the heart of the camp had been upgraded, they immediately caught the key point. The soil purification rate within the system was 100%. In other words, Xinque currently has 120,000 square kilometers of territory, and 120,000 square kilometers of land will soon be normal. When his authority reaches 500,000 square kilometers, 500,000 square kilometers of land will be normal. When it reaches 5 million square kilometers, 5 million square kilometers of land will be normal. This is a land project related to people's livelihood. Chapter 50. The above is just a preliminary plan. The specific details will depend on the current construction level. Don't be too stressed. At 11:20, Tan Mingxiang and Xinque walked out of Longguiwan and said, "Just now, after the courtyard finished talking about the My Country plan, everyone discussed some details about My Country. My Country is just a preliminary plan of Longguiwan. The details will depend on Longxing's current infrastructure projects, population, etc. In short, everything will have to wait until Longxing City is built before the next step." "I know." Xinque nodded. He was just surprised at the courage of Longguiwan. "But if my national plan is successfully completed, it will be the most beneficial thing for the current residents." In the next 2 days, Xinque has been in Longguiwan for meetings. 2 days later, Longguiwan issued a notice, regulation on the construction planning of Longxing City. This regulation mainly has 5 points. 1. From November 1st to November 15th, Longxing Municipal Government, Commerce Bureau, Education Bureau, Land and Resources Bureau, and other 30 units will recruit civil servants nationwide. Recruitment requirements: Longgu citizens who meet the application requirements. Scope of work: Longxing urban area and other locations. Total number of recruits, 30,000. 2. Longxing will attract investment from all over the country, with 725 investment projects. 3. Longxing will sell 200,000 properties and 20,000 shops. Residents who successfully purchase properties or shops can apply for permanent urban household registration in Longxing City. 4. Longxing will launch a talent introduction plan, and qualified talents can receive talent introduction subsidies from the Longxing municipal government. 5. Longxing welcomes all universities, high-tech enterprises, and technology enterprises to build factories and settle in. In addition to the above 5 points, the Longxing construction plan has 100 units including Jingyan University, Jingyan Fenghe Hospital, the third hospital, and Jinghua affiliated primary school, stating that they will respond to national policies and build branch schools/branches in Longxing. The entire construction plan is expected to be completed before June of the following year. Jingyun and Jinghua University have both built branch campuses. After reading the construction plan for the first time, many residents were shocked. Jingyan Jinghua is the top university in Longdu. The location of each branch needs strict approval. Now 2 universities are building branches in Longxing, which means that they have received national support. In addition to the 2 universities, Jingyan Fenghe and the third hospital are all national hospitals. These hospitals will build branches together with Jingyan Jinghua, which means that Longxing is likely to become a city that attaches equal importance to medical care and education. Too great. Everyone knows that the country attaches importance to Longxing, but they have never thought of attaching so much importance to it. Apart from other things, this branch alone can bring more than 100,000 jobs to Longxing. These jobs will extend to one-stop industries such as purchase and economic consumption, and the impact brought is immeasurable. Longxing Company has posted a dynamic, someone said excitedly at this time. Everyone clicked on Longxing's homepage Longxing Technology in response to Longxing's construction plan. After a meeting, Longxing plans to invest in a 30,000-person mobile phone processing factory in Longxing City. I hope Longxing City can consider cooperation. At Longxing Government, Longxing is the largest mobile phone manufacturer in the country. Its factories are mainly located in the southern coastal areas. At Longxing Government is the official account that Longxing City has just registered. 10 minutes after this dynamic was posted, At Longxing Government responded. Longxing Government, very welcome. Cute. Cute. At Longxing Company. Haha. Longxing Government is very cute. And the cute expression feels quite friendly. Feels that Longxing Government has a good attitude. After Longxing Government responded, it instantly attracted the favor of many residents. Chiefing Automobile, I want to invest 20,000 people in Longxing. Looking for opportunities. At Longxing Government. Taiha Manufacturing, I want to invest. Looking for opportunities. Go now. At Longxing Government. AC Business, the luggage is ready. Looking for opportunities. Go. Go. At Longxing Manufacturing. Feiyang Technology, I want to move the headquarters there. La 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 cute. Cute. At Longxing Enterprise. After Longxing replied, dozens of companies released at, which are all leading companies in various industries in Longgu. Netizens looked down the list and laughed when they saw Feiyang Technology. Others are physical companies. Why are you a game company going there? Feiyang Technology is the largest game company in Longgu, and it is deeply criticized by netizens. Although everyone complained, looking at a series of company lists, even those who are not sensitive to policies realized, Longxing is about to take off.